The multiple children, multiple blessings system is truly a joke. He wants to make you the strongest lord in another world. He waited until you were 80 years old to start issuing tasks, to compensate you for the huge losses over the decades. Whether you're fighting the dragon daughter, demon princess, or as a maid, the system will restore your physical condition to its peak state. As you ponder how to fully utilize the system, a girl suddenly bursts in. The newcomer is your head maid, Delano, dressed in a maid outfit, with an alluring figure, long legs, and blue short hair. Although she looks like a maiden, she exudes charm. Delano kneels before you, saying that Lord's chicken manure and horse fork wish to present you with a succubus. He cautiously adds that it's a succubus, a being that has caused countless lords to meet their end in bed. He's genuinely worried that you might agree in a daze. Your eyes widen in shock. You ask him to repeat that. Delano trembles as he replies, yes, yes. The thought of a succubus excites you immensely. Just imagining it sends shivers down your spine. Seeing you in thought, Delano feels a pang of bitterness. His lord was a renowned handsome man in his youth, and even in his 100 years, he still exudes charm. Yet, having lived for most of his life without marrying a wife or concubine, he wonders if today he might lose his mind and choose a succubus. Since the two lords are offering me a succubus, it would be rude to refuse. Not tomorrow. You excitedly declare that you want to host a banquet today. You want to make money. Master, this is a succubus. Delano quickly kneels, trembling uncontrollably. You look so weak that you can barely lift a weapon. Those succubi would be a dead end for you. Did you not hear me? Go arrange it. I'll be over shortly. You slam your hand on the table in anger. Watching Delano sway as she leaves, you feel a surge of emotions. This little maid has a certain charm, but unfortunately, she's a bit too old. But having a succubus is enough. After all, it's a succubus. That slender little tail and those enticing long legs. That old fool Nolan actually agreed to marry a succubus for the safety of his territory. His lordly spirit and lifetime of glory will be ruined in an instant. The enraged Lord and Lord Marcia, upon hearing their subordinates report this scene, couldn't help but feel elated. They raised their goblets and toasted. Once a lord loses his reputation, it's like a tiger without claws. As soon as Lord Nolan dies, they can seize each other's territories. But little do they know, not only will you not die, but you'll also be entangled with the succubus. Have you heard? Lord Nolan is willing to marry a succubus for us. He actually agreed to marry a succubus. Oh my god, it's a blessing to have such a lord. Lord Sheafing rode past on a red-scaled beast, feeling disdainful. The commoners lack knowledge and don't understand the importance of noble lineage. They are short-sighted regarding the importance of lords. He has even thought about how, when that Nolan fellow dies in the succubus's embrace, he'll take Lord Horsefork with him to seize the territory. By then, even if the kingdom sends someone to inspect, they'll have a reason. A lord willing to marry a succubus is unworthy of that noble title. The enraged lord gazes at the succubus in the white horse-drawn carriage, her curvaceous figure, seductive lips, enchanting eyes, and that slender tail. Just one look is enough to make one crave more. However, compared to Lord Nolan's territory, a mere succubus is nothing. He would even be willing to send his own mother over. The succubus is controlled by a magic suppression chamber and cannot use her powers. In the carriage, she feels like a canary, unsure of what awaits her, hoping her future master will treat her kindly. She hopes her future master will be strong and not a frail old man. Soon, they arrive at their destination. Brother Nolan, the succubus just came out of the abyss, and I spent a fortune to acquire her. She's definitely a treasure. The enraged lord sways his noble robe and strides forward. The succubus is taken aside. She wants to escape, but the knight behind her would instantly strike her down, leaving her to suffer beyond comprehension. There are many people present, including other lords, some fallen nobles, and commoners. They gather together, all eager to witness a good show. At this moment, supported by Delano, you take a few steps and become breathless, looking so frail that you couldn't even kill a chick. The succubus sees this old man and nearly gasps. Not only would he struggle to get into bed, but he might even die with a mere movement. His heart sinks. He thought marrying a lord would improve his life, but he never expected this outcome. The enraged lord sees you in this state, his eyes nearly popping out, filled with excitement. Great! This could lead to death in bed. Succubi are no ordinary beings. This is her first time. The intensity will be unbelievable. Of course, he can't say this openly. He must maintain basic noble etiquette. Lord Nolan, I've heard for years that you like succubi. Now, I've spent a fortune to bring one to you. I hope you enjoy her and that our friendship remains strong. The enraged lord speaks grandly, and the other fallen nobles can't help but chuckle to themselves. They seem to foresee Lord Nolan's downfall. Task triggered, concubine succubus, with rewards of extra time for the mission. You stare at the succubus, overjoyed, an extra 10 years of life. Even high-grade potions don't have this effect. Seeing you stunned, The enraged lord thinks you've suffered humiliation and are unwilling to agree. He prepares to threaten you. Alright then, thank you for your kindness, enraged lord. I graciously accept, you reply with a bow. Lord Chicken Manure is stunned, then suddenly overjoyed. Alright, let's officially marry in 3 days. You are taken aback. Who takes 3 days to get married? By then, the flowers will have wilted. Is there something else, brother? The enraged lord asks, unwilling to create unnecessary conflict. You can't help but ask. 3 days is too long. I want to marry today. Let's arrange everything today with the officiant and priest. Get the officiant here quickly. Delano, please entertain the lords for me. After saying this, you wrap your arm around the succubus's waist and walk into the venue, eager to begin the wedding ceremony. The enraged lord is dumbfounded. He had prepared a 1,000-word speech and even planned threats, but now they are useless. Does the other party not realize that this is a scheme he set up? Could there be a trick involved? Why is the other party more anxious than himself? Could they have a way to deal with him, or are they just confused, wanting to be a rogue before dying, while actually making a fool of themselves? Lord Nolan is willing to cooperate, and the two lords, Fury and Macha, are naturally very excited, even contributing money and effort to prepare everything needed for the banquet. Some nobles couldn't help but discuss in secret, thinking that Lord Nolan must be confused. Even if he wants to leave heirs, he should find a human. What can he possibly produce by sleeping with a succubus? The common people in your territory are eagerly discussing this matter. It is destined to become a topic of casual conversation after meals. Of course, you don't care about all that. A moment of spring night is worth a fortune. The etiquette among nobles is quite complicated. You have inquired with the system and must go through these chaotic processes. What originally required 3 to 7 days of rituals has been continuously shortened by you, with all the noisy kneeling prayers and blessings between parents discarded, leaving only the final exchange of diamonds between the two. The concubine successfully received the household duties, with extra time added. A rich energy surged into your body, revitalizing your dry skin and filling your weak arms with strength. 15 years of lifespan greatly improved your physical quality, even making your straw-like golden hair full of vitality. After arranging everything, you early on arrived at the bridal chamber with your belt in hand. Upon entering the room, what caught your eye was the succubus, elegant and truly extraordinary. You took this opportunity. You take deep breaths, practicing the yin-yang breathing technique. Suddenly, your previously silent body became warm, as if the torch in your heart had been ignited, and a vigorous and passionate aura radiated from you. Truly a divine breathing technique. The effects are remarkable. Just a few deep breaths have such an impact. In your hometown, this is what is known as the wedding night. You waved your hand to turn off the lights in the room, and moonlight shone through the window onto the succubus's face. Her already beautiful face was even more enchanting, resembling a ripe apple, particularly tempting. From now on, I will take care of you. You need not worry about being captured by humans, nor about food, drink, or gambling. Report the succubus's grace with a shout. Level increased by 1, now at level 11. Hearing this notification, you were shocked. The level up was astonishingly fast. Truly a divine breathing technique. After one night, you left the room fully satisfied. Thanks to the yin-yang breathing technique, your strength was as formidable as in your peak, and even without sleep for a night, you felt no fatigue. Most importantly, your level actually increased. You know that every 10 levels is a threshold, and how many prodigies get stuck just before the finish line, unable to approach for an encounter during parenting. And through the yin-yang breathing technique, with the complementary forces, you could actually level up. It's truly absurd. 1 to 9, Apprentice Mage, 10 to 19, Intermediate Mage, 20 to 29, Senior Mage, Mage 30 to 39, Great Mage, 40 to 49, Archmage, 50 to 59, Great Archmage, 60 to 69, Half Saint, Archmage 70 to 79, Saint, 80 to 89, Divine Mage, 90, Title of God Mage, Archmage 100, Divine Stage. Your lifetime of accumulation has only reached level 10, maintaining your lordship title. One can imagine how difficult it is to level up, yet leveling up so easily made you feel suddenly lightheaded. Those household duties are assigned and have a chance to trigger extra tasks, while having children results in random rewards. Currently, you have triggered an extra task, gaining 15 years of lifespan. Compared to the previous old man, you are not only a bit younger, but your once dry skin is now filled with vitality, and you carry a hint of old noble demeanor. As the night passed, you naturally learned the name of the succubus. Sana, the succubus, is a type of demon, but she clearly has just been born. Her nature is not bad, and with your guidance, she has become even more enchanting, filled with an air of allure. Sana has just emerged from the abyss, without any support. Looking at it now, marrying a lord isn't such a bad deal. You arrived at your usual training room, Now your profession is a mage, no longer a foolish knight, and naturally, you should fully leverage the advantages of your profession. Relying on the instincts of a mage, you crafted countless forms in a single day. Most of the materials included deer antlers, tiger whip, dragon beast blood, and other potent tonics that stimulate the bloodline. Gulping down 3 bottles of potions, you suddenly felt an inexhaustible power coursing through your body. Of course, you didn't forget that you needed to continue with additional concubines. One succubus isn't enough. As you felt the strength in your body, you became filled with confidence. Most importantly, there is a reproductive barrier between you and the succubus, so naturally, you cannot produce offspring and thus cannot receive rewards. So your next concubine must be human, and as for who to choose, she must naturally be beautiful. The others are merely alternatives, as you recall. Your territory has many fallen old nobles who pay a monthly deposit seeking protection. These nobles are very concerned about their reputation, although they are down on their luck. Their requirements for their offspring are even stricter. This has led to the daughters of some nobles being born as graceful as goddesses, even virtuous and kind. Compared to the girls from commoner families who have worked from a young age, the offspring of these old nobles are a good choice. After all, you are a noble with a territorial title. Even if you are old and weak, as long as you speak, countless nobles will still want to push their daughters onto your bed. So you sought out your head maid, Delano. I want to continue with that. Help me spread the word in the territory. You sat on a sofa made from monster bones, holding a horned cup. Delano's eyes widened. As a servant, he had long developed indifference, but internally, he was stirred by a storm. He had already thought it through. You would die in the succubus's embrace last night. As the Lord's steward, he would naturally find a relative with a blood connection to you, to inherit the Lord's position, ensuring that your title would be passed down forever. What on earth happened? Why, after one night, do you not appear exhausted? Instead, you look vibrant and healthy. You have completely shed the dying anger from before, and you even appear younger. Of course, these are Delano's inner thoughts. If the master doesn't say anything, he won't ask further. Following your orders, Delano quietly left to prepare to find a concubine for you, the Lord. What? 3 days later, Lord Nolan has gone mad, wanting to enjoy himself before dying. One succubus isn't enough, and he wants more concubines, really? This old fool truly fears nothing. Well, the sooner he dies, the sooner he can escape this life. But does his body still have the capacity for that? That's right, Delano spread the message about you continuing with concubines, and the news has fermented, even reaching the discontented lords and the fallen nobles in the territory. In no time, countless fallen nobles swarmed in like hornets. They flooded into your territory. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Their daughters marrying into your territory means they can seize your land once you die. Those fallen nobles could only regret that their daughters were too old, and some even considered morphing their sons. As events continued to unfold, it finally settled on a specific fallen noble. In his view, as long as his daughter marries into your territory, he can enjoy wealth and glory, and perhaps share in the spoils after your death. Your Excellency, I am the Scottish Black Stork, said a ragged yet elegantly dressed noble respectfully. His eyes were fixed on the beautiful woman behind the man, with long legs and golden hair, exuding a mature and elegant charm. Scottish Black Stork was somewhat worried about your health, although you didn't look as old as the rumors suggested. What if you didn't find his daughter attractive? My daughter has been raised in noble ways since childhood. She is surely a heartfelt recommendation from Scotland. You directly waved your hand to interrupt your father-in-law, suggesting, how about we consummate the marriage today? Scottish Black Stork was taken aback for a moment, then overjoyed, pushed out Yali, saying, from now on, you will be called Yali Nolan, serve the Lord well. In no time, your entire territory was bustling with excitement. Inside a castle filled with blood-red roses, Yali blushed deeply, never expecting that her own father would sell her, and that she would consummate the marriage that very night, leaving her no time to react. Deep down, she understood that marrying a noble with a territory was her fortune, but thinking of her future life made her feel hopeless. An old man nearing death could be quite twisted. If he were to torment her constantly, it would be worse than death. At this moment, you took a few swigs from a large jug and enthusiastically pushed open the door. Yali hurriedly pulled back the sheets. Just as her body revealed only half her face, she carefully examined, realizing that the nobleman before her was rather handsome. He was not the feeble old man of the rumors, close to death. Instead, he had an elegant aura typical of old nobility. His golden white hair and handsome yet weathered face made the young girl daydream, Yali, right? Today is the wedding night, don't be shy. After all, your father sold you to me, so let's get straight to it. Yali nodded. She came from a fallen noble background. Marrying you was already considered a great catch. Lord, You don't seem as old as the rumors suggest. Yali hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back. You naturally wouldn't mention your system. Instead, you relied on your own experience to tease Yali. Before long, she was blushing deeply, unable to contain herself. Yali's cheeks grew redder, resembling tulips under the blazing sun. The more you looked, the more you liked her. You had seen countless women, but this shy yet graceful noblewoman was a first for you. You took a deep breath, not in a hurry, and engaged in conversation with Yali for a long time. Before long, both of you were chatting happily, every word filled with philosophy. Yali curled up like a little cat, nestled in the blankets, her eyes reflecting both fear and anticipation. There was even a hint of excitement. Just call me Brother Lon from now on, this territory is your home. You don't have to live too formally. You pulled the curtains shut. As a noble, Yali naturally understood the etiquette involved. She exuded an aura of gracefulness all around her. It invoked a strong desire for conquest in others. After a night passed, you stretched lazily and saw the prompt in front of you. Concubine successfully appointed, +5, now at 20, level increased by 1. Currently at level 12, you were overjoyed. Level 12. You reached it so easily. After all, your previous life only reached level 10. The yin-yang breathing technique truly lives up to its name as a divine method. It's simply unbelievable. The next morning, Yali lay beside you, her whole body like a ripe red apple. She suddenly realized that the nobleman next to her had become even more charming. Thinking carefully, it's not so bad here, at least she doesn't have to worry about food and drink, and there are people to serve her. Currently in sage mode, you tidied yourself up and headed to the training room. Having finally reached level 12, you naturally wanted to test your strength. You aimed the fireball spell at the target before you. Could this be the most basic of spells? You saw a ball of flame appear out of thin air in your hand, resembling a ghost, glowing dark blue as it sped toward the target. With a loud bang, the original target was instantly blasted into fragments, even turning to ash. This power was dozens of times greater than the skills you had used before, such as the difference between professions. It was simply astonishing. With a sense of experimentation, you sat cross-legged on the ground and practiced the yin-yang breathing technique. After a night passed, damn it, it was utterly useless. You nearly burst out in anger, but fortunately, your noble upbringing kept you silent. The yin-yang breathing technique needs to be used within proximity of the concubine, within 10 meters. However, having children with a concubine yields greater rewards. Sana demons essentially do not produce offspring, but they can activate the yin-yang breathing technique to gain experience, while Yali can produce children. You didn't think too much and went straight to Yali's room, preparing for a friendly exchange. You noticed Yali seemed to be reading, so you leaned in and asked, "How was your day?" "It's been very good," Yali replied, her eyes sparkling. "Since arriving here, my food and clothing have improved significantly, and no one has tried to harm me." "That's great," you chuckled, holding Yali's small hand. Time flew by, and a month later, Yali looked at you beside her, feeling that you grew more handsome each day. Over the month, both of you softened in demeanor. Her aura became more mature, radiating maternal glow. Looking closely, Yali's belly was slightly swollen, indicating she was pregnant with a child of level 10 potential, receiving random rewards. Jade Bamboo, a skill that only mages can learn, consuming their own magical power, which allows for aerial flight. Speed and height are linked to one's own strength. Wow, I actually got this skill. Traveling will be so much more convenient. Brother Lon, I'm pregnant. Yali excitedly leaped into your arms. Make sure to eat plenty of good food from now on. Don't neglect our son. You laughed heartily, knowing that life continues and your endurance does not wane. In this world, strength is paramount, and you have not forgotten your mission. Over these days, you've also summarized some patterns. Non-human concubines trigger extra tasks, gaining additional lifespan, but correspondingly do not produce offspring. Human concubines, like Yali, only add 5 years of lifespan and do not trigger extra tasks, but they can produce offspring. The birth of offspring randomly selects rewards. Naturally, the higher the offspring's potential, the richer the rewards. Offspring also have different potentials, categorized into levels 10, 20, etc., representing their maximum level. The child born with Yali has a potential of level 10, indicating that the maximum level is 10. Thus, the rewards drawn are quite poor. Additionally, the first time you cultivate will yield significant experience, but subsequent efforts will yield increasingly less, so it must be done quickly. Delano spread the news about the concubines. You proclaimed loudly, "I want more concubines." A few days later, people from the Nolan territory, including those from the accumulated resentment territory and the Matcha territory, were all stunned. "What's going on, Old Zero? The item can still be used to make Nolan Lord's concubine pregnant, and that old guy actually wants to continue. That concubine is getting older but still vibrant, like a return of youth." As for your concubine, Sana and Yali, these two good sisters expressed their full support and even joyfully selected the next sister. However, in just 3 days, Delano arranged for another woman, who was also a descendant of a fallen noble, but her appearance was indeed extraordinary. The down-and-out noble was indeed unfortunate. Just a few days ago, during the banquet for his concubine, he ate so much that he nearly burst. It was a disgrace for a noble to have such an embarrassing incident. As the only descendant, Sasha naturally took it upon herself to handle her father's funeral, but where could she find the money when her father had none? In the end, with no other choice, she decided to sell herself in marriage to Lord Noland. Some were happy, while others were sorrowful. Many women lamented that they were too old to meet the requirements to marry into the Noland territory. As the person involved, Sasha felt a sense of unease. Selling herself to bury her father was already a loss of face for her ancestors. Now, she had to marry a lord who owned a territory, and she heard he had 2 sisters, one of whom was a succubus. The fierce competition among noble women would surely make her future life quite difficult. However, one must follow the chicken when marrying a chicken and the dog when marrying a dog. Suddenly, the entire Noland territory was filled with noise and celebration, with drums and cannons sounding. The reason was simple. Noland, dressed in a full noble outfit and holding a tall wine glass, was toasting each guest, exuding the demeanor of a gentleman. The 2 lords, Jifun and Macha, were nearly shocked to death upon seeing Noland looking so spirited and at ease. "You, weren't you?" The 2 pointed at Noland as if they had seen a ghost, their hearts stirred with turmoil. "Ha, marrying a concubine to bring good fortune, I've found my second spring. I must thank you too for the succubus you gifted me." Noland downed his red wine in one gulp and laughed heartily. The 2 lords were infuriated, their plans had fallen through. However, they quickly realized something was amiss. An old man on the verge of death suddenly rejuvenated. He must have used some secret potion. Although such magical potions could temporarily extend life, they often led to a tragic end, leaving no remains. Generally, nobles cared about their dignity after death, and no one would choose such a potion. With this thought, the 2 felt a surge of joy and prepared to gather more beauties for Lord Noland. "Humph, let you play, and I'll make you pay." Unfortunately, Noland was unaware of their intentions, otherwise, he would have laughed himself to death. After the banquet, Noland sent off the welcoming guests, holding a wine glass. During this time, his health had been improving under the influence of breathing techniques. He had also gained an additional 20 years of life, giving him a somewhat youthful appearance. The wrinkles and yellow spots on his body were disappearing, and even his once dry white hair had turned golden and shiny. Pushing open the door, Noland sought his 3rd daughter. Unlike the first 2, Sasha did not resist. She was very cooperative, even taking the initiative to help Noland remove his clothes. Concubine successfully taken, lifespan +5, currently 25. As the system panel appeared before him, Noland's lips curled into a smile as he laughed heartily, leaving Sasha confused and blushing, only able to comply. Noland gazed at the woman before him, his heart still racing. The beauties he had seen in his past life could not compare to her. She possessed an innate noble aura that was both intimidating and alluring, igniting a desire to conquer within him. With her long green-gold hair cascading down and her delicate expression resembling a pitiful little white cat, he asked, "Your name is Sasha Yuwu, isn't it?" Noland felt a surge of excitement but remained calm. Appreciating beauty was like savoring fine food, one must not rush. Sasha nodded repeatedly, her body swaying slightly. "From today on, you will be Sasha Noland. I will help you find a good burial site for your father, so he can be laid to rest with dignity, and you and I will also be protected." Noland's gentlemanly and confident demeanor successfully won over the noblewoman before him. With her entire family gone, Sasha's eyes brimmed with tears at the thought, and Noland stepped forward to help wipe them away, softly comforting her. When Sasha looked up at Noland, she found him quite handsome. A lord with such power and status was undoubtedly someone worth entrusting her life to. Level +1, currently level 13 reward, water ball technique. The next morning, Noran was gasping for breath, clutching his waist. It was time to buy some potions specifically to replenish his kidney energy. He couldn't rely solely on the yin-yang breathing technique. He needed to combine internal and external methods. Lord Noran age, 80 lifespan, 25 profession, necromancer level, 13 skills, air control technique, water ball technique, fireball technique wives, succubus, Nali, Shasho offspring, none talent, fertility system. During this time, his level increased by 3, and his lifespan extended by 25 years. His Noran territory was becoming stronger, and it was only a matter of time. Before Noran could rest, Delano rushed in, panting and completely out of breath. "My lord, something's wrong." As a head maid, this appearance was quite unbecoming. Noran frowned, about to reprimand him, when he heard the voices of Jifun and Macha. "Brother Noran, we brought you a gift." Just as Noren was getting angry, he saw a woman following behind them, with pointed ears, large hazel eyes, delicate skin, and a slender figure. Her legs were like beautiful, poisonous snakes, and most importantly, she had a pitifully delicate face that made one feel a pang of sympathy, making it hard to act against her. Ah, a fairy! Noren stared for a long time, his eyes wide with shock. This Western fantasy world had many specialties, including noble beauties, dragons, succubi, and fairies, a race that even the creator admired. They were simply too beautiful. If a succubus scored 95 points in appearance, then a fairy would score 100 points. Each fairy was a finely crafted existence by the creator. In this continent, there were dragon knights and demon lords, but he had never heard of fairies being kept by nobles, because fairies were not only powerful but also rare, and their bloodlines were pure, making no one dare to provoke them lightly. What do you two mean by this? Noren asked, pointing at the fairy behind them. Brother Noren, it's because we saw you taking so many concubines, worried it might not be enough for you. Look, this is a half-breed of fairy and human. He, definitely pure, the two said with lewd smiles. The fairy behind them trembled. Being half human and half fairy, she was ostracized in both the fairy forest and the human world, not expecting anyone to save her, only hoping that the lord in front of her wouldn't be too perverted. Why does this old man look a bit younger again? It should be just a fleeting glow. This half-fairy combined with a succubus should be able to drain him dry, and then it'll be he. The two thought with a sense of filth. However, seeing Noren's reaction, they were a bit worried, fearing he might refuse them, so they asked, Brother Noren, do you like this half-fairy? Noren slammed the table and laughed. Today I will hold a wedding and invite the priest. His shout startled Jifun and Macha, but in an instant, the two were overjoyed, thinking they were one step closer to Noren's sudden death. Good. They laughed repeatedly, helping to gather money and effort, all to ensure Noren could hold the wedding as soon as possible. Noren frowned, looking at the two. Are these two fools? Spending money and effort to find a wife for themselves. He understood quite a bit about their filthy thoughts, but for now, these two idiots still had some use. It must be said that the half-fairy was very beautiful. Noren specifically instructed Delano to groom and dress her up. The fairy's long legs, dressed in white silk and European noble attire, were absolutely captivating. Noren was extremely excited. At the banquet, he wore a beaming smile, toasting and chatting with the guests around him, revealing the demeanor of an old noble. Among them, some down-and-out nobles looked at the spirited Lord Noren with strange expressions, whispering among themselves, "What's going on? How is Lord Noren looking younger and younger? He doesn't seem like a dying old man at all. Could it be that he married too many wives, experiencing a moment of revival to nourish his body? I used a probing spell and found that the energy within him is even more abundant. Could it be that at the brink of death, he has gained insight into life and is about to break through?" Upon hearing these words, Jifun and Macha finally reacted, their brows furrowing, their joy turning into silence. In an instant, countless fallen nobles threw olive branches at Lord Noren, offering their treasures in hopes of being taken in. This scene infuriated the two. Just days ago, these sycophantic nobles had come to their territory to congratulate them, and now they had turned into fair-weather friends. Humph, with Noren's old and unyielding talent, he must have used some secret potion. It can't be a breakthrough, he's just stabilizing his mind, Jifun said disdainfully, sounding quite certain, as if it were a fact. Lord Macha nodded in agreement. There weren't that many lucky people in the world, and compared to a breakthrough at death's door, they were more inclined to believe he had used a secret potion. As long as we let these beauties drain Lord Noren's body dry, then, ha. The banquet ended, and the guests dispersed. Lord Noren, in high spirits, entrusted these noble followers to Delano for supervision. Their ancestors were all notable figures, and if they could extract some spells or potion blueprints, it would be immensely profitable. A half-elf Lela lay on the bed in a black and white lace nightgown, her face flushed with shame. She had never imagined that the environment here would be so good. For a moment, it felt, perhaps, not so unacceptable. She also saw Lord Noren's appearance, a graceful old noble, and she was quite satisfied. At this moment, Noren practiced the yin-yang breathing technique, exhaling and inhaling deeply, then pushed open the door. "Where were you sold?" Noren asked. Lela recounted her tragic childhood. "No one will ever sell you like a commodity again." Noren sighed, then patted his chest and assured her he had the strength to protect his family. Concubine acquisition successful, lifespan +5, currently 30 level +1, currently 14 half-elf, extra equipment obtained, void staff, mythical, a treasure of the elves, only a master craftsman among elves can create it, spell casting speed +100%, spell power +100%, and can upgrade infinitely upon defeating an opponent. The next morning, Lord Noren arrived early at the training room, wielding the void staff, commanding air control, fireball, and waterball spells. It must be said that the dark sorcerer profession is truly powerful. Any magic he learned could be used freely without practice, allowing for countless variations. A fireball could grow larger or smaller with immense power, and the waterball spell was no different. The air control technique was even more outrageous. Norin had never studied any knowledge about flying, yet after learning air control, he felt his flying ability could rival that of a top-tier flying magical beast like the Royal Griffin. Days passed, and 3 months later, he finally leveled up to level 20, reaching the rank of advanced mage. At this level, he could cast spells at will, drawing directly from nature without needing potion supplements. Of course, this absorption also had its limits, depending on individual talent. Norin naturally maxed out this talent. During this time, he did not take another concubine, as there were only so many suitable candidates, and he couldn't possibly marry them all. Norin also thought about developing in other places, not just getting entangled with the women of these few territories. Perhaps he could take a trip to Manhwa City, where he had once studied. He, Lord Jifan, Lord Matcha, and several dozen other lords, all of their territories were affiliated with Lanwo City. Basically, they would go to Lanwo City to purchase supplies or report on battle conditions. As the largest city nearby, the women inside were not only graceful and full of charm but also possessed a unique allure. Previously, his level was too low, and he feared attracting unnecessary trouble by going to Lanwo City. Now that his level had reached 20, he was considered a strong individual. At least finding a few beautiful wives was not a problem. His kidney was just one, and having too many wives would be hard to please, so Nualan planned to be meticulous and specifically choose a woman with high qualifications and a special constitution. This way, he could maximize the use of his kidney and avoid excessive fatigue. Sana had reproductive isolation with him, so it was unlikely for her to get pregnant, but merging with Sana could provide a lot of experience. Yali was already 3 months pregnant, and Sasha was 1 month pregnant, providing him with a skill called sowing technique. As the name suggests, it was for planting land. Seeds planted with the sowing technique were naturally disease-free and extremely high-yielding, considered a divine skill for managing territories. Yali, like Sana, was stronger than the other little wives, and sitting beside him using breathing techniques was a major source of experience points. As long as Yali and Sasha's offspring were born, they would provide him with some rare items. Nualan hoped for more powerful skills or robust equipment to ensure he had enough self-defense capability. Delano, bring me the flying magical beast, I want to go to Lanwo City, Nualan shouted. Delano responded and approached, respectfully kneeling halfway to show respect for the noble, and Sana followed. My lord, is there something you need? Delano asked respectfully, her tone very deferential. A few months ago, the lord before her was frail, almost like a corpse, and in such a short time, not only was Nualan full of vitality, but he also seemed to have made breakthroughs in level, which was nothing short of a miracle. There was no secret to it, that was impossible. Of course, as a servant, all she could do was dedicate everything to her master, not saying what shouldn't be said and not asking what shouldn't be asked. Seeing that Sana had arrived, she also understood not to look at anything else, so she quietly closed the door and stood outside, staring straight ahead. A few months later, it had to be said that this kind of life was quite corrosive to one's mind. Originally, Nualan planned to go to Lanwo City and marry a few more wives, but he was interrupted by Sana, and since that day, he had lost interest. During this time, he had gained quite a bit of experience using the yin-yang breathing technique, but unfortunately, neither the succubus nor the half-elf could give birth to offspring. Marrying a wife was urgent, and finding some kidney-tonifying secret medicine should be put on the agenda. At this time, Delano came over and said softly, My lord, Lord Jifan and Lord Matcha have arrived. Upon hearing this, Nualan clapped his legs and laughed heartily. These two fools always brought him surprises whenever they came, and this time would surely be no exception. After several months without seeing them, Nualan found himself missing them quite a bit. He walked out of the castle to greet them, laughing, My two old brothers, I wonder what brings you here this time. Lord Jifan and Lord Matcha's eyes widened in shock as they saw what had happened. The once frail and wrinkled Nualan now had smooth, delicate skin, was strong and robust, and exuded a fierce aura, looking as if he were in his prime. What had happened? They quickly realized that Lord Nualan had likely encountered some fortuitous event, and their expressions turned sour as if they had eaten something unpleasant. Oh, older brother, we came this time to tell you that Lanwo City has sent us to clear the wilderness plains and the wild forests. The magical beasts there are becoming increasingly powerful, Lord Jifan said first. Originally, the two aimed to use the wild beasts of the desolate mountains to directly eliminate Lord Norin and then seize the territory. Now, seeing their plans completely fall apart, they were left in tears. They had even gone to great lengths to ensure Lord Norin's demise by procuring a stunning beauty. Nobles are known for their lust, but both had long since begun to abstain from indulgence, prioritizing health over earthly pleasures, as these worldly matters pale in comparison to life itself. Lord Matcha felt somewhat unwilling, thinking that Lord Norin was merely experiencing a moment of revival, and with a sly smile, he said, "Brother, we were just worried you might feel lonely. We specifically brought you a beauty to lift your spirits." Lord Jifan chimed in, agreeing, as many lords had met their end due to women. What if this old fellow suddenly dropped dead? This was the thought in their minds. "Molly, come forward quickly," urged Lord Jifan. What did Lord Norin see? A petite figure, voluptuous, with a rosy complexion, cute and charming, like a flower about to bloom, leaving him utterly captivated. Molly has a hint of the blood of a plant person, so she is filled with natural energy that makes one unable to look away, Lord Jifan continued. Lord Norin directly interrupted, "Delano, I'm holding a wedding today. Hurry and invite the priest and those old nobles." Delano looked helpless. The Lord is taking a concubine again. Lords Jifan and Matcha laughed heartily. Yes, yes, yes. The sound of gongs and drums filled the air. The entire territory was set with seats, and some commoners were overjoyed, even planning to settle in Lord Norin's territory. After all, who could compare to Lord Norin? He took concubines every few days, and to maintain the nobility's dignity, each time it was a grand affair, ensuring they were well-fed and comfortable. Because of this, the commoners from Lords Jifan and Matcha's territories secretly exchanged land deeds and came to Lord Norin's territory. After all, who wouldn't take advantage of a good deal? Although the two were somewhat angry upon hearing this, they chose not to provoke Lord Norin and instead waited silently. Master of ceremonies, prayers, priest, hurry up and come, don't dawdle. Norin shouted to the sky, feeling an unbearable thirst. In no time, countless people rushed in to prepare everything for the wedding. Molly shyly walked through the scene, uncertain of her fate. Delano brought her into a room, closed the door, and left. Seeing the surroundings, Molly felt a bit of joy. At least it was no longer a pigsty. "Lord Norin, you will be the one to lead the title of Norin to greatness. That's right, you are not only sent by heaven to save our kind lord, but also, you will live a long life. I will pray to the goddess of light for you." At the banquet, Norin listened to the flattery and felt completely at ease. Meanwhile, Lords Jifan and Matcha had terrifyingly dark expressions. According to their calculations, even if Norin had taken a magic potion, he would definitely not live to the end of the month. Everything would be revealed in the coming days, but they were unaware that Norin had already broken through to level 20, reaching the level of a high mage, extending his lifespan and rejuvenating himself. After the banquet, Norin looked at the beauty before him, feeling utterly relaxed. Sana, Yali, Sasha, Lela, these long-legged beauties looked like tempting roses, and the Molly before him resembled a little lowly, pure yet full of allure, dressed in a white outfit and white fishnet stockings, making Norin extremely excited. "Your name is Molly, right? From now on, I'll take care of you." Norin smiled. Molly softly responded with a shy clearly feeling a bit bashful. Nolan did not say much more, still engaging in the same old conversation, advising virtuous women to enter the trade and urging fallen women to reform. Faced with Nolan, a charming old noble, Jasmine, a young girl resembling a cabbage, was immediately drawn to his charismatic personality. Like Lariel, Jasmine was regarded as a monster by ignorant commoners due to her unique constitution, until she was finally brought before Nolan by the two lords, Chicken and Fennel. Concubine successfully taken, lifespan +5, currently 35 level +1, currently 21 demonic plant constitution, triggering special task select demonic plant seeds to manage territory demonic plant constitution. Within the territory, the growth rate of demonic plants increases by 100%. Nolan was overjoyed. He had been worried about not having a place to use his newly acquired skill, sowing technique. Please select from the following demonic plants: turtle grass, herbaceous flower, watermilk thistle, kudzu ginseng. Nolan lightly tapped, and the effects of these demonic plants appeared before him. Turtle grass was specifically for kidney supplementation, and its effects were not significant. "I choose turtle grass," Nolan shouted inwardly. Distribution successful. Currently can plant up to 1,000 turtle grasses in the territory, therefore distributing 1,000 seeds. Nolan frowned upon seeing this. His territory was vast, and planting 1,000 or even 10,000 was entirely feasible. The planting environment for demonic plants is harsh. There is only a small area of land suitable for planting. Nolan then remembered that demonic plants were not like cabbages. They were akin to spiritual herbs in a cultivation world, used for alchemy, crafting, and making potions. Moreover, turtle grass was particularly convenient, as it would bear fruit known as kidney chi fruit, which could enhance kidney energy when consumed. With sufficient kidney energy, the release speed could be increased by 10%, and when paired with the void staff, the release speed could be boosted to 110%. Therefore, kidney chi fruit was undoubtedly a top-tier demonic plant. Even if Nolan had enough, he believed many lords would come to purchase it. This product was completely natural and harmless, better than anything else. Furthermore, as long as the turtle grass was successfully planted, he could also receive related potion formulas. The reason Lanner City was a top city was that its lord had obtained several potion formulas, transforming the original Lanner territory into the current Lanner City through his management. One can imagine the rarity of potion formulas. Even a bottle of magical potion could fetch an exorbitant price, let alone the potion formulas themselves. His territory generally earned income through rent or other businesses. During this time, his extravagant spending on marrying and taking concubines had been substantial. If it weren't for his deep family wealth, his territory would have long faced a financial crisis. Nolan had to find ways to generate income, and potions were definitely a highly profitable product. The total value of all his industries combined was probably less than that of a potion industry. Lords like Chicken and Fennel had no potion industry in their territories at all. "Do you like planting potions?" Nolan whispered to Jasmine beside him. Jasmine's eyes lit up at the mention of potions. "I love it." After all, with her potion constitution, she surely had her own insights into planting potions. This was crucial for Nolan's potion formulas, so he couldn't afford to be careless. "Dralin!" Nolan called out loudly. Dralin pushed the door open and entered, respectfully half-kneeling. "My lord, I want to plant a potion called turtle grass in the territory. You must fully cooperate with Jasmine and ensure that not a single mistake occurs," Nolan instructed. Dralin nodded repeatedly and carefully took the seeds, cradling them against his chest. After finishing these various tasks, Nolan continued to rest. A month later, he arrived at the training room to further familiarize himself with his magic, preparing for a trip to Lanner City. However, Lariel happened to be there again. As a half-elf, she naturally had good talent. "Lariel race, half-elf level, 10 Lon, you're here." Laliel was a bit shy. Among the women, she was the most attentive in this regard. Sana enjoyed picking out beautiful clothes with Yali and Sasha, while Jasmine was busy overseeing the magical plants with the steward Delano, so she led her maidservants to the training room to practice. Norin found it strange. Shouldn't a half-elf be more concerned with beauty? Why did she also like to fight? However, upon reflection, he realized that there were many factions among elves, and perhaps Laliel's father or mother belonged to the warrior faction. He didn't mind, it was a good hobby for her to enjoy exercising. Feeling a bit restless himself, Norin activated the yin-yang breathing technique, preparing to spar with Laliel. "Be careful, Norin," Laliel warned, drawing her bow. Norin ignited a fireball in his hand, holding back a bit of his strength as he swung it toward Laliel. Moments later, Norin was overjoyed to see his experience increase significantly. Indeed, fighting with a higher-level wife would yield more experience. If that was the case, Sana, Yali, Sasha, Jasmine, they all needed to grow stronger. He remembered there were many low-tier potions in the warehouse that could quickly boost levels, which he had intended for his son, but since the son hadn't been born yet, it wouldn't hurt to use them on these little wives first. Under Laliel's influence, a wave of training swept through Norin's wives. Months passed. Yali's baby was born. Sana, Sasha, Jasmine, Laliel, and steward Delano stood by, gazing at the newborn. Beautiful eyes, a handsome little face, and that tiny needle. "It's a boy," Yali said happily, lying back exhausted, cradling the child in her arms. Norin was also very happy. Was this really his son? But he looked so small. Gained offspring, critical hit on offspring, potential upgraded to limitless, and class changed to Dragon Blood Warrior, receiving a huge reward. Magic Potion Array. Magic Potion Array, passive automatically activates. Any territory of the host can be enveloped. The more magic potions within the territory, the stronger the defense. When attacked or under enemy assault, it will automatically trigger. Current magic potion, Turtle Grass Seedling, 1000. Norin was overjoyed upon seeing this. What was this? An array. This was something only a magus could set up. What did it mean to be a magus? Even the high-ranking officials in Lanner City had to show respect to a magus, and powerful magi could even subdue weak dragon beasts. Some great magi transitioned into even more formidable professions, capable of summoning bone dragons. Only individuals of such caliber could set up an array, and the level and defensive capability of the array were related to the magus's level of inheritance. This passive magic potion array was likely something even a great magus couldn't create. Generally, arrays required monster crystal cores or energy crystals as power sources, consuming vast resources every second. Even if a lord obtained the array blueprint, they would be unable to set it up, and even if they did, they couldn't activate it. And the Dragon Blood Warrior? Even more formidable, it was unlikely such a profession existed throughout the kingdom. Only the Empire could give birth to such a natural-born prodigy, truly worthy of being his son. Dragon Blood Warrior, a warrior born from bathing in dragon blood, with immense potential and formidable strength. After killing or enslaving a dragon, they can transition to Dragon Knight. Descendant has a special profession, rewards the host with a random skill of the Dragon Blood Warrior, Dragon Flame Word Explosion. Dragon Flame Word Explosion, the basic measurement unit for a magician, is the Fireball spell, while the power of Dragon Flame Word Explosion is 1,000 times that of the Fireball spell. After receiving several rare rewards in succession, Norin excitedly kissed Yali several times. They were already an old married couple, and Yali, instead of blushing like before, chuckled and said, "What should we name our son?" Norin was taken aback. He really didn't know what to call him, so he looked towards Sana and the others. Seeing the little one in front of her, even the Demoness, accustomed to great storms and waves, felt a bit at a loss. Norin suddenly thought of something and smiled. "How about we call it Desolation?" After hearing the name, Yali realized, Desolation refers to our wilderness plains and forests, so this little guy will remember the dangers of the wilderness plains and learn from it in the future. Study hard, right? Norin was taken aback for a moment, then laughed heartily. His little wife still underestimated the power of this name. Perhaps the moment it was spoken, somewhere in the myriad worlds, someone would frown, and the karma of 1,000 years would descend upon them. Yali held Desolation in her arms, her face beaming with joy. "From now on, you'll be called Desolation Norin." She playfully teased Desolation, and after a while, he fell asleep, exhausted, while a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Triggering extra task, the growth path of Desolation. Norin was overjoyed, as expected of his son, truly impressive, and he had triggered another task. Family support is essential on the path of growth. Please, host, take concubines as soon as possible. The reward for taking concubines will increase from 5 years of lifespan to 10. Gained passive skill Overlook of lifespan. All of the host's skills will increase their corresponding power by 1% based on lifespan. With 100 years of lifespan, skill power doubles. Is it really like this? Norin stood up directly, his hands trembling. Does that mean if he increases his lifespan by 10,000 years, the power of his skills would become 100 times greater? In that case, even a simple fireball spell could become a world-destroying move. How could he not be excited? Similarly, taking 10 more concubines would double the power of his skills. Norin suppressed his excitement and opened his attribute panel. Lord Norin, age, 80 lifespan, 35. Currently increasing skill power by 35%. Profession, Necromancer level, 21. High Mage, skills, Sky Control, Water Ball, Fireball, Planting, Dragon Flame Explosion, Overlook of lifespan Wives and Concubines, Demoness, Neli, Sasha, Lariel, Jasmine Offspring, Desolation Norin Talent, Many Children, Many Blessings System Equipment, Void Staff, Potion Array Crops, Turtle Grass. A High Mage, a level 20 mage, combined with his lordship, was enough to walk through the city of Lanner. It should be noted that previously, he was just a level 10 knight, able to command respect in this area, not to mention his strength had increased by dozens of times. Norin arranged for Sana and the others to take good care of Yali, then instructed Delano, "Our eldest son is born, inform the surrounding lords and invite them to congratulate us." Once Delano left, Lord Norin quietly admired his beautiful wife. Lariel had a graceful figure, and as a half-elf, her looks were outstanding, especially her natural aura, which made one feel irresistible upon contact. Today, she wore a short skirt and white net stockings, making her appear even more pure. Jasmine, on the other hand, was a different type, looking delicate and charming, giving off a sense of fragility that made one want to protect her. With her hair in twin ponytails today, her charm was boundless. One had to admit, she was truly beautiful. Compared to the bitter life of his past life, this was enjoyment. Norin casually poured himself a glass of wine, drinking while watching. But the outside world was not as leisurely as Norin's. As the most powerful lord nearby, the news of his child's birth spread immediately. Previously, hardly anyone knew. Now, upon hearing the news, everyone was shocked beyond measure, filled with questions and confusion. What? After hearing this, the Chicken Lord spat out 3 liters of blood and collapsed. The Fork Lord turned pale, his bottom shifting uneasily on the bone chair, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Say that again. The Lord of the Horse Fork stared intently at the approaching scout, feeling an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. A voice echoed in his mind, "Fake, fake, everything is fake." The scout, trembling at the sight of the Lord, repeated, "Lord Norin is in high spirits and has even had a child. He doesn't look like he's on the verge of death at all." The two were stunned. They had poured their hearts and souls into finding a wife for Norin, all for the sake of the territory. Now that Norin had a child, even if he died, the territory would not fall into their hands. No way! He had to go see for himself. For several days, the entire territory celebrated the arrival of the new little lord. The busiest among them was the steward, bustling about, giving orders here and there, ensuring everything in the territory was running smoothly. Delano looked at his lord and, upon closer inspection, realized he was looking younger and more vibrant. His once withered hair now seemed full of life, and his face had become even more handsome and charming. Could it be the effect of the succubus? If so, should he find a few more succubi for Norin to take good care of him? At this moment, Norin was riding high on the winds of fortune. Who would have thought that just a year ago, he was an old man on the brink of death? The lords who came to congratulate him were utterly shocked by Norin's appearance. What had happened? The once gloomy Lord Norin had not only become vigorous but had also had a baby. Humph, marrying so many wives, isn't he afraid of drowning in them? Too despicable. Those delicate beauties, oh how infuriating, simply too infuriating. The guests who witnessed this scene were instantly filled with jealousy and envy, a mix of emotions swirling together. At that moment, Jifan and Machu arrived, and upon seeing the lively Norin, they looked as if they had swallowed a fly. Seeing the two approach, Norin raised his glass and walked over, placing a hand on Jifan's shoulder, applying a subtle pressure. Today my eldest son is born, we should eat and drink well. Jifan's expression stiffened as he felt the overwhelming magical energy, as if a storm were brewing in his heart. Lord Norin, we came to congratulate you, absolutely with no other intentions. Norin nodded. With his current strength, it would be a breeze to eliminate the two. During the banquet, many down-and-out lords were flattering him excessively. Jifan and Macha's faces were so dark they could squeeze out water. There's a secret. There must be a big secret. Could it be that he received a blessing from the gods? Amid their speculations, the banquet ended, and as they left, the two lords still couldn't figure out what was going on. A few days later, countless commoners praised Lord Norin for his noble character, generosity, and poise, calling him a model among lords. The reason for their praise was, of course, that Norin frequently hosted banquets, allowing these commoners to taste rare delicacies, satisfying their vanity and giving them something to boast about. Norin had not expected that simply hosting a banquet would earn him such acclaim from the commoners. In contrast, Lords Jifan and Machu were secretly scorned by the commoners as stingy and miserly. In truth, the two were wronged. Most of their wealth had been used to gather succubi and half-elves for Norin. A few days later, Norin was exercising, practicing the yin-yang breathing technique, when he occasionally saw Sana and a few sisters selecting clothes together. How about we go to Lanro City to buy some clothes another day? Norin thought to himself, as his territory did not have a complete selection of noble women's attire. Brother Lon, what brings you here? The girls blushed as they saw Norin approaching, their necks turning red with shyness. Norin chuckled and embraced them. In a couple of days, I'll go to Lanro City to order some noble clothing for you all. What styles do you like? Upon hearing about the beautiful clothes, the girls immediately began chattering excitedly. At that moment, a prompt appeared in Nualan's mind. All turtle and turtle grass has matured, reward obtained. Turtle and Turtle Grass Magic Potion Production Blueprint. Turtle and Turtle Grass Magic Potion Blueprint. After use, learn the skill, Turtle and Turtle Grass Magic Potion Production. Learn! Nualan was overjoyed. System products are guaranteed to be top-notch, and he believed this reward would definitely exceed his expectations. Turtle and Turtle Grass Magic Potion Production, capable of creating all products from turtle and turtle grass. As long as the host has a high imagination, they can produce anything, including divine attribute items. Of course, corresponding materials are also needed. What the hell? Nualan's eyes widened. He had thought it was a good thing, but he didn't expect it to be this good. Does that mean he could gather everything? What does he lack now? Levels, lifespan, equipment, and money. The first three would be provided by the system, but only money was not given. Everything in life requires money. Marrying a wife and having children requires money, and children marrying wives also need money. Magic potions make money quickly. So, Nualan grabbed the kidney grass beside him, and a row of enhancement boxes appeared before him. Among thousands of items, Nualan finally selected one. Beauty and Nourishing Turtle and Turtle Potion, Kidney Grass, Turtle and Turtle Blood and Flesh, Deer Antler Grass. Effect, long-term use, beautifies and nourishes the skin. What Beauty and Nourishing Turtle and Turtle Potion? This is a top-notch money-making artifact, especially for the wives of noble lords. But the name Turtle and Turtle Potion sounds terrible. Let's just call it Beauty Water. He had all these materials in his warehouse, so Nualan waved his hand to gather them and spent a fortune to create a magic furnace. Refining potions does not count time. A month later, Nualan walked out, covered in dirt, having spent half a piece of Turtle and Turtle Forest's fruit to make 20 bottles of beauty water. Sana, Yali, Sasha, Emoli, Lalier, 1 bottle for each, and the remaining 15 bottles could easily be sold in Lan Nua City. The time had come. It was time to head to Lan Nua City. Delano, hurry up and boil water to prepare new clothes. Bring the flying magical beast over. Nualan shouted. In just a moment, Nualan had everything ready. Although he had the ability to fly, it was too embarrassing to fly himself. Which noble didn't have a mount? Delano brought the flying magical beast into the yard, a bird-headed, wolf-bodied creature, considered the most common flying magical beast in this land, in short, the cheapest. This magical beast was not worthy of Nualan's identity as a great magician, but he had no choice. He was previously at a low level and couldn't quickly obtain a high-level flying magical beast, so he could only use this bird beast for transportation. But times had changed. He could easily buy a powerful flying magical beast, or even ride a dragon. This world not only had 5 colored dragons but also crystal dragons, hybrid dragons, pseudo-dragons, and other creatures. Even if he couldn't ride a real dragon, finding a decent-looking hybrid dragon or pseudo-dragon to ride would also be a good choice. In Lan Nua City, there was a powerful individual whose profession was a dragon knight. As a knight within the kingdom, he possessed extraordinary talent and was granted a pseudo-dragon by the king. Since then, he had transitioned to become a dragon knight. It was said that it was a female dragon. Nualan shook his head, dispelling the irrational thoughts in his mind. With his current strength, he couldn't withstand a dragon's breath. Nualan leaped onto the back of the bird beast, holding the saddle rope, and shouted, "Go!" This bird beast flew slowly, and Nualan helplessly activated his flying technique to help it speed up, shortening a day's journey to half a day. Lan Nua City. Years ago, Nualan had studied at a noble school inside, then came to the territory to inherit his father's business, becoming an ordinary lord. To find beautiful women to take as concubines, he naturally went to the noble school. As a former member, he had the qualifications to enter. However, he only hoped that his beautiful mentor was still alive. Nolan, dressed in noble attire, could ride even the lowest of birds and beasts without fear of being challenged, and he flew all the way to Bitlan Academy. As the top academy in Lanner City, it housed not only nobles but also some exceptionally gifted commoner students. After verifying his identity, Nolan was granted entry. The guard at the gate looked a bit confused. 80 years old? What are you doing back at your alma mater? Following his memory, Nolan made his way to his former mentor's office. After knocking, he saw a huge sphere inside, filled with rich magical energy. Nolan took a deep breath, feeling quite refreshed. He wanted to set up something like this in his own territory in the future. "Who are you looking for?" asked a blonde, blue-eyed beauty, clearly a student here, and judging by her attire, she was likely a commoner. "I'm looking for Mentor Emily. Is she still alive?" Nolan asked, unsure of how to phrase it. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately reacted. "Mentor Emily is doing just fine. Why would you curse her?" Seeing the lovely girl before him, Nolan chuckled and explained, "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were my senior. My name is Morin," Morin said, lowering her head in apology. Generally, those who only state their first names are commoners. Nobles take great pride in their surnames and always raise their voices when introducing themselves. "Morin, could you please help me find Mentor Emily?" Nolan adopted a noble's etiquette, leaving Morin momentarily stunned. "Okay, I'll take you to her," Morin said, still a bit reserved in front of an old noble, her voice trembling slightly. Nolan met Mentor Emily, and just as before, she hadn't changed at all. She still wore her teacher's uniform paired with black stockings, holding a long black whip in her hand, and her black-framed glasses made her even more alluring. For a moment, Nolan felt a rush of excitement. He discreetly cast a probing spell. Emily level, 39, Archmage, occupation, Night Mentor lifespan, 101/400. Nolan's heart surged with waves of shock. He hadn't expected his former mentor to have cultivated to this level, almost on the verge of becoming a mage master, qualifying to learn formation techniques. His tone became respectful and cautious. "Hello, Mentor Emily. I am your student from decades ago. My surname is Nolan." Emily had been in the teaching profession since she was 20 and had worked her way up to the position of vice principal, teaching countless students, and she had long forgotten Nolan. However, upon hearing that he was a noble lord, she nodded slightly. He looked a bit older but still seemed quite earnest. Generally, nobles, after graduating, hold themselves in high regard and rarely visit their teachers. Since he had come to see her, she felt touched but also a bit wary. "Although I don't remember your name, I still wish you well. But what brings you to me?" Emily asked with her magnetic voice. Seeing that she got straight to the point, Nolan decided not to ramble and said directly, "I obtained some magical potions through special means and would like to discuss a collaboration for selling them." Hearing about the magical potions piqued Emily's interest. Such things are typically unattainable for ordinary people unless they are special alchemists. The blueprints for magical potions are something some mages might never acquire in their lifetime, and even if they do, without the corresponding annotations and heritage, it would take immense effort to brew them. Nolan was different. Having learned the necessary skills, he could easily integrate and produce them, essentially achieving flawless results. Emily frowned, At her level, ordinary magical potions hardly captured her interest. It's a magical potion called beauty water. Long-term use can enhance one's appearance. Nolan threw out a heavy bomb. This thing is a woman killer. Whether it's a few hundred-year-old old lady or a newborn daughter, no one would refuse this magical potion. Oh, Emily became interested. This magical potion has no woman, including herself. Nolan didn't hesitate, pulling out a bottle of beauty water and handing it over. The beauty water was contained in a delicate small bottle, about the size of half a finger, and presented a light purple color. Emily took the bottle, and a surge of inscriptions flowed in her hand, accompanied by flickering light, as one magical spell after another enveloped the small bottle. Then, her expression changed, and she drank the beauty water. Emily let out a soft hum, her complexion turning rosy. Astonished, it really works. I feel like my skin is being nourished, even. Nolan chuckled, it could even nourish Ian and supplement Young. This stuff was made from kidney energy fruit, and Nolan had no problem using it to eat local yellow pills. Emily praised the beauty water highly. Wizards have the strongest perception among many professions, and among them, magic mentors have an even higher level of perception. With Emily's assurance, Nolan could foresee that this beauty water would definitely sell like hotcakes. How many of these magical potions can you produce in a month through special channels? Emily asked tentatively. Interview, the other party was just a decent-looking old noble. If he had such a potion formula, he would naturally have sought Lord Lanner to exchange for longevity potions, so why would he sell it? The energy spent on refining magical potions is no less than finding formula blueprints, not to mention that the other party is a knight. Nolan pondered for a moment. Actually, under sufficient material conditions, he could produce about 20 bottles a month. After all, magical potions are not cabbages, and that quantity is already quite terrifying. So he spoke, 10 bottles a month, this stuff is very expensive, and I don't have that much capital to buy. How much? Emily countered. Nolan carefully examined the teacher's uniform mentor in front of him, still possessing charm. For a moment, Nolan didn't know how to describe it. No wonder wizards maintain their bodies so well. Seeing Nolan silent, Emily spoke, 1 bottle for 100 gold coins, how about that? 100 gold coins. Nolan was somewhat astonished. He hadn't bought many magical potions, but he knew very well that 100 gold coins per bottle is already a high price. Ordinary magical plants only cost a few gold coins each. The gold coins in this world are not ordinary gold coins. After all, it's a Western fantasy world, and each gold coin contains magical power. Many wizards, potion makers, and alchemists need to use gold coins as materials to practice skills or create items. Moreover, true dragons like the 5-colored dragon prefer gold coins and dazzling treasures even more, which proves the importance of gold coins in this world. 1 gold coin is like a low-grade spirit stone in a fairy tale world. The circulating currency among nobles is gold coins. As for copper and silver coins, those currencies are just for show, and nobles never touch any currency other than gold coins. Their first lesson is that there is only one kind of currency in the world, which is the gold coin loved by true dragons. As for silver and copper coins, they are merely products to toy with commoners and slaves. Just like commoners would rather die than eat stones, nobles would rather die poor than touch silver and copper coins. This scene left Nualan feeling agitated, blood racing, as he secretly pondered, could it be that I've eaten too many kidney fruits? Emily waved one hand and handed 1,500 gold coins to Nualan. Such a large sum was enough to stir the greed of others, leading them to plot against Nualan. However, Nualan felt no fear at all. He was a noble, a lord. Killing him would be a provocation against the dignity of the noble class. Nobles could starve, could die poor, could grow old and die, could die in the embrace of a woman, but they could not be killed by others. Once a noble was slain, that person, along with their entire family and everything behind them, would be wiped out. One should not dare to provoke the dignity of the nobility, even if it was a dying, fallen old noble. Nualan happily pocketed the gold coins. With so much gold, he could afford a new outfit, buy a fine magical beast mount, and even marry several wives. Emily, I want to ask if there are any students here who are about to graduate? Nualan looked at Emily and asked. Emily raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Ahem, well, I want to marry a young wife and see if there are any talented students who are graduating soon. Nualan was straightforward, showing no embarrassment. At this moment, Emily turned her gaze to Morin. Didn't you say you have a seriously ill grandfather at home and you want to earn money quickly to save him? Isn't this an opportunity? Marrying a noble, others wouldn't even dare to think about it. Morin nodded, clenching her hands, looking at Lord Nualan beside her, handsome, wealthy, a gentleman, not only a noble but also a lord. The difference between a noble with territory and one without is vast. Reflecting on her years in school, Morin had seen through it all. She asked herself if she really had the ability to earn enough money during her grandfather's lifetime. Her magical talent was high, but no matter how powerful she was still a commoner's descendant, destined to work for others her whole life. What other outcome could there be? Marrying a noble would allow her to change her surname, and her grandfather's illness could be treated. While Morin was in a dilemma, Nualan was sizing her up. TSK, just like little Jasmine, a pretty little face, wearing white stockings and tied in twin ponytails. As Morin pondered, she glanced at Nualan, who was lost in thought. When their eyes met suddenly, Nualan's face flushed. Ahem, putting that aside, if you marry over, your grandfather won't have to worry for the rest of his life. I'll take care of him. Nualan patted his chest, assuring her he had the means. Generally, when commoners fell ill, it was due to exhaustion, and with just a small expense, they could recover. Morin felt a little moved and suddenly threw herself into Nualan's arms. She knew that she worked hard here, earning only a few silver coins each month, and after paying her tuition and various expenses, it was difficult to complete her studies, let alone save her grandfather. As for her being a genius, so what? This world valued bloodlines. Who would help you if you had no connections? Nestled in Nualan's embrace, feeling the aura of a mature noble, she sank deeper. Although he was a bit older, he was wealthy and handsome. She actually had a few girlfriends, all of whom had special physiques but came from commoner backgrounds, lacking the support of resources. This noble school gathered all the talented commoners and nobles within the range of Lan Nua City, boasting the best educational resources. It was normal for there to be more geniuses. If possible, she wanted to introduce her girlfriends here. For now, she wanted to test the waters. So petite, Nualan thought as he held Morin. Thus, Nualan reluctantly bid farewell to the mature Emily and prepared to take Morin back to her hometown. Before leaving, he glanced at Emily again, planning to buy the same outfit for the little succubus, Sana, to tidy her up a bit. Nualan had come to Lan Nua City with great difficulty, and naturally, he wanted to upgrade his gear. First, he exchanged the low-level bird beasts for a larger one that could fly higher and looked better. Afterward, he had some noble clothes custom-made for himself and bought some outfits for his little wives, stepmother skirts, JK skirts, black stockings, white stockings, they would surely love them. Of course, he also changed Morin into a set of noble clothes. After all, this guy would be taking the surname Norin in the future, and once he returned home, the two would consummate their marriage. Before that, he still needed to visit his father-in-law and buy him a bottle of healing potion. Thus, he arrived at the potion shop. As soon as he walked in, a crowd dispersed. They seemed to have noticed Norin's strength, the great mage. This level of power wasn't particularly strong in Lanner City, but Norin was a lord. He wore specially made garments that only noble lords could wear. A great mage who was also a noble lord held a different status, and the crowd parted like the tide, clearing a space for him. Norin, with his arm around Morin, was about to select a potion when he casually glanced around. First, he saw a pair of straight, beautiful legs, so tender they seemed to glisten with moisture, the skin translucent and flawless, as if carved from exquisite jade, making it hard to look away. When he looked up, he saw a beautiful woman with a mature charm. "My name is Lela. Are you Lord Norin?" The woman with an exposed chest smiled. Norin nodded, his eyes still fixed straight ahead, truly white and tender. "Are you interested in being my concubine?" Della blushed and smiled shyly. "My lord, you must be joking. I am a married woman." Norin's pupils constricted. "Isn't that a plus? No wonder you look so much like the succubus Sana. Doesn't that mean I won't have to train you myself?" "I said I don't mind," Norin said, feigning gentlemanly demeanor with a teasing tone. Della covered her cherry lips with the back of her hand. "My lord, please don't joke. Not only have I been married, but my husband has passed away. I am a widow now." Norin's body shook. "A widow, huh?" He spoke again. "I don't mind." Della's face instantly turned shy. Being scrutinized by such a gentlemanly and handsome old lord was a bit overwhelming for her. "I said I don't mind. If you have any thoughts in the future, you can bring your daughter to the Norin territory to find me." With that, Norin bought a bottle of healing potion and left. Norin soon arrived at the old man's house, a very ordinary peasant hut. Hard to imagine that such a place could give birth to someone with a special talent like Morin. After reminiscing for a while, the old man, despite his serious illness, wanted to bow to Norin. As a young man of the new era, Norin naturally stopped him and left a knight captain he found there to explain the reason. Then, Norin rode a flying beast, taking his little wife Morin away from there. Watching Norin, the knight captain's expression darkened. One must be ruthless to stand firm. He immediately went to Morin's grandfather's house, holding a dagger to his own neck. "Old man, you look just like my real grandfather. If you don't recognize me as your own grandson, I have no face to live on." Soon, the beast landed steadily, returning to the Norin territory. This time, he gained 500 gold coins, and the rest was used to purchase a large amount of resources, including materials for refining tortoise and turtle grass, clothes for Sana and others, as well as some basic items. Drolano, prepare a banquet for me, Norin shouted loudly. Drolano came over in response, understanding upon seeing Morin, and immediately prepared everything. The officiant, the prayer master, and others hurriedly arrived. The banquet began. Morin was taken by Drolano to change into a new outfit, and when Norin looked over, she appeared pure and beautiful. Goodness, this was much more enticing than the flat jasmine, truly tempting. Slurp slurp. Norin welcomed all guests, including the commoners who came to congratulate him, setting up tables at the door, allowing them to come and boast and chat freely. Have you heard? Our lord married a wife from Lan Nuwa City, apparently a special constitution from legends. Hiss, is that true? How could it be false? Would the lord spread fake news to deceive us? I didn't expect that after marrying several wives, the Lord has become even more powerful. Should I go home and give it a try? I also heard that our Lord Nualan has successfully changed his profession to a magician, breaking through to the level of a high-level magician, with extraordinary strength. Is that true? The Lord has broken through to high-level magician and is already called a great magician, enough to serve as a vanguard knight in Lan Nua City. What vanguard knight? The Lord is a noble, and also a magician. How could he lower himself to be a knight again? Meanwhile, the chicken lord and the horse lord, knowing they were no match, trembled and hid within their territory, completely losing their previous arrogance. At the banquet, Nualan passionately spoke a few words to the nobles who had pledged allegiance to him before preparing for the wedding night. Morin, with her pure and lovely appearance, was completely different from his previous wives. Except for Yali and Sasha, most of Nualan's wives were humanoid races. Sana was a succubus, Jasmine was a half-plant person, Lariel was a half-elf, and now there was Morin. TSK, such a big but definitely good material for having babies. Nualan teased. Stop it. Morin shyly laughed, a blush appearing on her neck. Successful concubinage, lifespan plus 10, currently 45, experience greatly increased, current level unchanged, forest magic affinity constitution, gained additional reward, high yield technique, forest magic affinity, as the name suggests, has a high talent for a series of forest related magic, and the power of release skills will also be higher, more in harmony with forest trees. High yield technique, as the name suggests, can make planted crops high yield, can be combined with sowing techniques to make crops grow at the fastest speed and quickly bloom and bear fruit. One shot to the soul, pregnant with a level 20 offspring, gain random reward, fusion card, can fuse two skills with similar attributes and effects to obtain a more powerful skill. Nualan's eyes widened in surprise. One shot to the soul? A big but really is good for having babies, so his future strategic plans would have to change. As a magician with a forest attribute, Morin naturally felt the life force in her abdomen. Lan Gu, my belly, am I pregnant? Morin exclaimed in surprise while touching her small belly. He, one shot to the soul. These days, I'll have Delano prepare some pregnancy foods for you. Tomorrow, go find Yali and Sasha. Nualan held Morin's delicate little hand. As night fell, Morin couldn't hold on and fell asleep. Skill panel attributes. Nualan, feeling bored, didn't know why he couldn't sleep. Finally, he shouted and simply used the fusion card. Skills, air control technique, water ball technique, fireball technique, sewing technique, high yield technique, dragon flame explosion, lifespan overlook, turtle and tortoise grass magic potion making. Upon closer inspection, his skills weren't that great, but among the many skills, most of the attributes were different. Nualan was very clear that the system would provide better items in the future, and keeping this skill fusion card would be useless. It was better to use it directly to convert it into something useful. After thinking it over, Nualan finally made up his mind, used the fusion card, fused the sewing technique and high yield technique. Currently, turtle and tortoise grass was his main source of income, and it was his lifeline, so he had to fuse the two skills to take good care of it. Fusion successful, obtained passive skill growth technique. Growth technique, passive. The speed of growth and development of magical vegetation within the territory is significantly enhanced, similar in effect to Jasmine's green plant body. Goodness, he actually fused such a good thing. With this, his turtle and tortoise grass could go from 2 or 3 harvests a year to even 4 or 5, allowing him to refine various items and gain enormous benefits. Last time, the turtle and tortoise grass bore fruit 3 times. After using it for himself and his many wives, there wasn't much left for potion refining. This time, with 6 harvests a year, he just needed to wait a while to refine brand new potions. The kidney chi fruit could increase the release speed by 10%, and this was already fully accumulated by Nualan. Thus, he opened the potion template. Unlike the conventional mage class, he had an additional lifespan damage increase, and every time his attributes reached a fixed percentage, he would gain a talent. Potion template: spell casting speed 10%, 100%, HP 0%, 100%, AP 0%, 100%, lifespan damage increase 43%, no limit. Nualan understood. In other words, if all 4 attributes reach 10%, he could gain a talent, and reaching 20% would grant him another talent. However, aside from lifespan damage increase, the other 3 could not exceed their level no matter how much they were increased. If he refined the corresponding potions to enhance these attributes, wouldn't he be invincible? Talents. His many children and blessings counted as a talent. He wondered what the talent of the evil spirit mage after charging would be like. This meant he could have 9 talents again. However, these charged potions were extremely rare, mostly controlled by various lords or some special forces. Nualan wanted to use kidney chi fruits to synthesize these potions, but he needed a large amount of resources, which he currently couldn't gather. Compared to these ethereal matters, Nualan was more curious about his current strength. He possessed the Dragon Blood Warrior's ultimate move, Dragon Flame Word Explosion, which was equivalent to using Fireball at 1000 times its power, and it increased the damage of the Void Staff by 100%, increased casting speed by 100%, lifespan damage by 43%, and charging speed by 10%. Dawn broke. Morin happily helped Nualan put on his clothes, and Nualan hurried to the back mountain, ready to test the power of his skills. If his strength was formidable, he could completely open up the wilderness plains, expanding his territory and making his Nualan territory more vast. The purpose of taking concubines and marrying wives to enhance his strength was precisely for this: to expand his territory. Beyond the back mountain, crossing the thorny forest and Lake City River, lay the wilderness plains, filled with countless magical beasts, and perhaps at its center lived an evil and greedy dragon. Nualan focused on the massive mountain ahead of the thorny forest. He gently gripped his right hand, and the void staff appeared out of thin air. The moment he tightened his grip on the staff, he felt a surge of power fill his entire body. He intended to chant the mage spell of the goddess of light, but unexpectedly blurted out, "Dragon blood magic, dragon flame word explosion." Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed through the sky, and a crimson dragon head, resembling a true dragon, surged forth from the spell, its blazing flames transforming into dragon scales. After about 10 seconds, the magic took effect. Roar, a fire dragon, towering like a pillar of heaven, burst forth, leaving nothing but scorched earth in its wake. Boulders shattered, the mountaintop melted, and the air turned to steam from the rising temperature. The dragon's body surged forth, obliterating, destroying, and annihilating everything in its path, exuding pure evil and violence. After using the magic, Nualan exhaled a breath of foul air, and an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. He quickly pulled out a large handful of kidney chi fruits from the system space and stuffed them into his mouth. This magic has already matched the destructive power brought by the formation. It is truly terrifying. If someone were to witness this scene, they would surely be scared to death. However, after some thought, Norin wondered if it was inappropriate to cast light magic without praying to the goddess of light. Speaking of which, the goddess of light seems to be female, right? If a god were to give birth to a child for him, it would definitely be a critical hit. Perhaps they would produce some top-tier physique, and any skill drawn from them would be invincible. Upon hearing a noise, Delano hurried over, only to see the scene before him. Master, this is, shoo. Norin gestured for him to keep it down and be low-key. By the way, Master, the two lords, Jifun and Matcha, seem to have brought over a suspected humanoid beauty, Delano said, recalling something. Oh, a humanoid beauty? Norin became interested. He had no idea what those two were up to again. With his current strength, if they came to provoke him, it would only be self-humiliation. However, Norin was very curious about the beauty Delano mentioned. Moments later, Jifun and Matcha personally led a magical beast-drawn carriage over. "Brother Norin, we've brought you another beauty this time," Jifun said with a grin. But they suddenly felt the overwhelming and massive magical energy emanating from Norin, causing their hearts to tremble. Brother Norin, we heard you really changed your profession to a mage and have broken through to become a high-level mage? High-level mages can absorb attribute energy from the air and can learn a vast array of powerful spells, making them extremely formidable. Norin did not respond, nor did he chant. He simply pointed a finger, and a ball of bluish flame surged forth, quickly flying towards the beast-drawn carriage. Roar, accompanied by the burning flames, the beast let out a furious roar before turning to ash, dying unwillingly. The beast was quite valuable, but Jifun had no time to feel sorry, repeatedly praising and flattering Norin. Unbeknownst to him, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. His vile thoughts were completely extinguished. He realized he had been blind and had dared to provoke the authority of Lord Norin. Matcha was similarly affected. Being a bit more clever, he waved his hand to signal the slave to bring the beauty over, then flashed a lewd smile. "Brother Norin, this is a cat girl from the orc subrace, hee hee." "Cat girl?" Norin examined the half-orc before him. She had a curvaceous figure, especially her rear and chest, which looked quite nurturing. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, and there seemed to be a tail behind her. It was thinner than Sana's tail, and she had orange ears on her head, with long legs standing straight. Norin felt a surge of blood and energy. He had been consuming too much vitality lately, and his blood was surging. Just yesterday, he had held a wedding with Morin, and there were still some matters left unresolved. After pondering for a moment, Norin said, "Ahem, Delano, we will hold a banquet in 3 days." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Goodness, is he planning to marry one wife a day? Jifan and Matcha were also a bit confused. Since he had become a great mage, why was he not eager to enhance his strength but instead keen on mundane matters like marrying and having children? By the way, I heard that each of your territories has cultivated a magical beast to protect the land? Norin smiled and asked. That's right, but we are using the lowest form of enslavement, which is not comparable to the high-end contracts of mages, Jifan said, feeling that Norin was coveting their magical beasts, which were their capital for resisting the wild plains and settling down. Upon hearing this, Norin immediately lost interest. He had also thought about raising a magical beast, but without contract magic or breeding spells, he could only give up helplessly. Riding the lowest of birds and beasts all day is really too humiliating. I must go to the wild plains another day to subdue a handsome magical beast. It would be even better if it were a shape-shifting female beast. By the way, aren't the orc tribes usually active in the wild plains? How did you catch this cat girl? Norin suddenly thought of something and asked. Jifan replied, recently, the wild plains have been restless. We set traps and dealt a heavy blow to the cat girl tribe, capturing this cat girl. After understanding the situation, Norin sent the two away. It seems I need to find an opportunity to check out the outskirts of the wild plains. I hope to tame a top-tier flying magical beast. Katya was taken back by Delano to be educated in noble etiquette, along with some grooming and dressing up. As the lord, Norin naturally couldn't forget to improve his strength, so he sought out the capable Sana. Brother Lon, I like to use a whip as a weapon. With that, a whip appeared in the palm of Sana's hand, and with a powerful flick, a spark of fire flashed from it. At that moment, the half-elf Lalor, who enjoyed exercising, also arrived. Lalor still preferred using a bow and arrow, aiming her emerald green bow at Norin. Since Norin's strength had already risen to that of a high-level magician, he was not afraid even when facing two opponents. Flames continuously erupted from his hands, shooting towards the two. I must say, Sana and Lalor worked well together. Taking advantage of Norin's moment of inattention, a single emerald green arrow struck Norin's arm. Norin winced in pain, having been careless. Seeing this, Sana and Lalor felt a bit sorry and couldn't help but stop their attack, picking up bandages to tend to him. However, Norin's level also increased. 3 days later. What? The Lord is preparing to marry a cat girl, hissing. This is truly a delight. As a half-beast, the cat girl has a soft body and can adapt to various positions, and her physique is robust, never tiring. He. By the way, our Lord has successfully transitioned and broken through to become a high-level magician. This achievement is enough to be sung by bards. Currently, Norin already had 3 children. The eldest, Huang, was about to turn 1 month old, the second was about to be born, and the third was still in the womb. Some commoners, knowing that Norin was about to have so many offspring, were even more excited, as they would get to feast again. The banquet began. Norin ordered Delano to bring the fruits of the turtle grass, the kidney chi fruit, for these decaying nobles to use. At first, everyone looked down on this small fruit. If it weren't for Lord Norin's strong insistence that they eat it, they wouldn't even glance at it due to their nature. However, as they consumed it, they felt as if a great fire had ignited in their bellies, warmth spreading through their waists, and magical energy bursting forth from their bodies. This is magical plant fruit? Some knowledgeable lords sensed the magical aura and couldn't help but exclaim, "What? Magical plant fruit? Doesn't that mean a single piece is quite valuable?" Except for a few wealthy nobles, no one would consider magical plants as fruit to eat. Even among nobles, this was a luxury. Jifan and Ma Cha were the 2 strongest lords nearby, aside from Norin. They naturally understood the value of magical plants. Brother Norin, do you know how this fruit is sold? Seeing the fish on the hook, Norin laughed heartily. This item is called kidney chi fruit. As for how it's sold, you can ask Delano for specifics. With that, Norin grabbed a handful of kidney chi fruits and stuffed them into his mouth, striding confidently into the bridal chamber. Leaving behind a group of lords in heated debate, the kidney chi fruit, as the name suggests, is specifically for kidney replenishment, and this is the favorite of noble lords. Katya had been corrupted by the hedonism within the territory these days, having long lost her initial wildness, surrounded by beautiful clothes and jewelry, delicious food, and various magical plants to consume at will. Seeing Nualan approach, Malya did not refuse. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, her figure was slender yet curvaceous, exuding a wild beauty that filled her entire being. Unlike Yali and Sasha, who possessed the refined demeanor of nobility, Malya was imbued with a primal allure that made one instinctively want to conquer her. Compared to a docile kitten, Malya resembled a fierce leopard. Nualan responded loudly, feeling a surge of emotion. Successful concubinage, lifespan plus 10 beastman physique, additional lifespan plus 10 currently level 22. The next morning, Nualan skillfully opened the panel and noticed that his lifespan had changed to 65, meaning his magical damage increase had become 65%, which was truly terrifying damage. After a night had passed, the once wild Malya lay in Nualan's arms like an orange cat. Master, I have a sister. She is the redeemer of our catfolk tribe. I hope you can help me rescue her. Nualan frowned. If Malya was this beautiful, what would her sister be like? Nualan understood that redeemer meant sacrificer, someone who would offer the most valuable descendant of their clan to the beast god. But that was merely the orc's wishful thinking. How could the beast god care for these low-level half-beasts? Only sacrifices of the beast king level would catch the beast god's attention. Without a second thought, Nualan declared with vigor, "Dare to bully my sister-in-law? Don't worry, tomorrow. No, today I will lead troops to rescue her." Malya's eyes filled with tears, deeply moved. "Master, you are so kind. Woo 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 hee hee. It's just a small matter, as long as you give me children," Nualan teased, knowing that Malya, being a catfolk, probably wouldn't be able to have children. When Nualan woke up again, it was 3 days later. If it weren't for the support of kidney fruit and beauty water, he might have had a kidney crushed by Malya. Delano, assemble the troops, attack the wild plains. Nualan naturally did not forget the promise he made to Malya. After all, she was his sister-in-law. He had been fighting those half-beasts in the wild plains for decades. Although decades had passed, their strength had not improved much. With his power as a grand mage, he estimated that he could easily crush them. Nualan had 500 knights in his territory, all raised by him, and today they would finally be put to use. Once assembled, Nualan looked down at the knights and laughed. "You have been conserving your strength. Now the time to expand our territory has come." The knight captain stood firm with a spear, asking, "My lord, where is our target this time?" Nualan replied, "The wild plains, the orc tribe. This is for expanding our territory. You all know that I have advanced to Grand Mage and cannot lead you into battle, but I am still with you. This time is different. Any territory we occupy can be garrisoned, and we can bring our own slaves to build houses." Upon hearing this, there was an uproar. This way, they could expand their influence, and even smaller lords might emerge under Nualan's leadership. Nualan would gain even stronger support, and these knights would rise in rank and wealth, with a bright future ahead. The knight captain was also extremely excited. This was a matter of glory for their families. However, he had some concerns. "My lord, if we occupy territory like this, what if the orc tribe counterattacks under the moonlight?" Nualan laughed heartily. "I have already set up a magic array in the territory. Any land belonging to me will be protected by the goddess of light. Everyone, after decades of silence, I will let the name Nualan resound across the continent once more. In this battle, each person will receive 10 kidney fruits, and for every orc killed, an additional reward of 10 kidney fruits will be given." With motivation, the knights below had golden light shining in their eyes. They naturally knew about the kidney fruit. It was a magical plant that could enhance strength. Everything for Nolan. Everything for Nolan. The sound of hooves echoed, and the battle began. Lord Nolan sat in the back of the carriage, holding Maya, his heart filled with excitement as he watched the marching troops. How many beautiful women were there in the orc tribe? System, I have occupied the edge of the wilderness plains. What benefits do I get? Nolan tried to ask. You can plant another 1,000 turtle grass, and your territory's reputation will increase. Currently, Nolan had planted 1,000 in his territory, with 6 harvests a year, providing him with about 600,000 kidney fruits annually. If he planted another 1,000, that would be 1.2 million kidney fruits a year, which could be sold or used to concoct magical potions. We're here. Maya lifted the curtain of the carriage. She could not forget this place, where the stubborn leader had enslaved her exceptionally talented sister. Is my sister here? Nolan exclaimed in surprise. What he saw was a rotting corpse and a pungent stench. One had to say the living conditions of the half-orcs were terrible. The knights were ready to charge. With a command from Nolan, for the glory of Nolan, charge, my knights. Every enemy you slay will be a future achievement. I will reward you based on your merits, and your descendants will bring honor to your ancestors." The battle commenced. Nolan used his aerial technique to fly into the air, casting fireballs like missiles, accurately hitting one half-orc after another. One had to admit, a great mage who mastered aerial techniques was incredibly powerful in such battles. The half-orcs' only countermeasure was their crossbows, but Nolan's speed was astonishing, and his aerial skills were as proficient as a royal griffin. The crossbow bolts couldn't even touch him. "You humans are truly despicable." The orc chief expressed his dissatisfaction, holding a magical staff. He was preparing for a sacrificial ritual when he was ambushed. It was utterly vile. Nolan, however, did not waste words and sent a fireball to send the old man to his end. In previous years, these half-orcs and orcs had taken advantage of their lord's weakness, crazily invading human territories and slaughtering countless civilians. Their deaths now were well-deserved. At that moment, Maya came over, carrying a half-orc. "Master, this is my sister. Please save her." Nolan used his magical energy to sense the situation and realized that his sister-in-law was merely under a minor magical control. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the magic. The knights suffered little damage but had taken over a small orc tribe. Upon returning, Delano began to reward the knights, many of whom received titles and vowed to be loyal to Nolan for life. Naturally, Nolan had to give an inspiring speech, and later they returned to their residence. The cat sisters were reminiscing, and Nolan did not stop them, signaling their servants to bring some magical fruits and similar items. "Sister, this is our new home, isn't it beautiful?" Maya boasted like a child showing off. Katno nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling. This place is so beautiful." However, she felt some discomfort. Her clothes were very uncomfortable, feeling constricting, and she preferred wearing a grass skirt. At that moment, Katno glanced at Nolan, her face turning red. "This lord's territory is so vast, with so much delicious food, fun things, and beautiful sights, and I don't even have to go out hunting. It's just too wonderful." Maya and Katno looked very much alike, almost like they were carved from the same mold, but Nolan could sense that Katno had a richer magical energy within her, clearly possessing a special constitution. Nolan felt a bit excited. "So, what do you think? Do you want to give me a doll?" Nua nodded and pounced on Nualan, carefully sniffing with her nose. What a pure scent. 3 days later, a joyful and peaceful atmosphere enveloped Nualan's territory. This was because, a few days earlier, Lord Nualan had issued an announcement that a corner of the western edge of the Wild Plains had been conquered, and civilians could move there to live. However, no one went, as the first to die would be those attacked by magical beasts or orcs. But soon after, another announcement was made: magical plants had been cultivated in the wild territory, and any civilian who moved there would receive a magical fruit each month with night guards stationed for protection. Countless civilians regretted their slow legs, while those who had relocated to the wild territory truly received magical fruits, moving them to tears as they shouted, "Nualan is the true lord." But that wasn't the main point. The important news was that Lord Nualan was going to take concubines again. I only regret not having a daughter, otherwise, it would be worth it to warm the bed for the Lord. Ever since I learned that the Lord likes beautiful women, the birth ratio in the entire territory has changed. Some even take pride in having daughters. This information, of course, reached the ears of the two lords, Jifun and Macha. Lord Nualan is truly impressive, having occupied the wild plains and even cultivated magical plants. "Brother Jifun, I remember you have a daughter, right?" Macha laughed. Jifun frowned slightly. "Get lost. This is my precious jewel. Don't even think about it." Lord Jifun's daughter caused quite a stir at birth because she was so beautiful that she attracted many lustful magical beasts. Of course, this was just a rumor, but it was enough to prove how stunning Lord Jifun's daughter was. "Oh my brother. Just think about it, Nualan is a lord, and a great magician at that, with a deep family background, even cultivating magical plants at home. Would your daughter suffer any grievances if she went there?" Macha tried to brainwash Lord Jifun. "As long as your daughter marries over and discovers Nualan's secrets, won't we both be prosperous?" Macha dropped another bombshell. Jifun's heart wavered as he recalled his beautiful daughter, who was only 18 this year, a beautiful age. The thought of marrying her off to the elderly noble Nualan made him shiver. But, it's all for Jifun. This is an honorable title. The wedding was held, and everyone was very familiar with the process. The officiant, prayers, and pastor each performed their roles, simplifying the steps to the extreme. But that didn't mean the occasion was low-key. Countless precious gold coins were displayed, along with various rare wild fruits and delicious dishes, making the banquet extravagantly chaotic. Many lords attended, some to congratulate, others to enjoy the food and drink. Nualan welcomed everyone. After all, he had money. Inside the room, Nua was somewhat at a loss, just like when Nyaya first arrived. At that moment, Nyaya sneaked in. Nuo was startled. Sister, are you okay coming in? He. I wanted to give the master a surprise. Don't worry, it's fine, just sit quietly, Nyaya said as she lifted the blanket and dove in. After a few rounds of drinks, Nuolan hurriedly finished reciting the prayer and pushed the door into the room. It was still the familiar process of blowing out the candles. Moonlight streamed through the window, shining through the black and dark glass, illuminating the room. He, I'm here. Nuolan leaped in. Huh, something feels off? Nuolan looked down and saw Nyaya there too. Thank you, Brother Lan, for saving us sisters, Nyaya said with tearful eyes. Nuolan couldn't stand seeing women cry, comforting her repeatedly, promising to protect them well in the future. Successfully took a concubine, gained plus 10 lifespan, currently 75. Gained a large amount of experience, level up, currently level 23. Beast Affinity Physique, gained the special skill Beast Enslavement Contract. Beast Affinity Physique, a natural beast tamer, able to easily gain the affection of beasts. Under normal circumstances, beasts will not attack recklessly. Beast Contract, able to forcibly enslave beasts of a lower level than oneself that have been defeated, with no side effects. Once enslaved, the beast will be eternally loyal to the host with no other effects. Goodness! Nuolan's eyes lit up. The value of this physique was no less than that of Jasmine. One with magic affinity, one with beast affinity, one person overseeing magic, one raising beasts. Nuolan suddenly had an idea in his heart. What if the Cat Nua sisters took care of the beasts? These beasts would naturally be used by their knights to strengthen their armed forces, and they could even form a team of flying knights, ground knights, and sea knights. What they rode were not ordinary wild beasts, but magical beasts. Just imagine how terrifying that would be. Moreover, magical beasts could also be sold. Their leather, flesh, and blood were all high-quality materials that could be used for food, clothing, and even for concocting magical potions. His territory had about 3,000 people, excluding the elderly, weak, sick, and young who farmed. Only 500 knights and 1,000 idle personnel remained. These personnel could be fully armed to form flying knights. Cat Nua, Katya, you will be responsible for raising the magical beasts in the territory from now on. Discuss the specifics with Delano, Nuolan said, gently stroking their heads and smiling. The two were momentarily stunned, not expecting Nuolan to grant them such power, and immediately began to act cute. Master, you're so nice, oh dear. How could Nuolan resist? He immediately grabbed a handful of vitality fruit and gulped it down. 3 days later, Nuolan was pondering which type of magical beast would be best to raise. There were quite a few intricacies involved. If he chose a beast unsuitable for his territory's ground beast population, it would bring great disaster. Lord, Sasha's child has been born, you should go and name it. Delano came over, smiling. When Nuolan arrived, Sasha was excitedly holding the little baby, Langu. It's a son. You name him. Nuolan was a bit excited. So far, he had 2 sons. After taking the baby, he smiled and said, how about we call him Linfan? As the steward, Delano naturally was the first to flatter. Good. Sasha took Linfan and happily said, Lin represents a certain noble dragon, and Fan means ordinary. Langu means this little baby is born into a noble family, and living an ordinary life is enough. Right? Nuolan laughed heartily and kissed Sasha. You're right, that's exactly the meaning. Sasha raised the baby. From now on, you will be called Linfan Nuolan. Linfan? Linfan? This name, like the wild, would probably bear countless causes and effects. Nuolan had high hopes for these 2 sons. After all, who wouldn't want their child to become a dragon? Obtaining offspring crit, aptitude upgrade to limitless, and changing class to Spirit Beast Summoner, receiving the reward Mount Ghost Dragon, Juvenile. Spirit Beast Summoner, special profession, capable of summoning spirit beasts from another world, commanding them to fight, and after defeating or enslaving a bone dragon, changing class to Underworld Dragon Mage. Ghost Dragon, female juvenile, 0 to 20, young, 20 to 40, adult, 40 to 80, middle-aged, 80. Its entire body is covered in deep black scales, filled with wind and dark attribute magic, extremely fast, with a fierce and handsome dragon head adorned with 4 large horns, each containing immense power, appearing like a ghost from afar, only able to be touched by its master or those recognized by the master, with formidable strength. The offspring has a special profession, rewarding the host with a random skill soul capture for the Spirit Beast Summoner. Soul capture, as the name suggests, it captures the souls of the deceased, which can be stored as alchemical materials or serve as food for spirit beasts or ghost dragons. Nuolan exclaimed in his heart, the system is indeed generous. This series of rewards left him dazzled. To summarize, he obtained the Mount Ghost Dragon and the skill Soul Capture. Now, he finally has the mount he has been longing for, and it's a dragon. With this ghost dragon, he might raise a special type of dragon beast. He could create his own unique ghost dragon knight legion. Of course, he also needs to choose the right magical beasts, otherwise, he would waste the ghost dragon's infection ability. Ghost the ghost dragon had just been born. Even though it could understand human speech, it couldn't speak yet. It would probably be able to soon. Nualan happily took the ghost dragon to the turtle and turtle grass forest, and upon entering, the ghost dragon excitedly roared and swiftly devoured the spirit fruit there. Good, eat more. Nualan was delighted. The more the ghost dragon ate, the faster it would grow. In his spare time, Nualan brought his two sisters, Katya and Kat Nua, to the training room. One must know that on the path of cultivation, if you don't advance, you regress. Therefore, Nualan prepared to closely supervise the two sisters today, even getting them yoga pants so they could train without being stealthy. Nualan shouted loudly, gained a large amount of experience and leveled up, currently at level 23. Time flew by, and a month quickly passed. Nualan began to analyze his current assets and strength. First, there was a spiritual territory plus a small part of the edge of the wilderness plain, 2,000 turtle and turtle grass, 500 knights, 2,500 civilians, and an unknown number of slaves. Lord Nualan age, 81 lifespan, 75 profession, necromancer level, 23 skills, air control, water ball, fireball, growth, dragon flame word explosion, lifespan overlook, turtle and turtle grass magical potion making, magical beast contract, soul capture wives and concubines, succubus, Yali, Sasha, Lela, Jasmine, Morin, Katnua, Katya offspring, Huang Nualan, Linfan Nualan talent, many children, many blessings system equipment, void magic staff, magical potion array crops, turtle and turtle, grass mount, ghost dragon buffs casting speed, 10%, 100%, HP, 0%, 100%, magic power, 0%, 100%, lifespan damage increase, 43%, limitless. Looking at it this way, his strength has undergone a tremendous change compared to a year ago. Currently, his leveling speed has noticeably slowed down. To continue enhancing his strength, aside from taking concubines and having children, he must refine magical potions to increase his attributes. It would be best to first raise his HP and magic power to 10%, so he could gain new talents. How many geniuses, due to lack of money, couldn't gather enough magical potions, even when their levels reached a certain point, were unable to max out these basic attributes? Of course, Norin couldn't worry about this aspect. He used kidney chi fruit for trade, enough to exchange for the corresponding magical potions. Norin planned to make a trip to Lanwo City to find the mature woman Emily to sell some beauty water, and then go to the married woman Lela to buy some magical potions. Time was of the essence, so Norin rested for a night. The next morning, with the sun shining on his back, Norin quickly washed up, got dressed, and rode his ghost dragon to head to Lanwo City. Just then, Delano suddenly arrived. My lord, the two lords, Jifan and Matcha, have come. And Jifan has brought Miss Grace Jifan with him. Delano was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that Lord Jifan was marrying off his daughter to the lord this time? After all, Miss Grace was the most beautiful woman in the vicinity, and some lords who came to propose had been met with Jifan's furious scolding, nearly sparking a conflict between the two factions. Norin was also quite interested. He had attended Grace's birth celebration and remembered her as a baby with a head full of shining silver hair. On that day, a magical beast had even crossed barriers to seek out Grace. Let's go take a look. Norin let the ghost dragon play by itself and walked over with a confident stride. Lord Jifan was dressed in formal noble attire, and for today's occasion, he had even pulled out a previously customized magical robe. As a lord, he shouldn't show any emotional fluctuations on someone else's territory. But as a father, he found it hard to part with his daughter. In truth, he had long since harbored no unusual thoughts about Lord Norin. It was just that Lord Matcha had incited him. At that moment, Norin strode over and smiled. My two old brothers, what brings you here today? Lord Jifan dispelled his inner emotions and spoke. Brother Norin, I've long seen that you. After a long exchange of pleasantries, Jifan's throat was nearly dry. Norin then realized that this old fellow intended to give his daughter to him. A casual glance revealed the enchanting and charming Grace, with her silver hair cascading down her shoulders, dressed in a snow-white noble gown, exuding an elegant demeanor while radiating an alluring aura. Her stunning face was beyond Norin's description. Although Yali and Sasha were also noble women, they couldn't compare at all. After just a moment of looking, Norin felt a surge of blood and couldn't help but praise her. No wonder she could attract magical beasts even as a baby. So, Brother Norin, are you satisfied with my daughter? Lord Jifan asked. Norin nodded repeatedly. Ahem, the beauty of Niece Grace is such that even the goddess of light would be in awe. At that moment, Grace looked at Norin. In her impression, Lord Norin was an old, decrepit man, but to her surprise, he was a gentleman, handsome, and an elegant noble full of charm. Initially, she had some dissatisfaction about marrying an old noble and had even thrown a tantrum, but her father had persuaded her that it was all for the glory of the family, so she agreed to come. But now, seeing him, marrying Lord Noran seemed quite advantageous. The more she looked, the more handsome he became, stirring her heart. Moreover, she had heard that Lord Noran was also a high-level magician, a noble high-level magician, simply a heartthrob for young girls. Noran stepped forward, gently took Grace's sparkling white right hand, and kissed it in a noble manner to express his affection, thinking, "So delightful." Grace did not refuse. As a noble, she appreciated such etiquette. Noran flicked his hand, murmuring softly, and a magical ring appeared out of thin air. In an instant, a bottle of magical potion shimmering with a faint purple light appeared. Jifun was somewhat surprised, a storm of emotions rising within him. A storage item? This is a magical potion called Beauty Water, worth 100 gold coins a bottle. Noran generously placed it in Grace's palm. What? Jifun was initially worried that this guy might not treat his daughter well, but now seeing him, he felt relieved. He sent out the 100 gold coins worth of magic potion without batting an eye. Grace was even more surprised. The beauty-enhancing potion attracted her as much as a true dragon loves gold coins. She could feel the vibrant magic. For a moment, apart from Lord Macha, Nualan, Jifun, and Grace were all very happy. With things reaching this point, Lord Jifun no longer hesitated, and the two began to discuss matters. As a noble with a territory, marrying off a daughter was not something to be taken lightly. Jifun directly laid out a set of rules that Nualan had to follow. Nualan frowned slightly. What was called rules was actually the betrothal gifts. He was afraid the other party would ask for too much, so he took a look. 1,000 magic fruit, 1,000 sets of knight equipment, 10 magical beasts, 1,000 gold coins. Good heavens! Is it really this cheap? Nualan rubbed his eyes, seemingly unable to believe it. His territory could produce 2 million kidney fruits a year, 1,000 fruits. To be honest, that wasn't even enough for him to eat for a few days. The ghost dragon could eat hundreds in one go. Suddenly, the way he looked at Lord Jifun changed slightly. So pitiful, isn't this just giving him beauties for free? Truly a great person. Lord Jifun felt a bit numb under that gaze. As a trash lord with less than level 10, he admitted he had asked for a bit too much. Too little. These things are simply an insult to the beautiful Miss Grace. I offer 100,000 magic fruits. As soon as these words were spoken, the room was shocked. What? What did Lord Nualan say? 100,000 magic fruits? Is there something wrong with my ears? One magic fruit is worth at least 1 silver coin, some even 1 gold coin. That means at least 10,000 gold coins, or even possibly 100,000 gold coins. Rich man, Mercury above. I can't be hearing this wrong. Lord Jifun's expression changed from shock to joy, and then to wild laughter. Although he was a lord, he had never seen so much money in his life, and the price of 100,000 magic fruits far exceeded the equivalent amount of currency. With these fruits, he might even break through to a level 10 knight profession and charge towards becoming a level 20 great knight. My precious Grace, did you hear that? Is this real? Jifun slapped himself. Nualan, brother, no. You are my real brother. Grace, go over there. From now on, you will be called Grace Nualan. Jifun's eyes turned blood red. Today, Grace was definitely marrying him. Whoever tried to stop him would be his enemy. At this moment, he looked at Lord Macha with an unfriendly expression. Brother Macha, my brother Nualan and I need to discuss the next matters. You should step aside. This was 100,000 magic fruits. Not even Lord Macha, nor even his deceased father, would matter. Today, Grace must marry Lord Nualan. Lord Macha was stunned, and before he could come to his senses, he was driven out by the guards beside Lord Jifun. Nualan saw this scene and chuckled, casually wrapping his arms around Grace, so beautiful. Her figure was stunning, rivaling that of the succubus Sana, with legs even longer and more delicate than Mia's. He looked at Jifun, about to call him father-in-law, but Lord Jifun spoke first. Brother Nualan, I call you brother, you call me little brother, our generations remain unchanged. After hearing this, Nualan laughed heartily, not expecting Lord Jifun to be so understanding. For some reason, the more he looked at Jifun, the more he felt this old fellow was pleasing to the eye. Grace's body was very white, soft, and fragrant. Nualan couldn't help but gently pinch Grace. Her skin was very smooth. Grace shyly murmured. The two discussed for a long time, and finally, Lord Jifun decisively said, "There's no better day than today. Let's get married today." Beside him, Noran was bewildered. After all, it was his own daughter, why the rush? However, the relatives of Lord Jifun disagreed, insisting that as the Lord's eldest daughter, there was no way the marriage could be hastily concluded. Noran also thought that getting married in 3 days was fine, but Lord Jifun was furious. You son of a bitch, this is my daughter, there was no choice. After all, Grace was Lord Jifan's daughter, so the banquet began. The commoners, who had labored all day, were about to head home to cook when they heard the most wonderful news: Lord Norin is marrying again. Jifan prepared everything himself. As a noble lord, he wore many hats and could recite various rituals effortlessly. In no time, the wedding was over. Lord Jifan excitedly said, "Brother Norin, I hope our families will be united forever, and may the goddess of light bless you." Just thinking about spending the wedding night with the stunning Grace made Norin very excited. "Delano, take my brother Jifan to get the magic fruit." Following the familiar steps, Norin pushed open the door. He strode into the room, gently blew out the candle, and took deep breaths, activating the yin-yang breathing technique. He then popped a kidney fruit into his mouth and began to chew, feeling a surge of power fill his entire being. The aura emanating from Grace was captivating, especially the alluring charm that came naturally with her noble status, igniting a fire in his heart. "Just call me Brother Lon from now on," Norin said, pinching Grace's chin. Grace had been raised with noble education and was well cared for by Lord Jifan, exuding an air of nobility that Norin found very appealing. Concubine successfully acquired, lifespan plus 10, currently 85 level plus 1, currently level 24 light physique, received random reward stacking spell light physique, as the name suggests, filled with light magic, rumored to harness the power of the goddess of light, and has a high affinity for light magic, with a chance to subdue light attribute beasts. Stacking spell, passive: a small trick favored by the goddess of light. Each time a suitable spellcaster casts a spell, it will be cast an additional time. For example, when releasing Dragon Flame Word Explosion, it will release twice. Good heavens! He randomly got the stacking spell, a perverse passive ability. Just imagine two powerful moves appearing simultaneously. If used properly, it could even one-shot an unsuspecting opponent without extra magic consumption. However, Norin still wanted to work hard to aim for a critical hit, hoping Grace would bear him a child. It must be said that Grace was incredibly beautiful, rivaling the goddess of light, and what captivated him most was her proud figure, which even the succubus Sana would feel ashamed of. Time passed quickly. The sky brightened. Norin felt as if his kidneys had broken. A night of effort hadn't resulted in Grace giving birth, but he wasn't worried. After all, there was plenty of time. After a night, Grace's charm was even more enchanting, a blend of nobility and a hint of seduction. Norin was very satisfied with this. However, this marriage had cost him a significant amount of gold in his territory, and it was time to gather some turtle grass. This time was different. His magical energy was more abundant, and he had plenty of kidney fruits. With the experience from the last time he brewed a magical potion, he was sure he could create more beauty elixirs this time. The beauty elixir not only enhanced appearance but also had some effects on nourishing and strengthening, comparable to divine medicine. Just as Norin was getting up, Grace clung to his arm, looking at him with a pitiful gaze. "Brother Lon, I heard you have a special chessboard for strategic games? I want one too." Norin immediately thought of mahjong, wondering what she meant, and promptly agreed. A month later, Norin's complexion had improved significantly. Gaining a lot of lifespan was secondary, but his level had increased dramatically. "Delano, stimulate the kidney fruit. I want to brew a magic potion," Norin shouted. Delano nodded and immediately began to act. As the steward of the Norin territory, her value lay in serving Norin. Before long, Norin arrived at the potion room, accompanied by various herbs in addition to the kidney fruit. This time, he planned to brew 40 bottles of beauty potion, each worth 100 gold coins, which would earn him 4,000 gold coins, a lucrative deal. The remaining kidney fruit, after setting aside some for himself and distributing others as rewards to the knights, could be used to brew about 10 more potions. Norin pondered what kind of potion to create. He began to review the data on the potions he could brew. There were many options, but most were not feasible. After excluding those, fewer than 100 remained. He certainly didn't need to enhance his own strength, and he couldn't brew potions that increased attributes. After much thought, Norin finally decided to brew the potion that gathered magical power. He didn't need it to boost his own strength, but his wife did. Like Sana, Jasmine, Lariel, Morin, Emily, Katya, Katno, and Grace, these were either of special constitution or special races. He would give some to them to enhance their strength, and the rest could be used as currency. Sometimes, attracting young girls with gold coins was the most cliché approach. Throwing out a bottle of magic potion had a far greater impact than mundane money. Otherwise, why would it be said that alchemists have many wives and lovers? The reason lies here. Recalling his thoughts, Norin began brewing. Time passed, and this time the steward brewed 55 bottles of beauty water and 15 bottles of gathering magic water. Norin was lucky. The potion fusion went very smoothly this time. The main reason was that the materials used last time had been piled up in the warehouse for an unknown period, losing potency, and some had even aged. Unlike this time, the materials were all freshly purchased. He left 15 bottles of beauty water for his wives and 10 bottles of gathering magic water to enhance their strength. Norin didn't linger. He rode his shadow dragon and took the remaining potions to Lanner City. Along the way, some inexperienced knights encountered Norin's shadow dragon and shouted that a wicked dragon was attacking, scaring them into drawing their swords. If Norin hadn't revealed his noble identity, it was likely that in a few days, bards would be spreading tales of a hero slaying a dragon. Roar! The guards outside Lanner City were startled to see a massive black dragon flying in, leaving them in a state of panic, unsure of what to do, even contemplating what to do if they ended up in hell. At that moment, Norin jumped down from the shadow dragon, and as he recalled the dragon, the crowd began to regain their composure. Once they confirmed that Norin was a noble lord, their anxiety eased somewhat. A noble lord riding a giant dragon was something extraordinary. In their eyes, such a noble person could even connect with deities, let alone a giant dragon. In this world, where bards loved to spread tales of heroes slaying dragons, many ignorant people had never seen a dragon and could not comprehend the feeling of facing such a colossal creature. Compared to dragons that could reach dozens or even hundreds of meters, Norin's shadow dragon resembled an adult dragon beast. Before long, Norin arrived at the Noble Academy. He had originally intended to bring Morin along, but it was impossible since she was pregnant and shouldn't move too much, so he came alone. When Mentor Emily saw Norin for the first time, she was somewhat surprised. A ripple of emotion crossed her calm face. How has your magical energy become so abundant? Have you leveled up again? Yes, I'm now level 24. I estimate that in a while, I'll break through to level 30 and become a great mage, Norin said with a confident smile, but many people preferred to refer to mages above level 20 as great mages out of respect, rather than calling them high-level mages. However, Norin was still just a high-level mage. The last time Norin came, he was only level 22, and in such a short time, he had risen 2 levels. Emily was quite astonished. In her faint memories, Norin was not a genius. Wearing lace gloves, Emily placed her hand on Norin's chest. It seems that since you became a full-time magician, your talent has improved. Norin teased, am I getting closer to you, Mentor Emily? As an older woman, Emily certainly understood what Norin was implying. She smiled slightly and threw him a flirtatious glance. Then I look forward to the day you surpass me. Women love strong individuals, and she was no exception. To make her yield, he would at least need to surpass her level. Norin didn't continue the conversation but snapped his fingers, and a pile of magical potions appeared on the table. This time, I brought 40 bottles of beauty potion. Do you want them? Seeing so many magical potions, Emily's eyes sparkled. She had already used up the previous beauty potions, which had worked wonders for her, nourishing her skin. I'll take them all. It was quite straightforward. The two exchanged money for goods. One couldn't help but say that Emily was quite the little wealthy woman, handing over 4,000 gold coins without batting an eye. Norin stared at Emily, somewhat entranced, and couldn't help but laugh. Mentor Emily, are you interested in coming to my territory? To bear my children? What? Emily was taken aback at first, but after a moment, she regained her composure. Looking at Norin's charming noble face, she smiled. Still the same thing. Let's talk when you surpass me. However, Emily didn't expect him to be so bold. After all these years, many magicians had confessed to her, but she had turned them all down. Yet, it was the first time someone like Norin had been so proactive. Even a noble had no reason to act this way, especially since he was aware of Norin's reputation. He was known as the key figure who brought glory to the Norin family and had married several wives in just a few years. But she also felt the need to teach this noble a lesson. Suddenly, a miserable scream was heard as Norin was blasted out of the Noble Academy by a water magic spell. Of course, Norin was unharmed. No one dared to discipline a lord, even a powerful magician. Knowing he couldn't take her down this time, Norin wisely decided to leave. Having earned 4,000 gold coins, he intended to find his wife, Lela, and spend some of it. As he left, Norin didn't notice someone peering out from a window in the academy, staring intently at his departing figure. That person was Mentor Emily, and as Norin disappeared from view, she turned away. Norin had already planned how to use the 4,000 gold coins in his hand, part for marrying and taking concubines, part for purchasing magical materials. The rest would be used to buy young magical beasts, allowing the shadow dragon to infect them, enabling them to evolve into dragon beasts. His dragon beast Knight Core was destined to be renowned in the future. Norin rode the shadow dragon swiftly. Compared to the rural territory, the city of Lanner was very inclusive. It was not surprising to see a shadow dragon that resembled a dragon beast. Even if a giant dragon walked down the street, as long as someone was riding it, it wouldn't cause any commotion. In a big forest, what kind of birds haven't been seen? inside the magical potion shop. Before entering, the first thing that caught the eye was a pair of straight legs belonging to a woman who looked to be around 20, dressed in work attire, mature and stunning, exuding a mature charm that stirred the heart. "Lord, you're here again?" Della was somewhat happy to see Norin. This lord was not only humorous but also a big customer. Norin nodded and smiled. "How's business in your shop?" Della's expression stiffened at his words. Recently, their potion maker had been killed by magical beasts while hunting, causing their potion business to plummet. She was worried that her shop might have to close down soon. So, with a self-deprecating tone, he casually mentioned the matter. Nualan's eyes lit up. "Good heavens, isn't this a perfect match?" He is indeed a pharmacist, but as a noble lord, personally concocting magical potions feels a bit beneath his dignity. Nualan took out a beauty potion and tossed it to Dyla. "What do you think of this magical potion?" As a merchant, Dyla had naturally encountered countless magical potions, and the moment she touched it, she felt a surge of magical energy. I've never seen this magical potion before, but it looks like it should be a type of auxiliary potion." Dyla's response was sharp and to the point, proving her keen merchant's eye. Nualan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected such a detailed analysis. "This bottle of potion is called Beauty Water. It can help women nourish their bodies, improve their skin, and enhance their beauty." Dyla's heart surged with excitement as she tightly gripped the potion in her hand. What is most important for a woman? Naturally, it's her face. If this is true, then the value of this potion is immeasurable. "I have a supply channel for this potion. You can have as much as you want. It should help you out of your current predicament, and as for finding another pharmacist later, that will be enough," Nualan said. Dyla was overjoyed and stepped forward lightly, her body softening as she leaned into Nualan's embrace. "Will you give me a child? I can support you a bit, turning your shop into a trading company, making it bigger and bigger." Nualan began to paint a rosy picture. "Just imagine, with the support of a lord, your future procurement and sales will be very convenient, and no one will dare to make things difficult for you." Dyla's heart stirred. Raising a child alone was never easy, especially with the long-standing loneliness pressing down on her heart. No one could understand how hard it is for one person to hold up a shop, and finding someone worthy of trust is indeed a good choice. The noble before her, with his graceful demeanor and gentle manners, was clearly someone worth trusting. "Okay," Dyla softly agreed. Nualan felt the warmth in his arms and took a careful breath, only to catch a whiff of a ripe, enticing scent. "Once I hand over all the shop affairs to my daughter, I will leave with you." Dyla led Nualan to the backyard. Nualan saw Dyla's daughter, who looked very much like Dyla. They appeared less like mother and daughter and more like sisters, especially with those perfectly straight legs, almost identical. However, unlike Dyla's alluring aura, Nashri carried a hint of youthful freshness, looking full of vitality. "Nashri, take good care of the shop after I leave," Dyla instructed before following Nualan away. "Yulong." Upon reaching the city gate, Nualan called out, and a dark figure flickered into existence. "Is this a dragon?" Dyla covered her mouth with her small hand, utterly shocked. In an instant, her fondness for Nualan skyrocketed. Who wouldn't like a handsome, wealthy, and powerful noble? Along the way, Dyla kept leaning towards him, and they were almost glued together. Nualan took the opportunity to hold her in his arms, carefully admiring the beautiful scenery. "Ahem, could you give my shoulders a little massage?" Nualan feigned seriousness. As soon as the words left his mouth, a pair of delicate hands rested on his shoulders and began to knead gently. This technique was extraordinary. The tingling sensation made Nualan feel as if he had been struck by an electric current, an indescribable mix of soreness and pleasure. "Langu, we've arrived." Nualan lay on Dyla's legs, not yet feeling the passage of time, only to realize they had already arrived. Yulong had come to a stop, and at that moment, Delano came out to greet them. When she saw Dyla beside Nualan, she instantly understood. Beautiful moments are always fleeting. Nualan gently adjusted his collar and instructed, "Delano, hold a banquet in 3 days." Drolano was a bit confused. Wasn't it supposed to be today? However, she nodded in agreement and began preparing for the banquet. 3 days was enough time for her to get things ready. "Langu, your territory is so vast." Dyla feigned shyness. Norin chuckled, "Of course it's big." By conquering Dyla, his business had expanded from a small area nearby to within the city of Lanwo. He knew that whatever he did, it needed to be done step by step, without rushing. Each year, he could harvest 1-2 million spirit fruits. A small portion could be sold, while the rest would be used to concoct potions, stored as rewards, or consumed by himself. "What do you think is the best way to maximize the use of these spirit fruits?" Norin looked at Dyla, who had managed to grow her shop so large in Lanwo, clearly possessing real talent. Dyla shyly replied, "It's actually quite simple. Just make the customers feel like they're getting a good deal." Norin nodded. Leaving these matters to Lela was definitely the right choice. Professionals should handle professional tasks. As the one in charge, he only needed to manage the people under him. With these spirit fruits, he wouldn't even need to concoct potions himself. Lela had already discussed most of the regulations and planned everything out. Alright, then I'll leave these matters to you. With this money, help me acquire some magical beasts, preferably around 1,000 young ones of the same species, Norin said. Lela frowned slightly. This task was quite daunting because magical beasts were not easy to come by, especially young ones of the same species, 1,000. Previously, she had no way, but now she had money and the backing of Lord Norin, so she naturally had a plan. Leave this to me, Longu. Once I return, I'll deliver those magical beasts to you without fail, Lela promised. Norin laughed heartily, pulling Lela into his embrace. Dyla's bones were soft, her skin delicate and flawless, like that of a young girl. Even more wonderful was her uniform, which made her look like a captivating devil, especially those long legs that could crush a person. At that moment, Sana came over, just in time for a game of mahjong with one missing player, and she pulled Lela away. 3 days later, the banquet began, and all the guests arrived, except for Lord Machak. Ever since that time when the Chicken Lord married his daughter to Norin, he understood what it meant to have a strong ally. Every day, he received hundreds of spirit fruits, along with various exquisite jewelry and gold coins, which immediately broke down his psychological defenses. He wished he could grab Norin's boots and kiss them fervently. With the nourishment from the spirit fruits, Chicken's strength progressed rapidly, reaching the level of a 10th tier knight, now capable of expanding his territory. Norin, my old brother, this drink is for you. Chicken downed a cup of wine in one go. In his eyes, a talent like Lord Norin, marrying several wives in a year was nothing at all. He vaguely remembered that a distant relative had a niece who was exceptionally beautiful, perfect for Lord Norin. Norin was unaware of Chicken's thoughts. If he knew, he would surely be amused. After the oath ended, Norin hurried inside, feeling a bit excited about his first encounter with a married woman, especially someone like Lela, who was both beautiful and full of buffs, and very understanding. Norin took a deep breath, activating the yin-yang breathing technique to its fullest. Feeling it wasn't enough, he immediately downed a few bottles of beauty elixir and chewed on several spirit fruits. Pushing open the door, he saw the alluring Lela, her black lace cheapao accentuating her charm. Norin smiled slightly and blew out the candle. Successfully took a concubine, lifespan plus 10, currently 95, additional lifespan plus 5, currently 100, currently level 24. A night of springtime joy was worth a fortune. Since Lela was just an ordinary human, he did not gain any substantial rewards. However, that was enough. That night, Nualan was very satisfied, even to the point where his 2 kidneys were almost overwhelmed. The most important thing was that his Nualan merchant had a successor, who could be managed by Lela. He believed she had the ability. As the saying goes, if you doubt someone, don't use them. If you use someone, don't doubt them. A month later, Dyla's belly had slightly rounded. Longu, I'm pregnant. Lela was very surprised, not expecting that the fruits of their labor would come so quickly within a month. It was truly unexpected. Pregnant with a level 20 offspring, receiving random reward Void Cloak, mythical, a treasure of the elves, only a master craftsman among the elves can create it, increases personal defense by 100%, movement speed increases by 100%, and can upgrade infinitely upon defeating opponents. Compatible with the Void Staff, collecting all 5 pieces of the Void equipment set grants additional attribute bonuses, collecting 10 sets achieves a Grand Slam, currently, 2 out of 10. Nualan was overjoyed. It turned out to be the matching equipment for the Void Staff. Collecting 5 pieces could even trigger additional enhancements. This was truly outrageous. Since that was the case, he needed to continue taking concubines. An increase in defense by 100% meant he no longer had to worry about being instantly killed due to a fragile body, and an increase in movement speed by 100% meant his escape speed had also increased. Of course, with his strength, he generally didn't need to escape. Nualan sighed repeatedly. The rewards were still so generous, truly worth all his efforts. Currently, Yali and Sasha's children had already been born, Sana, Moli, Lela, Manhwa, and Maya, all of whom had special physiques and could not become pregnant. However, they could gain a lot of experience, and each had their unique charm. Meanwhile, Morin and Lela were already pregnant, while Gracie had not yet conceived, so Nualan still needed to work harder. Since Gracie was the only one left who hadn't become pregnant, he simply brought a few bottles of beauty water and found Gracie, who was playing mahjong with Sana and the others. I must say, that cold and aloof aura sparked a desire to conquer from afar. Longu, what brings you here? He, you all need another player for mahjong, right? Nualan casually moved a stool and sat down beside them. The mahjong and playing cards were made by his people. We don't need anyone else, we're all here. The women were having a great time, especially since they didn't have to work in New Orleans territory, nor did they lack money or servants to attend to them. They were thoroughly enjoying themselves. After staying for so long, their spirits and skin had improved, making them look even more charming. New Orleans chuckled, "No, you all need someone. Oh dear." A month later, Lela returned to Lan Nua City and took away 100 of New Orleans knights. The potion shop was renamed New Orleans Chamber of Commerce. As a lord's glorious title, New Orleans' name alone intimidated some petty criminals, and with 100 knights and a large supply of kidney fruit, the New Orleans Chamber of Commerce quickly became famous for selling kidney fruit. As a potion for kidney replenishment, most nobles came to purchase it, giving it numerous positive reviews. During this time, it was not long before Morin's baby would be born. New Orleans was naturally busy. Besides handling various matters within the territory every day, he was also cultivating the land. Longa Gracie was charming and alluring. New Orleans was eager. Currently, aside from Gracie, almost everyone capable of having children had already conceived, so he had to work even harder. Moreover, Gracie was exceptionally gifted, and the child she bore would surely be stunning. Gained a large amount of experience, current level 24. A week later, Longa, I'm finally pregnant. Gracie gently stroked her rounded belly, her face filled with joy. New Orleans leaned over her belly, listening carefully. It's a son. Gracie shyly replied, It's not born yet, it might not necessarily be a son. Although she had just become pregnant, Grace did not feel any weakness or discomfort, as she usually ate very well, treating potions like drinks and magical fruits as snacks. He, I say it is so. Norin chuckled. I don't believe it unless you prove it to me, Grace said shyly, puffing out her chest. Norin held Grace's delicate hand and whispered, Just because I'm great. So annoying. Grace playfully hit Norin's shoulder with her other hand. Since the weather is nice today, I'll take care of your body. Norin caught Grace's other hand as well. Isn't that a bit too much? I'm already pregnant. Grace's face was flushed, her gaze constantly drifting. You have conceived a limitless gifted offspring, and you can choose a reward. Please select from the following options. Territory formation protects the safety of the territory. Only those of a higher rank than the host can break it. Supreme Magic Wand increases skill power, comparable to the power of the Void Wand. Magic Gathering Formation continuously increases the concentration of magic within the territory. The more magical plants and beasts there are, the higher the concentration of magic. Naturally, Norin was prepared to eliminate the first option, as he already had a territory formation. The second was even more useless. His Void Wand had extra attributes when he collected 10 pieces of the set, so what was the point of this? The third was what he needed most at the moment. He had wanted to find a magic tutor to help him set up a magic gathering formation. I choose the magic gathering formation, Norin shouted in his heart. Unseen, a formation inscription appeared from the ground, vanishing in an instant. But Norin, being a high-level magician, immediately sensed something unusual. The concentration of magic in the territory had increased. With the magic gathering formation, high-quality commoners would continuously appear in the territory, and even magical plants and beasts would grow and reproduce more vigorously. The magic power he gained from his yin-yang breathing technique would also increase with each breath, and most importantly, his little wives would be able to level up continuously. Norin had figured out the rule of having many children brings many blessings. The higher the level of his wives, the more experience he would gain from the yin-yang breathing technique. The higher their qualifications and the stronger their physiques, the better the items he would obtain, and even the rewards after giving birth would be richer, just like how Grace directly chose a magic gathering formation after conceiving. Before long, many people seemed to feel the unusualness of the territory, and just as everyone was puzzled, they quickly remembered Lord Norin. 3 days later, Delano pushed open the door and knelt on one knee respectfully, saying, The magical beasts purchased by Lady Della from Lanno City have arrived. Norin was overjoyed. The magical beasts he had longed for had finally arrived. He had promised the sisters Katya and Katno that they would take care of the magical beasts together, and after so long, he felt a bit embarrassed. Quick, take me to see them, and also call Katya and Katno over. After saying this, Norin excitedly ran out. A knightly order was a symbol of the Lord's strength, and as a lord, he naturally needed to take good care of his territory. These knights were essential for expanding and developing the land. With magical beasts and the influence of the ghost dragon, he could quickly establish his dragon knight order. Of course, the selection of knights also needed to be the elite among elites, as controlling magical beasts was no easy task. It's actually a griffin. Norin's eyes widened in surprise. The griffin resembled an eagle from his past life, but compared to it, it was larger, especially with its broader wings, and its flying speed was astonishing. The royal griffin was slowly cultivated through the evolution of ordinary griffins. The flying griffin is a formidable flying magical beast. Since ancient times, flying magical beasts have held the advantage. After all, who can compete with the ability to fly? Moreover, the flying griffin possesses a unique skill, rapid speed. Rapid speed significantly increases its own speed. Don't underestimate this skill. With it and his own knightly order, it would be easy to kill without a trace, and annihilating a territorial power in a day would be a piece of cake. Speed is crucial for knights, and Norlan never expected that Lela would be so generous as to provide him with 1,000 flying griffins. These griffins are still young and easily enslaved, but with Norlan's noble status, he would never enslave these magical beasts. So he called out, "Yulong!" Roar! A series of roars echoed through the sky, and a massive black shadow blotted out the sun as it descended, stirring up a cloud of dust. The Yulong arrived, causing the flying griffins to tremble in fear, with some of the weaker ones even foaming at the mouth and fainting. Before long, all the flying griffins bowed their heads, completely tamed by the Yulong. As long as Norlan has the Yulong, these flying griffins would never betray him. Maya, no, where do you think we should raise these flying griffins? Norlan looked at the two sisters behind him. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion seeing the two little ones standing together, especially with their cat ears and tails, all fluffy and adorable. There were many people around now, making it unsuitable for battle. He needed to handle the current matters first. He couldn't raise magical beasts, but his wives could. As half-beasts, they had been in contact with magical beasts since childhood. As speed-type magical beasts, flying griffins can be raised in higher places, allowing them to develop the habit of flying from a young age. Moreover, with the magical energy in the territory gradually intensifying, we can adjust some magical potions to promote the growth of magical beasts, paired with the kidney chi fruit, and then use the Yulong to infect a mutated flying griffin. Within a year, these flying griffins will be ready to leave the nest. After that, we can select some excellent male flying griffins as breeding birds, cultivating stronger flying griffins over the long term. Maya and Nono took turns speaking, quickly clarifying the future direction for breeding magical beasts. Although Norlan didn't understand much, he could tell that this method was definitely feasible. The only difficulty at the moment was finding a higher piece of land for these flying griffins to nest. Most of Norlan's territory consisted of flat ground, with only a few raised areas that were completely unsuitable for the growth of flying griffins. At that moment, Gryst walked over with a slightly bulging belly. "My father has a cliff for flying birds, I'll go ask him for it." Upon hearing this, Norlan's eyebrows lifted. It was indeed a good idea, and the cliff for flying birds was conveniently adjacent to his wild plains where he cultivated turtle and tortoise grass. The flying griffins could come down to eat the kidney chi fruit when they were hungry. But Norlan hesitated a bit. The land between lords was calculated, and getting the other party to contribute would require a huge price. "Don't worry, Longu, I'll go talk to him." Gryst shook Norlan's arm, assuring him, "Alright, and while you're at it, bring some beauty water and kidney chi fruit for Brother Jifan." Norlan casually wrapped his arm around Gryst. Ever since Lord Jifan married his daughter to Norlan, he had been living a life of feasting and merriment, with his level continuously rising. Indeed, having a daughter is better than having a son. He had to thank Lord Matcha, or he wouldn't have everything he had now. Being surrounded by beauty was truly comfortable. "Dad, I'm back." Gryst strode over, calling out. Upon hearing his daughter's voice, Jifan first felt joy, but then his brows furrowed. A married daughter is like spilled water. If she returns without permission and makes Lord Norlan unhappy, what would happen to his magical fruit? Grace knew her father's personality well and immediately made a promise. "It was Longu who asked me to come back. I also brought some magical potions and magic fruits," and Jifan walked out the door, leaning over each box, his eyes wide with excitement. These were treasures he could only dream of. "Ahem, right now Longu is cultivating magical beasts, and he needs the bird cliff from your territory," Grace said with a light cough. "What? You want my bird cliff? That place occupies 1/5 of my territory." "No, other things can be negotiated, but this is non-negotiable." Jifan shook his head vigorously. Other matters could be discussed, but giving up his territory to another lord would get him killed by his father with a single sword strike. "Dad, you're thinking too small. I'm pregnant," Grace said, holding her big belly. "What does your pregnancy have to do with my thinking small?" Jifan didn't understand. Grace continued to brainwash him. "When your grandson is born, aren't you going to want to show something? And since I'm pregnant, won't your grandson bring you more good things when he is born? Moreover, Longu is cultivating magical beasts, and the location is at the bird cliff. If he succeeds, I can bring a few back for you. An useless bird cliff in exchange for a group of magical beasts and various good things. Besides, can't this be considered my dowry?" And Lord Jifan listened, his blood boiling, and with a sudden spark of inspiration, he agreed. This is the deed to the bird cliff. Give it to Brother Nualan, and don't lose it." Grace was overjoyed, snatched the deed, and rode off in a hoofed cart. Only a few boxes of magic fruits and a cloud of dust were left, along with a bewildered Lord Jifan. Of course, Nualan was not idle either. He had Delano gather materials, with Morin assisting in the potion making. "Are you feeling alright?" Nualan asked, looking at the pregnant Morin. I feel much better now than when I was at the Noble Academy," Morin said. Although she was pregnant, she had not suffered since arriving in Nualan's territory, eating and drinking well, and had gained some weight, looking even cuter. Moreover, as a student of the Noble Academy, she had practiced potion making for a while, making her a good assistant. In addition to the kidney fruit, they also needed griffin feathers, griffin blood, beast hides, dried wood, and a series of magical potion materials and ordinary herbal extracts. Nualan first placed the key kidney fruit, while Morin used magic to compress, decompose, and extract these materials. 3 days later, Nualan was in a great mood. This time they had produced many magical potions, mixing them into the water source, enough for the griffins to use for a year. Growth liquid, for flying magical beasts, can promote the rapid growth of low-level magical beasts, very effective with no side effects, and long-term use can increase the speed of flying magical beasts. With this item, plus Grace already bringing the deed to the bird cliff, raising griffins could soon be on the agenda. The remaining matters were left to Delano to handle, while Jasmine, Lariel, Katya, and Katno, his little wives, were to discuss among themselves which kidney fruits were best for the griffins and how to raise them. As for Nualan, he naturally continued to fight and level up. Sana was dressed in a special outfit. If she resembled anyone, a name immediately appeared in Nualan's mind: Mentor Emily. It must be said that Sana was very considerate. Master Sana said shyly, her tail reaching from her sleeve to touch Nualan's skin. He, little fairy. Nualan felt a fire ignite within him, like a raging inferno that could not be contained. He couldn't care less about anything else. Yin-yang breathing technique activated, gaining a large amount of experience, currently level 25. A month had passed. During this time, the flying eagle had taken shape, and Nualan's ghostly dragon successfully influenced a mutated flying eagle, leading it to evolve first into the dragon beast Dragon Eagle. Compared to ordinary flying eagles, the Dragon Eagle has broader wings and its entire body has turned a ghostly black, with an additional skill, Ghost Fire Breath. Ghost Fire Breath, spewing out scorching ghost flames from its mouth, can cause significant damage. Nualan bestowed this upon the bravest knight among his followers, who was so moved that he wept and pledged his loyalty to Nualan. As for the rest of the time, Nualan naturally continued to fight and level up. After communicating with Sana, he found Gracie, and it must be said that even while pregnant, Gracie's charm was undiminished. At this moment, Delano stepped forward, kneeling on one knee and saying, "My lord, Lord Jifan has arrived, and it seems he has brought a woman." Nualan raised an eyebrow. What was this unreliable father-in-law up to? Surely he wasn't here to deliver another beauty? He had been busy lately and had no time to marry or take concubines, but regardless of the reason for his visit, he had to go see. "Brother Nualan, you finally came." Jifan's condition had clearly improved a lot. His demeanor was spirited and his aura stable, looking as if his strength had increased significantly. Moreover, the way he looked at Nualan was as if he were gazing at his deceased father. Who would have thought that just a few days ago, he wanted to seize Nualan's territory? Now, Jifan would gladly abandon the dignity of a lord to fervently kiss Nualan's shoes. As for the bird cliff, he initially felt a bit of a loss, but upon seeing that box of magic fruits and the pile of gold coins, only one thought filled his mind. The bird cliff belongs to Lord Nualan. Whoever dares to take it back, I will fight them to the death. Brother, you haven't changed much these days, but you look much better. Nualan patted Lord Jifan on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Jifan wasted no time and got straight to the point. "Brother, I heard you've been busy lately and haven't had time to take a concubine, so I brought my niece for you to see. What do you think?" "My name is Nalusi." Upon seeing Nualan's appearance, Nalusi blushed and said shyly. She did not expect this elderly lord to be so handsome and charming, exuding an air of noble gentlemanliness. Just one glance made her somewhat infatuated, and after stealing a few more glances, her neck and cheeks quickly turned crimson, like a beautiful lake reflecting the setting sun. "Nalusi is truly a beautiful noble lady," Nualan praised, naturally pulling her into an embrace. Nalusi was different from Gracie. She had long crimson hair, and her noble dress accentuated her curvaceous figure. Especially her long legs and alluring bosom made it hard to look away, and Nualan felt his heart racing. Noble women possess an indescribable charm. Whether it was Yali, Sasha, Gracie, or Nalusi, the aura they carried was something he could never experience in his past life. Nalusi, held by Nualan, simply lay in his arms. Nualan touched Nalusi's flowing red hair and took a deep breath. So fragrant. This scene made Jifan clap his hands and shout, "Hold a banquet! Master of ceremonies, prayers, priest, What are you still dawdling for? Jifan was as anxious as if he were the one taking a concubine. Nuolan wasted no time and immediately organized everything. The banquet officially began. The Lord has taken another concubine? How many is this now? I don't know. Probably more than 10. Only Lord Nuolan could have so many concubines. The commoners did not find it absurd that Lord Nuolan took concubines. Instead, they thought the food at the banquet was getting better and better. After finishing his drink, Nuolan stuffed some kidney fruits into his mouth and pushed open the door. Nalusi was half reclining, and even at night, her red hair still shone brightly, looking particularly dazzling. Nuolan looked at the beauty before him and smiled. From now on, just call me Brother Lon. Nalusa's voice was like a mosquito, and Norin couldn't hear clearly. Concubine successfully taken, lifespan plus 10, currently 110, level 25. Crimson body, gained max affinity for fire magic. Fire magic affinity, when releasing fire magic, casting speed increases by 100%, power increases by 100%, and the speed of attracting fire magic energy increases by 100%. Norin was taken aback. It was truly an unexpected joy. The fire magic affinity increased his dragon flame skill's explosive power by another 100%, which was simply terrifying. Coupled with stacking spells, equipment, and so on, the power could probably exceed levels and instantly kill opponents. You smell really good, Norin said with a sideways grin. Naluz was momentarily stunned, then playfully slapped Norin's chest with her delicate hand. You're bad. Ha ha ha, time flew by like the wind. During this period, although Norin had been training, he hadn't leveled up. As a level 25 high mage, breaking through to level 30 to reach the Grand Mage level was quite difficult. However, Norin wasn't in a hurry. He still had over 100 years of lifespan left, and he would eventually break through. Lady Della said that the profits of the Norin Chamber of Commerce have reached a new high. Besides beauty water and kidney fruit, the growth liquid is selling like crazy, and even booked out until the year after next. Delano brought over the financial report, looking somewhat excited. Earning this amount of gold in just a month was something she had only dreamed of before. Norin looked and indeed saw a considerable sum. With this money, perhaps he could recruit more knights and fully utilize the 1,000 dragon griffins. Previously, for the safety of the Norin Chamber of Commerce, he had sent 100 knights to Lanwo City, leaving him with 600 knights now. As knights, they needed to learn various rules and regulations, but they also required strong abilities and an indomitable character. In his territory, there were people who met the knight standards, but Norin wanted elites. After some thought, he decided to visit the noble school. There should be a place dedicated to training knights there. He could also take a look at his beautiful mentor, Emily, and perhaps take a few more concubines. According to Morin, there were quite a few like her who came from poor commoner families. Of course, his eldest son Huang was already 1 year old, and soon he could go to the noble school to study. In this world, children matured early. It was quite common for nobles to be betrothed at 8 and married by 10. Speaking of which, if his son got married and had children, would he receive a reward? System, answer me. Norin silently thought. Yes, please explore on your own, host. Goodness, does that mean I can have an endless cycle of children? In that case, I should take more human wives and quickly have a few more kids. Norin pondered. No, currently his wives Yali and Sasha had just given birth and were probably recovering soon. Morin, Della, and Grace were already pregnant, and there was one who wasn't. Naluz. He. Brother Lon, what brings you here? Naluz was playing mahjong with Grace and the others, looking somewhat puzzled. But she soon understood that iconic red hair made one unable to resist wanting to touch it. Conceived 100 limit offspring, received rewards crop upgrade card ×1, skill fusion card ×1. Crop upgrade card, upgrades a magical plant in the territory by 1 level, gaining higher yield. Skill fusion card, fuses 2 similar skills to obtain a more powerful skill. Norin was overjoyed. He needed the tortoise and turtle grass in various places. If this thing upgraded, it would definitely be a significant boost for him. As for the skill fusion card, he had obtained it earlier, fusing 2 planting-related skills to create the skill growth technique, passive, which continuously increased the growth of magical plants. Use the magical plant upgrade card to upgrade the tortoise and turtle grass. Nolan is not a fool. This thing is useless if saved up, so it's better to use it directly. Upgrade successful, obtain the magical plant Turtle Bear Tree. Compared to the Turtle Bear grass, which produces once a year, the Turtle Bear Tree produces 10 times a year, and grows without limits, with annual yields increasing, and has a chance to give birth to the magical beast Turtle Bear Tree King. Turtle Bear Tree King, the Turtle Bear Tree has become sentient, with extremely strong combat power to protect its territory, and can reproduce to give birth to Turtle Bear grass, accelerating the birth of kidney chi fruits. Goodness, how fierce! Not to mention the Turtle Bear Tree King, Just the 10 harvests a year are enough for him, and it saves the effort of planting, effectively increasing the yield. Nolan was still in shock when Nalusi, feeling unsatisfied, directly leaned over and interrupted his thoughts. Lan Gu, I'm pregnant? Nalusi felt her lower abdomen slightly bulging, somewhat in disbelief. Nolan laughed heartily. That's right. This is my power. So annoying. Combine the beast contract and soul capture. Nolan thought. The beast contract can enslave magical beasts, and soul capture can absorb the souls of the dead, providing them for the ghost dragon. What would happen if the two were combined? Fusion successful. Obtain skill soul slave. Obtained by merging the skills beast contract and soul capture can enslave the souls of the dead and make them subordinates to fight, while incorporating all the characteristics of the above two skills. Nolan's eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that he could create a bunch of ghost knights? A knight team created through dead knights and magical beasts, incredibly powerful. It is said that a holy level mage once created such a team, helping an empire annihilate another empire, after which the ghosts disappeared from the annals of history. With this skill, he would no longer fear wasting in battle. Magical beasts could fight for him before death, and after death, their bodies, blood, flesh, fur, and even souls would be at his disposal. Not just his magical beasts, but also his opponents would have to accept his enslavement. Speaking of which, would this mean competing with the Grim Reaper for a living? A week later, Nolan brought Mo Lin to Lan Nua City, still riding the ghost dragon. These days, the aura of the ghost dragon had become increasingly robust. A casual breath could flatten a small hill. Every time the dragon griffins saw the ghost dragon, they would bow down in submission. Perhaps this is the true power of a dragon. The ghost dragon was very fast, and soon the two arrived at the noble school. As Nolan walked, he prepared to find his mentor Emily, but unexpectedly, a group of students in formal attire approached. Mo Lin, it's been a long time since we met. I heard you married a noble. How are you doing now? A bunch of female students chirped. Seeing her former companions, Mo Lin was naturally very happy. I married Lan Gu, and he treats me very well. I can eat magical fruits and potions every day. Mo Lin happily shared a lot, and looking at her noble attire, her spirit, and the abundant magical energy within her, it was all genuine. She was truly living well. It was hard to believe that a noble would treat a commoner woman so well. You're pregnant? Someone noticed Mo Lin's big belly. Mo Lin rubbed her belly, a maternal glow on her face as she nodded. Why don't you all come and keep me company? In their eyes, it was impossible for a noble to let a commoner woman bear offspring. It was an insult to noble bloodlines, yet Mo Lin was indeed pregnant. They looked at Nolan, a handsome noble lord, exuding the charm of a mature man. Nolan noticed the changing expressions of the female students and knew some were stirred. He found that these female students were all stunningly beautiful. Nolan snapped his fingers and pulled out a pile of beauty potions, handing them to the many female students. These are welcome gifts. I hope you can accept them. Some were about to refuse, but Morin smiled and said, just accept them. Lan Gu doesn't like these things. One girl looked and looked again, exclaiming, This seems to be the beauty potion on the market, worth 100 gold coins, and sometimes even 120 gold coins a bottle. Nolan's lips curled up. Ahem, if anyone wants to have my baby, feel free to contact me anytime. After that, Nolan pulled Morin away, leaving behind a grand silhouette that stirred many hearts. Hello, teacher. Morin was very respectful. Nolan carefully examined mentor Emily, and one couldn't help but say that her curvaceous figure and ever-changing style were extremely alluring. Fortunately, Nolan had seen countless women and was able to maintain his composure, extinguishing the flames that had yet to rise in his heart. However, Emily scrutinized Nolan closely, her heart trembling. You've leveled up again? You're getting closer to becoming a grand mage. Nolan nodded and laughed heartily. We're one step closer to each other. This time, Emily did not resist. Instead, her brows relaxed, and she smiled back. Then you keep it up. Seeing this scene, Nolan felt a surge of wickedness in his belly and quickly pulled Morin out of the office of the female succubus. Just in time, they arrived in Lanner City, where he could go find Lela to relieve some stress. Her skills were still quite good. Just as Nolan was about to act, a long-legged beauty with golden hair and blue eyes approached, blushing. Nolan, big brother, I want to go with you, is that okay? Before Nolan could respond, Morin grabbed the girl's hand. Daisy, the Nolan family welcomes you. Nolan wrapped his left arm around Morin and his right arm around Daisy, grinning mischievously. Don't worry, after you follow me, I'll help you solve all your difficulties. Daisy nodded. She indeed had some troubles. Before she could ask for help, Nolan said, Morin, I have some matters to attend to with Lela. You go help Daisy with her issues, then return to the Nolan territory. Morin nodded, excitedly pulling Daisy along. They had been sisters before, and now they were even closer. Nolan rode the Shadow Dragon and flew straight to the Nolan Chamber of Commerce. Compared to the previous potion shop, the current Nolan Chamber of Commerce was much more impressive, having acquired several nearby shops and built a larger chamber, with night patrols in front. The Nolan Chamber of Commerce belonged to Nolan's territory, and a layer of potion magic array had been added outside, preventing any nefarious individuals from entering. Nolan recalled the shadow dragon and strode into the chamber, his heart itching at the thought of Della's strange posture. At this moment, Della no longer had to toil as before, she was comfortably drinking tea and cultivating on the top floor. Suddenly, she noticed Nolan's arrival and hurried to greet him. When they met, Nolan playfully squeezed Della's little bottom and smiled. "How have you been lately? Are you getting used to it here?" "Pretty good, and there haven't been any rascals causing trouble lately. But I missed you." Della leaned into Nolan's embrace. Nolan rode the shadow dragon back to the Nolan territory. Delano saw Nolan return and noticed a strange woman, naturally understanding the situation. The banquet began quietly, just like before, with various ceremonies taking place continuously. Many nobles attended this time, including some who were quite down on their luck and came to seek refuge. Nolan was naturally very pleased. His territory was vast and rich, lacking nothing but population, let alone nobles. The nobles indulge in all kinds of pleasures, but from another perspective, it's about literacy and etiquette. These are living resources. If they want to offer their services, they should work for Nualan, whether as teachers in the school or by fully utilizing their skills to bring value. Nualan has a system in place, so there's no need to worry about the loyalty of these people. It's simply a matter of using people without suspicion. During this time, Nualan's territory has been growing at an astonishing rate. Some commoners have even migrated here due to various wars, needing to establish records and arrange accommodations, all of which are the responsibility of these nobles. Nualan's territory is thriving. After finishing his drink, Nualan drunkenly pushed open the door. Daishi lay on the bed, feeling a bit nervous. She came from a common background and was not a noble, so everything around her felt new. "Just call me Longo from now on, don't be afraid. If you have any problems, just say it, and I'll take care of it." Nualan patted his chest in assurance, not just boasting but genuinely having the capability. Daishi looked up at Nualan, her face slightly flushed, her heart stirred. Who wouldn't like such a handsome, wealthy, and responsible lord? Concubine successful, lifespan plus 10, currently 110 water affinity physique. Gained additional special item Cursed Water Pearl, controls water, resists erosion in water, can simply manipulate water sources. Nualan looked at the blue and white small ball that suddenly appeared in his hand, pondering repeatedly. This thing seemed to have no use. There was still some distance to the sea, and the only larger lake was deep within the wilderness. However, just because it's not useful now doesn't mean it won't be in the future. Perhaps during coastal battles, using this to form a maritime knight order would be a great choice. With this thought, Nualan became even more excited, battling with Daishi repeatedly. The noise was so loud that even Delano, guarding at the door, felt a bit embarrassed. Compared to before, Nualan's body was getting better and even becoming strong. All of this, aside from the more than 100 years of lifespan, was due to countless potions nourishing him, along with the continuous magical power brought by the magic circle. A month passed. During this time, Nualan found Yali, and Sasha was planting seeds, but the two had just given birth and were not yet moving. Morin's child was about to be born, and Della, Nalusi, and Greasy's bellies were also growing. Of course, Daishi's belly had grown too. With Daishi's pregnancy, Nualan also received a random reward, the skill Forest Power. Forest Power, as the name suggests, there will be a significant increase in strength within the forest. However, as a high-level mage, what does Nualan need a strength boost for? He might as well save it for when a fusion card appears in the future, merging this skill with others to potentially create an even more powerful skill. During this time, the turtle tree grew even more vigorously, and the dragon griffin became stronger. Nualan's territory was steadily becoming more powerful. It was estimated that in a few years, his eldest and second sons would be able to attend the Noble Academy for further studies. While Nualan was pondering, Sana walked over. "Longo, what have you been doing lately? You haven't spent time with us sisters for a long time." There was no choice. Nualan could only accompany Sana and the other sisters to play mahjong and go hunting for entertainment. Time flies when you're having fun. So, with a half-tree person, half-elf, 2 cat girls, and Nalusi, the strength of these wives was quite impressive, with Sana even hunting many magical beasts. With this back and forth, another month passed, and the time for Morin to give birth drew closer. One day, while Nualan was out and about, Delano hurriedly ran over. "Lady Morin is about to give birth. Master, you should go take a look." Nualan felt a rush of wind beneath his feet and soon arrived at the delivery room. Before he even got there, he could hear the sounds of crying. "Son, it's a son." As soon as Nualan heard the voice, she burst into joyful laughter at the door. Indeed, it was a boy. Emolyn was sweating, clearly feeling a bit weak after just giving birth. A servant brought over some potions, and after drinking a few sips, her complexion improved significantly. Let's give him a name. Nualan held her third son and thought for a moment. Without rules, there can be no order. How about we call him Fong Yuan? Fong Yuan Nualan, what a good name. Mo Lin took the child, unable to suppress the smile on her lips. Nualan gazed at Fong Yuan, somewhat lost in thought. Perhaps many people did not know the meaning of this name. He hoped this child would be like the true Fong Yuan, disregarding rules and using any means necessary to become stronger. Gave birth to a child, critical hit on offspring, potential upgraded to limitless, and changed class to Wandering Siren of the Sea, receiving a huge reward, Phantom Quick Boots. Wandering Siren of the Sea, a legendary bard who drifts in the sea, transformed due to special reasons, possessing powerful water attribute magical energy, and has max affinity with merfolk. Phantom Quick Boots, a treasure of the elves, only a master craftsman among the elves can create it, increasing movement speed by 100%, and providing one chance per day to be immune to fatal damage. If the opponent is killed, it can level up without limits. With the Voidless Staff and the Void Cloak, gathering all 5 pieces of the Void equipment set grants additional attribute bonuses. Collecting 10 pieces completes the set, currently, 3/10. Obtained a special envoy class offspring, randomly drew Fountain of Water. Fountain of Water, any water source within one's territory significantly increases magical energy, with a high probability of producing magical plants and beasts. This little guy actually has a special constitution. Nualan looked at the small child before him again, with his deep blue eyes and the faint blue-green energy swirling around him. Up to this point, Nualan already had 3 children, with many more yet to be born. Once they grew up, they would need to be granted territories, but his single Nualan territory was completely insufficient to divide among them. What to do? After a moment of deep thought, Nualan decided to take the opportunity to conquer a few female lords and seize their territories. According to the laws of the Sake Kingdom, after a male and female lord marry, they can choose to inherit the title of the one with the highest rank, and the territories naturally merge. However, as far as he knew, there were no widowed female lords in Lan Nua City, which made things a bit tricky. While pondering, Nualan began to admire his wife again. Nalusi's fiery red hair was still so alluring, and Nasili's long legs were captivating. Then there was Daishi's impressive figure, and most importantly, the charming sisters Katya and Kat Nua added a touch of elegance. At that moment, Sana arrived again. As a succubus, she carried a special aura that was hard to look away from. With so many beautiful wives in the territory, Nualan found himself somewhat entranced, thinking, when will the ghost dragon take form? 2 months later. Level +1, now 26. Nualan's eye sockets were sunken, clearly having endured a lot of torment, but fortunately, the rewards were also quite rich, and his level had risen to 26. Although he had always been called a great mage by others, he knew he was merely at the high mage stage. That was just a respectful title for a lord. To truly break through to level 30 and become a great mage, he needed to continue taking concubines. While he was deep in thought, Lord Jifan arrived. Brother Nualan, I heard you want to marry a female lord as your wife. Jifan's face was filled with excitement, and he was holding a gift. Nualan glanced at the gift and saw it was some local specialties, replying, that's right, what's up? Ahem, there are countless lords around Lan Nua City, and one of them has passed away. His wife bravely inherited the title. She's a widow with enduring charm. Just one glance at her makes it hard to resist. Jifan's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly drooling. Nolan's eyes lit up, but he felt a bit worried. What if this female lord had a family to take care of? Immediately, Jifan laughed and said, Nolan, that widow secretly eliminated all her heirs in her quest for power, so now she's all alone. Moreover, her territory is vast, with some areas even near the coast, and the port business earns countless gold coins every year. Perfect. The cursed water pearl was just waiting to be used. Thus, Nolan hurriedly set off with his specialties in Jifan, the dog-headed strategist, riding on the ghost dragon to propose. On the way, Jifan kept chattering, brother, is this dragon beast under my feet? Its vitality is impressive. How did you get it? Let me tell you, as long as we take down this lord, our territory can be upgraded to a whole new level. Soon, they arrived at their destination, but it was somewhat different from what Nolan had imagined. Countless carriages were lined up, clearly indicating that many nobles had come to try their luck, hoping to catch the eye of this alluring female lord, turning from a wild chicken into a phoenix. Jifan, like a drill, carved a path through the crowded sea of people. Make way. Nolan spotted the female lord, her lace-trimmed noble gown revealing her springtime beauty, her brilliant golden hair styled up, and a small vermilion mole at the corner of her eye, her long legs particularly eye-catching. The noble lady, creased mocha. Ladies and gentlemen, our lord has many requirements for selecting a husband, one of which is that he must be at least level 20, a great knight or a great magician, an elderly woman announced. The crowd had mixed thoughts. In their view, a woman could hardly manage this territory alone unless she allied with a powerful lord. But who would want to be the first to step forward? At that moment, Jifan stood tall and walked forward. You? The old woman, being a magician, immediately saw that this guy was not of sufficient level. Ahem, I recommend my brother, Lord Nolan. Jifan laughed heartily. Nolan stepped out slowly, his golden hair and elegant old noble demeanor immediately capturing the attention of the widow, Christ. Great magician! The old woman stared at Nolan's vibrant magical energy, nodding repeatedly, then turned to Christ and smiled. Master, he qualifies. Christ's expression changed. Everyone has a desire for beauty, especially since her previous husband was utterly useless. At 80, what could he do besides drool over her? Do you know how she has been living these days? Now, seeing Nolan, this handsome man, she completely lost control. Not only was he good-looking, but he was also a great magician, truly a top-notch noble. Of course, as a noble, Christ had to maintain some decorum, but the flame in her heart was rising, as the noble class was inherently more open-minded. Nolan slowly walked out, staring intently at Christ. The two felt an undeniable spark, but nobles had their ways and needed to maintain appearances. Jifan cleared his throat. Brother Nolan has taken a liking to the beautiful Lady Christ and wishes to marry her. As for the betrothal gifts, I offer 1,000 magical fruits, 100 flying magical beasts, 10,000 gold coins, and, as soon as these words were spoken, gasps of astonishment erupted. This betrothal gift was indeed quite high, a significant show of face. Some eager lords immediately stepped back. Standing out at this moment would be embarrassing. Moreover, who could guarantee that controlling Christ's territory would yield such profits in a short time? The Kingdom of Sac had regulations that nobles must pay 1% of their annual profits, and the minimum must meet the territory standards. Some people quickly abandoned their thoughts. Among the noble lords, there was a certain decorum. They wouldn't boast and shout like ruffians. Time passed quickly. Norin used communication magic to summon his steward, Delano, along with some newly recruited knights and the trio of Leliel, Maya, and Nono. The old woman looked at the knight order and the many magical beasts before her, completely convinced of Norin's strength, nodding in satisfaction. Esteemed guest, please, this way. The group discussed the merging of the two territories within the castle. Naturally, Norin sought out the alluring Trist. Having sensed the occasion, Trist had changed into a skirt and donned a long unworn noble dress to welcome her future husband. You are Lord Norin, right? I've heard your name, Trist said, placing her hand on Norin's chest and slowly caressing it. I've heard of your title as well, and this place, being close to the ocean, is truly a rare treasure. Although flames of passion surged within him, Norin maintained his noble demeanor, employing a strategy of feigned restraint. Trist was captivated by this approach, firmly ensnared by Norin. The next morning, Trist lay in Norin's embrace. As a noblewoman, she was drawn to a powerful lord, and without a doubt, Norin was the prince charming in her heart. From now on, she would be known as Trist Norin. Norin held the mature woman in his arms, waves of emotion stirring within him. The area of Trist's domain was comparable to his own, perfectly suitable for cultivating spirit trees, and part of it even extended over the sea. The resources in the ocean were no less than those on land. Gaining an additional territory meant more people to support, but Norin had the spirit tree as an economic source, and with his Norin Trading Company, what he lacked was not money but rather territory. With his strength, he could easily form a naval knight order to conquer the seas for him, but that was a matter for the future. On this spring night, currently level 26, level +1, now level 27, conceived a level 50 qualified offspring, received an additional reward of spirit tree seeds times 1,000, which can mature and bear fruit immediately. Trist felt a change in her abdomen, her face flushed with embarrassment. Norin, you're amazing. It's only been this long, and I'm already pregnant. Norin chuckled, there's even more to come. A few days later, their wedding was held as scheduled. Led by Steward Delano and the old woman, many lords came to offer their congratulations. Norin was not short on money. The banquet featured a variety of delicious foods and fine wine sourced from the Norin Trading Company, leaving the attending lords in awe and enhancing their understanding of Norin. Lord Jifan was the most animated, constantly boasting about Norin's wealth and power, even mentioning a fierce dragon beast as his mount. When others inquired about the relationship between Jifan and Norin, Lord Jifan proudly patted his chest. My daughter is Lord Norin's concubine, he calls me little brother, and I call him big brother. Many lords scoffed at this, but some down-and-out minor nobles brightened at the prospect. Marrying their daughters to Lord Norin could bring so many benefits. Of course, Norin was focused on serious matters. Trist wore a different outfit today, her hair styled in twin long braids, resembling a saddle, her slender waist incredibly smooth. A month passed, during which Norin managed everything in the Domain C territory. First, the planting of the magical turtle tree was successful, producing millions of spirit fruits each year as a source of funding for the territory. Moreover, the magical formation automatically activated, protecting the Domain C territory. Some wandering bandits were killed by the backlash of the magical formation before they could even approach. Afterward, Norin, holding his 2 kidneys, rode the shadow dragon back to the Norin territory, instructing Delano to organize the construction of everything in the Domain C territory before he left. He also informed Della, and the two joined forces to help the development of the Yuhai territory, striving to make it profitable as soon as possible. Currently, Norin's sphere of influence had become 2 areas. Although expenses had increased, it was nothing compared to the profits. Moreover, the fusion with Sist allowed him to level up +1, bringing him 1 step closer to becoming a true archmage. In the Norin territory, he recruited 1,000 land knights as a guard team to maintain order within the territory, while 1,000 sky knights rode griffins as the main force to battle in the wild plains. In the Yuhai territory, he also recruited 1,000 land knights as a guard team, with 1,000 sea knights as the main force for combat, but he had not yet decided which type of magical beast to command. Norin was pondering which magical beast would be best to cultivate. However, rather than racking his brain, he thought it would be better to continue taking concubines. After returning to the territory, Norin held an important position. Sana, Yali, Sasha, and Jasmine, among others, all needed supervision. A month later, he gained a wealth of experience, and Norin was in high spirits. Currently, his territory still needed some talents, so he called for Nasri. Norin was taking care of his 3rd son, Fang Yuan, which was not very convenient. "Brother Lan, did you say you wanted to go to the Noble Academy?" Nasri ran over excitedly. Now that she had come to the territory, not only had her level increased, but her treatment had also improved significantly, so she naturally wanted to go back and share this with more sisters to help them find their way. "No more talking, let's go." Norin stepped on his shadow dragon and swiftly ascended into the air. As soon as he entered, he saw his mentor, Emily. Norin greeted her with a smile. "Good afternoon, my dear Lady Emily." "Lord Norin, why are you back at the academy again? Wait, why does it feel like the magical energy within you has become even more robust? Have you leveled up again?" Emily's calm gaze suddenly turned to surprise. Initially, she thought Norin was just lucky to keep leveling up, but now she had to admit that he was indeed a genius. "That's right, my strength has improved again. I have a secret to leveling up quickly. If you give me a child, I'll tell you how," Norin said confidently. It was quite normal for a noble lord to have secrets. No one would choose to offend a kingdom just for an unknown secret to kill a lord. Emily was somewhat tempted. Marrying a handsome, wealthy, and powerful lord was indeed appealing, but Norin's strength was still too low. He needed to at least become an archmage. During this time, Norin had been keeping an eye on his mentor Emily, and today she wore a super short skirt that made her look quite youthful. Moreover, she wore a tight-fitting, deep blue standard uniform. "Let's talk about having children later. I need to go to the Lord's castle in Lanao City for a meeting." With that, Emily swayed her hips and walked away. Norin watched Emily's figure, feeling a surge of emotions. While he was lost in thought, Nasri ran over and directly hugged Norin's shoulder. "Brother Lan, I have a friend. She wants to come to the Norin territory. But there's a problem." "What is it?" Norin lightly patted Nasri's little bottom, which was quite bouncy. "There are so many people, it's annoying," Nasri shyly said, then laughed. She is, although beautiful, just..." At that moment, Yali walked over, her presence overwhelming. "This?" Norin's jaw dropped. Was this a minus? No, this was a plus. "Are you interested in helping me have a child? I guarantee your family will never worry about food and clothing, and you can use magical fruits and potions as you please," Norin said boldly, throwing money around. He was captivated by Yali's 32D figure. Yali nodded in response. She had seen this extraordinary and charming Lord Norin last time, and now she was already smitten, especially since he was wealthy and caring. First it was Morin, then it was Nasri. Ever since they followed Lord Nolan, all their problems had been solved, and their levels were continuously rising, far surpassing them long ago. Nasri was on the left, while Illyria, feeling weak, moved to the right. Oh, Nolan currently had only one thought: like water. Nolan intended to leave, but seeing Illyria and her group of friends behind him, he said, "Ahem, here are some magic fruits and potions, don't be shy." These were all investments. Who knows, maybe these people would become his wives in the future. Anyway, these things weren't worth much. Before the few female students could refuse, various potions were already in their hands. Looking at the magical items worth hundreds of gold coins, the girls' hands trembled a bit. They never expected Lord Nolan to be so generous. When they looked up again, Nolan had already taken the two away. Nolan returned to his territory, where Delano was in the Domain C territory, so Yali took on the role of steward, overseeing matters within the territory. Upon hearing a dragon's roar, she knew Nolan had returned and hurried out to greet him. The moment she saw Illyria, she understood the situation. A banquet was being held in Nolan's territory, and compared to before, this time more noble lords had come, even some nobles from Lanner City had participated. Nolan had married Trist and established the Nolan Chamber of Commerce in Lanner City. The name Nolan had already spread far and wide. This reputation was not without its benefits. Many old lords were contemplating whether to marry their beautiful daughters to Lord Nolan. Nolan was still holding his goblet high, socializing among the lords. The Chicken Lord, as the #1 sycophant, naturally raised his goblet to welcome him, showering praises that brought the banquet to its peak. As a great mage lord, Nolan had no need to discuss life with this group of down-and-out nobles. He had quietly slipped away to his room, finding his little wife, Illyria. Lon, brother Lon, Illyria nodded. As one of his many little wives, Illyria was different from the previous types. If Grace was a cold noble, then Illyria was a warm morning sun, especially with her 36D figure that was captivating. Tonight, Illyria wore something simple, just a light white flowing half-skirt. But what was clearly a loose nightgown was worn by Illyria in a way that accentuated her curves. Nolan had only seen such a figure in his past life at the gym, and it was even more stunning than he remembered. Successfully took a concubine, lifespan +10, currently 130 wind attribute affinity physique, gain skill whirlwind blade, currently 27 whirlwind blade, wind attribute magic, extremely fast casting speed, consumes very little magic power, damages fireball ×10. This time, the rewards were plentiful. Up until now, he had lost count of how many wives and concubines he had married and had received countless rewards. System, Nolan called out in his heart. Lord Noran, age, 80, lifespan, 130, occupation, necromancer level, 27 skills, air control, water ball, fireball, growth, dragon flame explosion, lifespan overlook, turtle grass potion making, soul slave, spell stacking, fire magic affinity, forest power, water fountain, whirlwind blade, wives and concubines, succubus, Nali, Sasha, Lariel, Jasmine, Morin, Katnua, Katya, Grace, Nasri, Della, Daisy, Trista, Yali, offspring, Huang Noran, Linfan Noran, talent, many children, many blessings. System equipment, void staff, void cloak, potion array, magic gathering array, spell water pearl, shadow speed boots, magic plant, turtle grass monsters, ghost dragon, dragon griffin. With the instant cast skill whirlwind blade, future combat methods can be frequently employed. Combined with various attribute buffs and double casting from spell stacking, it will definitely catch opponents off guard. Although Dragon Flame Explosion has high damage, its chant time is several seconds, and in normal combat, opponents would never give such time. Plus this skill has too much destructive power, making it easy to accidentally injure allies. Night always brings a bit of fatigue, and before he knew it, Noran had fallen asleep. Just as Noran was still lying in bed sleeping soundly, Delano knocked on the door repeatedly to wake him up. My lord, someone from Lanro City is here, saying they want a conscript. Delano's gaze was wandering. It should be noted that the last time someone from Lanro City came to conscript, an evil sorcerer appeared, cruelly slaughtering several lords, which angered the one from Lanro City. This time, who knows what has happened? Noran casually squeezed Yali, raising an eyebrow. Who was supervising this time? Delano pondered for a moment. It's a great sorceress named Emily, no doubt about it. The mentor. It's actually her. Noran's mind conjured the image of that unique and alluring face. Yali was also a bit surprised. Emily is coming. Has something happened? Don't worry, it's just a small matter. Noran comforted her and got up to put on his pants before heading out. Emily rode a beautiful soul-type beast, hovering around the wild plains, with all nearby lords gathered. Noran brought his own dragon griffin Nightcore. As it was his mentor coming, he certainly had to show support. Jifeng saw Noran and quietly flew over on the dragon griffin that Noran had given him. Bro, let me tell you, an evil death sorcerer has appeared this time. Death sorcerer? Noran frowned. Such beings love corpses and conflict, and if allowed to grow, they would definitely be a trouble. Seeing all the lords gathered, Emily used an amplification spell and said, this time our goal is simply to wipe out the magical beasts near the wild plains and destroy their corpses, preventing the death sorcerer from obtaining troops. That would be a victory. Noran, riding on the ghost dragon, stared intently at his mentor. He had to admit that wearing battle-specific noble attire still exuded charm. Her body was particularly alluring, and to facilitate combat, she wore a pair of specially designed tight pants. Her long legs were fully displayed. If only he could bring her back to the territory to help him have children, how wonderful that would be. His Noran family lacked such powerful talents. While Noran was still pondering, Emily took out her magic staff and softly murmured, Lords, charge. The magical beasts killed this time can be exchanged for merits, which can be redeemed for all supplies in Lanro City. Emily was naturally of noble birth, but she did not hold a lord title. Even if she reached the level of a great sorceress, some lords only superficially complied and did not actually exert effort. The wild plains were vast, and magical beasts hid in the jungles. If these lords did not put in effort, even if Emily exhausted all her magic, it would be impossible for her alone to slaughter all these beasts. At this moment, Emily turned her gaze towards Nolan, her eyes seemingly filled with a hint of pleading. Nolan stared at that enchanting look, feeling a sense of tranquility, and thought to himself, little enchantress. He then raised his sword, Dragon Griffin Knights. For the glory of Nolan, charge with me. Charge! 1,000 Dragon Griffin Knights surged forward like a vast net, rushing towards the forest with lightning speed, and the Dragon Griffin also had a breath skill that could kill beasts even faster. Other lords, seeing that the strongest Lord Nolan had set off, understood and dispatched their own knights. Emily exhaled a breath of foul air, flying towards Nolan on her mount. Thank you this time. I'll treat you to a meal when we get back. Nolan shook his head and took out a fresh rose. Eating is so boring. How about we exercise together another day? Oomph, so improper. Emily blushed and turned her head away. Just then, a sudden explosion echoed from the distant forest, the sound reverberating through the skies, followed by plumes of black smoke rising, accompanied by a foul stench. Not good. It might be a death mage. Emily hurried over. This was her responsibility, and if something went wrong, she would be the first to suffer. Nolan, however, was unhurried, leisurely riding his ghost dragon back home, sitting in a bone chair and enjoying life. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. You have obtained an offspring. The offspring has a critical hit, potential upgraded to limitless, and is changed class to wealth merchant, receiving rewards skill fusion card ×1 and level +1 card. The offspring has a special profession, randomly acquiring the skill confidence. Confidence, passive as a wealth merchant. I permanently maintain belief in myself. Willpower +N, confidence radiates brilliance, charm +10. Lela actually gave birth. Seeing the merchant profession, Nolan knew it was Lela, but the passive skill confidence was simply a bug, capable of increasing one's willpower. There was even a skill fusion card and a level up card. Use it directly, Nolan thought. Level up successful, level +1, currently level 28. Please choose skill fusion. Dragon Flame Explosion and Fire Magic Affinity. After pondering for a moment, Nolan finally had an answer. Although one was active and the other passive, both belonged to the fire element. He wondered what changes would occur after fusion. Fusion successful, obtain skill Scorching Flame. Scorching Flame, passive, possesses all damage of Dragon Flame Explosion and all bonuses of Fire Magic Affinity, and can freely use Dragon Flame with a thought, significantly reducing magic consumption. A circle of magical flames surrounds the body, extremely powerful. Once life is threatened, it will automatically activate. The flames are so fierce that they resemble dragon fire, killing anyone who touches them, enjoying the equipment's bonuses. Truly a good son. His combat power had increased by more than one tier. Nolan took out the communication crystal. Lela, our son is named Wang Tung Nolan, and I hope he can achieve great things in the future. After saying this, Nolan rode his ghost dragon towards Lanwo City, and soon he saw Lela and their son. He was chubby and very cute. Dyla's eyes twinkled. Lon, I missed you. Nolan understood, glancing at Lela. Although she had just given birth, she was well-maintained, slender and graceful, exuding a certain charm. Before long, Dyla's daughter Nasri walked in. There are some matters in the Merchant Association that need your attention. Dyla nodded, put on her clothes, and then smiled. Lon, I'll go handle some matters, you two chat. In fact, Nasri was not Dyla's biological daughter but a distant cousin who had come over for various reasons. Cough, cough. I heard that you and Lela are not biological mother and daughter? Noran looked at the graceful beauty and said with a smile. Nasli was wearing a white flowing skirt, paired with stockings and knee-high boots. That's right, but, Noran chuckled, why don't you come to my territory and have some babies for me? I guarantee you won't be treated poorly. Then, I want to sever my mother-daughter relationship with Aunt Lela. Nasli had long been infatuated with the handsome and elegant Noran, a gentleman with a head full of golden hair, simply a walking heartthrob. That's easy. I'll help you get rid of it directly. Noran pulled the shy Nasli into his embrace. Noran took a careful sniff, a unique fragrance wafting out, rich and varied. Noran found another wife, naturally returning to his territory to take good care of her. The dragon sped up. When Yali saw the pale and slender Nasli, she understood the situation and grabbed Nasli's hand, calling her sister. Before long, the banquet began. During this period, most lords had gone to the wild plains, and only a few elderly nobles attended the wedding. But Noran still followed the ceremony to the end. Nobles boasted and chatted inside the castle. Commoners set up chairs on the outer layer, eating and chatting. Wow, our Lord Noran is really in great shape, aging but not declining. Who says otherwise? Ever since that succubus came, his health has been getting better every day. As night fell, Nasli looked fair and delicate, reminiscent of a beauty from Jiangnan in a past life, where the landscape nurtures its people. Even her flushed cheeks had a hint of pink, and her petite feet were captivating, exuding an irresistible charm, especially with that sexy lace lingerie. Langa Nasli's voice was as soft as a whisper. Norin called back, patting his chest in assurance. Morin and the others love taking care of plants. If you have nothing to do, you can join them. In my territory, there's no need to hold back. Currently level 28 Pale Physique, acquired the ordinary skill Disguise Spell Pale Physique. As the name suggests, the whole body is pale disguise spell, can temporarily change a person's appearance. There was no upgrade yet, but he gained a new skill, and the disguise spell looked quite good. The next morning, Norin intended to help Nasli have a baby, but unexpectedly, Delano came running. My lord, Captain Emily. She seems to be trapped by a death mage. The situation at the front is dire. Norin's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a great opportunity to heat up their relationship? Just thinking about his mentor's figure, her sexy lips, and enchanting long legs made Norin's heart race. Coincidentally, his passive ability, Blazing Flame, was very effective against the death mage's sea of tactics. As for encountering danger, don't be ridiculous. With Norin's equipment and strength, as long as it wasn't a mage, he could handle it. High-level mages are called great mages because the threshold between level 20 and 30 isn't very strong. Once they break through to level 40 and become a mage, they can learn magic arrays, which is the real difference. Norin flipped over and mounted the ghost dragon, which had been staying at home in the tortoise tree forest, well taken care of by Jasmine, Morin, and the other wives. This guy's belly had rounded out. In the wild plains, the dragon griffin knight flew in, respectfully bowing. My lord, Lady Emily is trapped in a scroll magic array. We are powerless. Norin said nothing more and directly signaled the knight group to follow him. Upon arriving at the destination, he saw swirling black smoke and dozens of controlled magical beasts, their eyes blood red and their massive bodies clearly exhausted, about to perish soon. In the midst of the beasts, there exists a type of dark magic, and Emily is trapped within it, yet she continues to maintain her energy to fight against the death mage. The death mage is wrapped in a cloak, but Nolan keenly notices the cloak's contours, revealing that this death mage is a woman. In this world, mages can draw energy from nature, so there are no ugly ones. However, with a formidable enemy at hand, Nolan is no fool and naturally will not hold back. Knights, clear the way through these beasts, and be mindful of your safety. Nolan raises the longsword at his waist high. At this moment, the necromancer notices Nolan in the air, seemingly sensing the surging magical energy within him, and her brow furrows. Nolan, I can hold on for a while longer. You go to Lanwo City for help. This death mage's strength isn't very strong. If we bring another level 30 archmage, we can end this battle, Emily says with joy upon seeing Nolan approach. No need. Nolan summons the void staff and casually waves it, unleashing a massive wind blade that swiftly crushes the nearby agitated beasts. Wherever it passes, it reaps the lives of the beasts like a magical blade. Nolan flicks his fingers, activating the soul enslavement skill, and the souls of the slain beasts rush towards him, devoured by the ghost dragon with great satisfaction. Such powerful wind magic. Emily's eyebrows rise. Humph, the aura of death. The death mage swings her bone staff, and a deep black, foul-smelling cyclone rushes towards Nolan. Oh, dark attribute magic? Nolan does not take it seriously. He merely watches as flames burst forth from his body, incinerating the dark attribute magic completely. Dark attribute magic contains corrosive and evil energies. Although powerful, long-term use can easily erode one's mind. Nolan's skills have been enhanced by lifespan augmentation and various equipment level bonuses, reaching even the level of a magic tutor. The death mage before him, even if she were twice as strong, would not be his match. Rather than toying with a weak cat, Nolan prefers to engage in deep conversation with his mentor, Emily. Flame burst. Without chanting, Nolan envelopes the area in flames like a pillar of light, crashing down on the magic array like a meteor. One can faintly hear the sounds of explosions as the magic array is shattered. Nolan swiftly casts levitation magic, flying with Emily in his arms onto the ghost dragon. Emily is somewhat dazed. What just happened? A spell without chanting, its power exceeding her imagination, even breaking the magic array in one blow. This is a level only a magic tutor could reach. Emily feels a warmth in Nolan's embrace and leans her head against him. Nolan's right arm wraps around his mentor, and he senses a faint fragrance. No wonder great mages smell so good. Emily gazes at Nolan's face, handsome and dashing. Even the Empire's dragon knights pale in comparison to this charming visage. For a moment, she is captivated. Who wouldn't like a handsome, powerful noble? Time waits for no one, and Nolan casually unleashes a wind blade, severely injuring the death mage. He takes his mentor Emily back to the territory, leaving the remaining matters to his Griffin Knight regiment. Emily is dressed very formally today, and this appearance evokes a certain feeling, especially those tight-fitting long pants that accentuate her long legs, which are particularly alluring. Coupled with her innate proud demeanor, it naturally stirs a sense of conquest within others. I never expected that a mere Night Lord back then would have such strength now, Emily says, her gaze deep and a playful smile on her lips. Of course, and I have many more surprises for you. However, your injuries are quite serious, your clothes are in tatters. You should take a good rest for the next couple of days. Nolan calls for Yali to help his mentor recover. 3 days later, the banquet is held as scheduled. Many people came to offer their congratulations, including most of the lords. Lord Norin is truly impressive. Not only did he defeat the death magic with a single spell, but he also won the heart of the beautiful Lady Emily. The two are actually going to hold their wedding so soon. Lady Emily getting married. How many mages must be secretly distressed? Lady Emily's proud figure, her handsome face, and that toned body, just a glance leaves one longing for more. This time, it wasn't just Lord Jifen and other lords. There were also some mages from Landro City and several nobles. At first, they were filled with anger. How could the most beautiful mentor, Emily, marry a rural lord? However, when they learned that this lord not only had immense power but also possessed countless magical plants and a knight order of magical beasts, their grievances diminished. Even the fruit platters for the guests were filled with magical fruits and potions worth hundreds of gold, leaving them dumbfounded. Norin raised his goblet, having specially donned a robe of magical nobility, and generously said, "Welcome, everyone. Without further ado, let the banquet begin. Enjoy the magical fruits and indulge in the fine dishes and wines. Respected Lord Norin, do you still require the loyalty of mages?" A down-and-out high mage humbly offered himself. Upon hearing this, many mages scoffed, feeling disdainful. Norin was momentarily taken aback but then burst into laughter. "Great! My territory is in need of a mage to teach my people. How many gold coins did you earn in Landro City for a month? I'll give you double, provide you with 10,000 spirit fruits each month, and allow you to privately use 100,000 spirit fruits. I only hope you will teach my people well." What? Some mages, upon hearing such generous treatment, felt their previously scornful thoughts stirring. The mage, upon hearing this, couldn't contain his surprise and joy, prostrating on the ground to kiss Norin's ceremonial boots. "I, Barlow, am willing to dedicate my lifelong loyalty to Lord Norin. Ha ha ha, I hope you will work hard." Later, Norin swallowed a few spirit fruits and slowly walked toward the room where Emily was. Compared to a few days ago, today Emily was radiant, her complexion like white jade, delicate and charming, a living beauty. Moreover, amidst her allure, there was a hint of shyness, a blush blooming on her cheeks. Since Emily was a grand mage, Norin had deliberately delayed for 3 days to ensure a better wedding today. Naturally, he couldn't let her down. "I thought you surpassing me was just a joke. I didn't expect it to be true," Emily said, wrapping her arms around Norin's neck with a smile. "With my exceptional talent, I will surpass you sooner or later. The distance between us will soon be zero," Norin teased. "Then you must work hard. Don't forget that although you are powerful, your level is not as high as mine," Emily said, her eyes blazing like flames, staring intently at Norin. "So what?" Norin, who disliked such polite talk, thought that becoming a god in the future was possible for him, let alone surpassing others. Emily gazed at Norin with a radiant smile. "Concubine successful, lifespan +10, currently 140, level +1, currently 29 magic affinity physique, gain skill attribute magic, automatically merging water ball, fireball, windblade, and growth spells attribute magic, can merge different attribute spells to release various powerful skills, currently merged attributes, water, fire, wind." What Emily was like a piece of peanut butter chocolate, bittersweet, increasingly delicious, leaving a lingering taste in her mouth. Norin embraced his mentor, kissed her, and laughed. "Aren't you about to break through to become a magic mentor? I'll fund you, just go to the warehouse and take whatever you need." Emily no longer had her previous arrogance. Instead, there was a hint of gentleness in her voice. Everything is up to you." Having been a mentor at the Noble Academy for decades, Emily had accumulated countless resources, but most of them were used to level up and learn skills, leaving little surplus. Norin waved his hand generously, giving the mentor a large amount of gold coins, as well as some rare items, causing her to blush and feel shy. One could only say that Norin was magnanimous. A month later, Norin continuously leveled up and gained a lot of experience. Although he didn't manage to get Emily pregnant this time, he could only wait for the next opportunity. Emily had other matters to attend to, so she returned to Landwo City. Just then, Yali came over, wiggling her little bottom with a smile. "Norin, Grace's sister is about to give birth." Norin quickly tidied up and went over. Grace was exceptionally talented, and with a high probability of having a child, he believed this baby would definitely bring him surprises. Thanks to various magical potions and many nourishing items, Grace was in good health even while giving birth, without any discomfort. Before long, the sound of crying filled the air. Norin joyfully picked up the little baby, so exquisitely carved, just like a precious jade, with a head full of silver hair, and such good looks. Grace took a deep breath and received the child. Indeed, so cute. Norin, why don't you give him a name? It was time for naming. Norin pondered deeply, and at that moment, Huan, Linfan, and Fang Yuan all ran over, looking at the newborn baby. The little brother looks really cute, the little ones exclaimed, their eyes shining brightly. Norin had a flash of inspiration and laughed. How about we call him Hanli? Grace, unaware of the name's meaning, murmured, Hanli Norin, that's a good name. It was indeed a good name, a name that evoked images of killing and arson, revered by thousands as the Han Tianzuan. Norin had high hopes for this little one. Conceived offspring, critical hit for offspring, potential upgrade to limitless, and gained the physique soul magic body, along with the additional reward virtual refining gourd. Soul magic body, an extremely special physique that can be immune to attribute magic of the same level, devouring it, and invisibly absorbing air for magical use, with an extremely fast upgrade speed. Virtual refining gourd, a treasure of the elves, only crafted by master artisans among the elves, can be large or small with a wishful method, capable of refining hundreds of items without needing assistance from other mages, just requiring the addition of materials, with a 100% success rate and a 100% increase in refining speed. After carrying it, one can upgrade indefinitely when defeating opponents. In conjunction with the Voidless Staff, Void Cloak, and Void Shadow Boots, collecting all 5 pieces of the Void equipment grants additional attribute bonuses. Collecting 10 pieces achieves a Grand Slam, currently 4 out of 10. No wonder he was his son. With the virtual refining gourd, it meant he could refine potions at will, with a 100% success rate and a 100% increase in speed. Potions that couldn't be refined before could now be made, allowing him to create the potions needed for his charging panel. Casting speed, 29%, 100%. Health bar HP, 0%, 100%. Magic power AP, 0%, 100%. Lifespan damage increase, 140%, limitless. As long as the health bar and magic power reach 10%, he could gain additional talents. His strength had already reached a considerable level. What would happen if he gained another talent? Norin couldn't believe it. 3 days later, Norin prepared to head to the wild plains to collect the magical item sandalwood flower needed for potion making, primarily used to increase health, HP. Sandalwood flowers generally appeared beside the deep sandwater, in a symbiotic relationship with water attribute magical beasts. By chance, someone wandered into the wild forest and discovered traces of the purple sandalwood flower. This time, it wasn't just him, the most loyal dragon griffin knights followed behind. Just as Norin was preparing to set off, Jifin quietly approached. Brother, I have good news for you, the death mage has been summoned. Norin raised an eyebrow. It was indeed good news. It seemed that handing this death mage over to Jifin for interrogation was the right decision. Jifin sighed and said seriously, this time, a death sorcerer wants to summon a bone dragon. It requires a large amount of death energy, which is why they are stirring up trouble. No matter how things unfold, the death sorcerer will achieve their goal. Norin nodded upon hearing this. Now he didn't have to worry. Since they were collecting death energy, they certainly wouldn't intentionally offend the lords like them. Otherwise, if they all went to the king, someone would be sent to directly deal with this sorcerer. By the way, brother, that death mage comes from a common background, but she's really beautiful, just look. Jifin leered with a sly smile. Norin coughed lightly and nodded with a smile. Why refuse a free wife? Despite Jifin appearing honest most of the time, he had married over 10 wives in his youth, with descendants numbering more than 10. Norin was only just catching up to this old fellow now. This was the survival rule among the nobility in this world: marry more wives and have more children to avoid the discontinuation of one's glorious title. A solitary man like Norin's previous incarnation was a disgrace among the nobles. Now that he had a new wife, the matter of collecting potions would have to be postponed. He recalled the alluring figure that had been subtly revealed during battle. Under Jifin's lead, Norin arrived at a room, which was not the dark and gloomy place he had imagined. Instead, it was filled with countless delicacies. A black-haired woman held a chicken leg in one hand and a goblet of wine in the other, eating and drinking. The woman was sweet-looking, lacking the cold and bloody aura of a death mage, making it hard for anyone to believe they were the same person. This scene left Norin dumbfounded as he walked over slowly. As a great sorceress, how come you look more like a starving ghost reincarnated? Because in many large cities, there are magic detection spells. The moment I enter, I would be discovered. Plus, my cooking skills are poor, and roasting meat in the wild doesn't taste as good as the food here. Denoya devoured her food, unwilling to put it down for a moment. Seeing her love for food, Norin laughed. Give me some children, and don't say it's just food. You can eat potions and magical fruits as you like. As a lord, I naturally won't deceive you. Denoya shot a glance at Norin, pouting. It's you who hurt me. Norin scratched his head. Why was this little one still holding a grudge after so long? Jifan stepped in to add, as long as Lord Norin can eat this food every day, no one will hold your past actions against you. Hearing about the food, Denoya nodded in agreement without hesitation. 3 days later, the banquet was held as scheduled. Many noble lords came to show their support. No one wanted to offend a powerful lord. The atmosphere at the banquet was lively, with many people gathered together to boast and chat. Norin, however, pushed open the door to attend to serious matters. I'm here, you should eat less, Norin said as he entered and saw Denoya still munching on roasted duck. I want to eat. Want a piece? Although Denoya had been gluttonous these days, she was slender and not overweight. Every part of her was just right, and dressed in elegant noble attire, she appeared even more charming. Norin shook his head, waiting for Denoya to finish before getting down to business. Success in taking a concubine, lifespan plus 10, currently 150. Dark attribute physique, gained additional reward level plus 1 card. Level plus 1, currently 30. Congratulations, Lord Nualan, your level has broken through to level 30, officially becoming a Grand Mage. When Nualan woke up in the morning, he found that he had broken through to Grand Mage, and the magical energy within him was more abundant, creating a slight, insurmountable chasm between him and high-level mages. Use level plus 1 card. Nualan said softly, use successful, level plus 1, currently level 31. Breaking through to level 40 to become a mage tutor is a threshold. Many talented mages get stuck at level 39, ultimately leading to their demise due to old age. Like mentor Emily, who has been stuck at level 39 for many years, even with Nualan's qualifications, she cannot break through to mage tutor in a short time. Nualan's level increase relies on the system, and he is unsure if he will have a threshold limit. But those are matters for the future. For now, he needs to quickly take a concubine and marry. He hasn't encountered any outstanding noble women lately. This time is different from before. With his increased strength, his standards have also risen. If the other party doesn't have a special physique, it would be a waste of time. This is also the reason he hasn't found a new wife besides Denoya recently. Currently, special reasons for not being able to conceive: Sana, Jasmine, Lariel, Mia, Miano. Not pregnant: Emily, Nasri, Yali, Denoya. Have children: Yali, Sasha, Morin, Grace, Della. Currently pregnant: Daisy, Nalu, Trist. Among them, Daisy is about to give birth, while Nalu and Trist still have to wait for a while. So next, he needs to pay attention to Emily, Nasri, Yali, and Denoya. Of course, mentor Emily returning to Lan Nuwa City is naturally unavoidable. But there are still Nasri, Yali, and Denoya. Nualan found the three of them and discussed carefully. It is an obligation for the Nualan family to carry on the lineage. The three did not refuse, but instead felt a bit shy. Everything is for Nualan. This is the rule of this world. With children, their status will also become more stable. Time flies, and a month later, after such a long period of training, the three became pregnant. Nualan let out a deep breath. He had experienced too much in this month. He needed to rest during this time. Conceived 50-level qualified offspring, gained additional reward skill fusion card ×1. Conceived 50-level qualified offspring, gained additional reward formation upgrade card ×1. Conceived 50-level qualified offspring, gained additional reward one-shot soul card ×1. The wives he would marry later have better qualifications than Yali and the others, all possessing some special physiques, so the qualifications of the children would also be better. Of course, the rewards may not seem much better, but they are very useful. The one-shot soul card can be used for mentor Emily, and Nualan plans to use the formation upgrade card directly. Currently, there is only one formation in his territory, which is the magic plant formation. The more abundant and lush the magic plants in the territory, the stronger the formation's power. This formation protects Nualan's territory, the Domain C territory, and the Nualan Chamber of Commerce, and it can block magical damage from below mage tutor level. Those with ill intentions cannot enter. Those who come to provoke will be attacked by the formation, making it a very versatile formation. Considering all of this, Nualan had no reason not to use it. Upgrade the magic plant formation. Upgrade successful. Magic plant formation upgraded to magic energy formation. Magic energy formation. Based on the premise of the magic plant formation, it adds magical beasts. The stronger the magical beasts and magic plants, the stronger the magic energy formation. Goodness, then the power of defense will be even greater? Nualan was overjoyed. It should be known that within his territory, there were 1,000 dragon griffins and a shadow dragon, and in a few days, he would also be breeding some oceanic magical beasts in the domain of the sea. In an instant, the Nualan territory became prosperous. Previously, he had obtained equipment, and the virtual refining gourd allowed him to concoct magical potions anytime and anywhere. He produced many beauty elixirs and some miscellaneous magical potions, all of which he sent to the Nualan Chamber of Commerce, earning a substantial fortune. There were too many people to feed in his territory, plus his wife and children, making the daily expenses astronomical. Since everything was ready, it was time to head to the wild forest to search for the potion ingredient sandalwood flower for crafting health potions. My knights, assemble! Nualan looked at his knights with increasing satisfaction. With the nourishment of magic and the conditioning of magical fruits, these knights' strength had reached a terrifying level. This time, we are heading to the wild forest to find the sandalwood flower. The first one to discover it will receive a generous reward. During this journey, we may encounter various magical beasts. Anyone who dares to retreat will not be spared my wrath, Nualan said sternly. For Nualan. With that, the knight commander took the lead. Nualan rode on the shadow dragon, quietly waiting. He wondered if the system had a transformation card. The shadow dragon seemed to be female, right? A dragon knight? Ding! Special mission triggered. Obtain sandalwood flower, defeat accompanying magical beasts, reward, transformation card ×1. Goodness, was the system like a worm in his stomach? It really had a shadow dragon transformation card? Of course, he still needed to obtain the sandalwood flower and defeat the accompanying magical beasts to get the transformation card. With the knight order leading the way, it wasn't long before they reached their destination. What Nualan didn't expect was that a group of people had already appeared near the sandalwood flower, and there was even a flame knight. This was a special profession among knights, akin to a fire mage among mages, rare but not uncommon. What surprised Nualan the most was that this flame knight was actually a woman, dressed in standard knight battle gear, riding a flame beast, exuding a heroic demeanor, especially with her fiery red shoulder-length hair swirling with red flames, fluttering in the wind, making her look even more formidable. Among lords, etiquette was important. Since the other party had arrived first, Nualan naturally would not act rudely. He simply stayed quietly in the air, observing the changes in the situation. The flame knight had 5 or 6 attendants beside her, along with dozens of knight archers forming a defensive line. Her opponent was a sandalwood serpent. This serpent was enveloped in ice attribute magic, with 2 small horns protruding from its forehead, and its body stretched for dozens of meters, looking extremely terrifying. It coiled beside the pool, constantly using the terrain to its advantage to pull these knights. Damn it! This serpent has been in contact with the sandalwood flower for a long time and has mutated. Its strength is truly formidable and difficult to deal with. The flame knight Glarno frowned tightly. Her fire sword could not pierce the serpent's scales. An attendant beside her noticed Nualan and said cautiously, "Knight Commander, what should we do? Another force has appeared." Glarno stepped aside and looked up at Nualan. She didn't know whether these people were friends or foes, but since they were a flying knight order, they were very effective against the serpent, and she wanted to request their help. "Esteemed lord, may I ask if your knight order could lend me a hand?" Glarno displayed a very standard noble etiquette, and even the old noble Nualan could find no fault with it. Glarno had a perfect figure, and paired with her exquisite flame-colored armor, she exuded the aura of a female warrior. She had a large chest and a curvy backside, presenting a pear-shaped figure that looked very healthy, with a flushed face and a high nose bridge. Her entire figure conformed perfectly to the knight's aesthetic. Among Nualan's wives, there were those with large chests and curvy backsides, but none had a perfect pear-shaped figure like Glarno, who looked like she would be great for bearing children. Moreover, Grainer had just come from battle, sweat soaking her clothes, the milky white lining clinging tightly to her chest, making her look particularly alluring. Her fiery red hair, vibrant and eye-catching like Nalu's, was unmistakably iconic, especially that pert backside, which looked incredibly tempting in the specially made dress. Norin stared for a moment, taking in the sight before finally reacting. "This night, may I ask if you are married?" After a moment, he realized that such a figure would only be more appealing if she were married. Grainer gazed at Norin's refined and handsome gentlemanly face, momentarily stunned before replying, "No." Norin got straight to the point. "My surname is Norin, would you be interested in being my wife?" "Norin? Is that you, my lord?" Grainer had certainly heard of Norin's reputation. Not to mention that Norin had recently gained fame for taking in numerous concubines. He had also subdued the domain sea lord, Trist, and recently defeated a dark mage. Furthermore, he had married Emily. Each of these events had been chronicled by bards and spread far and wide, and she was also a loyal customer of the beauty water from Norin's trading company. Norin nodded, smiling. "That's right, I'm interested in you, help me have children." Grainer's face flushed red, her body involuntarily shivering, and the waves ahead surged. If it weren't for the tight armor, it would have been quite a different scene. Lord Norin, I cannot answer that question, but I request your help in slaying this sand serpent. Norin's heart leaped with joy. Not refusing was tantamount to agreeing. Grainer was a level 30 flame knight, and her strength would surely yield a lot of experience, plus any offspring would likely have exceptional qualities. Alright, I agree, just a sand serpent. Dragon Griffin Knights, assist the beautiful knight Grainer in slaying this beast. As the Lord, Norin naturally couldn't intervene directly. If he didn't let the Knight Order take action, what was the point of having them? Seeing this, Grainer drew her flame sword and charged forward on her flame beast. It must be said, watching Grainer fight was quite a pleasure. With the Dragon Griffin Knights joining in, Grainer's Knight Order fought with great ease, and soon the Sand Serpent was no longer a match for them. Just as the serpent was retreating to escape, Norin made his move. A stream of magical energy gathered in his hand, no incantation, instant cast. The skill attribute magic activated, and countless vines shot up from the ground, piercing directly through the serpent's vital spot. One strike ended the serpent's life. Roar, the sounds of its dying roars echoed, representing the serpent's unwilling demise. Kill the sand serpent, obtain transformation card. Norin gazed at the image before him, his heart racing. There was no ugly dragon in its transformed state. He wondered what his shadow dragon would look like. Without hesitation, he declared, use the transformation card on the shadow dragon. The shadow dragon let out a dragon's roar, instantly frightening the nearby beasts to their knees, trembling in fear. The transformation was successful, and Norin prepared to return to his territory to admire it properly. Legend had it that there was a dragon knight in the empire, and that dragon was a stunning crystal dragon, pure white and sparkling all over, with a cold demeanor that added a touch of mystery. The dragon knight was the envy of countless noble lords. Moreover, a dragon could only bond with one human in its lifetime, and even if someone wanted to steal a bond, it would be impossible to find. Norin licked his dry lips, feeling restless. The shadow dragon was covered in dark scales, and its head bore 4 massive horns. Its large and handsome body would surely be a different experience in human form. Seeing the sand serpent killed in one blow by Norin, Grainer's heart surged with waves of astonishment. She hadn't expected this lord to be so formidable. As a knight who admires the strong, Grano cast a glance at Nolan, who was handsome and charming, with a robust physique and wealth, making him a good companion. Moreover, Nolan had an excellent reputation. After Emily married him, she spent a fortune buying a manor in Landrose City and acquired a large number of magical artifacts, which was enough to demonstrate Nolan's generosity. In that moment, her heart raced, and Grano wanted to bravely confess her feelings to Nolan. Yet, the usually bold her felt a bit shy at that moment. Just then, a nearby knight attendant interrupted, cutting through the inner lining of a python. Captain, with the python's inner lining, we can report back to the Lord. The shout broke Grano's train of thought, and she almost forgot that she still had a mission to complete. Lord Nolan, thank you for your just assistance. If you need help next time, feel free to come to me, Grano promised earnestly. Nolan laughed heartily. Which Lord's Knight Captain are you? I like you, help me have some babies. Grano's face instantly turned crimson. Even a bard wouldn't dare to speak such explicit words. I am the Knight of the Landro Lord. The mission is important. I hope we can meet again next time. With that, Grano rode her fiery steed towards the edge of the forest, her back and palms already soaked with sweat from nervousness, a feeling she had never experienced even when facing the most powerful magical beasts. Grano left in a hurry, leaving only her fiery red silhouette behind. Nolan watched her, somewhat entranced. She was truly a captivating woman. The Lord of Landro, the master of Landro City, by rank, Nolan was inferior to the Landro Lord, but as fellow nobles, as long as he offered a high enough price, acquiring a knight captain would be easy. Gather all the nearby rosewood grass and transplant some back to Nolan's territory for cultivation, Nolan commanded with a wave of his hand. These rosewood flowers had significant uses beyond crafting blood potions, but Nolan did not plan to cultivate them extensively. They were meant for the continuous production of blood potions. The turtle tree's kidney fruit was the main focus. He couldn't afford to lose sight of the essentials. After returning to Landrose City and reporting back, Grano found herself somewhat distracted. Her first stirrings of affection had unexpectedly been for a lord. She had fantasized about her Prince Charming. As a knight, she naturally liked powerful men, and Nolan had completely conquered her, leaving her restless day and night. The image of that handsome and gentlemanly face lingered in her mind. To be honest, Nolan was truly handsome, and Grano secretly admonished herself, Grano, oh Grano, this isn't love, you're just lusting after his body. After much contemplation, Grano decided to go out for a walk to clear her mind, ultimately arriving at the Noble Academy, where she had pursued her studies. Her father was a fallen noble, stingy and miserly, who passed the title to his eldest son before he died. while she had worked hard to reach this point. At that moment, a woman in a light green robe approached slowly. "Grano, what's wrong? You seem distracted. Did you fail the mission?" Grano snapped back to reality, her expression dazed. "Anna, what are you doing here? Come on, let's go drink." The two had a good relationship. Grano had become a knight captain in the Landro territory, while Anna stayed at the noble school as an enlightenment tutor. After a few rounds of drinks, Grano drunkenly revealed what had happened that day. Anna was taken aback. "What? You've fallen for Lord Nolan? This guy is quite famous. He's the dream lover of many female students in our academy, gentlemanly and elegant, not to mention handsome and wealthy." Even the abstinent tutor Emily was conquered by Nolan's handsome face. Upon hearing this, Grano suddenly felt uncertain. As a level 30 Flame Knight, she felt unworthy of Lord Nolan, and a wave of despair rose within her. In the end, she hesitated and couldn't bring herself to mention that Nolan wanted to marry her and have children. It seemed that Anna noticed her friend's emotions and immediately comforted her, saying, "Grano, you are a Flame Knight, a knight of honor, so rest assured, you are absolutely worthy of Lord Nolan." Grano, being a straightforward knight, felt motivated by this and, after drinking, the two returned home. She wore a light pink nightgown, her curvy legs wrapped in the bedding, lying on the soft bed with a heavy heart. Her mind was filled with Nolan's handsome face. As soon as this thought appeared, Grano quickly shook her head. "Grano, how can you be so lewd? You are a knight of honor. Sleep." At this moment, Nolan lay in bed, enjoying Sana's care, reminiscing about the curvaceous and beautiful night from today. His heart stirred with excitement. Tomorrow, he planned to visit Lanro City to see if he could bring this Flame Knight over. But for now, Yulong, Nolan called out. Yulong sprang from the turtle forest, gradually shrinking as it passed through the glass, appearing before Nolan. Master Yulong's voice was shy yet mixed with a cool allure. Nolan nodded and smiled. "Can't you transform? Show me." Yulong nodded, and her body gradually shrank, but it seemed a bit too small, looking like a human in their teens, with long azure hair and wearing loose, dark-scaled armor. For dragon attribute magical hair accessories adorned her head, her voice cool and sweet, and though she appeared somewhat petite, her proud figure, long legs, and perfect body proportions were unmistakable. After seeing this, Nolan frowned slightly. She was beautiful but too small. He silently thought, how can the system make Yulong grow quickly? Have more concubines, have more children, I guarantee your next reward will be. Nolan nodded. This system was somewhat sensible, so he felt reassured. Not bad, Yulong, you can return to the forest for now. I have things to discuss with your sister Sana. Yulong's cheeks flushed bright red. How could she not know what this was about? With a flicker, she left only a silhouette of azure behind. After Yulong left, Sana stepped out. Brother Nolan, many of the younger sisters have improved their strength recently. I see you are being biased. As the saying goes, a woman who knows how to act spoiled has the best life. The next day, Nolan lingered in bed, which was against the rules, as noble lords had strict protocols. His several sons, including the one born to Lela, Wang Tong, had also been brought back, receiving the finest noble education daily. One rule was not to indulge excessively in beauty, to sleep early and rise early. Although having more children seemed contradictory, this rule had been recorded in the noble protocols for thousands of years without change. But Nolan was the master of his territory, he could do as he pleased, and no one dared to manage him. Stretching lazily, Nolan tidied everything up with Sana's help. Today, he planned to go to Lanro City to bring Grano over. From what he knew, the Lord of Lanro seemed to be a level 50 heavy flame knight. Knights generally liked a few specific things, and Nolan had prepared everything. Just thinking about Grano's curvaceous figure brought a smile to his face. Nolan rode Yulong, flying through the air, and in an instant, they arrived at Lanro City, heading straight for the center. No guards dared to obstruct a noble lord. Upon arrival, this time, Yulong did not enter the space but transformed into a long-haired little girl, following Nolan closely. Yulong ate kidney fruit every day, developing well and possessing great strength, at least on par with Nolan, making her suitable as a guard. My surname is Nolan. I have come specifically to visit Lord Lanwo, and I hope you can notify him, Nolan said with a smile. The guard beside him nodded repeatedly. Nolan's elegant demeanor seemed genuine. After a moment, Nolan and Yulong were respectfully invited over. Nolan met Lord Lanwo as he wished. The Lord was a robust, white-haired knight, radiating energy as if he were a great furnace. Lord Lanwo knew of Nolan, who had risen in recent years and possessed the strength of a grand magician, and that Nolan's unique magical plant, the kidney fruit, had earned him a fortune. However, he was unclear about Nolan's intentions and casually probed for information. Nolan found this nobleman's dialogue tedious and got straight to the point. I am very interested in the Flame Knight Glarno and hope you can part with her. Of course, I won't let you feel the slightest loss. As an old noble, Lanwo prioritized profit and did not refuse. After all, Nolan was a wealthy man. After pondering for a moment, he eagerly called out a price. Glarno is the captain of my flame knights, a proud and fierce warrior. I have spent countless resources training her. What benefits can you offer in return? I have a dragon bloodstone that can transform a beast into a dragon beast. Would that be acceptable? Nolan said with a charming smile. He already knew that Lord Lanwo's mount, the explosive flame blood rhinoceros, had suffered from prolonged battles, leading to a decline in vitality, and needed a great tonic. Thus, Glarno had been sent to slay a ghost python for its gallbladder. The dragon bloodstone not only replenished the vitality of magical beasts but also had a chance to evolve them towards dragon beasts, reaching a higher level. For a knight like Lord Lanwo, the bond with his mount was paramount. If the explosive flame blood rhinoceros died, his strength would be halved. Unsurprisingly, he was tempted. Really? Where is the dragon bloodstone? Lanwo suddenly stood up, forgetting to haggle. He had spent countless time and energy on the matter of the explosive flame blood rhinoceros, his hair turning snow white, and now, unexpectedly, the problem was about to be solved? Nolan smiled and took out a seemingly aged bloodstone from his pocket. Absolutely true, as a noble, I disdain to lie. For others, dragon beasts were rare and precious, but for Nolan, it was enough to let some magical beast stay near Yulong for a while. The dragon bloodstone was merely a stone soaked in Yulong's blood, easily obtained. No one believed Nolan possessed a true dragon. They thought Yulong was just a second-rate dragon beast. Lanwo eagerly snatched the stone, examined it, and without hesitation, immediately agreed. Yang Xian, hurry and call Glarno over, I have important business. Lanwo shouted, losing his composure. A beautiful woman in a flowing robe, covered in runes, stepped out. Dad, what are you doing? Why are you calling Sister Glarno? Upon seeing the woman before him, Nolan felt an overwhelming surge of fire attribute energy magic, and she exuded a lively, rebellious charm, looking quite adorable. Nolan pondered, Lord Lanwo's daughter? Yang Xian Lanwo? Not bad looking, a bit long-legged, and her skin is so fair. I must say, women in this world are truly beautiful. She seems to have a special constitution. After understanding the situation, Yang Xian chuckled and soon brought the bewildered Glarno over, while Lanwo had already rushed into the manor to tend to the explosive flame blood rhinoceros. Yang Xian immediately noticed Nolan. She was very curious about this lord, initially because of the beauty water, and later learned about Nolan's remarkable deeds of living a second life at the brink of death, which was enviable. As a magician, Yang Xian, having heard of Nolan's grand magician strength, wanted to challenge him. Respected Lord Nolan, may I ask you about fire magic? Grainer recalled the moment the python was instantly killed and quickly stopped. Your Highness Yang Xian, Lord Noran's strength is formidable, you cannot match him. However, Grainer glanced at Noran again and found him truly handsome and charming, capable of attracting countless married women. Noran did not agree but instead got to the point. Beautiful Lady Grainer, I have found Lord Lanner, and he has agreed to grant you to me. Are you interested in becoming my wife? Grainer was momentarily dazed by the sudden surprise, her heart racing with excitement, and after a moment, she shyly nodded, I agree. Noran wasted no time, stepping forward and pulling Grainer into his embrace. One couldn't help but admire her figure, she was soft and delicate. Grainer did not resist, feeling Noran's mature aura, her neck blushing as she lay in his arms. It was then that Noran looked at Yang Xian and smiled, if you wish to seek guidance, I will not hold back. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at the training ground, a place where Yang Xian usually practiced magic. It was a flat area reinforced by magic, perfect for practical tests. Yang Xian inherited the fire attribute magic energy from Lord Lanner, and just being near Noran made her feel a wave of heat. A black wolf beast was released by the guards, gnawing at the ground. Yang Xian's lips curled up, and with a flick of her delicate hand, a fiery red staff appeared out of thin air. Goddess of light, listen to my fire magic extinguish. After an 8-second chant, flames shot toward the black wolf like a tracking missile. Before the wolf could escape, a scream was heard, and it was reduced to ashes. Many guards stepped forward, praising her, and Yang Xian's smile widened, looking at Noran, how about that? Not bad, right? Noran smiled back, lightly waving his hand, and the sky turned into a sea of fire, the ground scorched by searing flames, resembling a deep abyss of hell. Yang Xian's expression froze, her heart stirred with shock. This is instant magic. How can it be so powerful? The girl's vanity was shattered, leaving her in a daze. Noran was unfazed, even if there was a gap in strength among noble lords. With Lord Lanner's generosity, he wouldn't seek trouble with him. After a moment of dejection, Yang Xian placed her hands on her hips, full of spirit. Lord Noran, wait for me in your territory, I will come to challenge you again. The moment Yali saw Grainer, she understood immediately. Thus, a grand banquet was held in Norin's territory. Many lords and some mages attended. Ever since a mage pledged loyalty to Norin last time, his reputation had grown even louder. Many mages came to pledge their loyalty to him, and Norin dismissed those with ulterior motives, welcoming the rest. Jifan seemed to be the second master of Norin's territory, helping to attract customers in his stead. Many guests looked down on Jifan, the lowly lord, even secretly mocking him as Norin's pet dog. Upon hearing this, Jifan laughed heartily. He would gladly accept being called a pet dog, even if someone insulted him as a dung beetle. The stronger Norin became, the more benefits Jifan received, including a daily supply of magical fruits that many envied. Norin even sent him a few dragon griffins, and when Jifan suddenly learned that these beasts were dragon beasts, his mental defenses crumbled. From that day on, he became Norin's #1 lackey. During this time, he had not been idle, constantly searching for suitable concubines for Norin. Previously, some daughters of fallen nobles could still match Norin. Now, unless they were lords, nobles, or mages, Jifan did not consider anyone else. His standards had risen along with Norin's growing strength. Jifan was eagerly welcoming the guests on behalf of New Alan, showing great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, New Alan had arrived early at the newlywed room. Tonight, Jelano was dressed beautifully and had taken a comfortable hot bath. According to New Alan's preferences, Yali had specially found a noble gown for Jelano, removing the knight's exclusive armor. At first, Jelano was a bit unaccustomed and reluctant to wear it. However, seeing the nobles like Grice dressed more freely and charmingly, she immediately decided to put on some sexy stockings. Lying on the bed, she felt that everything was somewhat surreal. Especially New Alan's handsome face lingered in her mind. New Alan had already arrived outside the door, fully aware that Jelano was a level 30 knight with strong stamina. He took a few deep breaths and pushed the door open. "Langu, how come you look younger again?" Jelano was a bit surprised. New Alan chuckled, "I have my own methods. As long as you stay in the territory for a while, you will also become younger." Jelano laughed, "Then I want to see how to become younger." Concubine successfully taken, lifespan plus 10, currently 160, currently level 31 Crimson Flame Knight, received additional reward Fertility Array. Fertility Array automatically absorbs magical energy within the territory, greatly shortening the time required for monster growth, can be used with fertility potions in the morning. Jelano rubbed her eyes and looked at New Alan lying beside her, her face flushed. New Alan opened his eyes and saw Jelano, and they exchanged smiles. A month later, Jelano covered her bulging belly, exuding charm and satisfaction. "Langu, can I still lead the knights after I get pregnant?" New Alan nodded, "No problem. As long as it's resources within the territory, people or money, all will be allocated to you." Conceived a 100 level offspring, received additional reward Flame Pearl. Flame Pearl, after use by the Crimson Flame Knight, greatly increases strength and various attributes. New Alan raised an eyebrow and immediately took out the Flame Pearl, handing it to Jelano. "Take this, and help me build the Crimson Flame Knight order well." Jelano received the pearl, filled with joy. Currently, there were dragon griffins in the sky, Crimson Flame Knights on land, and there would also be a powerful knight at sea, occupying the 3 realms of sky, land, and sea. After handling everything, New Alan went to the warehouse and placed all the accumulated sandalwood flowers into the refining gourd, adding some kidney fruit. The refining gourd seemed like an abyss. No matter how many potions were put in, it would never be filled. After a long time, New Alan placed all the herbs inside. 3 days later, a large batch of health potions was refined, and unlike ordinary potions, this potion was filled with the power of the void, looking just like plain water, not resembling a magical potion at all. New Alan took a big gulp, feeling a surge of heat throughout his body, but after a moment, the heat dissipated, leaving him feeling extremely comfortable, as if all his bones were vibrating. Charging panel, New Alan silently thought. Charging panel casting speed, 32%, 100%. Health bar HP, 32%, 100%. Magic power AP, 0%, 100%. Lifespan damage increase, 160%, no limit. As long as the magic power AP was increased to 32%, 3 talents could be obtained. Each one was unique. Although it couldn't compare to having many children and blessings, it probably wouldn't be far off. Besides using it for himself, there were still many potions left. Naturally, New Alan wouldn't waste these, using them one by one for his wife and children, with the remainder stored in the warehouse to serve as rewards at any time. As for selling, Norin had no thoughts on the matter. This potion was incredibly precious, and selling it would only attract trouble. The empty gourd could slowly brew potions even without Norin's assistance, and after he added some materials, he put the gourd away. 3 days later, at this time, the half-elf Lariel suddenly came to him. "Brother Lon, I also want to have my own cavalry like Grainer." Norin nodded, "Sure, but your strength is still a bit weak. You need to reach at least level 20. Lariel excitedly nodded. She was just one step away from level 20, so she looked at Norin. Norin smiled. He thought something significant was happening. He then personally taught Lariel, who had once posed a threat to Norin but was now far behind in strength. After some time, Norin rode into Lanner City. It was the day for his trading company to restock, and he took this opportunity to pamper Lela. He also wanted to see his mentor, Emily. He had a soul card ready to give to her. However, at this time, the mentor should still be preparing for her advancement, and it wasn't a good time to disturb her, so he could wait a while before using it. Norin walked briskly and soon arrived at the Norin Trading Company. No one stopped him, and before long, he reached the third floor, where he saw Lela checking the accounts. Today, Lela was dressed very simply, but it was also quite cool. Norin walked over and smiled. "My precious wife, how's the soundproofing here?" Lela understood immediately and replied with a grin. Not a sound would escape even if the sky fell. Slap! Norin playfully smacked Lela's bottom, the sound crisp like biting into an apple. "You're naughty!" This made Lela's face flush with embarrassment. Afterward, Norin placed the beauty water and various other potions into his storage bracelet and handed it to Lela. "Brother Lon, this is the gold coins earned in the past few months." Lela was prepared and took out a shining ring, stuffing it into Norin's arms. After that, Norin left the trading company and headed to the Noble Academy. Life goes on, and so do his pursuits. While he was still young and had this momentum, he thought it wise to marry more wives and have more children. Coincidentally, Emily happened to be at the academy for something, and they ran into each other. It had been a long time since they last met. "How have you been lately? How much longer until you can break through?" Norin asked, wrapping his arms around Emily's slim waist with a smile. Emily rubbed against Norin, exuding a tempting aura unique to great mages. "I'm still a bit short. I can't seem to break through that last hurdle. Perhaps I need to change to another profession." The two chatted happily along the way. Finally, Emily brought Norin to her office, where, as before, there was a prominent energy orb continuously filling the room with magical energy. The place was simple, with only a few chairs and a desk. Emily stretched lazily. "It's been hard to break through lately. Have you really not been able to break through?" Norin exhaled a deep breath and asked. He was different. He possessed a top-tier breathing technique, and as long as he focused on marrying and having children, his family's strength would make his breathing technique even more formidable. Therefore, he didn't need to work hard, he just needed to enjoy life. "Sigh, everyone needs to go through this process to break through level 40. I've accumulated for years, but I'm still unclear about my future direction. Suddenly, I feel a bit lost," Emily said, resting her head on Norin's shoulder, a hint of sorrow in her voice. Norin seemed to think of something and pulled out a card from his pocket. "What is this?" Emily asked, puzzled. "It's a soul card." Norin playfully tapped Emily's little rear and said with a smile, "You'll find out soon." A few hours passed. Feeling the surge of life energy in his lower abdomen, he seemed to sense something. "How annoying," Emily shyly exclaimed. Norin burst into laughter. Having a 100-level qualified offspring grants an additional reward of Job Change Card ×1, Skill Fusion Card ×1. Job Change Card allows you to change to a profession you need, with a limit of 1 level higher than your current profession. Norin chuckled inwardly. It was just as he had guessed. As long as it was a needed item, he could essentially take a concubine and have children to obtain it. So whatever was needed, just take a concubine and have children. Job Change Card, use it on Emily, Norin silently thought. In an instant, a faint blue phantom enveloped Emily, radiating endless light. Centered around Emily, magical energy continuously gathered, and a giant magical pattern appeared on the ground. "This is the mark of advancement." Emily was overjoyed and naturally wouldn't let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip by. Her mind raced as she focused on the profession she desired, and finally, with a determined gaze, the swirling magical pattern solidified. Norin glanced down, like mage. Due to special reasons, Emily had previously chosen the auxiliary profession of Night Mentor. Now, with Norin's support, she no longer needed to choose such a lackluster auxiliary profession and instead opted for the powerful and rare Light Mage. Seeing the ritual complete, Emily was both surprised and excited. Did this really succeed? Many mages wished to change to the Light Mage profession, but most failed. She had actually succeeded. In an instant, she thought of something and suddenly rushed towards Norin. "Brother Lon, thank you so much. What reward do you want?" Looking at Emily's charming gaze, combined with the pure aura she exuded after her successful job change, it evoked a sense of possessiveness in him. Norin's lips curled up, grinning. "You are the best reward." Emily laughed a few times and then returned to her room to solidify her strength. A week later, Norin left the Noble Academy. It must be said that after Emily broke through to become a mage, she provided Norin with a wealth of experience, but Norin found it somewhat overwhelming and could only escape helplessly, leaving behind a pouting Emily. After this incident, Norin was even more determined. He must continue to take wives and concubines. Unfortunately, he ran away too quickly and didn't find a new wife. But it didn't matter, he had many wives, one after another, and couldn't pamper them all. At this time, his several sons had also grown up, especially his eldest son, Huang. He was handsome, with flowing golden long hair, completely inheriting Norin's good traits. As soon as Huang saw Norin, he ran over barefoot. In front of his younger brothers, he was the big brother, but in front of Norin, he was just a cute eldest son. Norin directly picked Huang up, lifting him into the air and shaking him. "Oh my Huang treasure, what's the matter?" "Hee, Dad, let me tell you, my brother and I found a place in the wilderness plains where there's an old magical ruin. I didn't even tell Mom about this," Huang said in a babyish voice. Norin didn't take it seriously and teased, "So, what treasures did my big baby find?" Huang's eyes lit up, mischievously saying, "How did Dad know I found a treasure?" Saying this, Huang pulled out an ancient ring from his pants. At this moment, Norin finally put away his cheerful expression and carefully examined the ring. The ancient broken magic ring, inside it seals a demon that wreaked havoc in ancient times, but after countless years, this demon has been purified by the light magic within the ring and has lost its memory. It will awaken in a few days and take on a disciple to inherit its legacy. Goodness, no wonder he's his son, he's truly the child of destiny. Nualan was overjoyed, shoving the ring into Huang's hand and giving him a few instructions. This was Huang's fortune, and there was no danger, so it was best to keep it. With nothing to do, Nualan planned to find Sana to share some feelings when Sasha suddenly ran over, shyly saying, "Lord Jifan has arrived, I heard he found a great beauty." Nualan's brow relaxed. It seemed Jifan was preparing another surprise for him. He couldn't wait and strode over. Upon seeing Nualan approach, Jifan became excessively flattering. Brother, come quickly, I have something to tell you." Jifan brought Nualan to a woman, who wore a black lace veil and a flowing black gown that accentuated her exquisite figure. Her skin was as white as beautiful jade, delicate and flawless, and the veiled face added an air of mystery. Nualan noticed she was also of noble birth and smiled. "Hello, beautiful lady." The veiled woman smiled back, "Esteemed Lord Nualan, would you be interested in marrying the princess of our Black Veil Kingdom?" Nualan furrowed his brow. Was it really such good fortune for him to be offered a princess? In his memory, the Black Veil Kingdom was a very small nation, established for special reasons, and had quickly declined, with its territory now smaller than Lan Nua City. "Beautiful lady, I would rather know your name than that of the princess. My name is Suanua, and I am a great sorceress of the Black Veil Kingdom," Suanua said, bowing. Nualan carefully observed her and noticed the abundant energy within her. She was a mature virgin, and her fragrant aura was particularly enticing. Seeing Nualan's burning gaze, Suanua felt no discomfort. Instead, she secretly rejoiced at being looked at so by a gentlemanly and elegant lord, which was undoubtedly an acknowledgement of her beauty. Nualan cleared his throat and slowly said, "Beautiful lady Suanua, you should be clear about your intentions. I cannot marry a woman I have never met." Suanua nodded and explained the reason for her visit. It turned out that the last sorcerer of the Black Veil Kingdom had died, leaving no one to protect them, and they were very close to the wild plains, with many lords from Lan Nua City likely to harass them. They had unexpectedly learned of Nualan's preferences and ultimately decided to arrange a marriage alliance. A princess marrying a noble was a great disgrace, but considering Nualan's vast potion base and his merchant association, along with his handsome face, they agreed to the proposal. Nualan could clearly sense that she was not lying. Those who plotted against him could not breach the formation to enter his territory. Naturally, he was overjoyed at the thought of a beauty wanting to send herself to him, and he also learned that the Black Veil Princess was a stunning woman, so a grand marriage alliance was to be held. Nualan left everything to Jifan to organize, but marrying a princess required many procedures, which was unavoidable, so he could only endure a little discomfort. "Lady Suanua, would you be interested in having children with me?" Nualan, being very gentlemanly, held Suanua's hand in his palm and deeply kissed it. It was fragrant and tender. Suanua stammered, "I, as a great sorceress, if I do not return, then the Black Veil Kingdom will." Nualan understood and turned to Lord Jifan. "Send my Griffin Knight Brigade to protect the Black Veil Kingdom, and announce far and wide that my Nualan territory will marry the Black Veil Kingdom and engage in trade." One must know that Norin not only has a Griffin Knight Order, but also the Crimson Flame Knight Order, the half-elf Lariel's Mounted Archery Legion, and the soon-to-be-established half-orc Legion of the sisters Katya and Katno. Of course, the domain of the Sea Territory is also in preparation, with all matters entrusted to his little wife, Trist. Since he has temporarily lent the Griffin Knight Order to the Black Veil Kingdom, he needs to continue recruiting knights to form legions. Yali, tell Lela to help collect some magical beast cubs, and then quickly recruit knights to continue forming the legion, with at least 1,000 knights in each knight order. Noren declared with authority. Previously, he did not have this strength, but now he does. Who would dare to trouble him with his little wife, Emily, being a magic tutor? Magic tutors hold a very high status throughout Lanner City. Everything is surprisingly proceeding in an orderly manner. Sano watched the scene and accidentally weakened in the legs, directly falling into Noren's embrace. In her eyes, he was definitely someone worth entrusting to. With a beautiful woman in his arms, Noren felt elated. As a great magician, Sano's strength must not be weak, and Noren sensed that tonight would be another tough battle. The old man Jifan, seeing this scene, could not help but understand. Like a sycophant, he boisterously promoted and organized everything. When Grace saw her father making such a fool of himself, she hurried over to stop him. "Dad, be a little more careful." Jifan, seeing his daughter, joyfully exclaimed, "Where's my little grandson? Bring him over for me to see." Hanli Noren was still a little one, pouting adorably, and upon seeing Jifan for the first time, shouted, "Grandpa, Grandpa, little Hanli, you've become even cuter." Jifan picked up Hanli, rubbing his noble mustache against him, and then continued to preside over the ceremony under Grace's watchful gaze. Grace had nothing to say about this, so she pulled Sano and a few others to start playing mahjong. One must say that the efficiency of the horse fork was very quick, and soon the wedding venue and various arrangements were in place. Everything was ready. Nighttime. Noren gulped down some magic potion, pushed open the door, and saw the alluring Sano. As expected of a great magician, her body was well maintained, especially the delicate skin, coupled with her beautiful face, especially with that lace-trimmed nightgown casually wrapped around her, and her light purple pupils were even more captivating. Sano smiled at Noren. Concubine successfully taken, lifespan +10, currently 170 level +1, currently 33 thunder magic specialization physique, gained additional skill thunderclap thunder magic specialization physique, naturally suited to master thunder attribute magic, with powerful effects thunderclap, a formidable skill within the thunder attribute, automatically fuses with skill attribute magic, currently possessing fire, water, wind, and thunder attribute magic, and increases the power of attribute magic with previous experience. Noren prepared to work hard to make Sano pregnant. If that happens, his Noren family would become even stronger, and it would take some time for Yali and others to give birth, so he would work hard now. A night passed, and Sano's body showed no reaction. The higher the level of the magician, the lower the probability of giving birth, and correspondingly, the quality of the offspring would be higher. Since that was the case, Noren needed to work even harder to ensure Sano would soon conceive a little one. Finally, after half a month of relentless effort from Noren, Sano shyly fell onto Noren's chest. Having a child would also stabilize her position within the territory, which is a woman's obsession. Sano's belly slightly bulged, but there were no signs of weakness. Instead, her body's magical energy was even more abundant. Noren lay on Sano's belly, chuckling. "Langu, you're so bad." Sano playfully punched Noren's chest. Having a 100-level qualified offspring grants a special reward, Thunder Magic Tower. Thunder Magic Tower, as a magical artillery, its blueprints have long since disappeared into the annals of history. Erecting it in the center of the territory can protect one's domain and launch powerful magical skills at any time within a 1-kilometer radius of the territory. Currently charging magical skills, none. Nualan was taken aback. It could charge magical skills, and he casually tapped it. Charging successful. Thunder Magic Tower, charging skill Dragon Flame Explosion, can be launched once every 30 seconds, with a power 10 times that of the host's skills, and benefits from the host's equipment bonuses, absorbing magical energy from within the territory to charge. Nualan's eyes widened, a power 10 times greater, with a cooldown of 30 seconds for the Dragon Flame Explosion, while he himself needed 10 seconds to cast. Although he now had the passive skill Burning Flame, with this Thunder Magic Tower in his own defensive formation, he truly wasn't afraid of being raided. What a delightful surprise! Nualan smiled even more happily, causing Su Nua to bloom with joy. During this time, Nualan's territory had friendly exchanges with the Black Veil Kingdom, and importantly, the Nualan Chamber of Commerce had gained immense benefits by exchanging resources between the two places. Moreover, Lelier, Katya, Kat Nua, and Glano had all formed their own knight legions, and Sana had also acquired some magical beasts. Each person was equipped with 1,000 robust knights and received 1,000 magical beast cubs. Lelier, Dragon Horn Deer, Archery, Katya, Kat Nua, Rhinoceros Dragon, Tank, Glano, Red Dragon Beast, Main Force, Sana, Dragon Griffin, Air Superiority. Indeed, these magical beasts had been infected by the Ghost Dragon, becoming dragon beasts. Although they were the lowest grade, they stood at the pinnacle of the Knight Legion, unlike the Chicken Lord's Knight Legion, which still rode ordinary horses, and those slightly stronger still rode regular magical beasts, utterly incomparable. It must be said that all of his wives were capable in both literature and martial arts. Currently, Jasmine was helping him care for the magical plants, while Katya and Katnua not only tamed magical beasts but also served as knight commanders. Dyla managed the Chamber of Commerce, and Emily helped him intimidate the petty thieves. For a moment, Nualan's lips curled up, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. His family was growing stronger and stronger, but he was still not satisfied. Above him were Lan Nua City and the kingdom, which were his goals to surpass, so he had to quickly enhance his strength. A level 33 lord was already quite strong, but it wasn't enough. Nualan called for Sana and the others to report on the recent management scope of Nualan's territory. It must be said that Nualan's territory had recently become increasingly prosperous, and many lords had thrown out signals. They wanted to ally with Nualan. Half a month later, Nualan exhaled a deep breath. His level had risen to 35, and he felt he had reached his limit. A great magician was a formidable presence throughout Lan Nua City, not to mention that Nualan had more important matters at hand. The matter of marrying the Black Veil Princess was already on the rise. Sunua slowly approached, exuding an alluring and sweet aura. Langu, the king of the Black Veil Kingdom is urging us. When will you marry the princess? Nualan pondered for a moment. Now. He could hardly wait, if it weren't for the other party needing a month to prepare. In an instant, the entire Nualan territory, including the surrounding area, was filled with invitations, allowing nobles and commoners alike to attend Nualan's wedding. Soon, the entire territory became lively, with gongs and drums ringing out, and even some bards passing by. Nualan donned the most formal noble attire. He did not ride the ghost dragon but a magical beast called Shaking Horse, which had the greatest characteristic of looking good. Surrounding him were dozens of knights, looking magnificent and particularly solemn. Which young lady is Lord Nualan going to marry this time? The lord watching the play and eating melon asked in confusion. Some nobles laughed and said, Lord Norin is marrying the princess of the Black Veil Kingdom this time. What the hell? Lord Norin usually invited guests and married off women without much thought, but he never expected to marry a princess this time. It was simply unbelievable. Even if it was a princess from a small country, it wasn't easy to marry her. Not to mention the dowry, just the cost of it could empty out an ordinary territory. Time passed quickly, and Norin brought his bride home that night. The Black Veil Princess had a vibrant aura, standing tall and graceful, untainted by the mud, like a snow lotus on an iceberg. Especially her long white legs were particularly eye-catching, and combined with her proud figure, it was enough to make one drool. So beautiful. No wonder she's a princess. The same clothes on her looked divine, while on an ordinary person, they would have no presence at all. The appearance of the Black Veil Princess captivated the audience. The alliance between the Black Veil Kingdom and Norin's territory was a win-win situation, as they supported each other and grew stronger after the marriage. Many people attended this event, including nobles from Lanner City, the Noble Academy, and nearby noble lords. Norin hosted the banquet splendidly, with various delicious dishes, exquisite wines, and magical potions that made people linger and forget to leave. After the banquet, Norin pushed open the door to the room, and at first glance, he saw the Black Veil Princess. At 1.7 meters tall with a slender figure, tonight was a day even the immortals would envy. Norin asked, "What's your name?" Manoli, the Black Veil Princess's stiff face finally showed a hint of change. "Then from now on, you shall be called Manoli Norin." Norin laughed heartily, not giving Manoli a chance to respond as he pulled her into his embrace. Concubine successfully taken, lifespan plus 10, currently 180, level plus 1, currently level 36. Black Veil Princess, obtained a mysterious treasure chest. A night passed, and the originally cold Manoli was melted by Norin, taking on a little girl's posture as she lay in his arms. Langu. Norin smiled knowingly. Much later, Norin finally turned his gaze to the mysterious treasure chest. Mysterious treasure chest, a mysterious chest that can open items you desire. Note, don't be too outrageous. Norin's eyebrows lifted in delight. This was truly a good thing. What did he hope for the most right now? Money, wealth, power, strength, beautiful women. Compared to these things, perhaps there was one thing that could pique his interest. He knew that among his wives, there were Sana, Jasmine, Lariel, Mia, and Nona, who, due to their races, could not bear children. He wanted these little wives to have babies too, but he didn't know if this chest could produce such things. As the saying goes, sincerity brings results. Norin placed his hand on the mysterious treasure chest, continuously thinking about this matter. Opening successful, obtain skill equality of all beings. Equality of all beings, in your presence, whether it's a succubus or an elf, it doesn't matter. With some effort, they can give birth to children. Norin was taken aback. So this was how equality of all beings worked? That was really good, of course. Compared to the faraway Sana, the Manoli by his side was even more endearing. Norin grinned mischievously. Baby, do you want a little baby? Manoli was about to answer. Half a month later, Manoli's belly slightly bulged, clearly indicating she was pregnant. Conceived a 50-level qualified offspring, obtained reward double magic energy buff in the territory times 30 days. Norin's eyes widened in surprise. This was truly a good thing. This meant that within these 3 days, the growth speed of potions, cultivation speed, and various things would thrive rapidly under the rich magic. So far, he had received a large number of rewards. Taking concubines was truly not in vain, it was exhilarating. Since Manoli is pregnant, she naturally needs to be cared for slowly. Norin asked Yali and the others to take care of her, as the offspring of a princess holds significant political meaning and could even help him vie for power in the Black Veil Kingdom. Besides that, Daisy, Nalis, Trist, Ilari, Denoya, and Nasli are also about to give birth. Among them, Trist, the Lord's wife, is the most special, as she controls the Domain C territory. Of course, Norin treats everyone equally. So, a few days later, all these concubines, except for Trist, gave birth at the same time. Norin looked at the 5 white and tender babies in his hands and felt a bit helpless. He had fathered over a dozen boys in his life. What would he do in the future? The names were limitless. Daisy, Juga Norin, with a feather fan and silk scarf. Nalis, Lube Norin, with a long rainbow sword. Ilari, Guanya Norin, with a green dragon saber. Denoya, Zhengfei Norin, with a double-pronged spear. Nasli, Juyan Norin, with a white horse and golden spear. Naming them was also out of necessity, as Norin's cultural level was limited, but these names were easy to remember. Coincidentally, the equipment rewarded by the system was also exclusive to these guys, and when these sons grew up, they could be given troops to expand their territories. During this time, Norin did nothing else but play with his sons, nurturing a bond, but inadvertently walked into the wrong room, finding Sana and the others, and kicked those little ones aside. 3 days later, Norin rode the shadow dragon through the sky, and in an instant, a cloud was torn apart, bringing him to the Domain C territory. He met Trist. It seemed that Trist was about to give birth as well, so Norin took out the prepared magic potion to supplement her nutrition. Another 3 days passed. Gave birth to an offspring. Offspring gains the critical trait Domain C Mage, obtaining unlimited potential, rewarded with the rare magical beast Deep Sea Shark. Offspring has a special profession, randomly acquiring a skill Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Domain C Mage, fighting in the ocean will grant boundless power. Deep Sea Shark, a powerful magical beast second only to dragon beasts, extremely strong in combat in seawater. Although fierce by nature, it is easily tamed by humans. Mirror Flower, Water Moon, can summon a clone through the water surface, with the clone possessing 50% of the main body's attributes, controlled by the main body. Truly worthy of being his son, such a surprise right at birth. The skill Mirror Flower, Water Moon is quite good. If fused with other skills, it might yield unexpected effects. The Deep Sea Shark can be extensively cultivated to form a marine knight order to conquer the seas. One must know that the resources of the ocean are not inferior to those of the land. Brother Lon, let's give this child a name, Trist said, looking at her blue-haired, big-eyed, chubby son with great joy. Born by the sea and looking like me, let's call him Lon. Norin thought for a moment and smiled. Lon is indeed a good name. Trist kissed Lon fiercely. The deep-sea shark was placed along the coastline of the Domain C territory, with Trist specifically sending people to form a legion. Everything was developing in a good direction, and the Domain C territory was gradually becoming stronger. At night, Trist, dressed in noble attire, exuded charm, like the surface of a lake under the sunset, particularly alluring. Norin decided to stay another night. A few days later, Norin rode the shadow dragon back to his territory. With the skill of equality among all beings, Norin could also make Sana and the other concubines conceive. He hadn't tried it yet. Recently, the weather had been quite hot, and Sana tied her hair up with a wristband and wore very cool clothing. Brother Lon, you're back, Sana said with a joyful expression, slowly running to wrap her arms around Norin's shoulders, her proud figure swaying before him. He, do you want to have a little baby? Nolan pinched Sana's little bottom and gave it a heavy slap. Have a baby? Sana wondered in her heart. She knew she was a succubus and couldn't have offspring with Nolan. In fact, she had seen other sisters pregnant and felt a little envious. Those little babies looked so cute, like they were carved from jade. If possible, she also wanted to have a little baby. So, is it true or not? Sana looked at Nolan with her big eyes, full of questions. Whether it's true or not, you'll know if you try, Nolan said as he picked Sana up and walked straight into the house. Upon hearing about having a baby, Sana worked very hard. Nolan chuckled and prepared some magical potions and special items for her. Half a month later, after relentless efforts, Sana actually became pregnant, shocking everyone. The fact that a human and a succubus could have offspring was nothing short of a miracle, especially for Jasmine, Lael, Katno, and Katya, who seemed to see hope. Like Sana, they looked at their sisters with little babies by their sides who wouldn't be envious. Pregnant with the Abyss Demon offspring, received Abyss Demon summoning card ×1 Abyss Demon summoning card, can summon demons from the abyss. Nolan stared curiously at the card in his hand, never expecting to get something like this. Could it be used to subdue demons? Just as Nolan was lost in thought, Jasmine and Lael rushed in, their eyes shining. Longo, we also want to have little babies. Looking at the two of them, fierce as wolves, Nolan swallowed hard. After a month of Sana and him having a baby, he was already exhausted. If this continued, he might just die from overexertion. Nolan chuckled and brushed them off. He needed to focus on his training. Thus, Sana voluntarily left Nolan's arms, happily going to nurture her pregnancy. Nolan looked at Jasmine and Lael with a grin, then changed the subject. Nolan turned to the smaller Jasmine. How's the turtle and tortoise forest lately? Jasmine had been helping Nolan take care of the magical plants and hadn't noticed anything unusual, but she did mention that one of the turtle trees had grown exceptionally large. It seems like one has grown really big. Upon hearing this, Nolan thought of the Turtle Tree King. Could it be that such a magical beast had been born? With the Turtle Tree King, the strength of Nolan's territory would increase. In fact, Nolan felt a sense of urgency because a powerful magical beast lived deep in the wild plains, and if it went mad one day, he might be killed if he wasn't strong enough. Putting aside his distractions, a month later, Nolan exhaled a breath of turbid air. He didn't know if it was because he had exhausted his strength, but Jasmine and Lael had not become pregnant. However, Nolan returned with a full load, leveling up. He was one step closer to becoming a mage. Coincidentally, with some free time, he could go check if the Turtle Tree King had been born. The turtle and tortoise forest was exceptionally lush, and even the branches that had sprouted formed a defensive thorny wall. As a top-tier archmage, Nolan naturally sensed the powerful attribute energy within the turtle and tortoise forest. He understood that the Turtle Tree King had been born. He couldn't wait to go inside. At that moment, all the tree trunks seemed to intentionally avoid Nolan, and he unknowingly walked to the end, where he saw a turtle tree that was several times thicker than the surrounding ones. I never expected such a powerful magical beast to be born in my territory. Nolan's pupils contracted as he sensed the strength of the Turtle Tree King, which had actually reached the level of a mage, something he hadn't anticipated. However, the Turtle Tree King showed no ill will, its branches drooping towards Nolan in a gesture of loyalty. Master, the Turtle Tree King spoke after a moment. Oh, it can talk? Nolan was somewhat surprised. The Turtle Tree King had evidently been born for a long time, otherwise, it wouldn't have grown so quickly. Do you have any special abilities? Nolan asked. I can make the surrounding tortoise and turtle trees grow rapidly, blossom, and bear fruit. As long as there is enough magical land, I can even evolve again, replied the Tortoise and Turtle Tree King. Nolan nodded. Since that was the case, it was time for him to conquer the wild plains. The yield of the kidney fruit was limited and simply not enough for his wives, as well as for his son, Yulong, the Night Order, and so on. Moreover, having married several wives and even a princess had drained a significant amount of his financial resources. If he didn't quickly find new sources of income for his territory, it would face economic collapse. If I occupy the wild plains, can you quickly make the tortoise and turtle trees take root and reproduce? Nolan inquired slowly. Master, it is possible, the Tortoise and Turtle Tree King replied affirmatively. Nolan showed a pleased expression. That was good. His Night Order was ready to gather strength, achieve merit, and expand the land at this moment. Ever since he became famous, a large number of commoners had come to his territory, and conquering the wild plains was just right to settle these people. 3 days later, Lord Jifan received the news and hurried over. Brother, although the beasts on the other side of the wild plains often disturb us, it's a case of well water not offending river water. There's no need for a large-scale attack. Nolan was well aware that while that was true, his ambitions extended beyond that. As long as he occupied the wild plains, the scope of his territory would expand dramatically, and he could even establish a huge city like Lan Nua City. Seeing that Nolan was unmoved, Lord Jifan found it hard to persuade him, but if he knew Nolan's strength, he wouldn't have said that. In an instant, the winds of change swept through Nolan's territory, and a great battle with the wild forest was about to begin. As the Lord, Nolan only needed to build an army from behind. Previously, his strength was still weak, and he could only occupy the edge of the wild plains. This time, he aimed to occupy the entire wild plains. He would turn it into his magical plant breeding base. This time, the leading knights were from the Crimson Flame Knight Order, with his wife, Glano, as the knight captain, along with Yali and others. Besides the knight captain, there was also a vice knight captain. These people all knew that the upcoming battle was a moment to change their fates, and they couldn't afford to be careless. This battle not only involved his Knight Order wives, but he also summoned Emily to come over, specifically to stabilize the formation. However, Emily was pregnant, and Nualan didn't let her take action to avoid disturbing the fetus. Langu, there is a level 40 beast within the wild plains that can speak human language and has killed countless people. I have just broken through to a magic tutor and may not be a match for this beast, Emily said, somewhat lacking in confidence. Nualan, however, was unconcerned. Although he was not yet level 40, his combat strength was quite formidable, and with various equipment and buffs, he was more than a match for the beast. Thus, the Knight Order began to advance, and with Nualan, the Great Mage, providing support from behind, they slaughtered countless magical beasts along the way, obtaining a large amount of precious magical plant materials, making a significant profit. Just then, a roar echoed from a distance, sharp and piercing, particularly chilling. Knight Order, prepare! The beast is coming! Nualan stood atop Yulong, arms crossed, unafraid, while Emily stood behind him. Boom! A massive snake with bull horns charged forward at high speed, its scales dark and protruding, its body as thick as a water barrel. Human, why do you come to attack my territory? The bull python spoke human language, its gaping maw particularly terrifying. Nualan opened his eyes and spoke nonsense. Naturally, it is for the glory of the Lord. You have sent your magical beasts to harass our territory every few years, and now I am here to punish you. Humph. Knights, mages, countless have tried to kill me over the decades, and you are not worthy. The bull python's voice boomed like thunder, roaring continuously. The bull python has harmed countless people. Knights, charge! Glano commanded, and the knights launched their attacks. Nolan summoned his staff from the void, unleashing a relentless barrage of magical skills that rained down upon the python. The giant tail of the python swung, knocking the knight back and blocking the magical attacks. At that moment, its nostrils flared, and its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Nolan. Kid, have you ever seen a ghost python? Nolan thought carefully. The first time he encountered Grainer, he had casually slaughtered one. Could it be that this creature was related to the one before him? He chuckled. I encountered one, accompanied by a purple sandalwood flower, and I casually killed it. The python, furious at this remark, roared in anger. That was his son. He had many wives, but only one son, his only child. You should die. A massive blood-red python apparition suddenly appeared, lunging at Nolan with terrifying power, ready to devour him. You're the one who should die. Nolan shouted lightly, then waved his staff. His skills were hundreds of times more powerful than those of an ordinary mage, and with lifespan-enhancing boosts and 4 pieces of equipment enhancing his power, the might was unimaginable. Moreover, he could stack spells, releasing 2 skills at once. Thus, the blazing flames erupted, enveloping the blood python like an ocean of fire, crushing it. The sheer power stunned the ghost python. In its perception, the opponent was merely a high-level mage. Could it have misjudged? Emily covered her mouth with both hands, clearly not expecting such a result. She had even prepared to join the battle. The sea of fire quickly engulfed the ghost python, the intense heat scorching the ground dry, causing the python's scales to crack and its flesh to tear. It quickly exhaled a blast of cold air from its mouth to extinguish the flames. Huff, 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 the ghost python gasped for breath, no longer daring to look at Nolan. After just one move, it was already on the verge of collapse, and thoughts of escape began to form. Aren't you a high-level mage? How can you be this powerful? The ghost python tried to distract Nolan, preparing to flee, completely forgetting the bravado it had displayed earlier. Nolan was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected his strength to be this formidable, and this was just a casual strike. Since that was the case, he had no intention of holding back. Thunder! He raised his staff again, and the sky crackled with thunder. A bolt of lightning shot out, followed by a massive surge of electricity that struck the ghost python repeatedly. No, the ghost python fled quickly, like a rabbit, burrowing underground and escaping to its lair. Foolish snake! Don't you want to avenge your son? Nolan shouted, trying to break the ghost python's psychological defenses, then fully activated his levitation spell. But the ghost python was solely focused on surviving, paying no heed to such things. As for its son, it could always have another later. As Nolan pursued, he happened upon another group of knights, led by a sorceress dressed in a lace dress and black silk boots. Nolan carefully examined the woman before him. Her graceful figure and exquisite form were truly stunning. Noticing Nolan's gaze, the woman unconsciously puffed out her chest. I am Kia, the former guardian envoy of the Kingdom of Sak, may I ask your name? My surname is Nolan, he replied, bowing in noble etiquette. You are Lord Nolan? How rare it is to meet you here, Kia said, her eyes like fire, fixated on Nolan as if she were looking at a large piece of meat. Nolan returned her gaze, and they locked eyes for a long moment before he remembered he needed to continue pursuing the fleeing python. Beautiful Lady Kia, I invite you to my banquet tonight, but right now, I need to track down a magical beast. With that, Nolan dashed forward. Kia smiled seductively, leading the knights to follow behind. The python was fast, the ground cracking beneath its leaps, the earth becoming desolate. However, before Nolan, all struggles were in vain. He waved his staff again, and countless massive roots erupted from the ground, binding the python and sending it flying into the air. No, spare me. Wind blade! A fierce whirlwind appeared out of nowhere, striking the body of the bull python as if chopping vegetables, leaving it bloodied and mangled in just a moment. I have a big secret. Spare me. The bull python regretted its actions. Had it known its opponent was so strong, it would have continued to hide, living for thousands of years until the human before it died, then dancing on its grave. Nolan looked down from above, surveying the limp bull python. When Kia arrived, she was taken aback, her pupils contracting as waves of shock surged within her. What she saw was astonishing. A level 40 bull python had been reduced to this state. In an instant, her gaze towards Nolan became even more fervent, a fire igniting in her heart. She anticipated the arrival of the night, even preparing to change into her secret uniform. Such an outstanding lord was worth her seduction. I don't need secrets. Nolan once again activated his staff, enveloping the shadow python in countless flames. The bull python was scorched by the flames, experiencing immense pain, continuously howling and begging for mercy, but all of it was in vain. In a moment, it was cooked to perfection, releasing an endless aroma. Nolan took out a virtual training gourd, storing it inside, adding some magical potions for marination, another good ingredient. Kia did not expect the bull python to die so easily. Lord Nolan, I suddenly feel a bit fatigued. May I rest in your territory? Kia twirled her fingers, gently touching her forehead, her face full of exhaustion. Nolan smiled slowly in response. Beautiful lady, of course you can. Afterward, Nolan arranged for knights to clean the battlefield and drive away the surrounding magical beasts, preparing to build walls and establish a city. Nightfall. Nolan and Kia clinked their goblets together. Before long, Kia's face flushed from the wine, and she lay on the bed, serving Nolan. 3 days later, Nolan and Kia's wedding took place as scheduled. Chief Steward Delano was still helping in the Domain C territory, and this banquet was hosted by Lord Jifan. At the banquet, Jifan was red-faced and excited, looking even more animated than Nolan. The name Nolan had spread throughout Lanwo City, even widely known in the Sac Kingdom. Bards had even composed scripts, portraying Lord Nolan as a just lord who led knights to slay the level 40 magical beasts that plagued the land, expanding the territory of the Sac Kingdom once again. The surname Nolan was known to all. Countless lords visited Nolan's territory. This was not just a wedding but a grand gathering. Besides the Lord of Lanwo, all the notable lords of Lanwo City had come. Upon hearing of Nolan's deeds, they hurriedly prepared gifts to pay their respects. Initially, they did not believe it, but as soon as they stepped into the territory, they sensed something was amiss. The magical energy was too dense, and there were numerous magical beast guards standing by, overseeing various construction projects. At the very center of the territory stood a defensive tower, a long-lost technology, yet no one dared to inquire further. Nolan sat at the main seat, chatting and laughing with the top lords, while some lesser lords at the end felt somewhat out of place. Jifan acted like a second host, toasting and welcoming guests. Many scoffed at Jifan, secretly mocking him as a fool who relied on his daughter to rise in status, but Jifan paid no mind. Marrying his daughter to Nolan was the proudest achievement of his life. The daughter of the Lord of Lanwo, Yang Xian Lanwo, also attended. This time, she lacked her previous arrogance, instead appearing tearful and pitiful. One might think something had happened, with some even imagining a scenario where Nolan abandoned her after seducing her. At this moment, Nolan had already arrived in Kia's room. Kia's eyes burned with intensity as she stared at Nolan, looking even more anxious than he was. She had been conquered by him 3 days ago. Nolan smiled and said, "So, how is your stay here? Is it not to your liking?" Kia laughed. "Here, life is easy, with food and clothing readily available, not to mention the endless wealth. It's simply paradise. Currently level 37 concubine acquisition successful, lifespan plus 10, currently 190 guardian knight, received additional reward, skill fusion card times 1 after a night passed." Norin lazily stretched, and he had to admit that leveling up once in a night felt great, thanks to Kia being a high-level knight. From now on, finding high-level wives seems like a good choice, saving time and effort. Kia lay in Norin's arms like a blooming rose, stunningly beautiful. Norin also sensed a problem. The rewards for marrying and having children had decreased, with only the rewards for childbirth being high. He felt that his system was about to upgrade. However, to upgrade the system, he needed a key item. Casting speed, 36%, 100%. HP, 36%, 100%. Magic power, 0%, 100%. Lifespan damage increase, 190%. No limit. As long as he raised his magic power to 30%, he could draw 3 talents and upgrade the current system. However, that item was not easy to obtain. Even the purple sandalwood flower was guarded by the ghost python and required a lot of energy to cultivate. It was only because Norin was exceptionally strong and had ample resources that he could manage. How would someone else handle a ghost python at over level 30? How would they cultivate precious magical plants? How would they concoct potions? These were all issues. Concocting potions to increase magic power also required a key item, the monster crystal core, which was filled with extremely high energy and only had a chance to be born near level 40 beasts. Clearly, the ghost python they had slain earlier did not have one. As for killing a level 50 beast, Norin was self-aware. It would not be easy for him to take down a level 50 beast. While he was pondering, Grano pushed the door open and walked in. "What's wrong?" Norin asked with a grin, thinking his wives had come up with something new. Grano, however, looked troubled. "Brother Norin, Lady Yang Xian wants to see you." Grano, once a Crimson Flame Knight of the Lan Nuwa territory, could not refuse her former young master, Yang Xian, who had come to ask for help. Norin noticed Grano's distress and pulled her closer. "I thought it was something serious. I'll be back soon." Grano smiled slightly and kissed Norin on the cheek. "You're so nice, Brother Norin." Yang Xian was waiting in Norin's exclusive training room, pacing anxiously. Just as she was about to leave, she heard the door creak open. Upon seeing the little princess, the golden canary, Norin couldn't help but marvel. Just a few days had passed, and she had become even more beautiful, especially in that tight little outfit and that short skirt, which was particularly enticing. "Respected Lord Norin, I have something I would like your help with," Yang Xian said joyfully. Without hesitation, Norin replied, "I won't help unless." Yang Xian's brows furrowed, her expression stiff. "Unless what?" Seeing Norin's gaze unabashedly surveying her, Yang Xian met his eyes, a mix of appreciation and teasing in her expression, as if she knew the purpose of her visit. Yang Xian's face flushed. Norin adjusted his clothes and let out a deep breath. He had to admit that as the daughter of a lord, Yang Xian was quite stiff, but her innate aura gave Norin a strong sense of conquest. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened. Yang Xian shyly tidied her clothes, realizing that aside from having many wives, Norin was handsome and powerful, and any lingering resistance in her heart instantly vanished. "The fusion of blood rhinoceros and dragon bloodstone failed, and my father suffered a backlash from the contract. Now we need a large amount of dragon bloodstones. Can you give me some?" Yang Xian said cautiously. Nolan smiled and nodded. This was naturally not a problem. Before long, a large number of dragon bloodstones were placed in front of Yang Xian. Yang Xian was overjoyed and then stored the dragon bloodstones in her storage space. However, when she was about to leave, she felt a bit weak in her waist and knees, her legs trembling. Nolan lightly coughed and called Grainer to take Yang Xian back. Nolan truly did not expect to subdue Yang Xian in this way. As long as his strength reached the level of a mage, he could go to propose to Lord Lanwo. Just thinking of Yang Xian's shy face made Nolan's heart flutter. A few days later, Nolan found information about the monster crystal core. This item was the key to the upgrade system and had to be obtained. Manoli lay in Nolan's arms. "Brother Lon, a level 50 monster has appeared in the Black Veil Kingdom, and it is seriously injured. Many lords are preparing to go harvest it, and that monster is accompanied by many crystal cores." Nolan felt a bit delighted upon hearing this. He had finally found this item. An injured level 50 monster was not something he looked down upon, but with other lords going together, it was safer, though the spoils might not be evenly distributed. After making some arrangements, Nolan took 500 Dragon Griffin Knights to the Black Veil Kingdom, accompanied by the great mage Sano. On the way, Sano leaned against Nolan. During this time, she had completely fallen for Nolan's territory, where she could use various resources without restriction and had maids to take care of her. Playing various mahjong and chess games freely, this luxurious life made her immensely enjoy it, and she looked at Nolan with even more affection. Sano stared at Nolan, becoming more and more satisfied the more she looked. Before long, they arrived at the Black Veil Kingdom. The first to appear was the Black Veil Steward, an old woman over several hundred years old. Nolan took a glance and lost interest. The old woman knew that Nolan had come to help them clear the monsters in the Black Veil Kingdom, and since Nolan was also the prince consort of the Black Veil Kingdom, she was very enthusiastic. "Lord Nolan, please come in." "All right." Nolan nodded slightly, while the Dragon Griffin Knights stayed outside to wait. Inside, besides Nolan, there were several other factions and the king of the Black Veil Kingdom. Among them, the Saman Lord and Anyang Lord were the strongest, both at level 40, while the others were around level 30. However, the surname Anyang was quite special, as it had been passed down through generations of women. The current Anyan Lord was particularly striking, with a commanding presence. Her deep blue hair flowed behind her, and her impressive figure made one's imagination run wild. Especially since the Anyang Lord practiced a special breathing technique, she remained a virgin even after decades, leading many lords to seek marriage with her, showering her with attention. The Anyang Lord noticed Nolan's gaze, which was the most intense among all the lords. For some reason, when Anyang saw Nolan for the first time, she did not feel as resistant. She thoroughly enjoyed Nolan's gaze. Perhaps this was the charm of a handsome old noble. Seeing Nolan's arrival, the king of the Black Veil Kingdom felt more confident, as his strength was only at the level of a great mage. Facing the pressure from the two level 40 lords, Anyang and Saman, was still somewhat daunting. However, as Nolan was his son-in-law and had a record of defeating a ghost python, naturally, no one dared to underestimate him. The group discussed for a long time at the banquet, finally deciding that whoever contributed the most in the battle against the monsters would take the larger share. After no one objected, they began to take action, led by Saman Lord, who had discovered the injured monster. Anyang and Lord Nolan, we will need your help in the upcoming battle. Although Saman had a fat head and big brain, he was quite clever. Even though Nolan's strength was not strong, he had a record of slaying level 40 monsters. No one who reached this level was a fool. As for the other lords, Saman was somewhat arrogant and did not pay them much mind. Along the way, some lords whispered among themselves, "This is Lord Norin. I heard he married more than 10 wives in just 2 years. How enviable. My mother tiger is strict, so I only have a few lovers outside. Who isn't like that? I hate family marriages. I heard Lord Norin even married a succubus and a half-elf as wives. TSK. Isn't that like a new marriage every night?" Norin had long been accustomed to having his exploits discussed and didn't mind, while Anyang felt a bit flushed. These lords couldn't help but talk about the things men loved most, freely discussing various positions, which opened Norin's eyes and made him decide to practice with Sana when he got back. Men, after all, could only talk about those things in bed. Saman looked at the two and said, "Next, we have a tough battle ahead. My suggestion is to share our combat styles first for better coordination." Norin remained indifferent, as this was a major taboo. In battle, a slight information gap could lead to being ambushed. His mind was racing. Anyang felt the same way. Saman smiled, "I am a level 45 shield knight, skilled in defense and aggro management, and my main skill is shield mastery." Hearing Saman's introduction, Anyang nodded and slowly said, "I am a level 44 forest mage, proficient in forest magic mainly for defense and support, a bit weak in combat." The two looked at Norin in unison. "I am a level 38 mage, and my strongest suit is fire attack magic," Norin said casually. He wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal everything about himself. Before long, the three arrived at their destination. Saman's eyes flashed as he jumped off the flying beast and shouted, "This is the place." Behind Saman, a phantom of a barbarian beast appeared, and with a swing of his fist, it struck heavily against a nearby boulder. Boom! With a loud crash, a massive toad appeared, standing about 4 meters tall, covered in festering sores and poison blisters. It's actually a fire toad. This creature is full of fire poison. Once touched, it inflicts bone-corroding poison that eats away at the body. Of course, the fire toad is slightly weaker, but it's full of treasures. Some lords exclaimed with delight, clearly not realizing the danger of this beast. The battle was about to begin. Saman acted like a giant shield, constantly pulling and provoking the fire toad. Norin, Anyang, and the other lords continuously cast spells, waves of magic crashing against the fire toad. Quack! The fire toad became enraged, its eyes turning blood red, and its sores erupted like a volcano, ready to spew forth. "Not good! Get away!" Saman shouted, taking advantage of the moment when everyone was distracted to flee like the wind. Without a meat shield to block the attack, the lava-like poison surged toward them. Norin quickly slipped away, with Anyang following closely behind, while some slower lords were corroded by the poison, crying out in despair. Nearby, the accompanying knights rushed to suck the boiling poison out with their mouths. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned to Saman, as if questioning why he had run away. Just as he was about to explain, a searing flame shot out rapidly, and Saman was taken by surprise, dodging immediately. "Lord Norin, what are you doing?" Saman shouted in fury. The surrounding lords were equally shocked that Norin had directly attacked Saman. "Humph, I am extremely sensitive to magical energy. If I'm not mistaken, this fire toad has been tamed by someone." Norin's words stunned the other lords. Saman's expression darkened, but he feigned indifference. "Lord Norin, I advise you." "Alright, everyone, take care of yourselves, I'll be leaving first." Norin didn't give anyone time to react and flew away. Saman shouted in shock, "Quick, come out and stop him. A dark figure appeared, exuding a gloomy aura. Go! A dark magical energy blocked Noran's path. Dark mage. Someone recognized the identity of the man in the black robe. Someone is actually colluding with the dark mage. This could lead to the removal of his noble title. Doubt flickered in someone's eyes. On Yang summoned his magic staff, secretly casting a spell in preparation for a sneak attack. As the incantation ended, trees burst from the ground, rapidly charging towards Saman. A mere trick. The evil mage waved his hand, dark energy spreading, and in an instant, the giant trees were eroded, vanishing into thin air. Saman, however, laughed maniacally. The kingdom of Sak has long since begun to rot. Rather than die of old age, it's better to take a risky path. As long as I slaughter you, the western part of Lanwo City will fall. So this is all your scheme? A lord finally reacted, his face darkening. No wonder Saman discovered the severely injured level 50 magical beast. He wanted a share of the spoils. This was all a conspiracy. Aren't you afraid that the Lord of Lanwo will come and slaughter you? After hearing this, Nualan's expression changed. He knew that the Lord of Lanwo's contracted magical beast was at a critical moment of advancement and couldn't spare the time right now. The other side had clearly received this crucial information to set this trap. However, they underestimated him. Nualan felt the magical energy surging within him, pushing all his buffs to the limit, and taking advantage of their unpreparedness, he shouted, "Scorching flame!" A blazing fire engulfed the area, and 2 fire dragons faintly emerged. Not good. The death mage's pupils contracted. He sensed the threat of death and quickly summoned a fire toad to block this deadly blow. Ribbit Saman was not entirely lying. The fire toad was indeed severely injured and took the hit head-on, dying instantly. Nualan pinched his fingers, seizing the crystal core from the fire toad while it was unguarded. Then in a flash, he abandoned the crowd and soared into the sky. Nualan did not fly towards the direction of the Black Veil Kingdom but rather in the opposite direction. He feared encountering an ambush again. He was not afraid of one-on-one combat, but facing many opponents, especially with their levels far exceeding his, a head-on confrontation would be an unwise choice. Moreover, he had already achieved his ultimate goal, the crystal core. With this item, he could refine a magic strength potion, gain new talents, or upgrade the multi-child blessing system. Without hesitation, Nualan took out the virtual training gourd, placed the crystal core inside, and added some kidney fruit. In a few days, the potion would be ready. When he felt it was enough time, Nualan waved his hand to casually open a cave and released some magic to stabilize it. Sensing no danger around, Nualan spread out the map and realized he had arrived at the western side of the Black Veil Kingdom. Lanwo City was to the east, the Black Veil Kingdom was also to the east, and the place he was in was even farther from the territory. However, he was not worried. He had enough supplies in his system space. At worst, he could live here for a few years to recuperate and then break out later. Unknowingly, night fell. Nualan lay on a rack bed, leisurely eating roasted meat, as if on a vacation. Just then, a huge explosion occurred nearby, the thunderous sound waking Nualan. The Lord of Saman was battered and bruised, but the magical energy within him was increasingly abundant. Lord Ongyang, I advise you to be sensible. Either join us or die directly. Lord Ongyang had few injuries but looked somewhat disheveled, and the magical energy within her was evidently not strong, showing she was at a disadvantage. She recalled her life, which was undoubtedly legendary. From the moment she inherited the glorious title of Ongyang, she bore a tremendous responsibility. Today was the day she would meet her ancestors. As for yielding to the death mage, she had never considered it from the beginning. Since you refuse to submit, then die. Saman's eyes were fierce, showing no intention of holding back. With one move, he knocked Lord Ongyang to the ground, causing her to spit blood, her clothing in tatters, revealing her pitiful form. Die! At that moment, Noran secretly waved his staff, and a fireball appeared, forcing Saman back. Ongyang turned to look. Lord Noran, what are you doing here? Didn't you run away? Noran smiled helplessly. I did run, but not completely. It was truly luck to encounter the two here. Lord Noran, to die with such a handsome lord seems not so bad. Ongyang thought it over. Since death was inevitable, dying with Noran was also fine. After all, he was handsome and elegant, exuding a noble demeanor, which was her type. Noran chuckled softly. In that case, why don't you come back to my territory and have some babies? We won't die. Even at the brink of death, you're still stubborn. Since you refuse to surrender, let you both be a pair of ill-fated lovers. Saman's aura surged, and a giant beast's phantom coalesced behind him, which upon closer inspection was the divine body of the beast god. Ongyang's eyes filled with despair as she collapsed to the ground. Noran waved his hand, and his staff appeared out of thin air. He didn't chant, he simply waved to conjure a powerful spell, gathering it before him. Various buffs stacked, and with the addition of layered spells, two massive fire dragons exuded a fierce might, swiftly charging to envelop the beast god's phantom. Ong Yang only heard a scream, and Saman was burned to ashes by the dragon flames. She didn't even have time to react, only seeing a giant pit scorched by the flames. Since there's only one left, I won't hold back. Norin's move drained all the magical energy from his body. Ong Yang took the initiative to support the weakened Norin and walked towards a cave not far away. 3 days later, currently 38, Norin stared at Ong Yang, not expecting to level up directly this time. Even injured, Ong Yang still retained her voluptuous figure. A mage could never be ugly. Each level up brought her closer to the essence of the world, making her even more beautiful. Ong Yang looked up at the man beside her, growing fonder. He was like a Prince Charming who pulled her back from the brink of hell. From now on, she would be called Eliza Norin. Once we return to the territory, we'll get married, Norin said, holding Eliza and smiling. In the territory, the once imposing Ong Yang now lay in Norin's arms like a delicate little woman. Norin figured that during this time, Lord Lan Nua must have resolved his beast problem. With his strength, eliminating a group of death mages would be easy, so Norin didn't need to hide anymore and directly brought Eliza back to Norin's territory. Both of them moved quickly and soon arrived. When Jifun saw Norin return safely, he was moved to tears. After hearing that Norin had been attacked, he couldn't eat or sleep. Of course, Norin's little wives were also very worried, and upon seeing Norin return safely, they rushed over like a tide. Jifun, with keen eyes, noticed Eliza behind Norin and began to organize a wedding. After all, he was a level 40 lord, and this wedding was quite grand. Even Lord Lan Nua attended. At the banquet, many people watched as Norin repeatedly embraced beautiful women, feeling envious and jealous. Each one was more beautiful than the last, with figures that were simply unbelievable. Even Norin's strength continued to rise. Marrying wives while boosting his own power was simply impossible. Some directly attributed Norin's success to being a top genius. The previous 80 years without a breakthrough were just for this accumulation. Sigh, my daughter is only 8. I wonder if she can marry Lord Norin. 8 is not too young, mine is only 6. I feel like I can try to build a connection and see. Many weak noble lords were eager to shove their daughters into Norin's bed. There was no helping it. They turned green with envy when they saw Jifun. At first, they mocked him as a lapdog, but now they only regretted not being that dog. Of course, Norin was completely unaware of this. He had already arrived at Eliza's room, ready to enjoy this delightful night. Eliza had long, shimmering green hair, skin as white as congealed fat, and as tender as soft jade, exuding a fragrant aroma. Her delicate and pitiable demeanor evoked an involuntary sense of compassion. This time, Eliza witnessed the strength of Norin's territory, which was indeed formidable, not at all inferior to her own. The night was beautiful. Concubine successfully acquired, lifespan plus 10, currently 200. Proud Lord, gained an extra level plus 1, currently level 39. Norin's eyes brightened. He never expected his level to reach 39, just a step away from becoming a mage. Mages could independently create formations and powerful magical items, their combat power vastly superior to that of great sorcerers. In his joy, Norin suddenly thought of his void training gourd. He had previously placed a crystal core and some kidney grass inside, and it had been a while since then. Norin took out the void training gourd and retrieved a potion from within, a light red liquid that smelled somewhat like seafood. Without a second thought, he poured it into his mouth, a mysterious aura flooding his body. The sensation was like the potion coursing through his limbs, incredibly refreshing, but it faded in an instant. Spellcasting speed, 39%, 100%. Health bar HP, 39%, 100%. Magic power AP, 39%, 100%. Lifespan enhancement, 200%, no limit. Congratulations, host has unlocked the limits of the body. Please choose to activate a new talent or upgrade the multi-child blessing system 3 times. Upgrade the multi-child blessing system. Norin did not hesitate. He certainly had not forgotten the foundation of his family and livelihood. Lord template upgraded and optimized. Reward template upgraded and optimized. Task template upgraded and optimized. Lord Norin lifespan, 200 occupation, necromancer level, 39 skills, 14 wives and concubines, 21 descendants, 9 talent, upgraded multi-child blessing system equipment, 8 magic plants, 1 beasts, 3 descendant birth reward upgraded, pregnancy no longer grants rewards, every 10 offspring born grants 1 premium reward, with a minimum qualification of 100 for descendants. Marriage and concubine rewards upgraded, marrying and taking concubines increases lifespan by 50, and after merging, only experience points are gained, no longer rewarded items. Concubine level must be at least 10 levels lower than oneself. Task template upgraded. The system has a chance to uncover rare tasks. Norin frowned. At first glance, the system seemed worse, but upon closer thought, each concubine could increase lifespan by 50. Every 10 offspring could yield a premium reward, which was much more stable than the previous random rewards, and there was also a chance to trigger rare tasks. Not bad. The next morning, after spending a moment with Eliza, Norin packed his things and sought out Lord Lano. The day before, Norin had intentionally kept Jifan behind to meet Yang Xian. Lano initially did not understand Norin's intentions, but upon hearing, his brow furrowed tightly. He scrutinized Norin in surprise. You've actually reached level 39? About to break through to mage? That's right, Norin nodded. After I marry Miss Yang Xian, I will transfer part of the development rights of the proud territory to the Lord. Lan Nua thought for a long time before finally nodding in agreement. Whether it was the development rights of the Angyang territory or a future mage, both were good investments. Anyone could see the limitless potential of Nualan. Just 3 days after Nualan's wedding, the territory was once again adorned with lights and decorations, and the atmosphere became lively. Some people sighed, saying that in Nualan's territory, one could gain several pounds just from attending banquets, and then they began to envy Nualan. I really envy Lord Nualan. It's truly a night of revelry every night. Alas, I heard that this time he married a lady from the Lan Nua Lord's family. I care more about when the banquet will start. Countless people lamented that Lord Nualan lived a life of luxury. The banquet was hosted by Jifun, and soon it began. Nualan could hardly wait. Yang Xian was extremely beautiful, had a great figure, and exuded a vibrant energy. Soon the banquet ended, and the main event began. Concubine successfully taken, lifespan plus 50, currently 250, gained a large amount of experience after a night passed. Nualan felt utterly exhausted. He hadn't expected that Yang Xian had been thinking about him these past few days, leading to an especially vigorous nightlife that night. Seizing this good opportunity, Nualan pushed forward and worked hard to have children. A few days later, time passed without notice. Recently, several newcomers to the family were pregnant, and Yali and others were also experiencing a second spring, each sporting a large belly. Even Jasmine, Lael, Katya, and Kat Nua's bellies had grown, which was truly a cause for celebration. Nualan's yin-yang breathing technique was simply a divine skill. With each breath, he could significantly increase his experience, strengthen his body, and the stronger the family's power, the better the breathing technique worked. Many of his wives thus gained tremendous benefits, and with the aid of kidney-enhancing potions, they even leveled up several times in a row, soaring like a rocket. Level +1, currently 40, advancing to a mage allowed for a reselection of even more powerful job classes, a chance to reverse fate with various professions. However, Nualan didn't need it, as his necromancer was the most powerful class, capable of even breaking through the divine level. In that moment of leveling up, Nualan's limbs and bones underwent intense refinement, and the magical energy within him was continuously purified, achieving a qualitative enhancement. Nualan silently cheered in his heart, and at that moment, he encountered Sana, who was wagging her little tail. My little darling, you've become even more beautiful recently. Oh, Langu, you're so bad. Sana playfully punched Nualan's chest. The yin-yang breathing technique, as a divine-level breathing method, had long stood at the pinnacle of the continent. After such a long period of cultivation, the energy within Nualan felt as if it had been tempered 1,000 times, becoming increasingly robust, and the energy within him was gradually intensifying. No one else could possibly reach such a level in such a short time. Fortunately, Nualan was a lord and had amassed such a vast power in this brief period. Otherwise, it would be hard to guarantee that some ill-intentioned individuals wouldn't come to stir up trouble. Several months had passed, and he had finally advanced to the level of a mage, marking the first step into the realm of the strong. Mages could learn powerful magic arrays, greatly enhancing both their self-defense and combat capabilities. Now, with a wave, he could crush countless versions of his former self. This was the power of a mage, conjuring countless spells in an instant, with energy flowing through his body, continuously drawing magical energy from the surrounding space. Just then, the sky suddenly began to drizzle, accompanied by distant rumbling sounds. Heavenly tribulation? Nualan furrowed his brows. Was this heaven punishing him? He had never heard of such a thing as a heavenly tribulation. This wasn't a breakthrough to the divine level. Could it be that his necromancer class was too overpowered? Nolan's mind was racing. After all, the necromancer profession was one that could allow a breakthrough to the divine tier. Throughout the continent, only a few chosen classes would experience a heavenly tribulation when they were about to step into the divine realm. Could it be that he was breaking through as a mage, which was even more abnormal than reaching the divine tier? At that moment, Eliza and the others rushed out, and upon seeing the scene before them, they were both shocked and delighted. Lan, Brother Lan has actually broken through to become a mage. But why would it attract divine retribution? Could it be that Brother Lan's talent has reached a level that even the heavens envy? It was simply hard to believe. The girls instantly became extremely excited, wishing they could cling to Nolan. At that moment, the thunderclouds had gathered, and with a swift strike, the sky split open with a deafening roar. Nolan remained completely calm. He had various buffs enhancing him, and the territorial formation weakened the heavenly tribulation, allowing him to withstand it completely. Moreover, heavenly tribulations generally came with a built-in GPS. Even if he wanted to dodge, he couldn't escape. So let the storm come even fiercer. After this tribulation passed, he would thoroughly clear the sewers and vent the flames in his heart. Boom! After a loud explosion, streaks of lightning flashed across the dark sky. Lord Nolan took a direct hit from the lightning, his entire body resembling a roasted chicken, emitting puffs of fragrant smoke. Brother Lon, take care of yourself. The girls, with their big bellies, were on the verge of tears from worry. Go, Dad. A few little ones below were extremely anxious, especially the youngest son, who immediately burst into tears. Nolan only felt a sharp pain. It wasn't really that painful, just a bit messy to look at. Vaguely, he sensed some inscriptions appearing within him. These inscriptions were obscure yet strangely familiar, like the language of the gods. After inspecting himself, a storm surged in his heart. He was destined to advance to godhood, and these inscriptions etched onto him meant he could enter the divine tier faster, right? Fortunately, his strength was extraordinary, and with various mythical equipment, an ordinary mage would have likely been turned to ash by now. How could they be as lively as he was? Nolan clenched his fists, feeling magical energy surging throughout his body, accompanied by a bolt of lightning. What? Could it be that he has mastered the power of lightning? Ding! The host has obtained the thunder inscription. Do you wish to merge it with your skill, Scorching Flame? Merge! Nolan did not hesitate at all. Merge successful, obtained passive skill Thunderflame. Thunderflame, the ultimate fusion of lightning and fire, forming a powerful thunderfire that can be released with a thought, comes with equipment bonuses, and is 100 times the power of Scorching Flame. Nolan's body shook. Scorching Flame was already an extremely powerful skill, capable of one-shotting a barbarian lord, and now it had evolved into the even more powerful Thunderflame. Did this mean he was invincible at the same tier, and could fight above his level as easily as drinking water? The heavenly tribulation seemed quite insubstantial, ending with just one strike, and soon the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing bright sunshine. Seeing that the tribulation had ended, the girls rushed over, but Sana was a bit faster, tightly pressing against Nolan. Brother Lon, don't rush, there's enough for everyone. Nolan exhaled, feeling refreshed. Congratulations, Brother Lon, on breaking through to the mage level. Oh, not only has he broken through to mage, but he has also attracted a rare divine retribution, truly a divine calamity. Brother Lon is just too amazing. Could it be that a deity has descended from the heavens? The girls chimed in, each taking turns to speak, their gazes towards Nolan filled with admiration. Emily and Eliza's eyes sparkled with joy. As fellow mages, they understood even more the significance of this level. Moreover, they all felt an overwhelming sense of threat from Nuwa Lan, a feeling they had never encountered even with the Lord of Lan Nuwa. Does that mean Nuwa Lan, at level 40, has already surpassed the level 50 Lord of Lan Nuwa? Terrifying. As a level 50, Lan Nuwa could possess his own city and guard a territory. What if Nuwa Lan were to break through to level 50? It was simply unimaginable. Lan Gu, you've already broken through to become a mage lord. I estimate many fallen nobles will come to seek your favor. How about we host a grand banquet to celebrate? Upon hearing this, Nuwa Lan realized it made sense. Breaking through to Mage Lord was indeed a day worth commemorating, and it would showcase his strength to the surrounding lords. With the system upgrade, he was in urgent need of a wife to have children, gain rewards, and unlock even more powerful treasures. He needed to find a level 30 wife and quickly have children to obtain more precious rewards. Level 30 magical beasts were easy to find, but level 30 beauties were not. That said, it seemed that Yulong had been developing quite well during this time, especially with that proud figure, resembling a cold goddess. Thus, a grand banquet and wedding began. The news of Nuwa Lan breaking through to Mage Lord gradually spread. After all, that stormy cloud and thunder had circulated widely, and many lords noticed this strange phenomenon. Even diviners calculated Nuwa Lan's immense potential. In no time, countless visitors came bearing gifts. Some were puzzled as to why Nuwa Lan, who was either taking concubines or on the path to do so, could have such a terrifying speed of level advancement. As for the clever ones, they had long sought out numerous beauties, selecting them one by one to bring to Nuwa Lan's territory. Consequently, many lords were grinning widely, for their daughters were all stunningly beautiful. Rather than let them fall into the hands of others, why not offer them directly to Lord Nuwa Lan? With a bit of luck, they might become the most loyal lapdog under Nuwa Lan, just like Lord Jifun. However, Nuwa Lan had long since lost interest in these noble women. After all, their levels were too low, and taking concubines would not yield much experience. making it a complete waste of time. Of course, many female mages and female knights volunteered themselves, donning never-before-worn stunning outfits to highlight their most enchanting figures. Who didn't know that Nualan not only had a handsome face but also controlled a vast trading guild and treated his wife exceptionally well? Where could one find such a man? This wedding with Yulong turned into the most intense selection event, with countless beauties pouring forth like spring water, leaving the lords present stunned and unable to recover. First, a noble pushed his daughter forward to showcase her dance before Nualan. Many lords who were a step too late cursed inwardly, praying that the noble's daughter would not catch Nualan's eye. Nualan's gaze was fixed on the woman before him, and no one knew his thoughts. However, Nualan sat calmly at the head, enjoying this beauty selection. Most of those present were nobles, with some weaker lords, and even a few powerful mages subtly emerging, most of whom were regarded as important figures akin to gods in the eyes of commoners. Many understood that as long as there was a woman in the family, marrying Nualan would be a chance to change their fate. Having broken through to Mage Lord, Nualan's perception was exceptionally sharp. He could sense that most of the women present were staring at him. The looks in their eyes were unmistakably hungry. There was no helping it. Nualan was not only handsome and charming but also possessed immense wealth, making him the Prince Charming in the hearts of countless women, leaving them sleepless at night. As everyone admired the beauties dancing, a series of long, excited announcements rang out. Lord Lan Nua has arrived. Prince De Nua has arrived. Director Yen Li has arrived. These people are standing at the pinnacle of Lan Nua City, and there's no need to say much about the Lord of Lan Nua. Duke De Nua possesses the royal bloodline of the Kingdom of Sak, holding a transcendent status, and Dean Yen Li is the head of the Noble Academy, not only exceptionally powerful but also wielding considerable authority. These three represent the heavens of Lan Nua City, and the chances of them appearing together are extremely rare, leaving many lords present somewhat astonished. Congratulations, brother Nualan. It's only been a few months, and you've already broken through to the level of a mage master. It's simply unbelievable. The Lord of Lan Nua laughed heartily. Nualan is his son-in-law, and the stronger the other party becomes, the happier he is. Initially, Dean Yenli was quite displeased with Nualan, simply because he had taken away a powerful mage master, Emily, from his academy. However, after hearing that Nualan married the daughter of the Lord of Lan Nua and even the princess of the Blackshaw Kingdom, and later broke through to become a mage master, attracting the divine tribulation, Yenli naturally had no complaints and was instead very pleased. After all, Nualan marrying a student from his academy meant a connection to him. The Kingdom of Dinua was entirely there to watch the show, having no other intentions. Upon seeing the three big shots arrive, Nualan remained unperturbed and led the three to a position beside him. Previously, when he was on the verge of death, not a single fallen noble wanted to stay in this place, fearing they would attract misfortune. But now, the three giants of Lan Nua City had gathered. After a moment, the selection continued. Some speculated in secret whether Nualan had offended the three, while others said the three were trying to curry favor with Nualan. The three certainly did not come empty-handed. Duke De Nua brought his own daughter, a delicate beauty with a stunning appearance. In the end, Nualan settled on the three, all of whom were great mage masters, naturally very attractive, with one even possessing some serpent bloodline. Their bodies were incredibly flexible, showcasing various poses while dancing, leaving Nualan dumbfounded, and he immediately decided on one of them. As the selection concluded, Duke De Nua made a grand entrance, smiling. Brother Nualan, what do you think of my daughter? Nualan had long noticed the beautiful woman behind him, whose looks were exceptional, and her innate charm was utterly captivating. Not bad, Nualan nodded slowly. Brother Nualan, you are a talented and handsome man. How about I marry my daughter to you? Duke De Nua beamed brightly. Upon hearing this, all the lords present showed expressions of surprise. Duke De Nua's daughter, gifted and stunningly beautiful, was known to all. Who would have thought she would directly marry Nualan today? The two great beauties of Lan Nua City, the red-haired young Xian and the golden-haired Nua Lacey, were each more beautiful than the last. This made countless lords envious to the point of grinding their teeth, especially since the selection had also picked several beautiful mage masters. Such a life was something even the immortals wouldn't trade. Soon, the banquet ended, and the lords dispersed, leaving only a few beauties. Today was Nualan's day to marry Yulong, so the three beauties and Nua Lacey would need to be married on another day. Thus, Yang Xian found her good friend Nua Lacey, chatting and gossiping like best friends, allowing the few women to gradually become familiar with their current lives. Nualan pushed open the door and saw the cold yet shy Yulong, her curvaceous figure paired with alluring attire. Master, Yulong said weakly. Nualan swallowed a mouthful of vitality fruit. His family's power had risen again, and his own strength would continue to grow accordingly. Level +1, currently level 41. Concubine acquisition successful, lifespan +50, currently 300 Nualan was overjoyed, but of course, the matter was not yet over. The next morning, Norin originally thought to take advantage of the momentum to hold the wedding directly, while also expanding the Norin family's influence. However, due to recent busy affairs, Norin simply did not have that much energy. Exhausted, Norin called Sanayan, as she was the first elder to arrive, asking her to instruct the newcomers on various rituals and some important matters. Level +1, currently level 42 concubine successfully taken, lifespan +200, currently 500. Today was noted as an extraordinary night. His strength was rapidly expanding, which correspondingly required him to occupy more territory. Otherwise, where would his son and wife live in the future? Besides Norin's territory, there were also the territories of Yuhai and Anyang, and combined, these three territories were still quite small. However, Norin had a formidable enemy, the Death Mage, who had continuously killed the Fire Toad and the Lord of Samman, a fact that had long been sung by bards. Presumably, that Death Mage should have heard about it, but Lord Lanwo had already healed his magical beast, so the other party should not dare to act recklessly. The next morning, Norin prepared to establish his own city, Nord City. The Black Veil Kingdom had already agreed to join Norin's territory, and in that instant, the territory of Norin City quickly surpassed Lanwo City, standing in equal measure against it. As soon as this news emerged, countless lords were shocked. Who could have imagined that in just a few years, Norin would develop a weak territory into a vast city? When Duke Denner learned of this, he smiled broadly, knowing his investment was indeed not in vain. Half a month later, Norin arrived in Lanwo City. At the Norin Chamber of Commerce, Lela was very pleased to see the suddenly arrived Norin. During this time, she had naturally heard some rumors and was well aware that Norin had become even stronger, even able to contend with Lord Lanwo. Brother Lon, this hurried establishment of the city might attract the persecution of those with ulterior motives. Lela frowned slightly, clearly worried. Don't worry, I've got everything under control. Norin was very confident. His territory was protected by systematic formations, as well as the Shadow Dragon, the Tortoise Tree King, and various Night Orders, so he naturally was not afraid of others coming to offend him. Norin also sought his youngest son, Wang Tong, who was doing well, looking a bit chubby. Upon seeing Norin, he immediately jumped over with his little feet. "Daddy, my good son." Norin played with him for a while before letting him go play, as he still had important matters to attend to. After a moment, Lela tidied up her messy hairstyle. By the way, it seems there will be a huge auction in Lanwo City soon, and the venue is at the Lanwo Chamber of Commerce. Then we can go take a look. Norin was very clear that every auction was held to gather wealth and to increase the strength of all residents within the territory. It seemed a great battle was inevitable. At that time, he could visit his father-in-law to inquire about what had happened, so as not to be kept in the dark. This auction also has our Chamber of Commerce's involvement. I now have a token that allows me to sit in the main seat. Lela pulled out a shiny golden token from her waist. 3 days later, the auction was successfully held. Lela did not come with Norin because she had to deal with the relocation of the Chamber of Commerce. Norin came alone with the token, and as soon as he entered the venue, he was recognized. "Lord Norin, sir." A steward with a scruffy beard called out to Norin. "What is it?" Norin looked for a long time and did not recognize the person in front of him. "The people outside are just some nobles amusing themselves. Someone of your status should naturally go deeper inside to participate in the highest level auction." The steward had a lewd expression, clearly indicating that there were some peculiar happenings at the auction. Norin, intrigued, decided to follow the steward inside. As soon as he entered, he discovered several overlapping magic circles arranged inside, for soundproofing, protection, cleanliness, and so on. The lavish decorations were clearly the result of considerable effort. Many of the people inside were familiar to Nualan. He even sought his other father-in-law, Duke de Nua, along with several wizards who had visited him. The attendees did not hide their identities. After all, only certain people could participate in this auction, and concealing oneself would only make one appear more petty. Sitting in a front row seat, Nualan heard many nobles around him starting to chat. "Have you heard? This auction even features blueprints for magic circles and various precious artifacts. Not just that, there are even rare magical species that appear once in 100 years. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Recently, a storm is brewing. The Death Mage seems to have allied with the dragons deep in the wild plains. Our battles with them have yielded a lot of spoils, all of which are being sold off at this auction." Nualan's heart raced. The Death Mage had actually joined forces with the dragons. Dragons were inherently greedy and brutal, likely wanting to amass vast treasures, while the Death Mage was no saint either, seeking to incite chaos to increase his own power. A great battle seemed inevitable. While he pondered, the auction began. On stage was a host dressed provocatively, her body curvaceous, with an appearance suggesting some exotic bloodline, especially her captivating heterochromatic eyes, and her soft voice was enchanting. At first, there were some precious potions, artifacts, and even special leather blueprints, including rare magical beast cubs, and so on. None of these caught Nualan's interest. He had the shadow dragon, and as for potions, he had no shortage. With the kidney chi fruit and the illusory training gourd, he had every potion he could want. Before long, the auction reached a climax. Several long-legged maidens stepped out, presenting a delicate, exquisite octagonal box, inside which lay a thumb-sized stone, gray-black and filled with cracks, devoid of any magical aura. The crowd was puzzled. This object looked no different from a stone found by the roadside. But the auctioneer's voice turned sharp and enticing. The next item is the divine fragment. At this announcement, shock rippled through the room. Countless nobles' eyes widened as if they had heard something unbelievable. A divine fragment. That was a mythical item capable of granting divinity. Why would it appear at an auction in a second-rate city? No one pondered this question. Instead, all eyes were fixated on the divine fragment, filled with greed. Even the most worthless divine fragment had effects that ordinary items could not compare to. Even Duke de Nuwa, who lay comfortably, stirred, his mind racing with thoughts. No, it can't be a divine fragment. How could anyone be foolish enough to auction off something like this? It's simply ridiculous. Someone immediately began to question, but their excited tone could not hide their impatience. That's right, it can't be. There's not a hint of magical aura. It must be a fake. Someone else chimed in. The host smiled sweetly, her voice like an enchanting bell. This is indeed a divine fragment, albeit a damaged one from a pseudo-god. A damaged divine fragment could be repaired by filling it with complete divine energy, and a pseudo-god was still a god. How many powerful beings were born on the continent each year? Yet, many died on the path to divinity, and possessing a divine fragment was a guarantee to reach that pinnacle. Who wouldn't go mad for it, even if they would never have the chance to use a divine fragment in their lifetime? A damaged divine fragment is of no use, and the divinity within has already vanished. It's utterly worthless. A lord scoffed, preferring the pleasures of the bed over such an ethereal pursuit. The host paid no mind to this, instead revealing her proud figure. Smiling, the auction begins. Starting bid 1 gold coin, bid freely. No one spoke at the scene, and for a moment, the auction fell into a long-lost immersion. Noran's gaze flickered uncertainly. He felt somewhat conflicted. With his financial power, only 2 or 3 lords present could rival him. Was it necessary to bid? Duke Dino couldn't hold back any longer and pressed the magical button. 1 million gold coins. This immediately extinguished some people's thoughts. 1 million gold coins. A fortune that many lords would never acquire in their lifetime. 2 million. Noran thought for a moment and called out his bid. Everyone turned their attention to him, especially Duke Dino, who was almost cursing Noran in his heart. Why is this guy not at home having children but here instead? Noran glanced at his father-in-law and smiled mysteriously. He had seen through the divine fragment and signaled the other party not to compete with him. Duke Dino was no fool and immediately stopped bidding. Noran was his son-in-law, and he wouldn't deceive him, at least not completely. Noran had a system, so he could see the origin of the divine fragment at a glance. Damaged divine fragment of a pseudo-god, death mage Hikle obtained from the broken secret realm, divinity extracted, turned into a useless stone, and embedded with a tracking inscription. Clearly, this divine fragment was a scam from the very beginning. Hikle, as a level 50 death mage, did not dare to act recklessly in the kingdom and could only enhance his power in these marginal small towns. Thus, this divine fragment ended up being auctioned here. It would surely earn Hikle a large amount of gold coins, and based on the tracking inscription, he could even ambush the buyer. Truly a lucrative scheme. Noran planned to turn the tables and deliberately bait him. He was not afraid of the giant dragons in the wild plains. Rather, he found Hikle, who was like a rat crossing the street, quite annoying. This guy appeared and disappeared without a trace, occasionally showing up to annoy others. With limited financial resources among those present, in the end, this divine fragment was acquired by Noran. At first, he thought many would come forward to cause trouble. But who would have thought that nobles would come over to promote their daughters? Speaking quite bluntly, making Noran feel a bit embarrassed. Ultimately, under the nobles' enthusiastic pressure, Noran accepted 4, each one a stunning beauty, especially with their snow-white skin and proud figures. Noran had a weakness for that. Just as he was preparing to ride the ghost dragon back to his territory to hold a wedding, Duke Dino approached him. Noran, my brother, are you perhaps interested in this divine fragment? Noran pretended to be troubled. Brother, to be honest, this divine fragment is the scheme of the death mage Hikle. Duke Dino's heart trembled. At first, he was skeptical, thinking Noran was making excuses to deceive him. Later, Noran used a special magic to reveal the inscriptions carved on the divine fragment, and Duke Dino was filled with dread. If he had auctioned this thing, with his personality of going out 8 times a day, Wouldn't he have been dead long ago? Brother, you take good care of this thing. As for the ambush against Hickley you mentioned earlier, I will discuss it with Lord Lano. Afterward, Duke Dino hurriedly left, leaving behind a hasty silhouette. Half a month later, Norin's territory underwent various basic constructions and had taken on the shape of a city. It also mimicked the layout of Lano City. At the center was Norin's manor, encompassing his previous territory, filled with various magical plants and his own defensive towers. The edges of the territory were residential buildings inhabited by fallen nobles or some mages who had pledged allegiance to Norin. Surrounding them were the homes of commoners, with many high-rise buildings for their residents. There were also various commercial streets and a large population. It must be said that in this world, with magic, constructing various facilities was quite simple. Norin City had 4 entrances east, west, south, and north, each guarded by a knightly order. Moreover, the entire city of Norin was surrounded by a magic array, and some outsiders could not enter at all due to the population restrictions. Usually, there were guards maintaining order within the city. Those mages who had previously allied with Norin took on various roles within the city, functioning like small gears that allowed the massive city of Norin to operate slowly, generating enormous profits every day. Hidden reward: city construction completed. You can upgrade your territory to a kingdom, empire, divine kingdom, and each upgrade can condense the faith of a city, gaining even more powerful strength. Note: territory population equals 1,000, city population equals 50,000, kingdom population equals 10 million, empire population equals 1 billion. The power of faith requires the devout offerings of believers and must obtain divinity to unlock. Gather broken divinities and join divine energy to obtain a complete divinity. Current strength: equipment damage increase 500 times, lifespan increase 5 times, profession damage increase 1000 times, total damage increase 1505 times. The power of a skill at the same level is 1505 times that of the same level. Strength is at the general archmage stage. Note: archmage strength is 1000 times that of a mage. Norin saw that if an opponent of the same level had no equipment or attribute bonuses, he could basically crush them. However, the profession and equipment damage increases were temporarily fixed, and he could only rely on taking concubines to enhance his lifespan increase. Was there a possibility? Could he rely on lifespan increase to crush deities? It seemed unlikely at the moment. His current strength was only comparable to that of a general archmage, so he could only continue to take concubines. Norin felt a surge of resentment. The wedding lasted a whole month. All 4 daughters of the nobles were taken into his fold, and during this time, they all became pregnant, granting Norin a lifespan increase of 200. It was quite wonderful, but this increase was a significant strain on his kidneys, and Norin lay down for a whole month before realizing it. Now, when he got out of bed, his legs felt a bit weak. Sana thoughtfully brought over a bowl of turtle soup, helping Norin recover. One must say, this life was truly enjoyable. When something went wrong, there was a beautiful wife to take care of him. After some time, while Norin was still enjoying life, Lord Lano came knocking. "Brother Norin, I heard that your divinity can lure out the death mage, Hickle." Lano got straight to the point, clearly wanting to deal a heavy blow to Hickle. Norin was naturally very pleased with this. No one wanted a disgusting rat around their city, and he quickly smiled. "That's right, as long as the plan is well thought out, we can definitely strangle Hickle." "Good." Lano laughed heartily. "I will go to the Sack Kingdom to find some helpers, and I will come to you in a week." Compared to the resilience of knights, the strength of mages was clearly stronger, and they could learn all sorts of strange imitations, so Lano's search for helpers was understandable. Recently, Norin had been busy with political affairs and constantly upgrading his combat skills. A week later, Norin reached level 43, and Lano arrived, bringing with him several powerful mages, seemingly of the archmage rank. Lano introduced, "This is Lord Clone, the water mage." A man with light blue long hair nodded arrogantly. "This is Lady Yalan, the forest mage." The woman beside him nodded. She wore the exclusive uniform of a mage, looking noble and full of wisdom, exuding grace. As nobles of the Sack Kingdom, the two naturally held extraordinary status, accompanied by several servants and guards, all of whom seemed quite formidable. Since the goal was to slay the death mage, they first needed to lure him out. The water mage, Clone, arrogantly said, "Lord Norin, the task of drawing the snake out of its hole is up to you. You need not concern yourself with the rest." The clone spoke with great confidence, clearly having a well-thought-out plan for this operation. The death mage possessed various skill tomes and items. If they could slay him and acquire all his possessions, it would undoubtedly be a significant advantage for their future endeavors. There were some risks involved, but the potential rewards were even greater. Compared to the clone's enthusiasm, Yalan appeared somewhat aloof. When Lan Nua saw the clone's demeanor, he directly ordered, and Nua Lan's expression turned slightly displeased. After all, Nua Lan was his son-in-law, and his strength was remarkable in its own right. Nua Lan, however, was indifferent, as long as they could kill the death mage, that was all that mattered. Moreover, his formation automatically shielded against those with ill intentions, so the fact that the two could enter meant there was no problem, just a difference in personality. Since we've come to an agreement, let's get started. I will deliberately attract the death mage's attention, and I ask both of you to act at any time, Nualan said with a calm smile, as if basking in spring sunshine. Ying Long. Roar. Compared to before, Ying Long had grown even larger, becoming quite majestic, especially the 4 dragon horns atop its head, which looked extraordinarily imposing. Nualan stepped into the air and flew onto Ying Long's back. Just as he was about to take off, the clone and Yalan displayed expressions of terror. This is a true dragon. True dragon. Upon hearing this, Lan Nua was stunned, his face turning extremely strange. What true dragon? Wasn't Ying Long a special dragon beast? Nualan smiled slightly, surprised that someone could recognize Ying Long. They truly were from the kingdom of Sak. It should be noted that most dragons in this world had 2 wings, 2 claws, and 2 legs, resembling magical beast dragons, while Ying Long was entirely dark and shiny, resembling a Chinese dragon. Because of this, many people mistook Ying Long for a dragon beast. Lan Nua was the first to lose his composure. Nualan, my brother, this isn't a dragon beast, it's a true dragon? The expressions of the clone and Yalan were also quite complex, as true dragons were known for their pride and never signed contracts with humans. Even if they did, they would only recognize one person for their entire life. Ha ha ha. Nualan couldn't help but laugh. Brother Lan Nua, there's no need to be so surprised, it's just a true dragon. One day, I'll catch one for you too. Ying Long spoke human words, its rebellious voice carrying a hint of playfulness. Brother Lan Nua, Lady Yang Xian always comes to the turtle in Turtle Woods to steal my kidney fruit. You should manage her well. The voice trembled, revealing a hint of the dragon's majesty, causing Lan Nua's mount, the blood rhinoceros, to weaken at the knees. This was the suppression of bloodline. Nualan naturally knew that Ying Long's favorite food was kidney fruit. In fact, it wasn't just Yang Xian, but many of his little wives were eating it too, and he couldn't be bothered to manage it, as they were all family, letting them play around. Lan Nua felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head, and decided to return to his territory to shout at Ying Long to send more magical fruits. The clone put away his previous arrogance. He hadn't expected that the rural lord was actually a dragon knight. No, a dragon mage. Yalan, who had initially been somewhat disdainful and silent, suddenly felt that Nualan was truly impressive, especially since he had his own city and had planted a large area of magical plants, an asset that was rare in the kingdom of Sak. Ahem, since my brother Nualan is riding a true dragon, it indeed isn't suitable for him to be the bait. Otherwise, let me take that role. The speed at which the clone changed his attitude was astonishing. This scene left Lan Nua dumbfounded, and Nualan cleared his throat. No need, let's speed things up, the death mage poses no threat to me. With that, Ying Long leaped into the air, soaring into the sky. In an instant, they arrived in the wilderness plains. Nualan, following his memory, flew to the place where the savage had previously ambushed them. He wasn't just wandering aimlessly but was slaying magical beasts, appearing as if he were searching for something. Many magical beasts were oppressed by Ying Long's aura, and before they could act, they were directly crushed by magic. As Norin finally destroyed a patch of thorny forest, a black, ghostly smoke suddenly surged from the ground. Its speed was as swift as thunder, leaving no vegetation in its wake. Norin smiled wickedly, the bait had been taken. The ghost dragon moved even faster, twisting in midair and vanishing from sight, then soaring into the sky at an incredible speed. In an instant, Lan Nua, riding the blood rhinoceros, along with Clone and Yalan, arrived, forming a four-cornered encirclement around the black mist. Clone then swung his arm, and a continuous downpour of shadowy rain fell from the sky, gradually eroding the black mist until it disappeared, revealing the figure of Hiklai. So it was bait, I never expected that. Hiklai laughed maniacally, his voice sharp and grating. Norin understood that the opponent must have other fragments of divine power. As long as he gathered these fragments, he could upgrade his power of faith, enhancing his own strength further. If he reached level 99 and stepped into the divine tier, he might gain infinite divine power. It was said that some goddesses were extraordinarily beautiful, especially a succubus goddess, whose beauty was utterly enchanting. Just one Sanal was enough to leave Norin feeling overwhelmed, let alone the succubus goddess. As he pondered, the battle was about to erupt. Lan Nua, riding the blood rhinoceros and wielding the red flame blade, engaged Hiklai in close combat. However, the death mage was never skilled in melee. He could only hear Hiklai chanting the name of the evil god, and a dark, sinister formation appeared on the ground. Creak, creak, countless skeletons, beast skeletons, and even some dragon beast skeletons surged forth, turning the 4 against 1 into 4 against an army. Taking advantage of the skeleton frenzy to surround the 4, Hiklai quickly retreated to a more advantageous position, confronting them. Lan Nua and the others struggled against the tide of skeletal foes, with countless bones flying through the air. Meanwhile, Norin keenly noticed that this death mage seemed to be a woman. He interacted daily with his little wives, familiar with various postures and uniforms. Just now, when Hikli flicked her long robe and instinctively twisted her hips, it was clear she was a woman. Norin suddenly realized that one of his little wives was a death mage named Denoya, who had even given birth to a Zhang Fei Norin. Norin was well aware of the taste of a death mage, the transition from short to long, from deep to shallow, especially since Hikli's strength was that of a level 50 archmage. Using the yin-yang breathing technique, the speed of her upgrades was astonishing. Take this! Norin rode the ghost dragon, flying swiftly towards Hikli. His entire body was enveloped in thunderfire, radiating extreme heat and flashing with blinding blue light. Among all the magic, thunder and fire dealt the highest damage, and their fusion was catastrophic. The power of the thunderfire was immense, crushing nearby skeletons. Hikli was taken aback. She truly did not expect that a mage could break through her defenses. It was worth noting that Lan Nuwa and the others were still struggling against the skeletal army. Hikli waved her staff continuously, murmuring, "Evil god above, I am your most loyal follower, death magic annihilation." A deep black light surged forth like a towering laser, rushing towards Norin. "Ghost dragon, breathe!" Norin commanded, knowing that the true dragon's power was exceptionally strong, capable of overcoming 2 tiers in battle. This was also why Clone felt no pride upon seeing the ghost dragon. Even the giant dragon in the wild plains was merely a mixed-blood giant dragon with beast blood, yet, despite this, it had dominated the wild plains for hundreds of years, with countless lord knights perishing beneath its breath. Norin did not hold back, drawing half of his magical energy into his body, and the thunderfire pierced like a needle into Hikli. No, Hikli's eyes were filled with unwillingness. She couldn't believe that she had been so easily defeated despite her own strength, and that she had lost to Norlan, the weakest among the 4. All her plans had fallen apart, and she was not willing to accept it. In an instant, Hikli was knocked unconscious, and the nearby bitter skeleton, stripped of the death magic's enhancement, became even more frenzied, but it was just a headless fly, soon to be destroyed and eliminated. Afterward, Clone and Yalan recalled this scene, their expressions filled with regret, and a sense of awe arose in their hearts. Beasts feared magical beasts, and humans revered the strong. Norlan turned over Hikli, whose clothes were tattered, clearly having fainted, but her true appearance was revealed, a finely sculpted face, skin like jade, her beauty rivaling that of an elf. Who could have known that she was an evil death mage? Norlan calmly placed Hikli on the back of the ghost dragon. Seeing this, Clone and Yalan naturally had nothing more to say, as the other party was powerful, and they themselves had not achieved much in battle. The group returned to Norlan's territory. Norlan did not neglect Clone and Yalan. After all, they were the Grand Magisters of the Sake Kingdom. Their status and position were not something ordinary people could compare to. "Gentlemen, how did you discern that the ghost dragon is a true dragon?" Norlan voiced his curiosity. Clone did not hide it, casually tossing out a magic crystal, which Norlan crushed without suspicion. Skill, beast bloodline identification learned. Hearing the voice in his mind, Norlan suddenly realized that the other party's magical heritage was clearly far superior to that of Lan Nuwa City, with many various types of magic. The 3 exchanged pleasantries for a while, and just as Clone and Yalan were about to leave, Yalan suddenly looked at Norlan. Her eyes were filled with affection. "Lord Norlan, I've heard that you enjoy marrying and taking concubines. I wonder if I meet your..." Yalan boldly expressed her feelings without any hesitation. This was the epitome of nobility. Compared to marrying an ugly old man, Yalan was much more interested in a refined lord like Norlan. Norlan was taken aback. He hadn't expected to be so charming. As a Grand Magister, Yalan could probably help him level up twice in one night. "Beautiful Lady Yalan, I would naturally be very willing." Clone was stunned, unsure whether to stay or leave. In the end, Norlan smiled and invited him to stay for his wedding with Yalan. Yalan, as a beautiful Grand Magister, exuded an elegant fragrance that was utterly captivating. Norlan had a wide reputation, and when nobles heard that he was going to hold a wedding to marry a Grand Magister from the Sake Kingdom, they immediately cancelled all their current arrangements and flocked to Norlan's territory. Of course, they did not come empty-handed. Each time they arrived, they brought a large number of gifts. Some lords, aware of their inferior status, were too embarrassed to come, fearing humiliation. Norlan's wedding even became a gathering place for high-end nobles in Lan Nuwa City. This time, the 3 major figures of Lan Nuwa City were all present: Dean Yanli, Duke Dino, and Lord Lan Nuwa. The 3 were very shocked, not expecting Norlan to have secured the Grand Magister Yalan, feeling a mix of surprise, envy, and jealousy. What diamond? Every day, he was handling porcelain work. The lords gathered, and the guests arrived. The wedding began. Upon learning about Norlan's wealth, Yalan's eyes sparkled with golden light. The resources for a Grand Magister's daily training were astronomical. With no economic source, She could only hunt magical beasts every day or rely on the low-income support from the kingdom, living a life of extreme poverty despite her high living standards. Now, being conquered by Norlan, she was naturally very happy. As soon as Yalin made her appearance, the nobles present were left speechless in shock. A grand magister. Yalin did not hide her strength. The surging magical energy was as conspicuous as the sun in the sky. Some lords were left wide-eyed, unable to imagine that a mage would marry a great mage. Although the titles were only a word apart, their statuses were worlds apart. Lord Norin is truly impressive. He just married 4 wives and now he's marrying a great mage. Not to mention, that waist is really something. You're just jealous. Norin's little wives are all stunning. I can't even imagine what their knights are like. At this rate, Lord Norin's descendants will probably fill this entire area. Some gossip-loving nobles eagerly discussed it. Norin's wives came from all walks of life. There were mentors, princesses, nobles, lords, knights, succubi, and half-elves, making one eager just to think about it. Meanwhile, Norin had already pushed open the door to Yalin's bridal chamber. Dressed in noble wedding attire, Yalin looked like a rose blooming alone, enchanting and alluring, only revealing a shy demeanor in front of the man she loved. In her heart, Norin, riding a true dragon, was her Prince Charming, leading her to the most beautiful life, and for a moment, she was utterly captivated. On the wedding night, sleepless nights followed. Level +3, current level 45. Concubine acquisition successful, lifespan +50, current 750. At night, Yalin set down her wand. Until dawn broke. Far away in the wild plains, a riot broke out. Truly, the system was impressive. This time, acquiring a mage had raised her level so much. To level up 3 times in one night was something unimaginable. If he were to say this, it would probably leave everyone in the kingdom of Sak. No, the whole world would be left in shock. What does this mean? The higher the level of a professional, the more experience points required to level up, and in the later stages, it becomes astronomical. Yet Norin had achieved in one simple night what would take an ordinary person several years. This was simply absurd. He had originally wanted Yalin to become pregnant, to further expand the power of the Norin family. But he was just too exhausted. These matters could only be discussed with Yalin later. Norin got up and looked at Yalin, who was still nestled in the blankets, her body as white as snow, her thick black hair cascading down, her enchanting eyes now fixed intently on him. Lan Gu, how intoxicating. Nobility was indeed different from commoners. So straightforward. Yalin, from now on, you will be called Yalin Norin. Lan Gu, whatever you say goes. You can freely use the resources from now on, no need for my permission. Upon hearing Norin's words, Yalin's mouth slightly opened, but her heart was already like a raging storm. What does this mean? For a great mage like her, the resources needed for cultivation were immense. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought of marrying Norin. Unexpectedly, she could use them freely. She quickly responded, "Thank you, Lan Gu. With our relationship, there's no need to say thank you," Norin said, and then he sank back into that soft embrace. An hour later, Norin, dragging his weary body, left the bedside. As soon as he stepped out, he ran into Lord Jifan, who was rushing towards him in a panic. "Norin, my brother, I finally found you. What's wrong?" Seeing Lord Jifan's flustered state, Norin knew something must have happened. There's been a riot in the wild plains, and the Lord of Lanno City has already sent some troops over, but someone has spotted the silhouette of a giant dragon. What? Norin's body shook with shock. The giant dragon had previously collaborated with the Death Mage, but now that the Death Mage was missing, the giant dragon could no longer hold back. Then I shall go and take a look. Norin rode the shadow dragon and quickly arrived at the wild plains with the Night Order. Many magical beasts were eyeing them, and a beast tide had even formed. His Nord city had just been built not long ago and was not yet fully developed. If he ignored the situation, it would surely lead to trouble. Brave knights, now is the time for you to protect your homeland and achieve great deeds. For every enemy you kill, each of you will be rewarded with 10 magic plants. To Norin, this was not a big deal. Only with proper rewards could he ensure that his subordinates would follow him wholeheartedly. The art of commanding people. Everything for Norin. Everything for Norin. With earth-shattering shouts, all the members of the Night Order charged towards the magical beasts. The Night Order under Norin was now the strongest among the nearby lords. They had even surpassed the Night Order in Lanro City. This was mainly because Norin was incredibly generous. Every month, he distributed all resources and magic plants to them, and they could also receive corresponding rewards after killing enemies. At the very least, no lord in Lanro City had such financial power. This was his pride. Now that he had built the city, he only needed to continuously attract more people. Norin flew in the air on the Shadow Dragon, ensuring that no particularly large magical beasts would appear. Soon, a group of armored knights came into her view. The leader was a stunning female knight, although she was wrapped in armor, her curvaceous figure was still evident. She was graceful and imposing. Norin flew over to them. "Beautiful lady, from which city do you knights hail?" Not seeing the emblem of Lanrose City, Norin knew they must be from another place. The leading female knight turned around, her pupils involuntarily widening. A dragon mount. This was not something an ordinary person could possess. Moreover, the person above was extremely handsome, with fair skin that perfectly highlighted his striking features, and his attire was exceptionally luxurious. What was most remarkable was that every gesture exuded an air of nobility. "We are the Knight Order of Fanyu City. We heard that there was a riot in the Wild Plains, and we specifically came to lend a hand." Fanyu City was adjacent to Lanrose City, although separated by hundreds or thousands of kilometers. If Lanrose City were breached, Fanyu City would also be affected. They had come specifically to help. "Thank you very much for your assistance to Lanrose City, beautiful lady. May I know your name?" Norin was intrigued. This female knight was not only beautiful but also had an exceptional figure. Most importantly, she was at level 35, just within the range for taking a concubine, so since he had encountered her, he could not let this opportunity slip away easily. "My name is Manadu. May I ask how to address you, sir?" Manadu looked up at Norin, mainly because such a handsome and powerful man was truly rare. Perhaps this was her only chance in this life to meet such a man, so she had to admire him for a while longer. Although she was still single, it did not prevent her from appreciating beautiful things. "Everyone has a love for beauty. I am Norin, the Lord of Nord City." Manadu looked at Norin in astonishment. Was this stunning man really the renowned Norin, who was currently at the height of his fame? She had been wondering when she would get to see him in person. Unexpectedly, today she had a chance encounter. Indeed, seeing is believing. Nualan was even more graceful and elegant than the rumors suggested. Such a man is rare in the world. "Since you are here to help Lan Nua City, you are guests here. Welcome to my Nord City. Tonight, I will host a grand banquet for you all, and I hope you will grace us with your presence." After Nualan finished speaking, he even bowed to them, perfectly embodying the gentlemanly demeanor. This greatly enhanced Manedo's goodwill, as he was worried about where to go in the evening. Moreover, Nualan was the most famous lord recently, enjoying great popularity, even attracting nobles from the kingdom to come and pay their respects. After confirming that there was no threat to the Knight Order, Nualan hurried back to Nord City. He found the death mage, Hike. By now, Hike had already awakened, but she was under a restriction. Otherwise, with her combat power, no one in Nord City could subdue her. Except for Nualan. After all, he wasn't always in Nord City. The death mage Hike recognized Nualan immediately upon seeing him. He was the one who had injured her. Naturally, she did not give him a pleasant expression. Nualan, however, didn't mind at all. Hike's anger added a certain charm to the situation. Her exquisitely sculpted face, paired with a cold and noble aura, resembled a millennium snow lotus on an iceberg. So elegant and noble. Although he already had so many wives and concubines, the feeling Hike gave him was completely different. "Beautiful lady, I believe there may be some misunderstanding between us, so I would like to clarify." Nualan's gentlemanly demeanor earned him a hint of goodwill from Hike, who had already prepared for death. After all, she was a defeated general. "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? You injured me and brought me here. What are your intentions?" Hike glared coldly at Nualan, but she currently had no magical power and could only express her dissatisfaction through words. "I think you may have some misunderstanding about me. I had no intention of harming you, otherwise, I wouldn't have healed all your injuries." Hike fell silent. That was true, but after all, what was Nualan's purpose in coming here? "In that case, release my restriction, and from now on, we will not interfere with each other." "That won't do. A beautiful lady like you is something I could never find even with a lantern." Nualan shook his head decisively, refusing. Hike was one of his targets now. How could he let her go so easily? Yalan had already improved so much, and Hike's level was even higher. She might be of greater help. He wouldn't be foolish enough to let that happen. Then why say so much? "Do as you wish, whether to kill or to curse." Hike angrily turned her head away, while Nualan was enjoying the scene. Slowly breaking down the psychological defenses of his target was the most fulfilling. "What if I say I want you to bear my child?" Nualan spoke frankly. Nobles naturally wouldn't care about such details. Hike, she could hardly believe her ears, doubting whether she had heard wrong. This blonde-haired, blue-eyed man actually said he wanted to marry her? Are you mistaken? As a death mage, Hike rarely interacted with the living. Initially, there were many who pursued her, but as her strength increased, those guys had all vanished. "No, if you didn't hear clearly, I can say it again, I want you to bear my child." Hike was shocked. Even as a seasoned warrior, she had never encountered a man as shameless as Nualan. straight to the point. Just based on you? Your level is far too inferior to mine. Hike would not allow her future husband to be weaker than herself. Nolan chuckled lightly and said, "Have you forgotten who injured you?" "You." Hickle was momentarily speechless. Wasn't this just opening old wounds? However, Nolan's words seemed to hold some truth. It did seem that he was the one who had hurt her. "So, what do you think? Consider it? I have endless magical plants here, and resources for you to enjoy, plus I can help you elevate your strength." As Nolan spoke, he began to scrutinize Hickle from head to toe. Exceptional. Simply exceptional. After sensing Nolan's gaze, Hickle felt a surge of anger, but she chose not to express it. Nolan's offer was worth considering. Wasn't all her effort aimed at becoming stronger? What could be more tempting than enhancing her power? "How can I trust you? I can lift the restrictions on you right now, but if there's any sign of trouble, you know the consequences." Hickle was taken aback by Nolan's words, feeling an overwhelming pressure. Her instincts told her that Nolan was not just trying to scare her, he truly had that kind of power. Being able to defeat her was the best proof. If there was a first time, there would be a second. Nolan directly took Hickle's hand, pulling her along as they walked out. "Ghost dragon!" Nolan shouted, and a massive dragon appeared before them. The two flew onto the dragon's back. During this time, Hickle's cheeks flushed. She didn't understand why she didn't refuse this man's warm hand but allowed him to lead her. "Circle around Nord City." After Nolan gave the command, the ghost dragon flapped its enormous wings, stirring up a whirlwind on the ground. "Now, this is my power. In the future, I will establish a kingdom, an empire, even a divine realm." Nolan stated his ambitions outright. For someone like the death mage Hickle, he needed to showcase his wealth and grand vision. It had to be compelling enough. Thousands of magical plants, rapidly soaring magical beasts, well-trained knights, architecturally diverse buildings, everything unfolded before Hickle's eyes. She had seen many cities, but those paled in comparison to Nord City. Although Nord City was not large at the moment, its resources were exceptionally rich, and it already hinted at the shape of a kingdom. Hickle, well-versed in the world, knew that as long as Nolan continued to develop, perhaps one day, he could truly achieve it. Her heart wavered slightly. The men she had encountered before had never caught her eye, but Nolan was different. Not only was he powerful, but he also had a gentlemanly demeanor, and even more impressively, his city was like a small kingdom, almost without any flaws. Are you serious about providing me with resources? Is that a promise? And about enhancing my strength?" Nolan knew Hickle was wavering, otherwise, she wouldn't have asked such a question. "Of course, if you help me have children, then everything here is yours to use. I keep my word." Nolan waved his hand, as if the entire Nord City was in his grasp. How majestic and imposing. Hickle looked at the confident figure of this man, feeling an indescribable sensation. After pondering for a moment, she softly said, "I agree." Nolan immediately pulled Hickle into his embrace. At that moment, they stood on the clouds, enjoying the cool breeze, and Nolan was in high spirits. Inside Nord City, in the resplendent palace. At this moment, it was exceptionally lively. Nolan announced that he would take the death mage Hickle as his concubine. After all, this was a death mage. However, what was even more shocking was that Lord Norin had remarried. This news instantly caused a stir in Nord City and Lanner City. Now, the Lord of Norin had become the most talked about topic here, and he was widely known. They never expected that Norin's wedding would be with the renowned death mage, Hickle. Many nobles in the city came rushing to hear the news. Some even became fans of Norin. They were eager to see the legendary death mage's beauty, especially since Hickle had always wrapped herself in a cloak, and very few had seen her true face. At this moment, many nobles gathered in the grand hall. Lord Jifen was bustling about, cheerfully greeting everyone. He was now the second in command in Nord City. Although he had no official power, he had become the most envied figure in everyone's eyes. Who wouldn't want to be such a sycophant? Initially, they looked down on Lord Jifen's actions, thinking, what use is such a spineless creature? But now, he had become an existence they could only look up to. The gifts brought by the nobles had piled up like a small mountain, a dazzling array displayed at the palace entrance. There was a designated area for storing the gifts. Norin's wedding had now transformed into a gathering among the nobles. Undoubtedly, this provided a significant platform for their interactions. Of course, the three major figures from Lanner City were absolutely essential: Dean Yanli, Duke Denner, and Lord Lanner. However, the rumors from the outside world had already changed. Now it was the four major figures, with the Lord of Norin being the newly added one. Everyone present cast envious glances at Norin, who had just finished his wedding with the Grand Mage Yali and was immediately marrying the Death Mage Hickle. This is unbelievable. His health must be extraordinary. This is pure gold. The lords gathered, the guests arrived, and the banquet began. This time, not only the nobles from Lanner City were present but also the knight orders sent from Fanyu City to assist. Manadu was now witnessing the grand wedding she had heard about, and Norin's strategic demeanor only increased her admiration, stirring her heart. If only one day she could host such a wedding. Hikle was now dressed to the nines, and under the crowd's adoration, she was undoubtedly the most enchanting flower of the day. Everyone was left speechless. I never expected the death mage Hikle to be such a stunning beauty. Lord Norin truly enjoys the blessings of many. Which of the wives and concubines present isn't a beauty of national grace? Lord Norin is truly impressive. He managed to win over Hikle, and she's a grand mage. Now, Nord City's strength has increased significantly. It won't be long before Nord City surpasses Lanner City in scale. I'm so envious. If only I could have one of them. The crowd below was buzzing with excitement, their mouths watering. Lord Norin's life was simply a utopia of dreams. No, it should be said to be the dream of all men. Not only does he have a harem, but each one is exceptionally talented and beautiful, and most importantly, they live in perfect harmony, with no conflicts at all. Just think about themselves, they only dare to have affairs. If discovered by the rightful owner at home, it would definitely be a beating. Norin, at this moment, held a goblet filled with expensive red wine, swirling it continuously. Esteemed guests, thank you for coming to celebrate my wedding. I raise this first cup to you. After Norin finished speaking, he downed it in one go. Next is the second cup. I toast to the knights who have come from afar. Thank you for your support. Nualan said as she raised her wineglass towards Manadu, signaling with her eyes before downing it in one gulp. At this moment, Haik was watching the composed Nualan, and her heart began to stir. This man has absolute strength and enough confidence. To attract so many people is indeed a rare quality. Perhaps she did not make the wrong choice. Nualan will surpass her one day. No, his overall strength has already surpassed hers. If his level catches up, she couldn't even dare to imagine. Manadu looked at Haik beside Nualan, revealing an expression of immense envy. Nualan and Haik stood at the top of the palace like stars surrounding the moon, all eyes were focused on them. A pang of bitterness stirred in her heart, if only she could stand there and enjoy it just once. Nobles place great importance on face. Nualan grasped this aspect with remarkable precision. Looking at the expensive magical plants before her, along with various potions and a dazzling array of delicacies, Manadu was captivated. Her status seemed decent, but the rewards she received were very meager. Yet Nualan could casually present so much, and this was just the hospitality for guests. After entering, she toured Nord City. It could only be described as a celestial palace. The financial power of Nord City was truly immense. Everyone, feel free to enjoy yourselves. I must excuse myself for now. Nualan left the grand hall amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. He took Haik into the prepared bridal chamber. A night passed. Haik gained a thorough understanding of Nualan's power. If others saw this, they would surely be shocked. Is this really the infamous, powerful death mage? This is too exaggerated. From now on, you are my Nualan's woman. Here, no one dares to bully you, and Sana and the others are kind-hearted. If you feel bored, you can find them to pass the time. Nualan chuckled. Haik nodded repeatedly. After all, isn't this the life she had always dreamed of? No need to worry about anything, with various resources, and she could play all day long. Calling this place paradise would not be an exaggeration. Langu, you were so nice. Haik pouted at Nualan. From now on, you will be called Haik Nualan, and all the items in Nord City are at your disposal. Nualan laughed. Congratulations, host has triggered a rare quest, the Fury of the Dragon. After defeating the dragon, you can obtain the dragon power within its body, enhancing your magic power, with an amplification of up to 3 times the current level. Successfully slaying the dragon will also yield 1,000 dragon blood herbs, which can be planted in your territory. Wow! Nualan never expected such a thing. She had merely spent a wonderful night with Haik and unexpectedly triggered the hidden quest mentioned by the system earlier. During this time, she had been taking concubines, but there had been no rewards like before. Moreover, after leveling up, the chance of pregnancy had also decreased compared to before. It seems she would need to ask the system later if there are ways to increase the chance of pregnancy. Otherwise, it's too slow now. When will she be able to have 10 children? Haik, where is the dragon's lair? Nualan could only ask Haik now. After all, they were in a cooperative relationship, and she should know the general location. Langu, why are you suddenly asking this? Haik felt a bit awkward at first, but having this relationship with Nualan, she naturally called out. I have reasons I must go. You tell me where the giant dragon hides. Nualan said decisively. He had to obtain this power enhancement. Now he was already far ahead in levels, able to easily fight above his rank, otherwise, he wouldn't have subdued Ziklai so effortlessly. If he could get this threefold power enhancement, he would definitely be invincible among his peers. There was no doubt about it. Moreover, this dragon blood grass was a superior substitute for the kidney fruit. With this supplement, wouldn't it be even easier for him to create puppets in the future? Nuo Lan began to daydream, a grand blueprint quietly unfolding in his mind. Brother Lan, the power of the giant dragon is exceptionally strong. It's too dangerous for you to go now. Since Ziklai had submitted to Nuo Lan, she naturally had to consider the problem from his perspective. She knew the strength of the giant dragon. After all, they had been collaborators before. With her strength, she could barely reach half of the giant dragon's power. If it weren't for her special profession, the giant dragon might not even cooperate with her. Don't worry, since I said I'm going, I naturally have a way to deal with it. Upon hearing this, Ziklai knew that Nuo Lan had made up his mind and wouldn't change it. Perhaps, this was the charm of this man, always incredibly confident. I'll go with you. Ziklai paused for a moment and said decisively. After all, she was a great archmage. She could respond to any danger immediately. Otherwise, if Nuo Lan fought alone and something went wrong, her future allegiance would be difficult to manage. It was already hard enough to improve strength at this stage, but Nuo Lan actually had a way to enhance both their powers in this manner. Ziklai had completely recognized Nuo Lan in her heart. This man's methods were extraordinary. She had no regrets about her choice now. Okay. Nuo Lan agreed with Ziklai's words. First, Nuo Lan was more familiar with the environment, and second, her own strength was quite impressive, making her a capable assistant. Nuo Lan directly found Lord Jifan. Nuo Lan, shouldn't you be in the room with Ziklai at this time? Why are you? Lord Jifan was quite surprised. It was just dawn. Gather all the night orders for me. I have arrangements. Nuo Lan's simple statement made Lord Jifan realize that the situation was serious. He didn't ask further and did as instructed. Nuo Lan was the lord of the city now. His every word and action had to be followed by those below, and they couldn't question the Lord's decisions. Not to mention that Lord Jifan's current strength and status were all thanks to Nuo Lan's support. The former Lord Ma Cha was no longer in the same league as him. Their previous relationship had been very good, but as Lord Jifan's status rose, the circles he interacted with had changed dramatically. Soon, all the night orders had gathered, including all the wives and concubines present. They didn't ask questions but knew that the situation was particularly serious. Nuo Lan had never once gathered all the troops like this. It seemed that something big was about to happen. Everyone, I, Lord Nuo Lan, am preparing to go to the wilderness mountains to slay the giant dragon today. This is the most powerful opponent we have ever encountered. But, this is also a great opportunity for you to achieve merit. Those familiar with me, Nuo Lan, should know that I have always rewarded based on merit, never showing favoritism. So, be prepared. This is for the future of Nord City and to let Nuo Lan reach even further places. Nuo Lan's speech was passionate and every word resonated deeply. He knew what these knights and mages wanted. In this world, strength was paramount. As long as you had powerful strength, you could have everything. Money, power, women, territory. The root of everything relies on strong strength. And this is precisely what Norin can provide for them. He has tens of thousands of magical plants, as well as powerful magical beasts, and most astonishingly, a true dragon, which has the chance to mutate magical beasts, making them even stronger. All of these can directly enhance the strength of these legions, otherwise, they wouldn't be so devotedly following Norin. Everything for Norin! Everything for Norin! The deafening shouts echoed through the skies, even clearly heard within Lanner City. These people naturally followed Norin for resources, and here, all of them enjoyed exceptionally good treatment. The most important thing is that based on their military achievements, they could receive even more generous rewards. Even if they weren't doing it for Norin, they were doing it for themselves. Norin had already laid out the conditions, just waiting for them to put them into practice. There was nothing happier than following such a lord. Ah, Brother Lan, are you going to attack the dragon? The wives and concubines all gathered around, having naturally heard of the dragon's reputation, and now this. I have made up my mind. Norin said decisively, this time it was a must. Then we will go too. Everyone replied in unison. They didn't want Norin to take risks. No, this time, Hike will come with Yalin and me. All of you will stay behind in Nord City. I will leave 1/3 of the night order here. Be careful of others stealing our home. But, no buts. I have made up my mind. You dragon. With that, you dragon appeared in the sky above Nord City, its massive body blocking out the sun. Everyone, now is your time to achieve merit and establish your careers. We depart. With Norin's command, the Night Order set off grandly towards the Wild Plains. Originally, Norin had already brought the Wild Plains under his command, but unexpectedly, a riot occurred. Now the Wild Plains had not been completely suppressed, and it was just the right opportunity to take the Wild Forest and the Wild Mountains into his possession. If he could swallow them all, then the area of land owned would surpass that of Lanner City. Norin couldn't wait any longer. The Night Order pushed through the Wild Plains without encountering any significant obstacles. Mainly, the number of magical beasts was quite large, but their strengths varied. The highest was only level 20, and this time, Norin had mobilized 2/3 of the Night Order from the city. Their equipment and strength were no longer comparable to the past. In less than an hour, the Wild Plains returned to its former silence. Norin stationed a Night Order of 300 people here. He now planned to push through without stopping, absolutely not allowing the enemy to regroup. He would directly strangle them in the cradle, giving them no chance. The Night Order led by Norin quickly arrived at the Wild Forest, where the magical beasts seemed to be stronger. However, he didn't take it to heart. "Brother Lon, let me do it." Hike suddenly stepped forward. Norin had yet to witness the true power of the death mage Hike. "Alright, just be careful." Hike had just collected all the corpses of the magical beasts from the Wild Plains. She was a death mage, and controlling corpses was her forte. The previous slaughter was also to obtain the bodies of the undead to enhance her own strength. As Hike whispered incantations, a wave of undead army quickly appeared in front of the Night Order. They charged deep into the Wild Forest. With these undead leading the way, the Night Order's casualties would be much less. "Knights, charge forward!" Nolan shouted loudly, and the knights below steadily followed behind the undead army to pick up the spoils. The army passed through like a force of nature, utterly unstoppable. Previously, Nolan had slain a level 40 bull python at one end of the wilderness plains, which had already alerted the beasts in the Wild Forest. Seeing the vast army, there were hardly any particularly powerful beasts that dared to obstruct them, mainly because Nolan was riding a ghost dragon, and behind him stood 2 Grand Magisters. Ordinary beasts wouldn't dare to provoke them. Nolan spent about 2 hours here, arranging everything properly. 500 knights were stationed here. Then, Nolan took out a crystal card to contact his wives who were still in Nord City. The Tortoise Tree King can take root and develop here. Make it quick. Let it reproduce the tortoise trees as much as possible and completely occupy this place. Brother Lon, we understand. Nolan didn't have that many people at the moment. If he sent them all out, there might not be enough forces to attack the wilderness mountains later. However, a large number of personnel were still needed to be stationed here. The Wild Forest had not been fully developed yet. Who knew if some powerful beasts were hiding here? But Nolan's urgent task now was to behead the giant dragon. Only then could he completely stabilize everything within the wilderness mountains. He couldn't waste time here. The strength of the Tortoise Tree King was already sufficient to guard this place. After making arrangements, Nolan led the knights to continue their march towards the wilderness mountains. That was their final destination. Brother Lon, are you confident? Yali was still a bit worried. They were about to face a level 50 giant dragon. The overall strength of beasts was already stronger than that of humans, and now they were essentially striking a rock with an egg. It was known that the Lord of Long Nua City had not taken the wilderness plains for so long, let alone the wilderness mountains. Did he not want to expand his territory? No, it would only trigger a series of chain reactions. Once Nolan occupied the wilderness plains, any uprising would be enough to explain the problem. This had already challenged the authority of the giant dragon. Don't worry, with me here, everything will be fine. Nolan knew that as the Lord, he absolutely could not back down. This was a major taboo on the battlefield. Moreover, he now had reasons he couldn't ignore. As soon as they entered the wilderness mountains, a large number of beasts appeared, blocking their advance. The overall strength of the beasts here had stabilized at level 30. No wonder no one dared to come in and set out. With insufficient strength, they would be crushed to pieces. Yali naturally joined the battlefield. Without a powerful suppressor, the Night Order might suffer heavy casualties. These were the elite of Nord City. They couldn't afford to lose here. Hiklai, take me to find the giant dragon's lair. Upon hearing this, Hiklai pointed towards the depths of the wilderness mountains, and at Nolan's command, the ghost dragon flew in that direction. However, inside the vast cave, there were actually no living beings. Instead, it was piled high with all sorts of dazzling treasures, sparkling brightly. Nolan did not immediately collect them. With the threat of the giant dragon here, no one dared to steal. The fact that these treasures could be openly displayed here indicated something. Ghost dragon, fly a little higher. From the high altitude, he could better grasp the situation of the battle and also look for where the giant dragon was at that moment. Soon, Nolan reached the cloud level, and aside from the Night Order currently battling the beasts in the Wilderness Mountains, a fierce battle was actually happening in a forest behind the Wilderness Mountains. Nolan focused his gaze and saw a giant dragon, entirely crimson, standing there, with two prominent horns, broad and powerful, a thick tail, and a body covered in hard scales that shimmer with a metallic sheen. Moreover, behind it grew a pair of wings resembling large fans, standing there overlooking the tiny creatures in the forest below. Yulong, go over there. The giant dragon must have some matters to attend to, otherwise, it wouldn't be stationed in the Wilderness Mountains, and Nualan had also seen some faint humanoid traces over there. That was the reason for the giant dragon's presence. In just a minute, Nualan arrived right in front of the giant dragon, and Yulong's massive body slowly settled into a position. Nualan quickly observed the surroundings, and now he had a general understanding. He saw many elves lying below, all with slender ears, but all had suffered varying degrees of injury. The one in the center, whether in terms of beauty, figure, or aura, was a top-tier existence. The Elven Queen. Although Nualan had never seen her before, he recognized her at a glance due to her extraordinary aura and breathtaking beauty. At this moment, the Elven Queen had long hair cascading over her shoulders, her cheeks fair, with a hint of worry overshadowing her previous ease. She wore a thin, dark green long robe, exposing her jade shoulders, with her delicate bosom half covered, and her willow-like waist swaying in the air, extremely tempting, exuding charm. In her hand, she held a staff radiating 7 colors of light, standing in midair, her slender feet dancing with the wind. Beautiful, truly stunning. Nualan had only encountered half-elves, and their demeanor was already flower-like and mirror-like in beauty. But the Elven Queen before him was even more so. Bright eyes and white teeth, standing tall and graceful, with an ethereal presence and delicate brows. Yet, her tightly furrowed brows appeared quite melancholic. However, this did not diminish the Elven Queen's beauty. Instead, it added a touch of tragic elegance. Lightly adorned and dressed in thin fabric, she resembled a celestial being. Nualan was mesmerized. The Elven Queen was indeed as the rumors described, graceful as a swimming dragon, elegant as a startled swan. The giant dragon also noticed Nualan and Yulong. Human, if you leave now, I might consider sparing your life. I am in a good mood today, do not be ungrateful. The giant dragon's voice boomed like thunder in the air, its exhaled breath blowing the leaves askew. Nualan knew exactly what the giant dragon was implying. Dragons are inherently lustful, and the Elven Queen, with her beauty like the first snow of late spring, was a feast for the eyes. Even a fool could guess what the giant dragon was plotting in its heart. The elven race was clearly powerless against the giant dragon, otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a dire situation, and the Elven Queen had also been slightly affected. The Elven Queen looked up and noticed Nualan, surprised to find such a handsome and extraordinary man among the human race. Noble Elven Queen, I am Nualan, the Lord of Nord City. If you need assistance, you may seek my help. Nualan's confident words echoed in the air. Both the Elven Queen and the giant dragon immediately noticed Yulong, the true dragon's bloodline. However, the man on its back was not of high rank, yet he dared to speak such audacious words. The giant dragon had initially seen Yulong, which was why it made certain concessions, otherwise, it would have slapped this ignorant human dead long ago. Yulong had already become the giant dragon's next target. As long as it mated with it, the offspring would undoubtedly possess the dragon lineage. In the future, its rule would grow stronger, rather than being cooped up in this wilderness mountain. Lord Nualan, if you help me through this crisis, I will reward you handsomely, and from now on, you will be the most esteemed guest of my elven race. The Elven Queen naturally did not want to become the forbidden treasure of the dragon, and after seeing the dragon's strength, Norin could still remain here. This was enough to show that he had sufficient power. No one would be foolish enough to come to such a place to seek death. Moreover, the true dragon bloodline was so rare on this continent, yet this human actually had a mount. The Elven Queen pondered for a moment and decided to seek help. What if I say I want to marry you? Norin knew how to control the current situation. Under normal circumstances, the Elven Queen would never consider a human. She herself bore royal blood. As long as she continued to cultivate, she would undoubtedly become a dominant force on this continent in the future. There was no need to depend on anyone, but now it was different. In this situation, Norin could put forward his own conditions. If she did not comply, then she would only become a pawn in the dragon's hands. How would you choose? The Elven Queen furrowed her brows, feeling troubled, and fell into thought once again. She did not expect both sides to have such demands. It was like stepping into a tiger's mouth only to encounter a pack of wolves. She did not know what to decide. Was it really so difficult to live a stable life in this world? She just wanted a peaceful life. Human, don't be greedy. You dare to compete with this king for a woman. Are you tired of living? The dragon roared in anger, its uneven teeth glinting with a menacing cold light in the air. Noisy. Norin did not want to pay attention to this foolish dragon. He was now waiting for the Elven Queen's decision. Elven Queen, you may not give me an answer now, but after I help you, you must come to my Nord city as a guest. If by then you still have no intention, then I will not force you. Norin's gentle tone made the Elven Queen feel as if she were bathed in spring breeze. She already knew how to choose. On one side was an incredibly ugly, hot-tempered dragon. On the other side was a refined, elegant, and handsome gentleman who did not force her. The choice was still in her own hands. Anyone would know how to choose. All right, I agree. The Elven Queen decisively made her choice. Without Norin, she would only be at the mercy of the rampaging dragon. Good! Norin shouted, his fighting spirit soaring, the magic power filling his body causing his robe and long hair to dance in the air. At this moment, he completely revealed his strength. Human, it seems you are seeking death. I was going to let you go, but now you can only die. The dragon roared, and endless dragon flames erupted from its body. Humph! Norin was not to be outdone. Thunder fire, boom! Soon, two streams of magic power converged in the air, and all living beings around could feel the scorching pressure. The dragon was dumbfounded. How could this lowly human withstand its proud dragon flames? It simply increased its magic output. Everyone present today would die. Of course, excluding the ghost dragon and the Elven Queen. Then let's play for a while. Norin also increased his magic output, and a virtual staff appeared out of thin air. Now, he had not yet used his full strength. The Elven Queen's mouth slightly opened. She did not expect Norin's strength to be so formidable. He was actually not at a disadvantage when facing the dragon head-on. No wonder. His confident speech stemmed from his own powerful strength. After watching for a while, she felt something was off. Norin's strength was not just this. Within his powerful scorching flames, there was also a fierce and domineering force from the thunder element. This was the highest damage among all elements. She did not expect that he could master two powerful elements and even fuse them. The Elven Queen was already shocked by Norin's strength. It seemed that condition was not impossible to consider. If this is all the strength you have, then I will send you on your way right now. The words of Nualan were laced with endless coldness. You despicable human. Do you really think that just because I possess the bloodline of a dragon, I can only do this much? The giant dragon was engulfed in flames, fully displaying its state of mind at this moment. The human before it, as insignificant as an ant, dared to speak such words. Unforgivable. Suddenly, complex and modeled inscriptions appeared on the dragon's body, and with the light emanating from these inscriptions, the aura of magic around the dragon surged more than doubled. Inscriptions that enhance magic? Now that's interesting. Nualan's resolve to slay the dragon grew stronger. Perhaps he could study it later and further enhance his own power. Human, this time next year will be your day of mourning. Noisy, is a mighty dragon only capable of empty threats? Nualan was determined to showcase his most powerful side. Not only did he want to win the heart of the Elven Queen, but he also aimed to establish his reputation in the Wild Mountains. Only then could he solidify his position of power. The dragon had always been the ruler of the Wild Mountains, which included the Wild Plains and the Wild Forest. What Nualan needed to do now was to directly defeat the dragon, so that his name could spread far and wide. The dragon was furious, never expecting to be provoked by a human today. Deep Abyss Dragon Flame. With a roar, a more powerful and damaging flame erupted from its mouth, sweeping towards Nualan in the air. The raging fire distorted the surrounding air, making the flow of air visible. A hint of worry flashed across the Elven Queen's stunning face as the dragon revealed its true strength. Could Nualan withstand it? The scorching dragon flame even began to ignite the surrounding forest, clearly demonstrating the strength of the fire without even touching it. Lan Gu. Haik's face was also filled with concern. Could this work? Just as she was about to step forward to shield Nualan, he pulled her into his embrace. No worries. At that moment, Haik was completely captivated. Looking at Nualan's handsome and cold face, she saw the confidence that came from deep within him. She leaned her soft body against Nualan's sturdy chest, clearly hearing the powerful heartbeat. She believed in Nualan, and she believed wholeheartedly. At this moment, it was the best proof. She tied her life to Nualan, completely entrusting herself to him. Perhaps she had previously doubted Nualan and lacked the determination to walk together, but now, all she wanted was to be with Nualan, even if it meant death. The raging fire swept towards Nualan like a force of nature. Nualan remained calm and composed, one arm around Haik and the other raised with the void magic staff. Magic gathered from all directions like twinkling stars, Thunder flame. Nualan held nothing back at this moment. A breathtaking and even more powerful magic surged towards the raging dragon flame. Below, the Elven Queen watched with a heart full of anxiety. This was a battle that concerned her fate. They had to win. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed through the sky, and the scorching flames began to spread around. Zzz. As the flames clashed, the lightning elements surged rapidly towards the dragon. Ah! The dragon cried out in pain, having just noticed the flickering blue electric lights on the flames. It never expected that it was indeed the lightning element. The strength of this human before it was beyond its imagination. At the moment the giant dragon felt pain, Norin seized the opportunity and devoured the dragon's flames. At that instant, the roles of attack and defense switched. The dragon's pupils widened as it looked at the flames sweeping towards it, fear finally appearing on its face for the first time. It had just been eroded by the electric light, its body charred and bloodied, and if it took the full brunt of the flames, the damage was unimaginable. But there was no way out now. It couldn't possibly beg for mercy, could it? Explosive flame dragon armor. In an instant, a layer of blazing fire-formed armor enveloped the dragon. Now, it could only fight with all its might. Norin naturally saw this, gathering all his magical power into the voidless staff. A full-force strike. He had to bring the giant dragon down at this moment, aiming for a single fatal blow. This was for the future of Nord City. The Elven Queen observed that within the searing fire elements, there was also an incredibly violent lightning element. It was even twice as strong as before. Her eyes sparkled with hope, a flame of hope continuously burning. Boom! The elemental magic instantly collided with the dragon's armor. The dragon chuckled lightly in its heart, realizing it had worried too much. This human was not that terrifying. It had just made a miscalculation, otherwise, how could it have suffered such damage? Crack! But the next second, it was slapped in the face. The fiery armor on its body shattered inch by inch, exposing its skin to the outside. Norin's magic, like a venomous snake spitting its core, struck the enemy with the most lethal blow the moment it found an opportunity. All the magical power converged on the giant dragon's body. Ah! The dragon's heart-wrenching cry of despair echoed through the skies, scaring all the creatures in the forest to flee. Norin did not stop his magical output. He knew the dragon couldn't hold on any longer. The dragon's massive form was continuously pushed back by Norin, and its scorching blood dripped onto the ground, releasing wisps of steam. Boom! The dragon could no longer withstand the lightning and flame damage from Norin and was forced to fall backward. It crushed hundreds of trees behind it, raising clouds of dust. It had lost, completely lost. At this moment, it was left with just a breath. It had thought of dragging out its life, of surviving by any means, but the dignity of being a dragon-type magical beast quickly dispelled that thought. Norin floated above the dragon. "You lost," he sneered, declaring the dragon's defeat. The moment he made contact with the dragon's flames, he knew he could do it. Otherwise, how could he have been so bold? The dragon's eyes revealed unwillingness, resentment, despair, and pain. It couldn't understand how a mere level 47 human could defeat it. After all, magical beasts of the same level were far stronger than humans. Not to mention it was still at a higher level, with the bloodline of a dragon coursing through its veins. "Now, I will send you on your way." Norin's lightning flames formed a sharp sword, swiftly heading towards the dragon's neck. Thud! The dragon's life was ended by Norin. Norin stored the dragon's massive body. It was a treasure, and he didn't know how many magical beasts could be mutated from it. The ghost dragon was a breath of infection. He would return and let various magical beasts feast on its flesh. Congratulations, host, for killing the overlord of the wilderness mountains, the giant dragon. Congratulations, host, for completing the rare task of the dragon's fury. Rewards are now being distributed, amplifying host's magical power. Dragon bloodgrass has been distributed. Please check, host. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the title of Dragon Slayer Warrior. Received system rewards, obtaining the equipment Void Crown. Crown of Nihility, myth, a treasure not passed down among the elves, only a master craftsman among the elves can create it, granting plus 100% magic speed, plus 100% spirit, and allowing for unlimited upgrades after defeating an opponent. At this moment, Norin felt the surging magic power within his body. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted upwards. This trip was indeed worth it. Norin slowly flew to the front of the Elven Queen and softly said, "Noble Elven Queen, I have fulfilled my promise and slain the evil dragon." The Elven Queen's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at the spirited Norin. She sensed that his magic power had grown even stronger, and he showed no signs of fatigue. Just how strong had Norin become? She did not know. "Thank you, I will keep my promise," the Elven Queen said, then walked towards Norin. The two stood together. "Then let us return to the palace now. You will be satisfied, my queen." After Norin spoke, he took the Elven Queen and flew onto the back of the Shadow Dragon. Soon, the sound of the Shadow Dragon's wings echoed through the wild mountains. Shadow Dragon, head to the wild mountains first. I wonder how Yalan is doing. When Norin left, Yalan and the Night Order were still there confronting the beast army. Norin quickly appeared above the wild mountains and found the Night Order counting their spoils. He hurriedly instructed the Shadow Dragon to land. Brother Norin, I didn't expect you to really have slain the giant dragon. Yalan congratulated him as soon as he saw Norin. How did you know? The giant dragon's roar and the tremors from its collapse were heard all the way over here. The beasts either fled or died. There was hardly any pressure. Yalan spoke the truth. At first, they encountered some stubborn resistance from the beasts, but unexpectedly, those beasts quickly became demoralized. They struck hard and soon resolved the chaos here. I see. What about casualties? The Night Order did not suffer any deaths, but there are over 100 injured. Upon hearing this, Norin realized he had made a guaranteed profit. He hadn't expected to easily take down the giant dragon, and his strength had made a qualitative leap. A blood profit. Norin, with the Shadow Dragon, headed straight towards the cave where the giant dragon resided. He collected all the gold and silver treasures inside. These could also be considered spoils. After tidying up, Norin set off towards Nord City with Yalan, Hike, and the Elven Queen. He would send troops to garrison here today. From now on, everything in the Wild Mountains would fall under the jurisdiction of Nord City. Soon, they appeared above Nord City. This was the Elven Queen's first visit to a city built by humans, and she was taken aback. Below, tens of thousands of magical plants were continuously blooming and bearing fruit. Various flying and walking creatures were steadily thriving. The magnificent palace buildings shone with dazzling light. Unexpectedly, the construction here was so stunning. However, what surprised her the most was that one tortoise tree king. Lord Norin, is that a tortoise tree king? The Elven Queen feared she was mistaken. After all, even tens of thousands of tortoise trees might not yield a single tortoise tree king. She sought confirmation. The tortoise tree king was crucial for her elven race. With its assistance, her strength would grow unprecedentedly. Their elven race was of the wood attribute. Therefore, she had been seeking to cultivate a tortoise tree king. But despite investing so much, there had been no results. In New Alan, he unexpectedly encountered the coveted tortoise tree king. How could he not be excited? Your Excellency, the Queen, that is indeed the tortoise tree king, and its power is still growing. I plan to have it guard the wild forest in the future. I wonder why the Queen suddenly asked about it. New Alan was a bit curious. The tortoise tree king was not particularly rare in his possession. The dark dragon beneath his feet was a true dragon. The elf queen did not inquire about any information regarding the dark dragon but instead asked about the tortoise tree king, which must be of help to her. New Alan guessed correctly. The elf queen indeed thought so. May I go take a look? The elf queen said shyly. Of course, I would be more than happy to. New Alan knew that he had taken another step closer to his goal. As long as there was a need, he could provide a solution. Now that the elf queen showed great interest in the tortoise tree king, he would naturally satisfy her. The dark dragon descended accordingly. Master, the tortoise tree king spoke respectfully the moment it saw New Alan. Your Excellency, the Queen, you may examine it freely. After New Alan finished speaking, he turned to look at the elf queen. With him here, the tortoise tree king would naturally obey. Good. After receiving New Alan's permission, the elf queen began to circle around the tortoise tree king, observing it. The more she looked, the more astonished she became. The diameter of the tortoise tree king was such that it would take 5 people to embrace it, and its thick roots were continuously spreading outwards and underground. Level 38. So strong. New Alan actually had such a powerful tortoise tree king. The elf queen's eyes were filled with envious glances. The tortoise tree king she had searched for so hard was right before her eyes. But, Lord New Alan, if I agree to your conditions, can I then command the tortoise tree king afterwards? The elf queen's cheeks turned crimson, and her voice grew softer. But New Alan heard her very clearly. So, this meant, his goal was about to be achieved? Your Excellency, the Queen, of course. Everything here can be used by you, at your discretion. Good. This time, the elf queen did not hesitate at all and decisively gave her answer. Your Excellency, the Queen, what do you mean now? New Alan naturally needed to clarify. Only then would he feel at ease. Lord New Alan, I can agree to your request, but I will bring my people with me. Without my protection, it would be very difficult for them to survive in the wild. The elf queen stated her condition. That is only natural. You can arrange everything. For New Alan, this was not a burden. On the contrary, it would add a powerful elven army to the city of Nord in the future. 100 benefits with no harm. Moreover, if the elf queen had a need for the tortoise tree king, then the other elves would feel the same way. New Alan was immensely joyful inside, not expecting it to be so simple. So, They could start preparing for the wedding now. Your Excellency, the Queen, can you now tell me your name? Nualan felt it was quite awkward to keep addressing her this way. It was somewhat inappropriate, especially since they were about to hold a wedding. Lord Nualan, my name is Shiyu. The Elf Queen's cheeks still bore a hint of blush. Nualan was the first male to know her name, and he was a human. Generally, elves would not interact with humans. They were the beloved children born of nature, naturally endowed with a powerful sense of magical perception. Shiyu? A lovely name, very beautiful, just like you. As Nualan said this, the face of the Elf Queen turned even more crimson. Shiyu had always been exceptionally well protected, having never even seen a male. How could she withstand Nualan's teasing now? Shiyu, I will send someone to bring your entire elf clan to Nord City. You can rest easy here. This is my elemental staff. Seeing this is like seeing me. Take it, and they will listen to your commands when the time comes. Shiyu conjured the staff she had previously and handed it to Nualan with both hands. However, when passing the staff, Nualan intentionally shifted his palm slightly, brushing against the Elf Queen Shiyu's hand. In an instant, Shiyu felt as if she had been electrocuted, an unusual sensation rising from the depths of her heart. Nualan, here you go. Shiyu stammered, her gaze avoiding Nualan. Shiyu, we already have a marriage contract now, you don't need to be so reserved. Also, you can call me Lan-gu from now on, it won't feel so distant. Nualan thought, this won't do. They had come this far, yet still felt so distant. He had to turn the tide. Lan-gu. Shiyu accepted Nualan's suggestion. After all, he would be her other half from now on. Upon hearing this, Nualan felt as if a spring breeze had brushed past his ears. This feeling was simply wonderful. Alright, Shiyu, you can move freely in Nord City. I have to go attend to some other matters first. Okay, Lan-gu. That gentle voice made Nualan's bones feel weak, but he had urgent matters to attend to, otherwise, he would definitely take Shiyu to the soft bed to play today. Soon, Nualan gathered all his high-ranking subordinates. Looking at the solemn faces in the great hall, Nualan spoke. Everyone, I believe you know why I have gathered you here. This is a great opportunity for the development of Nord City. The wild plains, the wild forest, the wild mountains, we have now taken them all. In the future, they will also belong to Nord City. Now, there are 3 things I need to inform you about. I hope you will cooperate and do your jobs well. I, Nualan, will not treat you unfairly. Nualan's words ignited the passion of those below. Their eyes were filled with respect and admiration for Nualan, including Nualan's wives and concubines. They were grateful to follow such a powerful lord and showed no signs of stinginess. As long as they contributed, there would definitely be rewards. Moreover, when they first joined, Nord City was not yet established, and now its geographical area was even larger than Lan Nua City. If this momentum continued, could it grow to the size of the Sak Kingdom in the future? First, starting today, I will arrange for the night order to be stationed in all areas of the wild mountains. Of course, everyone there will receive allowances. Those willing to go can receive 20 heart-chi fruits today, and an additional 10 will be distributed each month. Hiss! As soon as Nualan finished speaking, the people below began to stir. They had to fight for this benefit for their night order. These were resources to enhance their strength. Moreover, judging by Lord Nualan's demeanor, it wouldn't be long before a base was established in the wild mountains. Even if they had to endure hardships, it would only be for a short time. Not to mention there were subsidies. Second, starting today, Nord City will recruit soldiers and expand its scale. Anyone willing to join Nord City will receive 10 heart-chi fruits, regardless of whether they are knights or commoners. If you can recruit people, you will be rewarded 5 fruits per person. What the hell? This is too exaggerated. They knew that Nualan City was starting to make a significant move, and it was clear that they intended to completely expand the scale of Nord City. Moreover, this was also a great thing for them. It was a win-win-win situation. Nord City, they, and those who were about to come to Nord City. The Lord of Nualan City was truly investing heavily. By then, the scale of Nord City would definitely surpass Lan Nua City. Third, in 3 days, I will marry the elven princess Shiyu. Everyone was astonished. The Lord of Nualan City was indeed impressive. He had even won over the elven queen. They were already in deep admiration. This was how a man should be. This time, I do not wish for anything like what happened before to occur again. You have merits, and I will naturally reward you, but if there are transgressions, I will also punish. If another rebellion like before happens, I will impose sanctions according to the latest laws of Nord City. Do you all understand this clearly now? Nualan's words rang like a warning bell, echoing in their hearts. Regardless, Nualan did not harm their own interests. It was just that. Interests should be mutual. He provided these people with resources for cultivation, so in return, they naturally had to take on some responsibility for Nord City. This was beyond doubt. Moreover, they had a rough understanding of Nualan's temperament by now. As long as it wasn't a particularly big problem, generally, there would be no issues. 3 days later, Nord City was splendid, bustling with activity, with people coming and going endlessly. Today was the wedding of their lord, Nualan. Compared to before, more lords attended Nualan's wedding this time. Some came to see this renowned lord. It was akin to being a fan in a previous life. Some were also Nualan's little fans. Nualan was very generous, not treating those who came to the wedding poorly at all. During this time, all the food was free, and they could even receive magical plants. In just 3 days, the population of Nord City increased by 20,000, and fresh blood was still continuously pouring in. Nualan was not disheartened by the loss of those resources. On the contrary, he was very happy. With the addition of these people, the development of Nord City would reach new heights. In the grand hall, as everyone chatted, long and melodious voices came from the entrance. The Lord of Lan Nua City has arrived. The Duke of De Nua has arrived. Director Yali has arrived. All the nobles of Lan Nua City were now present. They could not afford to slight the Lord of Nualan City. He was a rising star. They had to build a good relationship with him. Even if they couldn't become allies, they absolutely could not become enemies. This was their principle. Nualan was now dressed in formal attire, standing in the center of the crowd, with people constantly coming up to praise him. However, he did not pay much attention. His current status was already transcendent, not something these people could compare to. Brother Nualan, congratulations. In just a few days, you have taken over the entire wild mountain range. I must admire your strength. The speaker was the Lord of Lan Nua City. As his son-in-law, Nualan's strength was naturally a good thing. Although Nualan had taken away a portion of the population from Lan Nua City, he did not mind. As long as Nualan continued to develop like this, he could definitely become an existence like the Kingdom of Sak in the future. By then, what would it mean to be a lord? With just one word from Nualan, 10 cities could be given to him. Investment. The Duke of De Nua felt the same. He had married his daughter Nuale to Lord Nualan, and now seeing Nualan's smooth development, he was naturally extremely happy. His daughter would not only not suffer but would also live in luxury. With him also able to gain quite a few benefits, Norin would send them a certain amount of magical plants every so often. Now, even if he completely lay at home doing nothing, he wouldn't need to worry about anything else. The most awkward one now was Dean Yanli, although Norin had poached the great mage Emily from his academy. Compared to the Lord of Lanner City and Duke Denner, he was ultimately a bit out of place. They were now more surprised that Norin's strength had actually become so formidable. He had slaughtered the ruling dragon of the Wild Mountain Range. This was truly unbelievable. Was this still the sickly Lord Norin from before? As everyone marveled, the elven Queen Sia appeared in the grand hall with light steps. She wore a crown of gilded jewels, stepped in crystal glass shoes, and donned a light veil-like garment, her graceful figure both alluring and elusive. The inner lining of her clothing did nothing to conceal her proud bosom, and her delicate waist swayed in the air. Her flat, smooth abdomen was laid bare before everyone, and as she turned, her fair back was partially revealed. Her long legs emerged between the slits of her skirt, presenting an enticing curve. Such attire not only did not detract from the elven queen's image but made her appear even more sacred, elegant, and her exquisite face seemed almost fragile. At that moment, she looked like a celestial being descended to earth. The instant Sia appeared, everyone's eyes widened, regardless of age or gender. Some even ground their back teeth to dust. Even half-elves would have to pay a high price to acquire such beauty, let alone elves. Moreover, now Norin was marrying the queen of the elven race. If it weren't for attending Norin's wedding, they would never have seen the elven queen's visage in their lifetime. Only upon seeing the elven queen's face did they understand why the price of elves had always remained high. The elven queen Sia captivated everyone's attention, and Norin standing beside her felt completely harmonious. Instead, they complemented each other. However, the people in the hall could only sigh and lament. They would never have such fortune in their lives. Even though they belonged to the nobility, there were still differences among nobles. Not to mention their overall strength, even their financial power was worlds apart from Norin. They were merely a small lord. As long as they had a certain amount of land, raised a few thousand people, and held the title of nobility, they could call themselves a lord. Their worth was quite low, because lords also come in sizes. Now Norin had already transcended this level, and he was no longer on the same tier as them. Lords were dependent on the cities, and they were considered subordinates. And now, Norin was still on par with Lanner City, even showing signs of surpassing it. As long as the Wild Mountain Range was fully developed, he would undoubtedly exist above Lanner City. Norin and Sia, like the moon surrounded by stars, were embraced in the center of the grand hall. Blessings and congratulations poured in continuously. Lord Norin, I didn't expect that in just a few months, you would develop your territory to this extent. Even if we rode fast horses, we couldn't catch up. Lord Norin is truly a dragon among men. I didn't expect that in just a few days, he would achieve what we could never reach in our lifetimes. I admire him greatly. Moreover, Lord Norin's wives are all as beautiful as flowers, and their strength is also remarkable. They will definitely be among the world's greats in the future. Everyone boasted, eager to engage more with Norin. If they caught his eye, they would soar to new heights. In the past, there might have been trading or cooperation at such gatherings. Now, everyone's gaze was solely on Norin. Their so-called trades were utterly worthless here. There's no value to speak of. After receiving everyone's blessings, the elf queen Xie returned to the wedding chamber to wait for Nualan's arrival. Her heart was pounding with excitement. On Nualan's side, after finishing his social engagements, he arrived at the door of the wedding chamber. Unlike before, this time Nualan was truly drunk, filled with joy as he witnessed the visible improvement of his territory's power in recent days, which was almost unbelievable. Nualan would not forget his roots. He deeply remembered the task of making himself strong again. Expanding his influence was his safe harbor and a shortcut to enhancing his strength. Just as Nualan was enjoying himself, he suddenly heard the system's voice. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a rare quest, the growth path of the Elf Queen. Help the Elf Queen fully awaken her wood attribute element and unlock the talent. The Elf Queen's pride. Time limit, 30 days. Reward, mastery of the wood element. Nualan carefully reviewed the quest and understood why there was a 30-day time limit. It mainly required collecting many materials, most of which were quite rare. It would have to be done slowly. However, mastery of the wood element was still quite good. Previously, he had the fire element and the lightning element. If he obtained the wood element, he would have 3 attributes. Although he could now easily unleash attacks with other elements, they were simply too ordinary. If he could wield the wood element like the fire and lightning elements, his strength would definitely rise to a new level. Nualan felt exceptionally pleased. He had just defeated a giant dragon. However, he needed to start preparing for many materials. Nualan got up and looked at Xie, who was still lying on the bed with a radiant smile, feeling satisfied. The blush on the bed was quite striking. He hadn't expected to capture the Elf Queen so quickly. Nualan was still planning the search for materials when he was unexpectedly approached by Lord Jifan in a hurry. Nualan, my brother, the Lord of Lan Nua City is looking for you. It seems there's something important. You should hurry over. Lord Jifan clearly had received some news. Otherwise, he wouldn't be acting this way just because of the arrival of a city lord. Did you receive some kind of tip-off? Why are you in such a rush? Nualan asked as he walked, thinking it was better to know a little in advance. He had been quite busy lately and hadn't paid attention to the movements around him. Lord Jifan, on the other hand, was usually quite free and almost had a grasp of all the news around Lan Nua City. Nualan, my brother, it's a huge good thing. But I can't tell you right now. You'll find out when you go. Nualan? The uncontrollable joy on Lord Jifan's face only piqued Nualan's curiosity further. No matter what the matter was, it shouldn't be this exciting, right? Previously, when Lord Jifan married off his daughter and received those magical plants, he had shown this kind of excitement. But now, what hadn't he seen in Nord City? At least it shouldn't be like this in Lan Nua City, so there must really be something going on. Nualan stopped asking. Since it was the Lord of Lan Nua City looking for him, he would naturally find out when they met. With that thought, Nualan hurriedly made his way to the main hall. The Lord of Lan Nua City seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Nualan, my brother, how did you feel yesterday? The Lord of Lan Nua City naturally had to ask, as he was his son-in-law. Moreover, the Elf Queen had never even seen him, let alone touched him, and since Nualan could enjoy her beauty, it was only natural to inquire. Brother, don't tease me. So, what important matter do you need to discuss with me? Nolan would definitely not mention such personal matters, but would get straight to the point. He inquired about the purpose of the Lord of Lan Nua City coming here. As far as he knew, the Lord of Lan Nua City only came during wedding invitations. Therefore, coming alone today must be for an important discussion. Ha ha, my dear brother Nolan, I indeed have a big matter to discuss with you. However, it still depends on your willingness. After all, this is also a matter concerning the future of Nord City. The Lord of Lan Nua City seemed to be speaking in riddles, mainly because Nolan was left in the dark about what the matter was. It was one thing for Lord Jifan to be cryptic, but he didn't expect the Lord of Lan Nua City to be the same. Brother, just say it directly. You can't keep me guessing here. Nolan was already feeling a bit exhausted, and he didn't expect the two people he encountered early in the morning to be like this. Nolan, I won't tease you anymore. What I want to tell you is that I want to merge Lan Nua City into Nord City. Brother, what did you say? Did I hear you wrong? You didn't hear wrong, I said merge. Nolan understood why Lord Jifan had acted the way he did before. This was indeed a big deal. Merging. This was not just a cooperative or allied relationship. This was a direct unification. Moreover, it would be under the leadership of Nord City. This was shocking to Nolan, as Lan Nua City was still slightly larger than Nord City. In terms of population, overall strength, Nord City was stronger, mainly because Nolan had invested too much. Brother, are you sure? You are the lord of Lan Nua City. Doing this now means you have no way back. In the future, it won't be up to you anymore. Nolan, I have thought this through clearly, don't worry, at that time, you will be the one I look up to. The lord of Lan Nua City spoke with exceptional sincerity. Nolan knew that the other party wouldn't joke about such matters. This was indeed a significant issue. The ownership of the territory, aside from attacking, meant actively surrendering. Previously, Lord Jifun and Lord Macha had used beauty to try to achieve their goals without bloodshed. Generally speaking, the usual approach was to directly send troops to attack. But even if they won, they would suffer heavy losses, and others might take advantage of the situation. Moreover, within the kingdom of Sak, large-scale wars between cities were prohibited. This would greatly deplete national strength. Nolan would naturally not refuse. At that time, the scale of Nord City would far exceed that of the previous Lan Nua City. He had thought about this issue before. The scale of Nord City was only getting larger, and having Lan Nua City always nearby wouldn't be a good thing. Sooner or later, there would be a need to resolve it. But since this was his father-in-law, Nolan didn't show any intention regarding this matter. Now, he didn't expect the lord of Lan Nua City to take the initiative to resolve this issue. That was truly wonderful. Brother, that's no problem, but I will need to gather all the nobles from Lan Nua City and Nord City to announce this news together. No problem. I'll arrange things on the Lan Nua City side. When the time comes, you'll be responsible for the announcement, and I won't elaborate too much. Good. Lord Jifan, go notify the nobles who hold real power in Nord City. Tomorrow, gather here. The next day, all the nobles from Lan Nua City and Nord City gathered in the Great Hall. They looked at each other, unsure of what was happening, mainly because the day before was the wedding of Lord Nolan, and they had naturally received invitations in advance. But this time, there was no notification, and it didn't seem like a wedding was being held. If it weren't for that, they would be quite disappointed. Everyone, I have gathered you here today to announce a significant matter. A matter concerning your future. Nualan stood on the dais, her voice resonant, as if it could penetrate the hearts of everyone present. They were even more confused now, their faces revealing a sense of bewilderment and helplessness. However, they did not dare to voice any doubts. After all, Nualan was the lord of the city, someone they could not question lightly. I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Lan Nua City will be merged into Nord City, and from now on, there will be no more Lan Nua City, only Nord City. As soon as Nualan finished speaking, all eyes turned to the lord of Lan Nua City. They were somewhat puzzled. Lan Nua City was still quite substantial. Why would they choose to merge into Nord City? This was truly unfathomable. Wasn't it better to be the boss? In fact, the lord of Lan Nua City had already considered this issue. Nord City was developing too rapidly. This would be a problem in the future, so it was better to do a favor now. Everyone, this is my own choice. From now on, there will be no more Lan Nua City, only the lord of Nord City, Nualan, and I will no longer be the lord of Lan Nua City. The lord of Lan Nua City saw that everyone was looking at him, so he felt the need to explain a bit. He didn't realize how wise this choice was. After all, it would be bad if people misunderstood. They might think Nualan had used some underhanded means. In reality, for those below, they didn't have strong opinions about who the lord was. As long as it didn't threaten their interests, they naturally wouldn't care. I hereby announce that the lord of Lan Nua City, Hans, will be the vice lord of Nord City from now on. Nualan announced this publicly, which was the result of a day's consideration. After all, the lord of Lan Nua City was sincere, and he couldn't treat him unfairly. Now that the scales of Nord City and Lan Nua City were nearly equal, Nualan certainly had to treat him well. Moreover, this was also an opportunity to establish his own authority. As long as they followed him, he would definitely not treat others poorly. Lord Nualan, I am also willing to contribute my territory. Lord Jifan was the first to shout. At such a moment, he had to take the lead. Although the lord of Lan Nua City commanded all the lords, the city lord merely played a balancing role. Each lord had their own private territory, which even the kingdom could not directly intervene in. To give up their own territory meant relinquishing their power. Nualan looked at Lord Jifan, feeling a bit moved. At such a moment, someone needed to step up. Since he had already merged the two cities, he certainly had to replan the power structure. He wanted to concentrate all authority in his hands and then hand it over to trustworthy people by his side. Only in this way could he solidify his rule. The crowd below began to exchange glances. Now that both the Lord of Lanhua City, Hans, and Lord Jifan had given up their territories, what would they do? After a brief silence, a few more people stood up to contribute their territories. Among them was Lord Macha. He had long envied Lord Jifan's life. Even if he couldn't reach that height in the future, it certainly wouldn't be worse than now. This was his choice, an opportunity to change his fate. One after another, people stood up, relinquishing their territorial rule. However, the last few remaining were reluctant to part with their rights. Nualan did not force them. Now, both Lanhua City and the Wild Mountain Range were under his control. The remaining small territories were not a concern, they would eventually be his. Thank you all for your support. Of course, I won't take your territories for nothing. How about this? Each person can receive 10,000 magic plants, along with 10 magical beasts, as my compensation to you. As for your positions, I will arrange them for you later. As soon as Norin finished speaking, someone immediately pledged allegiance. I didn't expect Lord Norin to be so generous. We will definitely follow your lead from now on. Lord Norin, we will obey all your arrangements. To receive so much at once, and with future positions to be arranged, they might even manage to reach the position of the Chicken Frenzy Lord. The last few couldn't sit still either. The temptation was simply too great. 10,000 magic plants, and 10 magical beasts. They had all seen the magical beasts of Nord City, and there were even mutated varieties. The value was extraordinarily high. In the end, they couldn't resist the temptation and all surrendered their dominion. Norin naturally didn't mind. By paying a small price now, he resolved the territorial disputes, which was an incredibly profitable deal for him. Thus, Norin completely became the ruler of this land. Moreover, his strength was already at the mid-level in Texas. In the Kingdom of Sac, there were hundreds of states, each with thousands of cities beneath them. These cities varied in size, with the smallest having a population of 50,000 and the largest reaching over 1 million. The total population of the Kingdom of Sac was around 200 million. There was still a long way to go to reach the empire. However, what Norin was concerned about now was not this issue. It was still a bit far from him. Now, the total population of Nord City had reached 200,000, which was already a small scale. It seemed it was time to pull some population from other cities. Now that Lanner City was under his control, all the population there naturally belonged to Nord City. That's all for today. You can return on your own. I will send someone to accept you later. After Norin finished speaking, everyone in the hall dispersed. Brother Norin. No, Lord Norin, I actually have one more thing to discuss. Hans's attitude was very respectful. Norin's status was now above him. Brother Hans, what are you doing? We don't need to be like this between us. That won't do. There should be a distinction between respect and inferiority. It's better to be clear about it. Alright then, what else is there? The auction. The auction? Which auction? Norin didn't want to miss this opportunity. After all, he still had to complete the task given by the system. After checking the inventory, he was still short of a few important items, so he had to go to this auction. Process City, the very center of the Ribaya state, is the most prosperous area. And this auction is a grand event held every 3 years, the La Prea auction. There, countless treasures are available. You will almost certainly find the materials or information you want. As long as you have enough money, there is almost nothing you can't buy there. The more Hans spoke, the more excited he became. He had only attended the La Prea auction once. He still couldn't forget the grand and prosperous scene. Brother Hans, is it really that amazing? Norin was like a newcomer in this world, and he naturally knew very little about such news. However, Hans didn't take it to heart. He knew about Norin's previous situation, which was basically half buried in the ground, so he naturally had no doubts. Of course, Brother Norin, I think your strength is currently on the rise, and you definitely need some equipment to support you. External forces are also a key factor in enhancing strength, so that's why I notified you in advance. Hans, when exactly does the La Prea auction start? Norin was excited. He wanted to go there to seek some particularly rare materials, and he could also purchase some magical plants to cultivate within his territory. Right now, he had too few varieties, and for such resources, the more, the better. In 7 days, if you take that ghost dragon, you'll arrive in at most 3 days. Alright, thank you, Hans. I understand. There were still 4 days left, enough time for him to prepare. He needed to return to arrange some affairs in Nord City and have Sana and the others assign positions to the lords who had previously donated land. He just needed to maintain his position steadily. Everything else could be entrusted to his beautiful concubines. They were all capable helpers. He wasn't very reassured about others, but he had a deep relationship with them. Norin, my brother, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, just find me. Okay. Thank you, Hans. After Hans finished speaking, he left the Great Hall, leaving only Norin and Lord Jifen. Brother Jifen, you did very well this time. I'll arrange a good position for you, and I'll also give you some extra resources. Norin spoke very politely. If it weren't for Lord Jifen taking the lead, he wouldn't have been able to smoothly take all the territories. So, he was indeed a top-notch contributor. Lord Norin, you're too polite. With our relationship, there's no need for this. Although Lord Jifen said he didn't need it, he was already hoping for it in his heart. After all, who could refuse some good things? Moreover, many of Norin's current possessions were what they had longed for. The wealth of Nord City was not something an ordinary city could compare to. What was needed now was simply to expand their scale. Brother Jifen, what are you doing? We don't need to be so polite between us. Ah, how can that be? I still need to show this courtesy. Norin. Sure enough, after reaching a high position, one begins to feel lonely. Perhaps they revered not him, but this position. No matter who sat here, they would treat them with respect. However, now that he was the one sitting here, the rules could be adjusted. Brother Jifen, how about this? If there are more people in the future, you can call me Lord Norin, but privately, we can still use the previous titles. What do you think? Then let's do as you say. Lord Jifen was naturally overjoyed. Now, he felt that the best choice he had made in his life was marrying his daughter to Norin. From then on, it completely changed his fate. Moreover, Norin did not start to ignore those around him just because he held a high position. He had been afraid before, afraid that one day, Norin would kick him aside. But now it seemed that wouldn't happen. He could always maintain this relationship with Norin. Brother Jifen, I need to arrange some matters first. You can negotiate with Grace and the others later. Norin intentionally mentioned Lord Jifen's daughter. After all, there was this layer of relationship. If he felt embarrassed, he could just find his own daughter. This way, it wouldn't seem too distant. Okay. After Norin finished speaking, he walked towards his palace, which was his sleeping quarters. Usually, his wives and concubines would entertain there if there was nothing else to do. Norin arrived in the back garden and found that almost everyone was gathered there, except for a few individuals. Brother Lan. The appearance of Nualan attracted the attention of the women, who temporarily set aside their busy tasks. Langu, have you finished handling everything? I've finished. However, I might have to leave the day after tomorrow, so I'll need you all to guard Nord City well. Nualan looked at the elegantly dressed women in front of him, and his heart couldn't help but race. Ah, Langu, why do you have to leave again? Yeah, ever since Nord City was established, you've been so busy that you haven't had time to accompany us. Exactly, you leave us alone every day. I don't care, you must spend time with us today. Alright, I'll accompany you. Even if you didn't say it, I would. So who's coming first? As Nualan spoke, his gaze kept wandering over the curvaceous bodies, feasting his eyes. Langu, this makes it too hard for us to choose. Yeah, you choose. You want me to choose? Fine. Then, except for Shikalai, Yalan, Sia, and Yulong, all of you come in with me. Langu, Sia isn't here, she's still cultivating. I know, but didn't I just mention everyone in Nord City? Otherwise, how could I handle it if you send someone to notify her later? Nualan said as he pulled Grise and Yang Xian into his embrace. He had no choice, he wanted to share the love equally. Plus, he had been so busy lately that he really hadn't had time to accompany his wives. With many of his children growing up, he also needed to consider their territory issues. These guys expanding their territories or marrying and having children would indirectly enhance Nualan's influence in the region, and by then, he wouldn't need to work so hard. Langu, you're biased. Why can't we go? Exactly. Shikalai and Yalan were unhappy. They wanted to be with Nualan too. I originally planned to take you to the La Prea auction, but if that's the case, I'll have to change my plans. Nualan said deliberately in a tone that suggested he might change his mind, which made Shikalai and Yalan anxious. They knew about the La Prea auction. For a grand sorcerer, it was crucial for enhancing strength. One could obtain many unexpected things there. It turned out Nualan had already made arrangements. Langu, we were just joking. You should spend time with them properly, or you won't see them later. Yalan said very understandingly. For her, life was already very satisfying. She didn't have to learn all the restrictive rules and could play mahjong with her girlfriends. Langu, why are you only taking them? What about us? Grise looked at Nualan, pretending to be angry. That's still a bit far off for you. I promise I'll take you next time. But for now, I can only take them first. Alright, then for these 2 days, you're not allowed to go anywhere. Just stay here and accompany us. Okay, no problem. Didn't I just come uninvited? Nualan said, leading the women into his palace. He was about to start his cultivation journey. He took out the dragon blood grass and directly refined it with his magic, swallowing it into his abdomen. As soon as the dragon blood grass entered his body, he felt a warm current flowing throughout, filled with power. His bloodline was expanding. Indeed, the dragon blood grass was a stronger version of the kidney strength fruit, and this strength was no small matter. Nualan chuckled. Every time his strength increased, it was a significant advancement for Nualan's territory. Current level 49. Nualan discovered that as his level increased, the experience points required were becoming more and more. 2 days and nights passed in a flash, and Nualan slept until the sun was high in the sky before getting up. He reluctantly left his gentle haven and began to dress and wash up. He had to set off by noon at the latest. It was best to go ahead and gather some information. Perhaps there would be unexpected surprises. During this joyful time, all affairs of Nord City were entrusted to Yalan and Hike to manage. Langu, why are you up so early? Suanua said to Nualan, acting coyly, truly enchanting. It must be said that as a great magician, Suana was not only beautiful but also quite powerful. Each of his wives possessed both beauty and strength. Not a single one was just a pretty face. The current goal was the auction, and the future could only be discussed after returning from the La Prea auction. Be good, Langu has to go buy some things for you. I'll be back in no more than half a month, Nualan said, giving Suanua's pretty face a hearty kiss. The other ladies had also woken up, but they were simply too tired these past 2 days. After Nualan finished getting ready, he went to the main hall. This was usually the place for discussions, and Yalan and Hike should be here. Sure enough, the two were still counting the number of magical plants in Nord City and arranging matters for those lords. Langu, you're here. The two were exceptionally excited. Having not seen Nualan for 2 days, they naturally missed him immensely. How are your preparations going? Nualan had completely forgotten to arrange sufficient food and water before leaving, but it should still be in time. Everything is ready. All the items needed for the formation have been prepared, including food and water, Hike added playfully. This was a completely different person from that death magician before. Great, it's so good to have you. Nualan walked over and gave each of them a kiss on the cheek. Ah, Langu, what are you doing? Just then, Siya walked in and saw. Nualan noticed that Siya's magical power had noticeably increased. Although her level hadn't substantially risen, her overall strength should have improved by at least 1 tier. Of course. 3, Nualan said while walking towards the Elven Queen, and he also gave her a kiss on the cheek. Now it's all fair. The Elven Queen's cheeks turned crimson. She had only spent 1 night with Nualan. Now, there were others present. We're all sisters here. Why are you shy? Nualan said, looking at the Elven Queen's flushed face. And no. At that moment, the Elven Queen added a touch of mature charm, caught between innocence and maturity. One could only say she was indeed a queen, able to master any style. It was almost time to set off. Nualan's eyes were fixed ahead. Siya, we'll trigger the La Prea auction at noon today. If you need anything, just let me know. Langu, I know, Yalan Jia told me before. That's why I came here today. Upon hearing this, Nualan couldn't help but admire Yalan. He hadn't expected that while he was cultivating, she and Hike had already arranged everything. Truly his capable assistant. That would make things much easier for him in the future. Really great. Alright, since everyone is here, I'll go call the ghost dragon. We should be ready to set off. In front of the main hall, Nualan and his group were already prepared. The ghost dragon was docked beside everyone, ready to take off at any moment. Langu, you must come back early. We'll be waiting for you. Yes, Langu, don't forget us. Lord Nualan, safe travels. Brother Hans, please help me take care of everything in Nord City. I beg you. Don't worry, Lord Norin. Norin stood on the back of the shadow dragon, continuously bidding farewell to everyone. This was his first time leaving Nord City to go to such a distant place. For everyone, this was incredibly unfamiliar. However, the journey was filled with dangers as well as opportunities. This was also a new journey for him. He needed to seize the opportunity so that he could lead Nord City further. Shadow Dragon, let's go. With Norin's command, the Shadow Dragon flapped its wide wings and soared into the sky. Its massive body blocked out the sun, casting a shadow over everyone below. Brother Lan, come back early. Although Norin had already ascended to a high altitude, the reluctant farewell voices still reached him from below. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Norin set off towards the unknown. Norin and his companions rode the shadow dragon to the clouds. Below them were lush trees and mountains with strange rock formations, and of course, various magical beasts wreaking havoc. However, Norin and his companions didn't really care about these. After all, the shadow dragon was powerful, and flying magical beasts were quite rare, so they generally wouldn't encounter much danger. Norin simply held the elf queen in his arms and continued on his way. He really wanted to cultivate here, but, mainly because they were high up in the sky, and they might encounter other humans, the impact would be too great. It must be said that dragon bloodgrass is a great thing. Even after fighting for 2 days and nights, he still felt no fatigue. With this dragon bloodgrass, he wouldn't have to worry about being exhausted during battles in the future. It was already afternoon, and the shadow dragon's flying speed was still extremely fast. To reach the next city, they could only hurry on, or else they would have to set up camp in the wilderness. Suddenly, a sharp and urgent cry for help shot into the sky, reaching his ears. He immediately leaned down to look. Now at level 49, his senses had been enhanced many times over. He looked over and saw a group of people chasing a moose. No, it wasn't just any moose. This moose had 4 antlers, and its form was twisted and intricate, looking extremely strange, yet it had no sense of incongruity. In fact, it added many splendid colors to itself. Tianqi. Norin observed for a moment and recognized it. The Tianqi clan belonged to the deer spirits. Their antlers could not only be used to forge equipment but were also rare materials for many medicines. Some even used Tianqi antlers for decoration. Countless wonderful uses. Just right, one of the materials needed by Xia was Tianqi antlers, and Norin was worried about where to find them. It seemed it was time to go down and ask, "Shadow Dragon, go to Tianqi." After receiving the command, the Shadow Dragon reminded Norin and the others to steady themselves and began to dive down. In just a few breaths, the Shadow Dragon had already reached the treetops, and without delay, it performed a spin and landed on the vast ground. The ground was raised in a cloud of dust, as if even the earth was shaken. Once the dust settled, Norin could see the faces of the people clearly. His gaze had been focused entirely on Tianqi. 3 men and 2 women, all above level 30, with the highest one reaching level 39. Norin glanced at their combat power and naturally made a judgment in his heart. "Not to be feared. Who are you? Dare to block our path? Are you tired of living?" shouted a middle-aged man at the forefront with a fierce demeanor. "Do you know that we serve the Lord of Lasvaya? If you delay us, you might have to pay with your lives." A middle-aged woman beside her also stepped forward to speak, but her figure had already become somewhat out of shape, completely not meeting Norin's expectations. "Humph, I don't care who your lord is. I advise you to leave now, or the only thing waiting for you is a dead end." Norin would not be polite to strangers, and this was exactly what he wanted. It was all about strength. The capable would take it. The 3 men and 2 women dared not say much. Since the name of the Lord of Lasvaya couldn't scare them, there was nothing they could do. The Lord of Lasvaya was the most powerful lord in this city, with a terrifying level of 50. The 5 of them couldn't see the levels of Norin and his companions, so they knew they were no match. In this world, generally speaking, what was contested was the level. Those with lower levels could not see the specific levels of those with higher levels. Of course, Norin was the exception. In essence, what was contested was the richness of magical power, and the higher the level, the more abundant the magical power one possessed. "Humph, do you know what kind of trouble you've gotten into? I'll give you one more chance. If you don't leave now, then what awaits you will be the arrival of misfortune." "Norin? Damn it! Are you threatening me? You usually act like gentlemen, and now you let this group of ants shout in front of me?" Lei Yen. Without a second thought, Norin activated his skill. Amidst the screams of the crowd, he ended their lives. Mainly because Norin's skill was instant, while they would need to chant to defend themselves. They couldn't even make a move to block it. Norin didn't notice that every move they made was recorded by a black bird-like creature, which then transmitted the information to the distant Lord of Lasvaya. "Are you okay?" Norin didn't care about what those people dropped. He looked down on it and turned to the Tianqi that was now hiding behind a big tree. Tianqi wanted to run away, but seeing that Norin and the others meant no harm, she hesitated. Moreover, she had just called for help, and her kin would arrive soon. She wouldn't be afraid anymore. Norin saw that 2 of Tianqi's 4 legs were severely injured and bleeding profusely. No wonder her speed was greatly limited. Tianqi could scale walls and cliffs as if walking on flat ground. Moreover, their speed was extremely exaggerated. This led to the rarity of Tianqi, mainly because they were just too difficult to catch. I'm fine." Tianqi spoke human words and then transformed in front of them. It was the first time Norin had seen such a scene, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. In this world, magical beasts could generally transform after reaching level 30. If they had a good bloodline, they might even have the ability to transform at a lower level. Norin took out some healing potions and, using his magical power, handed them to the transformed Tianqi woman. The most important thing for him now was to gain her trust. He couldn't just go up and break her horn, right? That would be too inhumane. This recovery potion can alleviate your injuries. Thank you. The woman could see that Norin meant her no harm, otherwise, with his powerful strength, he wouldn't need to dally with her here. She slowly poured the potion into her mouth, and within a few breaths, the wounds had already scabbed over, and the pain was not as severe. It was indeed effective. But why would this golden-haired, blue-eyed, exceptionally handsome human want to help her? What is your name? Before Nualan could finish speaking, a chaotic noise came from afar, as if someone was in a hurry. Damn humans, let go of Tianchi Mo. The roar of agitation echoed. Nualan saw a group of Tianchi rushing towards her, transforming into human form when they got close. Standing next to Tianchi Mo, Nualan took a rough glance and counted at least 40 or 50 Tianchi. Wow! To encounter so many rare magical beasts at once was truly overwhelming. There were both men and women, all with excellent looks and figures. Their clothing seemed to be made from animal skins. Tianchi Mo, are you okay? Is anything wrong? The leading man stood directly in front of Tianchi Mo, glaring at Nualan and the others. Their clan despised humans the most, only humans would carry out endless slaughter against them. I'm fine, they are not bad people, on the contrary, they are my benefactors. Tianchi Xiong, please don't misunderstand. Impossible. How could humans save us? They must have ulterior motives. Nualan gave Tianchi Xiong a thumbs up in her heart. He was indeed in need of help. If nothing was wrong, how could they be standing here? Ahem. Tianchi Xiong, please don't be rude. I'm sorry. Tianchi Xiong is just eager to save people. Mainly, the Lord of Lasvaya has been hunting our companions, and we have no choice. At that moment, an elderly woman, nearing her twilight years, stepped out from the crowd, her face covered in deep wrinkles like rugged ravines. Her skin resembled dry tree bark, looking extremely aged. Grandma, these humans definitely have bad intentions. There's no need to be polite to them. Although Tianchi Xiong's gaze was fierce, his tone was incredibly gentle. Nualan thought this guy only knew how to get angry. Grandma, we are just lending a hand, and besides, I am not just with humans, but also with Xie. As soon as Nualan finished speaking, Xie revealed her original appearance, restoring her identity as an elf. Elf, queen? Most of the Tianchi had only seen ordinary elves. How could they have seen an elf queen? Only the elderly woman recognized her due to the elf queen's extraordinary aura. Grandma, what are you talking about? Where is there an elf queen here? Tianchi Xiong seemed unconvinced. This woman was indeed beautiful, but how could an elf queen appear in such a place? Step back. Sorry, we have been a bit neglectful. Please come to our cave for a chat. Grandma, how? Shut up. Tianchi Xiong hesitated. Clearly there was something important going on. Nualan didn't ask further, simply saying, thank you, and then followed the Tianchi into their cave. The Tianchi did not have the luxurious palaces of humans, but passing through the cave felt like entering a paradise. The sound of birds and the fragrance of flowers filled the air, with bees and butterflies dancing about, truly delightful. Thank you for saving Moer. We have no way to repay you, but please accept this small token of gratitude. Nualan looked at the item being handed over. Wasn't this a Tianchi horn? How? This? She was suddenly at a loss. She hadn't even asked for it yet. How could it be voluntarily placed in her hand? Take it. What humans need the most is this. Seeing Nualan's hesitant expression, the elderly woman directly stuffed the Tianchi horn into Nualan's hand. Grandma, no need to say more. We have nothing to thank you for. Only this Tianchi horn is quite precious. But, I know what you want to say, these are the fallen Tianchi, stripped from their bodies. However, the effect isn't much different from usual. The old man patiently explained to Nualan while leaning on his cane. You can leave now. Our Tianchi clan won't keep you here for the night. Nualan, this pace is just too fast. I still don't understand anything. And why the sudden urge to chase us away? Still not leaving? Do you know that the Tianchi clan has never brought humans here? You are quite lucky, the Tianchi elder said bluntly. Grandma, what exactly happened here? Why do you all seem so nervous? She asked while supporting the old man's body. She was an elf, and the Tianchi clan could be considered a type of nature spirit, so they were relatively close. It's fine to tell you, tonight is the full moon night, which is when the Tianchi princess, Tianchi Linglan, will undergo her evolution. She has awakened her bloodline. However, the human lord, Rasvaya, has also received this news. He wants to obtain Linglan's Tianchi horn to strengthen his own power. Right now, they should be on their way here. Recently, humans have been hunting Tianchi, and somehow, they have tracked our movements. The old man said helplessly. Grandma, why don't you all just relocate? There's no time. The location for Linglan's evolution has already been predetermined. If she can successfully evolve, she will definitely lead the Tianchi clan to greater heights. Our Tianchi clan's combat power is already low, and on the full moon night, we need to select 9 of the strongest Tianchi to assist Linglan in completing this evolution. All the magic formations have been set up, we can't leave. We don't want to implicate you. You can still leave now, but if night falls, the human army will definitely trample this land. Nualan understood. The Tianqi clan didn't want to drag them down. Tianqi princess? Tianqi Linglan. I need to find a way to meet her. Congratulations, host, for triggering the task. Help Tianqi Linglan successfully complete this evolution. Reward, 5,000 dragon blood grass. The domain range of the Thunder Demon Tower doubled again. Acquired skill, Tianqi Leap. The system's prompt strengthened Nualan's determination to meet Tianqi Linglan. Grandma, we want to meet Tianqi Linglan. Maybe we can help you. You? The old man looked at them with suspicion. Nualan directly unleashed his magic power without reservation. The 4 girls beside him also revealed their levels completely. The dense magic power attracted many Tianqi clan members to come and watch. Gee, great magus? And there are 5 of them. The highest level is actually 51. Maybe they can really help them. The old man pondered for a moment and asked again, it might endanger your lives. You need to think carefully. Grandma, don't worry. We have our own decisions. Alright, then follow me. Under the watchful eyes of the Tianqi clan members, Nualan and his group followed the old man as they wove through the endless sea of flowers. After about half an hour, they arrived at the foot of a cliff. Linglan is up there. If you want to go up, you need to activate the teleportation. Nualan saw the towering peak, so high that he couldn't see the top, with jagged rocks that were quite perilous. This can only be done using the teleportation array, or a strong flying mount. Then I'll trouble you, Grandma. Immediately, the old man began to chant in the air, and instantly, the surroundings were filled with brilliant light. Noble goddess of light, your people pray here, hoping you will grant me supreme magical power. Soon, Norin felt a flash of white light around him, and the next moment, he found himself atop a mountain. As he opened his eyes, he saw a stunningly beautiful young woman sitting cross-legged before him, her enchanting eyes closed, with magical energy swirling around her. She wore a shoulder-bearing indigo dress, and her long hair flowed freely without being tied up by ribbons, cascading down carelessly. Her radiant jade feet were exposed in the air, and her exquisite features seemed to transcend the earthly realm. She appeared to be the epitome of elegance. This was the princess of the Tianqi clan, Tianqi Linglan. Norin's breath quickened at the sight. If he could marry Tianqi Linglan as his wife or concubine, it would be an extraordinary experience. There was still a difference between the elf queen and the Tianqi princess. Both were as beautiful as celestial beings, but their auras were entirely different. As if sensing the presence of newcomers, Tianqi Linglan rose and approached the crowd directly. Grandma, what is this? Tianqi Linglan was confused. How could she suddenly bring humans to this place? This was not the style of the Tianqi clan. Linglan, listen to me, these people can help us. They are willing to assist us through this crisis. Grandma, are you serious? Tianqi Linglan naturally found it hard to believe, thinking she must have misheard. After all, the relationship between both sides had reached an irreparable point. Princess Linglan, it is indeed true. Norin displayed his gentlemanly demeanor at this moment, slightly bowing with one hand on his chest, appearing extremely sincere. Tianqi Linglan's beautiful eyes flickered as she began to scan the crowd. The elf queen, dragon-type beings, humans. How did these come together? And they seemed to be exceptionally harmonious. This piqued her curiosity. However, among them, there was one presence that attracted her even more. The dark dragon. The blood of a dragon could help her better endure the tribulation of lightning. I have an unusual request. I wonder if you could give me some of your blood. I can offer corresponding value in return. Princess Linglan walked straight up to the dark dragon, as she believed this was a matter concerning the dark dragon itself. It was not unreasonable for her to seek her out. Langu, this. The dark dragon felt a bit troubled. Such matters still required Norin's approval. After all, she belonged to him. She looked at Norin with her cool eyes, waiting for his response. Tianqi Linglan? She did not understand. The dark dragon's level was basically on par with this human. Moreover, magical beasts were inherently stronger than humans, let alone dragon-type beings. Yes, but you must tell us why you can see through the dark dragon's true form so easily? Norin was curious. Could it be that she had the same eye technique as him? I am using the ability of the Tianqi horn. This is a skill unique to me, which other Tianqi do not possess. Upon hearing this, Norin's determination to marry Princess Linglan intensified. She possessed a special ability. Princess Linglan, I want you to become my wife. Just as Princess Linglan was about to retort, Norin interrupted her. He hadn't even stated his conditions yet. It wasn't too late to refuse after hearing everything. Princess Linglan, I can resolve the troubles you are facing now. Oh, Princess Linglan became interested, wanting to see what insights this human had. Firstly, I can provide you with the blood of the dark dragon, which is sufficient to support you through this tribulation of lightning. Since Princess Linlan had asked for the dark dragon, it was clear that dragon blood would be of great use to her. Norin was now starting from her own immediate interests. Secondly, I can guarantee that you will not be disturbed by anyone during your evolution, and I can greatly reduce your losses, even ensuring that your kin remain unharmed. Nualan knew that races different from humans, especially those in high positions, would take special care of their own people. Princess Linlan absolutely did not want to see her kin slaughtered for her sake. She had already reached that conclusion the moment she laid eyes on her. Thirdly, I can help the Tanchi clan completely resolve their difficulties, eliminate the Lord of Lasvaya, and I can also help you find a new place to settle, where no one dares to covet your Tanchi horns. Nualan started by addressing Princess Linlan's own perspective, then her clan, and finally the future. From small to large, from point to surface, one link after another. However, Princess Linlan felt that Nualan was just boasting. The Lord of Lasvaya was a level 50 archmage, and he had various knight legions under his command. Relying on just these 5 people was unrealistic. Among them, there was only one at level 50, the others hadn't even touched the threshold, which was a bit far-fetched. At first, she could still believe it, but the more Nualan spoke, the more absurd it became. The value of the Tianchi horns was known to all. They would be coveted wherever they went. I appreciate your goodwill, but you should leave here. This is not a place for you to meddle. Princess Linlan was clearly a bit disappointed, mainly because the man before her was being too brazen. Princess Linlan, do you not trust us? How can I trust you? How about this? If I help you successfully overcome your difficulties and fulfill all the conditions I promised, then you will marry me. How about that? Nualan had already seen Princess Linlan's worries. If it were an ordinary person, it would be impossible to achieve these things. But he was Nualan. Alright, although Princess Linlan hated humans, she was even less willing to see her kin die before her eyes. That was her bottom line. So she spoke without hesitation, without any deliberation. If sacrificing herself could find a better place for the Tianchi clan, it would definitely be worth it. However, if you die here, please do not blame the Tianchi clan. It is all my responsibility. Princess Linlan added. Rest assured, Princess Linlan, I will safely bring you home when the time comes, without any doubt. Nualan's words were filled with unwavering determination. Princess Linlan's cheeks instantly turned crimson. She had never encountered a man so bold. Moreover, he was so confident. She hoped he wasn't one whose ambitions exceeded his capabilities. I will be waiting for you, Princess Linlan murmured, but Nualan still caught it. Yulong, thank you for your hard work, Nualan said, taking out a small glass vial, his fingers shimmering with magic. He made a tiny cut on Yulong's skin, and soon the dragon's blood filled the glass vial. Nualan handed the vial to Princess Linlan and then took out several dragon blood herbs to give to Yulong. Langu, I'm fine, this little bit of blood is nothing to me. I don't need these dragon blood herbs. Yulong's body was already enormous, and dragon-type creatures naturally had a vast amount of blood. This was akin to being bitten by a mosquito. No, you must eat them. Nualan still felt a bit pained, not expecting to personally make the cut on Yulong's fingertip. But now, there was no other way. The corpse of the giant dragon had been left in Nord City, and by now, it must have been devoured by the magical beasts. Princess Tianchi Linlan was overjoyed to obtain the dragon blood. With these, the chances of evolution would greatly increase. Thank you, I will keep my promise. Tianchi Linlan declared once again solemnly. After all, she had to consider her own people. If what Nualan said was true, then they could avoid some unnecessary conflicts in the future. That would be the best outcome. Then you can do your own thing here. We won't disturb you any longer. Nualan had already achieved her goal, and next was to descend the mountain and block the invasion of Lasvaya. The few of them turned and entered the teleportation array, while Tianchi Linlan turned her back to them and began to sit cross-legged at the highest peak. Next, she had to face the thunder tribulation properly. She couldn't be distracted. Only by successfully overcoming the thunder tribulation could she step into a higher realm. Nualan returned to the Sea of Flowers and spoke to the old man. Grandma, you all stay here. We will go out to fend off the invasion of Lasvaya. Just ensure your own safety. Ha? You? Just the 5 of you? The people of the Tianchi clan were clearly shocked by Nualan's words. How could this be possible? 5 people to resist the army of a human lord. It was simply a fantasy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You just need to take care of yourselves. Leave everything else to us. The old man of Tianchi wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Nualan. Trust us. He took Yulong and the others directly out of the cave. Grandma, do you think those humans can be relied upon? Tianchi Xiong asked. He didn't believe it. Weren't humans all the same? Now this human not only claimed to help them but even took the initiative to block the impending disaster for them. Don't worry about that, give the order to prepare for battle. We can't just sit and wait for death. Notify those 9 Tianchi clansmen, they can go to Linfan now, the thunder tribulation is about to begin. The old man sighed repeatedly, he had no confidence in the upcoming battle. The development of humans was simply too fast. Moreover, they had already created items that could restrain them. What should they do? The old man looked troubled. For now, they could only arrange things this way. Hopefully, Linfan could successfully pass the baptism of the thunder tribulation. Outside, Nualan and the others stood in a row. Yulong had already transformed into its primal form. The army of the Losvaya Lord should arrive soon. Lan Gu, can we do it? If it's just that guy, we should be fine. But if he leads a group of knights, then it might be a bit difficult. Hike could hold off Losvaya alone, but who knew how strong his subordinates were? This was a very serious issue. Moreover, the knight groups could cooperate with each other. If they worked well together, they definitely couldn't take them down in a short time, and might even be suppressed in return. No problem. At that time, you 4 will cooperate with each other, and I will go find Losvaya. Nualan couldn't think of a better plan. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Only by resolving Losvaya immediately could they escape the current predicament. They had to use absolute strength to directly intimidate them. Nualan leaned lazily against Yolong's body. The waiting days were truly long. He couldn't wait to test his own strength. As night fell, around 10 o'clock, heavy thundering footsteps echoed continuously from deep within the forest, resonating through the earth. Nualan knew that Losvaya had arrived. The timing was just right. At this moment, Tanchi Linglan was already preparing to face the thunder tribulation. Only 2 hours remain. But Nualan sees that the sky is already overcast with dark clouds, and amidst them, countless lightning snakes can be seen slithering. However, the bright full moon remains completely unaffected. There are no clouds surrounding it at all. This piques Nualan's curiosity, and he can't help but call it a spectacle. Soon, the sound of thundering hooves surged like a tide, completely engulfing Nualan and the others. Leading the charge was the vanguard knight order, followed by a massive, flame-colored lizard pulling an exquisite carriage, racing towards them. The carriage was adorned with magnificent jewels and looked extraordinarily lavish, almost like a small moving castle. The giant lizard was clad in hard armor, protecting almost all of its vital areas. Luxurious. Nualan didn't expect this place called Losvaya to be so ostentatious. What a display! He would have to arrange something similar in the future. He wasn't doing too badly himself. Upon seeing Nualan and the others, the vanguard knight order came to a halt. Nualan and his companions had fully released their levels, seeking that direct sense of oppression. They were about to report to their lord, Losvaya. If they attacked recklessly, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Nualan saw someone from the knight order quickly running towards the carriage, respectfully saying something outside. In no time, a robust middle-aged man with a beard appeared above the carriage. His equipment looked exceptionally fine, and even his hair was meticulously groomed. The aura of nobility slowly emanated from his body. However, Nualan did not like the condescending look in his eyes. Oh, to find such powerful humans in this remote wilderness is truly rare. Losvaya spoke with a hint of disdain, holding his staff and wearing a crown, standing atop the carriage. I have matters to attend to today. If you step aside now, I can overlook this. But if you insist on being obstinate, don't blame me for being rude. Lasvia's tone clearly intensified, carrying a hint of threat. He was not worried at all. He had 2,000 elite knights with him, ensuring absolute safety. Right now, he was not afraid of Nualan and his 3 companions. However, if this dragged on, it might delay the best opportunity to reach Tanchi Corner. So it was better to resolve this without bloodshed. If he could recruit these few people under his command, that would be the best outcome. Losvaya, I have protected the Tianchi clan. If you leave now, I can overlook this. If you remain stubborn, then I can only eliminate you here. Nualan intentionally provoked him. He needed to seize the moment when his opponent would strike. This way, he could intimidate everyone present. Kid, don't be so unaware of your own limitations. This is our most powerful lord, Losvaya. Your brazen words are simply courting death. Yes, don't think that just because you have some strength, you can be arrogant. Little do you know, there are mountains beyond mountains, and skies beyond skies. Nualan's appearance had now returned to that of a man in his early 20s, making him look incredibly youthful. Before Losvaya could react, the knights in front could no longer contain themselves. They directly condemned Nualan. This was their greatest lord, Losvaya. His reputation did not allow for casual disrespect. So there's nothing to discuss? Lasvia's gaze turned cold, his tone chilling. Discuss? I tried to have a good talk with you, but you wouldn't accept. Then there's no need to say more. Carrie, let your vanguard knights advance first. Whoever kills this guy will be rewarded with 200,000 gold coins and a set of elite equipment. As soon as Lasvaya finished speaking, the Night Order erupted in excitement. What a luxurious reward this is! However, with Norin at level 49, this reward is not so easily obtained. You, Ghost Dragon, go! Norin didn't want to take action right now. He wanted to make a stunning impression and secure victory directly. Or perhaps, stalling for time here is also a good choice. The Ghost Dragon stepped forward, directly arriving in front of Norin and the others. Roar! A dragon's roar soared into the sky. Even the trees in the back trembled, causing countless magical beasts to flee the area. A dragon beast. A true dragon beast. Desire flickered in Lasvia's eyes. At his level, he still hadn't obtained a true dragon head. The giant lizard beneath him only contained a trace of true dragon blood. Otherwise, why would he choose such an incredibly ugly magical beast? When he first saw the ghost dragon, he hadn't observed closely, thinking Norin was just a bit luckier than himself. A hybrid dragon with dragon blood. But, from the moment he saw the ghost dragon display its might, Lasvaya knew he was wrong. Completely wrong. A true dragon. He had never seen one before. He must obtain this ghost dragon. He could even give up the tiki horn. With the ghost dragon's support, his status would surely rise. Who knows, he might even soar to new heights. He could directly establish a brand new kingdom. Lasvia's ambition was already well known, but this was a long process. Carrie, leave the life of that ghost dragon to me. I have my eyes on it. As you command. Norin naturally noticed the fervor in Lasvia's gaze. Who wouldn't want a dragon-type magical beast? Its rarity on this continent is unimaginable. Brother Lon, let me assist the ghost dragon. Siye walked to his side, her gentle voice blowing into Norin's ear like a spring breeze. Alright, be careful. Norin saw that the highest-ranked member of the Night Order was the one called Carrie, at level 43. However, the combat power of this Night Order was exceptionally balanced, with an overall level fluctuating between 35 and 38. Exceptionally balanced. It seems the Vanguard Night Order has its own standards. Lasvia's confidence suggests that this Vanguard Night Order must have achieved considerable merits. However, Norin still had confidence. Not to mention the immense power of the Ghost Dragon, even Siye had made tremendous progress in her cultivation recently. Moreover, wood generates fire. With Siye's support, the Ghost Dragon's power would only increase. Soul-entwined dreams. Siye clasped her hands together and began to channel her magical power, instantly wrapping all the Vanguard Knights in thick wooden vines. Furthermore, there was a hint of paralysis effect. Only the one named Carrie noticed and managed to resist temporarily. But that was already enough. Dragon Flame. A scorching heat emanated from the Ghost Dragon's massive mouth, a flame from hell, a call from the abyss of death. An endless sea of fire cheered and danced as it surged toward the knights. The already unbearable heat, combined with the thick vines, made the flames spread even more severely. Flames soared into the sky. The heat was overwhelming. The Vanguard Night Order had suffered heavy losses without any resistance. How could this not make Lasvia's heart ache? He hadn't even noticed that the stunning woman was actually the Elf Queen. He had thought she was just an ordinary elf, just getting along with humans. He never expected her to be the Elf Queen. What does this mean? It's simply unimaginable. A person could actually enslave the Elf Queen. And there was also a magical beast with true dragon blood by their side. Who exactly is this person? Lasvaya couldn't help but start to speculate. Could it be one of those powerful families in the kingdom? But I haven't heard of any family winning the favor of the Elf Queen. The true dragon is known, and he knows that too. Moreover, this person looks so unfamiliar, it's highly likely he isn't. Lasvaya has connections with some powerful ministers in the kingdom, and he has already begun to pave the way for himself. However, his strength has not yet reached that level. He can only be the humble one. The person before him should not be underestimated. A mere level 49, yet he has such rare subordinates by his side. Who wouldn't be envious? Lasvaya is now consumed by jealousy, as what he has been searching for all along is so easily within reach for others. After finally waiting for the news of Princess Tianqi's evolution, he didn't expect this person to get there first and block him. This is intolerable. He stepped forward, standing in midair. The raging magical power within him began to gather into his staff. Kid, you're seeking death. Finally going to make a move? Norin couldn't wait any longer. This was his goal. Lasvaya didn't want to fight. This Vanguard Night Order was something he had spent countless resources and effort to build. They had achieved countless feats for him. Now, having already lost more than half, if he didn't act soon, he would end up with nothing. But that's not the most important thing right now. It's the morale of the army. If the morale is disrupted, then there's nothing to discuss. If Norin crushes them with overwhelming strength, it will inevitably give them an unbeatable feeling. This he cannot allow. At this moment, the sky flashed with lightning, and loud booms echoed continuously. Moreover, the pure and flawless moonlight began to gradually converge, shining down on the mountaintop where Tianqi Linglan was located. It seems the evolution is about to begin. Griffin Knight Order, you go to that mountaintop now, obtain the Tianqi horn, and I will reward you handsomely upon your return. The griffins themselves have excellent flying attributes, and Lasvaya had expended great effort to form a knight order with 100 griffins. He had both land and air covered. Have you forgotten about us? Hike and Yalan floated in the air, their magical power surging in their hands. Before the griffins could take to the skies, they were already enveloped in an endless abyss of death. Soon, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and corpses littered the ground. Endless fear and wails spread throughout the forest. Lasvaya was completely stunned. The knight order he had painstakingly built was so easily defeated before others. His heart was bleeding. Now, he didn't even know which knight order to help. The only solution now was to deal with that seemingly unruly young man. Only then might the situation turn around. Perhaps he could even gain these powerful subordinates. He had already noticed that everyone obeyed Norin. His level wasn't the highest, but his voice carried the most weight. This made Lasvaya very curious. He had absolute confidence that he could trample Norin underfoot with a kingly demeanor. Stepping into the ranks of the Grand Sorcerers, leveling up was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The difference between levels was like a chasm. Dare you compete with me? If I win, you all must obey me. Lasvaya was now full of confidence. As long as Norin fell into his trap, he could end this farce. Sure, Lasvaya was overjoyed. The young man was indeed too young. He didn't understand the treachery of the world at all. He could already see his kingdom rising from this land, beginning to spread in all directions. Moreover, his gaze towards the elf queen was filled with fervor. Elves are inherently elusive, and he didn't expect to encounter the legendary elf queen today. Unexpectedly, coming out today could yield so many invaluable treasures. This was far more precious than the Tianqi horn. It's just a matter of course. However, if you lose, you must leave your life here. Norin's tone was incredibly firm, as if he had already pronounced the death sentence for Lasvaya. Humph, what arrogance! Lasvaya looked down on Norin completely. In his eyes, Norin was merely a young man with a bit of luck. Their strengths were not even on the same level. Lasvaya concentrated all his magical power into his staff and began to chant. He was going to use his most powerful skill to deliver a fatal blow to Norin. Yet Norin remained unfazed, standing there as if the situation had nothing to do with him. In a short while, a massive magic ball appeared out of thin air. The chaotic magical energy surged around them, and at such a close distance, Norin could not evade it. He had already been locked onto by Lasvaya. However, Norin looked down on dodging. He continued to stand in place, appearing indifferent. Lasvaya knew this was a provocation. He was filled with rage, thinking of killing Norin to vent his anger. The magical power in his hand continued to gather towards the enormous magic ball. Whoosh! The massive magic ball, infused with Lasvia's fury, charged straight towards Norin's upright figure. Thunder fire! Norin called out lightly, and magical energy surged around him. A fire serpent, resembling a giant pillar, appeared out of nowhere, flickering with terrifying electric light. The fire serpent charged directly at the magic ball, swallowing it whole. Without any intention of stopping, it lunged straight at Lasvaya. Upon seeing his magic devoured in an instant, Lasvaya realized that the gap between his strength and Norin's was like a chasm. But it was too late for him to evade now. In the depths of painful despair, Lasvia's life came to an end. Not even a trace was left. He simply vanished into thin air. With Lasvaya dead, the knight order under him instantly fell into chaos, scattering in all directions. They had truly kicked a hard board this time. For them, survival was now the most important thing. Brother Lon, should we intercept them? No need, Lasvaya is dead. They won't amount to anything now. We just need to stay here and wait for Tianqi Linglan to complete her evolution. Those knights no longer posed any threat to them. Now, he only wanted Tianqi Linglan to successfully complete her evolution without any accidents. After all, the stronger Tianqi Linglan became, the stronger he would be. This scene had already been witnessed by the Tianqi clan standing at the entrance of the cave, and they were all stunned. Grandma, how could that human be so strong? He actually killed Lasvaya in one move. Tianqi Xiong could no longer sit still. Norin's strength far exceeded his imagination. Fortunately, Norin had not held a grudge against him before, otherwise, it would have brought disaster to the Tianqi clan. Tianqi Xiong now regretted it deeply. He knew how powerful Lasvaya was. Even the leader of the Knight Order, Carrie, had been able to hold him off for a long time, with neither side able to do anything to the other. But Norin was simply too strong. It's fine, Princess Linglan has already agreed to marry him, so he is now considered our son-in-law in the Tianqi clan. What? Grandma, how can you say that? Tianqi Xiong liked Tianqi Linglan, which was not a rare thing in the Tianqi clan. He was one of the outstanding young talents, but to Tianqi Linglan, he seemed to be just a fellow clansman. But how could he be outdone by a human who suddenly appeared? Tianqi Xiong pondered for a moment, and a relieved smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. How could he compare himself to Norin? Almost single-handedly, she defeated Lasvaya, but what did he have? The sky was filled with flashes of lightning and booming thunder, and a fierce wind howled. Norin and the others unconsciously turned their gazes toward the heavens. They saw the pure and flawless moonlight completely enveloping Tianqi Linglan, with the magic circle centered around her, flickering with mottled light. Suddenly, a muffled thunderclap erupted from the thick dark clouds. Boom! First, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, cascaded down, striking directly onto Tianqi Linglan's body. She let out a muffled groan, her body trembling slightly, but soon, she regained her calm. Then came the second strike. The third. The energy of the lightning grew larger with each strike, easily discernible by its appearance. Until the ninth strike. A lightning dragon, as thick as a barrel, swayed continuously in the sky. It emitted a series of roars, hovering in the air for a moment before selecting its target, Tianqi Linglan. The lightning dragon lunged toward Tianqi Linglan with lightning speed. Her body was already stained with blood, looking somewhat precarious. Unexpectedly, the intensity of the lightning strikes increased, and this last one was even more powerful than the previous 8 combined. Tianqi Linglan's gaze became somewhat vacant. Could she hold on? In that moment, she transformed into her true form. Tianqi, a majestic deer, appeared before everyone. Its antlers, adorned with complex and bizarre patterns, flickered with electric light, and upon closer inspection, one could notice the flowing magical energy. This was also why Lasvaya sought to obtain Tianqi Linglan's antlers. At that moment, the value of the Tianqi antlers was unparalleled. If fully absorbed, it could greatly enhance one's magical power. Tianqi Linglan let out a long howl and charged straight at the lightning dragon. She did not want to sit idly by. In her current state, she could only fight with all her might. She inscribed a complex rune on her forehead using the remaining dragon blood, which glimmered brightly. Boom! Everyone only heard a loud explosion. However, Tianqi Linglan's figure vanished. The 9 supporting individuals had already been blasted off the cliff, but fortunately, the Tianqi clan was extremely agile, so they were not in any life-threatening danger. But everyone was searching for Tianqi Linglan. Grandma, Linglan won't perish in the thunder tribulation, will she? Tianqi Xiong said anxiously, his face revealing the turmoil within his heart. He could not allow anything to happen to Tianqi Linglan. Sigh, is this fate? The elder felt somewhat dejected. He had prepared so much for Tianqi Linglan's evolution, thinking it was foolproof. Who would have thought? In the end, it would come to this. How could one accept this? Tianqi Linglan was tied to the fate of the entire Tianqi clan. She sensed something unusual upon seeing the thunder tribulation. How could Tianqi Linglan attract such a massive thunder tribulation? And it was a full 9 times. 9 times. The highest potential of the Tianqi clan at that time was only 6. She was delighted. She was worried. Her heart was already in turmoil. The scene before the elder's eyes caused a dull pain in his heart. If only they hadn't insisted on Tianqi Linglan's evolution, perhaps this situation wouldn't have occurred. Norin was somewhat curious. He clearly felt Tianqi Linglan's energy still lingering between heaven and earth, but why couldn't he find her figure? Could it really be that she had perished? Norin was filled with doubt. No, it shouldn't be that simple. At that moment, he clearly saw Tianqi Linglan merging with the Thunder Dragon, obviously using the Thunder Tribulation to grow. Suddenly, a bright light in the sky attracted everyone's attention. Who else could it be but Tianqi Linglan? She was dressed in a sheer, transparent robe, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned with a crown embellished with jewels, her delicate waist appearing ethereal in the air. A pair of transparent wings supported her as she slowly descended, resembling a celestial fairy descending from the heavens, graceful as a startled swan. Her face bore no makeup, serene and elegant, her long, slender legs faintly visible in the air, looking exceptionally charming. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement and gratitude. Tianqi Linglan slowly flew towards the position where Nualan was. Thank you. Tianqi Linglan slightly bowed her delicate body, offering Nualan the highest courtesy of their Tianqi clan. Nualan watched as Tianqi Linglan's alluring figure swayed under his gaze, her modestly covered bosom captivating him. He was somewhat entranced. After her evolution, Tianqi Linglan was completely different from before. She was already stunning, and now she was breathtakingly beautiful. Even though Nualan had many beautiful women in his harem, at this moment, he was unable to tear his gaze away from Tianqi Linglan. Thank you for protecting my clan members and helping me successfully complete my evolution. I will fulfill my promise as agreed, you can rest assured. Tianqi Linglan showed no reluctance on her face. she now understood Nualan's strength. Although she hadn't seen the full picture, she could infer from the situation of the few people in front of her that they were effortlessly strong. Coupled with the surrounding environment, it was clear that there had been no large-scale slaughter. Only a few corpses lay scattered in the wilderness. Thus, the strength of Nualan and the others could only achieve this level by crushing Lasvea. However, I still cannot marry you right now. You may need to wait for me for a while. Why? Nualan was already struggling to contain himself. He was still thinking about taking Tianchi Linglan to the La Prea auction together. That way, they could. I just completed my evolution and need some time to stabilize my magic power. During this period, I will be exceptionally weak, needing at least 3 days. Nualan. So that means? Forget it. For now, it can only be this way. He would have to come back to pick up Tianchi Linglan. Then I will come to pick you up in 7 days, or 5 days if it's quick. Good, this is the token of our Tianchi clan. When you come to this forest, just blow it. Tianchi Linglan handed Nualan a horn that looked like deer antlers and then turned to leave. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, helping Tianchi Linglan successfully complete this evolution. The reward has been credited, please check, host. Acquired skill, Tianchi Leap. Nualan watched Tianchi Linglan's retreating figure, somewhat entranced, completely ignoring the system's notification sound. The reward didn't seem as enticing anymore. Langu, the person has already walked far away, and you're still staring. Shika looked at Nualan with a hint of resentment. She wasn't angry, just wanting to tease him a bit. Cough cough. Nualan finally came back to his senses, realizing he had indeed lost composure. No, after the auction, he must take Tianchi Linglan back to Nord City to marry her. Time was of the essence. I was just thinking about some profound matters. You guys wouldn't misunderstand anything, would you? It's clear that Langu is indeed thinking deeply, as if merging with the heavens and earth. Yalan couldn't help but laugh. She simply couldn't continue the pretense. Nolan felt a strange movement in his body, especially since Hickley and the others were still joking with him. All he wanted now was to teach them a good lesson. Are you feeling itchy again? Nolan looked the girls up and down, noticing that they were indeed stunning, like celestial beings. Even if he wanted to take a break with them, he had to be mindful. This was still the residence of the Tianchi clan. He had to maintain his image even in the wild. Langu, shall we leave here? Where to? It's so late now. The city gates must be closed. Just follow me, and you'll see. Yulong, it's up to you. Alright. As soon as Hickley finished speaking, Yulong hoisted the girls onto his back and soared into the sky. Over there. Guided by Hickley, Yulong quickly landed on a vast plain. The surroundings were filled with flowers and grass, and a gentle breeze occasionally swept through. It was simply delightful. What is this place? Nolan asked, puzzled about why they had come here. Yalan directly covered his eyes and gently said, "You'll know in a moment." Nolan decided not to guess and followed Yalan's lead, discovering an incredibly beautiful spot. It was adorned with various lovely flowers and a refreshing fragrance that was invigorating. Just inhaling it made one feel extremely refreshed. Where is this? Nolan couldn't help but ask curiously. Yalan stood with her hands behind her back, looking proud, like a haughty little swan showing off her hard work. I had someone set this up. Do you like it? Nolan nodded. It was indeed nice. Yulong also came over and smiled. Sister Yalan's setup is really good. I like it too. Yalan chuckled. Hickley was also very pleased. This was a magical site, and staying here long-term would only bring benefits, not drawbacks. Nolan naturally noticed this, and among them, only Lexi had the ability to set up magical arrays. He didn't expect the hastily arranged array to be so powerful. It was no wonder she was a grand sorceress. Her level was extraordinary. Since we have the chance now, let's train well. The journey had left them restless, and they indeed needed to practice. Yulong released a pile of magical potions, including dragon blood grass and various magical fruits. In an instant, the magical energy within the array became extremely abundant. After consuming it throughout the night, Nolan's restless heart found a brief peace, and his strength was significantly enhanced. Langu, we should set off, otherwise, time will be tight. Hickley leaned against Nolan's chest and said softly, "What's the rush? Isn't it just dawn?" Nolan could clearly see the sky outside through the tense gap. The sun had just begun to rise. Just right for him. Let's rest a bit longer, Nolan said, lying down and falling into a deep sleep, having found such a good place. Even his room could have such a magical array, which not only kept him warm but also eased his mood. Hickley felt helpless. The sun was already high in the sky. Nolan stretched lazily, and someone came to attend to him. Now he didn't even need to dress himself. Others looked on enviously. You all did very well this time, but Lexi, can you set up one in our room too? Hickley shook his head, leaning against Nolan's body. The geographical location here makes it very suitable for establishing such an array. it might really not succeed elsewhere. Now she was completely Nolan's, so she naturally wouldn't lie. Nolan sighed helplessly, not expecting this place to be such a treasure. As the name suggests, it can only be set up in such places, arranging magical formations. Unknowingly, Hicklai found himself increasingly fond of Naran. Some of her previous experiences left her still in a naive phase regarding love between men and women. Naturally, she was very satisfied with Naran now. Yalan and the others handed the prepared food directly to Naran, and then a few of them began to eat around him. Brother Lon, let me have you try mine. Sia offered her pastry to Naran, mainly because the food each of them had was quite different. In the evening, didn't we just clean up? Sia looked confused. Naran's words completely baffled her. Suddenly, she thought of something, and her cheeks flushed instantly. She lowered her head and sat on the grassland, no longer speaking. Naran's participation in the auction was just one reason. The second was to cultivate feelings with these few people. He had spent too little time with them. Basically, they had just gotten married for a day before he became busy with other matters. He felt he owed them too much. While eating, Naran teased the girls, causing quite a stir. After about half an hour, they got up, finished packing everything, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a voice with a hint of coldness reached everyone's ears. Hicklai, you are indeed here. Naran felt a fragrant breeze, and before him appeared a tall, curvaceous beauty. Her entire body was wrapped in a black tight-fitting outfit, completely showcasing her perfect figure. Quite impressive. Naran noticed that the woman's body moved as she spoke. However, her eyes seemed somewhat familiar, and Naran turned to look at Hicklai. Sure enough, they were identical. No wonder he felt so familiar. However, the black-clad woman did not cover her cheeks like Hicklai did. She coldly glared, staring at Hicklai. Could this woman be related to Hicklai? That was Naran's first thought, but why would she appear here? Hicklai and the woman were very similar, except that the killing intent emanating from her was quite strong, making her seem like no easy opponent. Who are you? Naran asked, somewhat displeased. How could his other wife have someone else pointing fingers at her? Is this reasonable? No, he had to teach her a lesson. I'm not here to find you, I'm here to find Hicklai. No Ran? Did this girl just ignore him? Raul, don't go too far, I am no longer the Hicklai I used to be. Brother Lon, I apologize, I accidentally dragged you into this. Naran was now completely confused. What on earth were they talking about? Brother Lon? Ha ha ha. Hicklai, you really are different now. I never expected the once arrogant death mage to choose the life he once hated the most. How ironic. I suppose you've forgotten your past vows, so I will end you here. I will carry your wool forward. After Raul finished speaking, dark elemental magic began to emerge from her body, and the breath of slaughter spread around. Brother Lon, this has nothing to do with you, you should leave first. No Ran? Naran directly pulled Hicklai into his embrace, gently brushing the hair from her forehead and kissing her deeply. Softly he said, What nonsense are you saying? Your matters are my matters, why are you still trying to separate us now? Brother Lon, I understand. Hicklai, it seems you've truly forgotten those things from before, so I have no need to hold back anymore. Raul's magical power was even stronger, and he was still chanting some skill spells. However, what Noran was concerned about now was not this. He needed to understand the relationship between Hicklai and Raul. He was completely in the dark. These two should be quite familiar with each other. Hicklai, aren't you going to tell us about your relationship? Noran looked at Hicklai, who seemed a bit lost in thought, her face as if she had already anticipated what would happen today. She was too calm. Brother Lon, Hicklai hesitated, clearly having some hidden troubles. It's okay, you can just say it. Whatever trouble it is, I will help you sort it out. Hicklai nodded, as if she had made up her mind. Go die. Raul's voice came from across the way, accompanied by an endless stream of dark attribute magical energy elements. Thunder fire. Noran didn't even take a closer look. He directly gathered magical power with one hand and blocked all the dark attributes coming at him. Hicklai wasn't worried about Noran's strength, mainly because Noran had previously been able to defeat her, and now his power had increased significantly. Dealing with Raul was more than enough. Raul was on par with her. This, she was very clear about. Brother Lon, Raul is my sister. Real sister? Yes. Continue. Upon hearing that Raul was Hicklai's real sister, Noran naturally abandoned his murderous intent. Sisters? Moreover, he was stunned by Raul's beauty at first sight, although she was still somewhat different from Tanchi Linglan and the Elven Princess. But among humans, she was indeed outstanding. Besides, he couldn't let Hicklai be too lonely, could he? We are from the Rosen family, my full name is Hicklai Rosen, and I come from a place 10,000 miles away, the state of Resatas. My father was once a well-known lord, commanding a large army, but one day our family was tragically exterminated, and only Raul and I escaped. At that time, Raul and I were playing in the wild, unaware of what had happened to our family. If we had been there, we wouldn't have met you, Brother Lan. Hiklai's tone was a bit choked, and Norin didn't expect Hiklai to have such an unknown side. He couldn't help but hold Hiklai a little tighter. Norin knew that Hiklai needed a reliable embrace right now. After our territory was looted, we could only flee to another land. If our enemies found us, Raul and I would also be doomed. To seek revenge, I fell into the path of death, embarking on this irreversible road, abandoning all my past fantasies. Raul became a disciple of the dark mage Larivia. She is especially skilled in dark elements, and the element Raul awakened happened to be the rare dark element. Later, we parted ways, but we both shared a common belief: revenge. We agreed to meet again in 10 years, to settle our scores, and at that time, we would join forces to wash away the shame. If either of us breaks the vow, then the other will personally end her. Tears silently traced down Hiklai's cheeks. It seemed that it was indeed an unforgettable past. Norin had thought Hiklai was cold-blooded and heartless, but unexpectedly, her heart was so fragile. It seemed, rumors harm people. He had always heard things secondhand, and now he truly understood. Don't worry, your matter is my matter. I will help you take revenge. Norin knew this was Hiklai's knot. Everything she learned in magic was for revenge. She had almost sacrificed her entire life for it. So have you found out who the murderer is now? Nolan was somewhat curious. Isn't it forbidden for lords to kill each other within the kingdom of Sak? How could such a significant massacre occur? There must be something fishy about this. It's not as simple as it seems. And no, I just suspect the governor of Resada's state, but there's no direct evidence. Nolan wiped the tears from Hiklai's face and gently said, I'll help you with this. Lan Gu. Hiklai wanted to say something more, but unexpectedly, Nolan kissed him directly. Woo woo. Raul couldn't bear to watch any longer. Nolan was already blocking her attack with one hand, but now he was even teasing his unworthy sister. Adulterers, you all can go die. Raul immediately revealed her equipment and then vanished from everyone's sight. Lan Gu, Raul is gone. Sia reminded. Nolan could clearly sense that Raul was still nearby. The residual and surging magic was definitely not lying. Lan Gu, can you not kill her? Hiklai felt a bit pained. After all, she was his own sister. Don't worry, I won't kill her. Nolan couldn't bear to do it. Even if Hiklai didn't say anything, he wouldn't do it. But how could he convince Raul? This was a question worth pondering. Lan Gu, Raul has worked hard to become an assassin. She should be invisible now. Nolan's guess was indeed correct. Raul had not left. A killing intent locked onto Nolan and Hiklai as she silently floated in the surrounding air. I got it, it's fine. Nolan confidently stood to one side, pulling Hiklai into his embrace. He said loudly, Raul, don't you think your sister Hiklai's life is good now? I can give you a chance. As long as you put down your dagger and deactivate your invisibility skill, I will take you back to Nord City. Pah, scoundrel. Raul cursed inwardly. She had shown extraordinary beauty since childhood, and with her recent physical development, she had attracted the attention of many men. However, they were all just a bunch of lowly scoundrels. Some nobles had even proposed to her, but she had rejected them all. Later, she had her teacher, Larivia, intervene, which fundamentally eliminated these problems. To Raul, Nolan was nothing but a complete rogue. Hiklai didn't know how she could fall for such a person. She had already distanced herself from Hiklai in her heart, no longer acknowledging her as her sister. She could forget about deep-seated blood feuds. She didn't deserve it. Raul was waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. There were many on the other side, and she was alone. She couldn't let herself get into a tough battle. Reducing their numbers was the best strategy. Nolan deliberately relaxed his guard and leaned in to kiss Hiklai again. Mainly, with the standoff, Raul wasn't coming out. Standing still was too boring. Moreover, he already knew that Raul posed no real threat to him. He had long signaled the others around not to help. Hiklai's face turned crimson. How could Nolan be like this? Last night, she was the main force, and now it was daytime. Why was it still like this? They were supposed to be dealing with serious matters. Why was it still like this? However, she had completely succumbed to Nolan's embrace. She couldn't refuse any of his requests. Raul, seeing this scene, was even more furious, her face turning green. She had never experienced anything between men and women and had been focused on improving her strength. How could she bear to see such a scene? A flush of red unconsciously appeared on her face, but she was now even more determined to kill Hikurai. Not just Hikurai, but even Norin had to die. Since you like him so much, you might as well go accompany him in death. At the moment Norin was lost in the kiss, Raul moved, her body shooting towards Norin like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, she was already by their side. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Hikurai's body, Norin directly grabbed Raul's arm with one hand. What? Raul exclaimed. This was impossible, absolutely impossible. She was an assassin. Moreover, she had trained since childhood, and there was no issue with her judgment of timing. Just now, Norin had clearly. Could it be? Was it just to lure her in? How did he discover her? If this man had already noticed her presence, why not expose her? Why wait until the last moment? Raoul was confused. However, she quickly reacted, tossing the dagger in her right hand to the left, then slashing towards Norin's arm. Norin did not resist, he chose to let go. In truth, he had no idea of Raoul's presence. It was just that a killing intent had gathered around, lingering for a long time. For someone like him, who had lived 2 lives, it was far too sensitive. Plus, his own strength was considerable, allowing him to catch her the moment she attacked. If he had been a moment slower, Hikurai might have been harmed. Norin, are you okay? Hikurai naturally saw Raoul's figure and hurriedly checked Norin's arm, confirming he was unharmed. Raoul, this is between us, it has nothing to do with Norin, don't hurt him anymore. Hikurai stepped forward, completely blocking Norin behind her. Humph, my dear sister, what on earth is so good about this man that makes you want to die for him? You can't still be unaware that he's deceiving you, right? He's just a lecherous scoundrel who craves your body. Look at the women around you, aren't they all the same as you? After a while, when he gets tired of you, he'll naturally kick you aside. I really can't bear to see you get hurt again. Today, I will bury you here. Raoul licked her dagger, her eyes gleaming with ferocity, like a small female leopard ready to deliver a fatal blow to her prey. Raoul, listen to me, Norin is not as simple as you think. Enough! Hikurai, stop with the sweet talk, I'm here to fulfill a promise from 10 years ago. If you have the guts, let's fight to the death. Not only bet your life, but also the robe behind you. Norin, this. Hikurai looked at Norin with some difficulty. She didn't mind, but she couldn't drag Norin into this for no reason. It's fine, I believe you, but she has conditions, don't we need to have some too? Norin took the opportunity to pull Hikurai into his embrace, greedily inhaling the fragrance coming from her. Norin, should I add another warm bed for you? Hikurai wasn't joking, she thought being with Norin was quite nice, especially since the power of Nord City was growing stronger. In the future, they would definitely become a dominant force in this world. Raoul was wild and unruly, needing someone to subdue her. Ah, you said it, you can't go back on your word. Norin was just worried about not having an opportunity, and wanting Raoul also depended on Hikurai's opinion. Now that Hikurai agreed, everything would be easily resolved. Longo, I will have to rely on you to take care of Lowell then, after all, she is still young. No problem, she'll grow up slowly. Hikkel looked at Lowell and said seriously, I can agree to your terms, but what will happen if you lose? Whether you want to kill or torture, it's up to you. Alright, then if you lose, you'll have to stay by Lan Ji's side. You! Lowell didn't expect Hikkel to drag her into this, but then she thought to herself that she should win for sure. After all, Hikkel was not worthy of being her opponent. Sure, Lowell agreed immediately. She didn't think Hikkel could match her. She was proficient in dark element magic, and with the guidance of Larivia, she was extremely good at concealing her presence, all of which were her advantages. Although Hikkel was a death mage, she could no longer see the decisiveness in her eyes. She was no longer the terrifying death mage she once was. Lowell would not let this opportunity slip by. Hikkel, are you confident? Norin asked with concern. After all, Lowell might not be much of a challenge for him, but she was somewhat tricky for Hikkel. Once a mage was approached, it was hard to escape the predicament. Norin could ignore these issues due to his exceptionally high magic power. For an ordinary person, it would be quite difficult. Don't worry, Langu, after training with you for so long, my abilities have improved quite a bit, Hikkel said confidently. Once this is over, I'll train with you properly in the evening. Ugh, Hikkel said in a spoiled tone. Lowell felt a chill run down her spine. It was really troublesome. Hey, can you stop grossing me out? Are we going to fight or not? Lowell couldn't take it anymore. Langu, wait for me. After Hikkel said this, she stepped forward and stood in front of Lowell. We can start. As soon as Lowell finished speaking, she instantly disappeared from her spot, leaving no trace behind. Hikkel remained calm, just standing there quietly, but magic power was continuously flowing around her. Suddenly, Lowell appeared behind Hikkel, and the dagger in her hand was aimed directly at Hikkel's heart. However, Hikkel still showed no signs of movement. Seeing this, Lowell smirked. Hikkel was indeed as she had guessed. Her strength had greatly diminished. She did not slow down her attack and shot towards Hikkel. Just as she was about to make contact, Lowell felt as if she could no longer move forward, as if something was trapping her. The target was so close, yet it felt as distant as the horizon, unreachable. Lowell wanted to break free from the binding force of the void, but Hikkel strangely turned around and looked at her coldly. Lowell felt a bit uneasy under Hickel's gaze, mainly because the killing intent in Hickel's eyes was too sharp. It was like a sharp steel knife, constantly stabbing into her body, slowly eroding her inner defenses. The once terrifying death mage Hickel had not disappeared. In fact, she was stronger than before. Lowell realized she had underestimated Hickel. Her strength had undergone a breakthrough. "How did you discover me?" Seeing that Hickel did not attack her immediately, Lowell wanted to ask the reason. "It's simple, I just turned this land into dead energy, and you are the only living person here, so it's easy to identify you." Hickel described it casually, as if she had never taken Lowell seriously from the beginning. "What?" Raoul was taken aback and immediately looked around. Indeed, everything had already been enveloped by Hickel's magic. Nolan secretly marveled, not expecting Hickel to have grown to this extent during this time. Domain. A domain skill that could only be comprehended at level 70. Hickel now had a rudimentary form of it. This was a method similar to using a domain, but it was still quite immature. Hickel was only using it to lock onto a person's trace, and at first, Nolan was a bit worried, but now there was nothing to concern herself with. Raoul glanced to her side, feeling as if something was coiling around her waist. Since Hickel said this was death energy, it wasn't some special control skill. Gradually, the surrounding scenery all became clear. Sure enough, she was being held, and she hadn't seen Hickel chanting any skills. If she couldn't lock onto her position, then using skills at random would be a waste of time. Moreover, it would expose a significant flaw. Raoul's body was being grasped by a magic creature resembling a withered tree, and the withered vines were spreading over her body, almost wrapping her up like a rice dumpling. "Raoul, I don't want to hurt you, just admit defeat." "Hickel, you don't think I'll be defeated so easily, do you?" Before Raoul's words fell, that graceful figure instantly vanished from everyone's sight. Only a body made of withered wood and weeds remained in place. Substitution technique, her exclusive skill at this moment. At a critical time, it could save her life. "Raoul, don't you think this is troublesome? How about we stop wasting time and settle it in one round? What do you say?" Hickel didn't want to hurt Raoul, but he had to defeat her, especially since he needed to participate in the La Prea auction. If this continued, who knew how long they would be delayed here? "Hickel, how do you want to compete?" Raoul reappeared. Hickel could now lock onto her position, so assassination was no longer the only option. "Let's compete in a direct clash of magic, how about that?" Sure, Raoul's own magic was not inferior, and since she wielded dark elemental magic, it would have a certain corrosive effect. She wasn't worried. Seeing this, Hickel was also unceremonious. The problem had become much simpler. All he had to do was defeat Raoul with one strike here. Her magic began to gradually gather, rampaging atop her staff. Raoul had also gathered enough magic. She was confident she could defeat Hickel. "Come on!" Raoul shouted, directly hurling her endless magic towards Hickel. Hickel naturally wouldn't back down, and the magic in his hand surged towards the incoming wave of light. Boom! A loud explosion erupted across the grassland. The surrounding trees and bushes were blown about, and the corners of Nolan and the others' clothes became disheveled. This was no ordinary battle between mages. They were both Grand Magisters. The destructive power was evident. Hickel and Raoul were both fully focused at this moment, neither wanting to concede. They bore the responsibility of not being able to lose. The frenzied elemental energy rampaged through the air, and both sides remained locked in a stalemate. Nolan quickly analyzed the situation. They were evenly matched. This wouldn't go on until dark, would it? If it continued like this, it might really happen. But it seemed there was nothing she could do now. "Hickel, you're bound to lose." Raoul's dark element had already begun to corrode Hickel's magic. As long as they remained in this stalemate, victory would surely be hers in the end. Hickel, however, remained calm and said lightly, "Oh, is that so?" "No." Raoul noticed this and quickly became alert. The great archmage's control over the battlefield was incredibly precise. Now that Hikurai could speak so casually, it was definitely not without reason. She must have overlooked something. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept by her side, carrying a strong killing intent. Lowell suddenly thought of something, but now she was in a dilemma. If she distracted herself to block it, she would surely be defeated by Hikurai. But if she continued to hold her ground like this, she would undoubtedly lose. What to choose? For a moment, she was at a loss. However, fate made the choice for her. In that instant of hesitation, she felt a sharp pain in her body, and she was directly flung away. Just like that, she fell awkwardly onto the already bent grass. A sweetness filled her throat, and a stream of crimson blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, while her body burned with pain. Before she could get up, Hikurai instantly appeared by her side, placing her staff against Lowell's pale neck. "Lowell, you lost." Hikurai's eyes sparkled with joy as she quietly watched Lowell without striking. She didn't want to harm her sister, but there was no other way. She could only let her calm down for the time being. After all, the wager involved Noren's life, and she couldn't afford to be careless. Cough cough. When exactly did this happen? Lowell, though somewhat unwilling, had to admit the fact that she had already lost. Hikurai naturally knew what Lowell was referring to. The moment I released my skill, a ghost slowly lurked around. As expected. Cough cough. I underestimated you. Lowell slowly closed her eyes, having overlooked Hikurai's profession, Death Mage. Her magical power might not be the strongest, but from another perspective, it was equivalent to a summoner. She could control an army of the undead, and she was still too naive, failing to consider this crucial factor in the most critical battle. She had never detected the ghost's presence. The lingering death energy completely masked its trace. Could it be? Was everything just a setup? Luring her step by step into the trap, Lowell let out a bitter smile, calmly accepting her fate. Hikurai had not changed, she was still there, and stronger. This was Lowell's immediate feeling. She had lost to herself, lost to arrogance, lost to her disregard for others. For an assassin, this was a grave taboo. Lowell had not waited long for the next attack. She only felt something at the corner of her mouth. Confused, she opened her eyes. Hikurai, look, what a good sister you have turned into this way. Come on, open your mouth, this is a recovery potion. Noren walked over, taking out a recovery potion from his storage space and bringing it to Lowell's lips. Humph. Lowell snorted coldly, turning her head away. She now hated Noren to the bone. If it weren't for this man, how would her sister have ended up like this? So, the source of everything was him. Lowell, have you forgotten the agreement we just made? Seeing this, Hikurai spoke directly in a threatening tone. When would her sister ever understand? Reluctantly, Lowell opened her mouth, stained with a bit of crimson blood, and Noren poured the recovery potion into her. Alright, we should be on our way. Lowell felt that in an instant, her injuries had nearly healed. Originally, Hikurai hadn't intended to deal a fatal blow. She just wanted to subdue Hikurai. Why? Why do you want to? Lowell was now in a state of confusion. She was supposed to kill Noren. Why is it that now you're helping yourself? Because you are Hikulai's sister, and now, you are also mine. Lowell's heart tightened. Her face flushed, and her heart, restless like a fawn, seemed ready to leap out of her chest. How could Noren say such a thing? It should be noted that Lowell had hardly interacted with any men until now, let alone have her ownership declared so directly. She stood there, stunned. This was simply too straightforward. Did her sister really allow this man to act this way? What about the others? Were they also the Lord's wives? Lowell had already begun to vaguely guess Noren's relationship with the others, but the others seemed unfazed, starting to organize their things. Lowell, what are you dawdling for? Come on. Lowell was jolted back to reality by Hikulai's call. She had just lost her focus. This was the first time in 18 years. How could this be? Watching the others already standing on the back of the ghost dragon, Lowell felt somewhat at a loss. Where was she supposed to go next? Moreover, this seemed to be a real dragon. Lowell, hurry up, everyone is waiting for you, Yalan said gently beside her. Since she was Hikulai's sister and now also Noren's person, they were naturally good sisters. Oh. Lowell felt a bit flustered, but still stepped onto the back of the ghost dragon. Moreover, everyone had given her the central position. Lowell's cheeks were now completely flushed. She had just declared she would deal with these people, and unexpectedly, the next moment, she became one of them. Even more so, they were taking such good care of her. No reason, being my woman comes with this kind of treatment. Lowell didn't know how to respond, only sitting there in a daze. Does it still hurt? Hikulai caressed Lowell's cheek, having not seen his sister for many years. Once, she too had been blinded by hatred. All she thought about was revenge, but it wasn't until she met Noren that her life underwent a tremendous change. Looking at Lowell, she saw her former self. Naturally, her heart ached. At such a young age, she had to bear such a heavy responsibility. Sister! The two sisters cried tears of joy, embracing each other. Noren quietly watched from the side. The reunion of the sisters was naturally good news. Tonight there would be a gathering to properly treat the two. As night fell, Noren and the others arrived at Shishiwa City. This was the 5th-ranked city in Lebeas province, and reaching here meant they were not far from Proxus City. With just one more day's journey, they could reach Proxus City. The streets were well arranged and brightly lit, with pedestrians coming and going in a steady stream. There were also many shops around, and Noren and the others walked through Shishiwa City. After a day of interaction, Lowell had completely integrated into their group. Hikulai told Lowell everything that had happened since he met Noren, but one of Lowell's comments left everyone both amused and exasperated. Sister, you were also taken away, right? Hikulai was caught off guard, unsure how to explain. He was taken by Noren, and now he was helping Norin take his own sister. The others didn't dwell on the topic for long and quickly moved on. Moreover, since entering Shisua City, their attention had been captivated by the dazzling array of items, who still cared about these little details. Tonight, I can finally sleep comfortably in a big bed, Norin stretched lazily and said. It was not yet dark, but the night would soon bring the arduous task of training. I really am too diligent. Having such strength is only to be expected. As Nualan walked down the street, he did not forget to observe whether there were enough qualified beauties around. After all, he could not let his ambitions for a strong nation falter. If there were fewer people, who would help him guard his home in the future, and manage the territories and people in various places? These were all issues he needed to consider now. Not a single detail could be overlooked. Langu, where are we staying tonight? Yalan asked playfully. I don't know yet. This is my first time in Shisua City. Let's take our time to look around. In that case, I have a great place in mind. We can go there directly. Sure, Yalan recommended herself, and Nualan naturally agreed. He was unfamiliar with the area, and Yalan had a high status in Lan Nua City. If she had acquaintances here, that would be even better. Langu, shall we go there now? The food there is exceptional, and the service is top-notch. Yalan seemed a bit impatient, as if she had some acquaintances there. Yalan, do you have friends there? Langu, you can't hide anything from you. One of my good sisters, Lyasina, runs that hotel. Great, then let's go there. Yalan's good sister. He definitely had to meet her. Who knows, maybe he could bring her back to Nord City. Yalan's strength and beauty were exceptional, so Lyasina must be just as impressive. Nualan's heart was already eager to try. Under Yalan's lead, they quickly arrived at an exceptionally luxurious hotel. Nualan could clearly distinguish that this was a typical Western European-style building. The group soon entered, and the interior decoration of the hotel looked magnificent, with many murals adorning the walls, and warm lights flickering on the stone-paved floor. Nualan felt extremely comfortable. At least tonight, he would have a good bed. May I ask if you will be staying here tonight? After they entered, a woman in uniform with a professional smile softly asked. I'm looking for your boss, Lyasina. Please tell her that Yalan is looking for her. Of course, please have a seat. Soon, the staff seated them at a table in the lobby and sent someone to inform their boss, Lyasina. This period was crucial for Lyasina. She did not want anyone to disturb her casually, so she had cut off all communication tools. Therefore, the staff could only go inform her verbally. Nualan and the others were bored at the table, so he casually asked about the past between Yalan and Lyasina. Through Yalan's account, Nualan learned about their relationship. Since leaving the academy, Yalan had joined the ranks of mentors, while Lyasina yearned for freedom even more. Coming from a noble background, she joined the ranks of adventurers. However, after several years of wandering, perhaps having seen through the ups and downs of the world, she invested in opening a hotel. From then on, she settled here and never left Shisua City again. The staff walked to a teleportation array, silently reciting a spell, and soon they were transported to a somewhat ancient-looking cave. It was incredibly quiet here, and one could even hear the clear sound of water droplets falling. The woman did not dare to be negligent. She gently called out from outside to attract Lyasina's attention. In the deep cave, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in light gauze had her graceful figure faintly revealed. Moreover, her delicate feet were particularly lovely, and her enchanting posture stood gracefully in the air. After hearing the call, she slightly furrowed her brows, reminding herself that she had instructed that unless there was something significant, no one should disturb her lightly. But now, there was no way. If it wasn't something important, then those below would just have to wait for punishment. She tidied her clothes a bit and walked out just like that. After all, there weren't many people around. Her attire was merely a decoration, which felt somewhat inappropriate. If there's something, just say it quickly. Lyasna's tone was clearly a bit irritable. She was about to break through to level 52, which was why she had been preparing here. Her body had some hidden dangers that needed to be suppressed regularly. If left unchecked, it could cause certain harm to her body later on. Boss, someone claiming to be your friend wants to see you. We didn't dare delay, so we came to inform you. Who? Lyasna had no friends in Shisua City. Most were business partners, or those who coveted her beauty. Now, suddenly, a friend appeared. She calls herself Yalan. Yalan? Yalan. Lyasna instantly froze in place, repeatedly murmuring Yalan's name. Then she was overjoyed. The sudden change left the woman a bit confused. She knew her boss well, who usually kept her emotions hidden. On the surface, she was quite serious, and had never seen her like this before. Could it be that something good had happened? Lyasna was already extremely beautiful, and now with a radiant smile, the woman stood there in a daze. What are you looking at? hurry up and go. Lyasna noticed the staff's unusual behavior and directly reminded them. Boss, you look so beautiful, the woman murmured in a daze, looking a bit shy and bashful. Lyasna was somewhat speechless. They were all women. However, she thought of some reasons and didn't blame them. Her mood was excellent, so these little details were naturally overlooked. After a while Noran and the others were in a daze, they suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps, indicating something important was happening. Could it be Lyasna? Noran was a bit lost in thought. They had been waiting here for almost an hour. If it weren't for Yalan saying she was a beauty, he would never have wasted so much time. Yalan, where is Yalan? Not seeing her, but hearing her voice first, Noran felt the words were filled with a captivating charm, making him feel tingly all over, quite intoxicating. Soon, Lyasna appeared in a stunning red long dress, her curly golden hair and fair cheeks resembling a rose swaying in the wind. She wore crystal high heels, and a string of exquisite jewelry hung around her slender neck, her bright red lips exuding immense allure. Her graceful figure was perfectly accentuated by the fitted long dress, her proud posture swaying with her movements. Noran was stunned. He had never seen such an alluring woman. She was like a ripe cherry, waiting for him to pick. Yalan, it's been years. You finally came to see me. Lyasna immediately noticed Yalan in the crowd. Although Noran's presence was somewhat abrupt, she didn't mind. She thought they were just a temporary adventuring team, and her gaze naturally fell on Yalan. Lyasna, long time no see, the two said, embracing each other. Noran didn't expect their relationship to be this close. Being a man, he didn't quite understand how intimate best friends could be. But this was not what he was concerned about. Now his gaze began to scrutinize Lyasna. If he could win her over, wouldn't that mean an increase in his family's power? Perhaps sensing Norland's somewhat fiery gaze, Lyasna released Yalan's embrace and asked with a hint of confusion, who are these people? She was quite clear about Yalan's character. It couldn't be that simple for someone to walk alongside her. Lyasna, let me introduce you. This is my husband, Norlan. This is the elven queen Sia. This is the one with true dragon blood, the shadow dragon. And this is the death mage Haiklai. The one beside her is her sister, Raoul. Yalan stood to the side, introducing Norlan and the others to Lyasna. Lyasna listened, somewhat surprised. The identities of these people were not simple at all. However, what caught her attention the most was Norlan, Yalan's husband. Yalan, why didn't you tell me you got married? When did this happen? Lyasna found it hard to believe. Yalan was about the same age as her, and her strength was approaching that of a grand mage. Her standards should be quite high. The man before her, while looking handsome and refined, was he really that exceptional? Lyasna, it's a recent matter. I just hadn't had the chance to inform you. Besides, there's no teleportation array between Nord City and Shisuwa City, and with some busy matters recently, it naturally got delayed. Moreover, I came specifically to see you. Is that so? Lyasna didn't think so. Yalan hadn't mentioned such a significant event to her, and now suddenly visiting, it couldn't be brushed off so easily. Oh, Lyasna, let me tell you the truth. We are here to attend the La Prea auction. It just so happened that we passed by here, so we came over. I knew it. You've forgotten your old friends for new loves. No wonder you haven't contacted me since. Lyasna's red lips curled slightly, her smile bright. She was just joking, after all. With her relationship with Yalan, she wouldn't really be angry. Alright, Lyasna, we're a bit hungry now. Can we have something to eat first? No problem. I've already instructed someone to prepare it. We can go directly now. As Lyasna spoke, she kept sizing up Norlan. In her eyes, he was the most crucial person among them. Her instincts told her so. Whether it was Yalan or the other women around, they occasionally glanced at Norlan, as if seeking his opinion. Yalan, you just mentioned Nord City. What about the previous Lanwo City? Lanwo City has already been annexed by Nord City, and Langu is the lord of Nord City. Yalan was naturally standing on Norlan's side now. If only her good friend could come and be like a sister. She was aware of the illness Lyasna was suffering from, and perhaps Norlan would have a way to treat it, so she needed to establish Norlan's image now. Oh, that's quite interesting. Lyasna raised her beautiful eyes and scrutinized Norlan again. He must now attract her attention. Being able to annex Lanwo City, his strength could not be underestimated. His territory might be even more vast now, so the people around him were naturally his as well. However, she was curious about how the Elven Queen could be involved with a human. She had heard of the death mage Haiklai, but she hadn't expected her to be so dependent on Norlan at this moment. You are always welcome to visit Nord City, Miss Lyasna. Nolan slightly bowed, expressing his attitude with the most gentlemanly manners. Thank you. I will go take a look later. Lyasna's proud figure continuously attracted Nolan's gaze. Lyasna now felt uncomfortable all over, constantly sensing that she was being scrutinized by someone. No need to guess, it must be Nolan. He was the only male here. Moreover, This affliction only had an effect on the opposite sex. What a hassle. Although she was displeased internally, Yalan was her close friend, and while Nolan was indeed a good lord, it shouldn't be like this, right? However, she did not show it. It had been a long time since she had seen Yalan, and she would naturally treat her well, putting other matters aside for the time being. The dinner was particularly lavish, and after they finished eating, they returned to their rooms. Lyasna had originally arranged for them to have single rooms, but Yalan's choice left her somewhat puzzled. She actually chose the largest room, which was the most luxurious type in this hotel. It wasn't that she was stingy, but she was curious about Yalan's actions. How could this be? Clearly, Nolan was her husband. How could she allow herself to be with another woman? However, Lyasna did not delve further. She turned and returned to her own room. She was right next to Nolan's, so if there was anything needed, they could contact her immediately. If it were in the past, Yalan would definitely have shared a bed with her, and they would talk about everything. But now that Yalan was married, they could never return to that kind of life. After falling asleep, Lyasna regretted it. The surrounding environment was somewhat noisy. She usually stayed in a cave to ensure her surroundings were quiet enough. Now that she was ill, she absolutely could not be disturbed, and the current situation made it difficult for her to fall asleep peacefully. Moreover, the most important thing was not just one issue, which made Lyasna feel even more distressed. Could it be? Had her condition worsened again? She felt that her current state was very poor. Leaving the cave had been a bit disastrous. The toxins in her body were already hard to suppress, and she never expected to endure such torment. She tossed and turned on the large bed, and finally, she simply lay down on the cold floor. This was the only way to calm her restless heart. She thought the noises around her wouldn't last long. She waited in a daze until dawn. She hadn't seen the first ray of morning sunlight in a long time, but unexpectedly, today she experienced it again. Lyasna's head was spinning. What on earth was going on? She dragged her somewhat exhausted body into the bathtub to wash up, and only then did she feel a bit better. However, the disturbances around her showed no signs of stopping, and Lyasna felt completely numb. Unknowingly, she was too exhausted and fell asleep. On Nolan's side, he was discussing matters with Yalan and the others, as they were soon to participate in the La Prea auction. They had to be fully prepared for it. Perhaps this time they could obtain better items? At that time, the safety of his territory could also be significantly enhanced. By the way, he could recruit soldiers and further expand his territory. When he could finally see the outline of the sun, Nolan got up to prepare for washing up. He supported his somewhat tired waist. The consecutive high-intensity meetings had taken a toll on him. After finishing up, Nolan took out the dragon blood grass he had prepared in advance and directly put it into his mouth. He had now reached level 50, and his lifespan had been extended. He needed to recover his body quickly, otherwise, how could he cope? Lyasna also wanted to strive for an invitation to Nord City. Her influence was growing larger, and her physical strength had to keep up. Otherwise, how could she manage the vast territory of Noland? At this moment, Noland finally expressed the pain of ancient emperors, the endless revisions of memorials, the direction of the territory, and so on, which was incredibly exhausting. Soon, everyone finished tidying up until Lyasna knocked on the door. It was time for breakfast. Yalan opened the door and found it was Lyasna, but she looked completely different from the day before, as if she had become another person. At this moment, Lyasna had particularly severe dark circles under her eyes, and her body exuded a sense of fatigue. Her complexion was somewhat flushed, and overall, she did not look well. Lyasna, are you feeling unwell? Yalan asked with concern. No, not at all, Lyasna thought to herself, wondering if she was just too tired lately. Then what's going on with you? Yalan pulled Lyasna into the room, as it felt awkward to just stand there. Lyasna rarely interacted with people. Ever since she had fallen seriously ill, being around so many people was indeed a bit uncomfortable for her. Fortunately, these were all Yalan's friends, so she didn't mind too much. She still had to fulfill her duties as a host. Lyasna decided not to think too much about it. She was just there to invite them to breakfast. Everyone quickly finished breakfast and sat in the hall. Just as they were evaluating the red wine in their hands, a wildly agitated voice came from outside. Lyasna, where's Yalan? I know Yalan is here with you. Don't try to hide her, or I'll smash this hotel to pieces. Sir, please calm down. Get lost. The staff outside couldn't stop the intruder, and in an instant, a burly man appeared in front of everyone. Yalan, you really are here. So, what are you thinking now? Yalan frowned slightly, her expression revealing her disgust for the man. Latches, I don't want to see you. You can leave now. Yalan, this time I won't let you go easily. You must agree to my proposal. Oh, Nolan initially didn't understand what was happening, but now he had some clarity. This guy was just like a tyrant forcing his way in. He sized up the man, noticing his bald head and exceptionally developed muscles, but he looked utterly unappealing. Most importantly, this guy was a black man. Damn! After seeing him, Nolan felt a wave of disgust. How did such a person get in here? It seemed he could only rely on brute force. Who are you? I advise you not to meddle in other people's affairs, or I will tear you in half. Seeing that Nolan was the only other male present, Latches burned with jealous rage. Not only was Yalin here, but Lyasna and the other few were all stunningly beautiful women. This guy was actually having breakfast with them. Thinking about it, he usually only faced disdain. No ordinary woman would ever choose him. If it weren't for his strength breaking into the ranks of a great mage, he wouldn't be so arrogant. I am Yalin's husband. Do you think I should meddle? Nolan looked at the ugly Latches with a half-smile, thankful that he had already finished breakfast. Otherwise, he would have started feeling nauseous by now. What? Impossible. How could Yalin choose a little chick like you? Yalin, tell me this isn't true. Latches roared in place, unable to believe the reality he had just heard. Ratches, it's true. Nolan is my husband, and he is exceptional. Don't come to bother me anymore. Yalin had long wanted to rid herself of Ratches' harassment, which was also why she had been staying in Lanwo City. Impossible. Yalin, I am so much better than him. Why did you choose him? Is this guy stronger than me? I'll kill this guy right now, and then I'll propose to you. Ratches' eyes bulged, and his tone was filled with impatience as he lunged toward Nolan. Humph. Nolan sneered. How dare this trash act so recklessly here? He even threatened to kill him, so he wouldn't hold back. Ratches, do you dare? Lyasna naturally didn't want anyone causing trouble in her hotel, especially since this was Yalin's husband. If anything happened, it would be Yalin who would be heartbroken. But Ratches was deaf to her words. His massive form charged like a locomotive toward Nolan, who was still seated. Ratches waved his hand, intending to lift Nolan directly. However, he underestimated Nolan too much. Before his hand could touch Nolan, he found that Nolan had mysteriously vanished before him. Bang! The next second, a heavy punch struck Ratches' jaw. Crack! It was the sound of bones breaking. Ratches' enormous figure crashed to the ground, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. You seek death. Ratches was furious, not expecting this guy to dare resist. He endured the excruciating pain and clumsily got up from the ground. Then, with his dark hands, he wiped his face haphazardly. He had only wanted to teach Nolan a lesson, to prove that he was the best candidate to be Yalin's husband. Unexpectedly, Nolan had humiliated him in front of everyone, especially Yalin, who had witnessed such a shameful scene. Now, Nolan must die. Sharp rock spikes. As Ratches chanted, several sharp stone pillars appeared beside him, glaring menacingly at Nolan. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might consider sparing your life, but I will make you a cripple from now on. But if you continue to be stubborn, then I won't mind executing you right here. Nolan stood there with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of detachment. You speak arrogantly. Today, I will kill you right here and then marry Yalin. You are simply seeking death. Do you know I serve the Boke family? I can kill you without consequence, but if you harm me, prepare for your clan's destruction. Ratches roared madly, completely unfazed. The Boke family was not something just anyone could offend, and he was part of the ranks of the Grand Sorcerers. Even within the Boke family, he was a rare existence. Moreover, they were not only offending him but also the face of the Boke family. Seeing Nolan standing there unmoving, Ratches felt his plan was working. The Boke family still had its influence. It seemed this kid had been scared silly. So, next, he could slowly torment him. In front of Yalin, he would trample this kid underfoot and humiliate him thoroughly, and then he would surely return with the beauty in his arms. Ratches seemed to envision the scene of Yalin snuggling beside him, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, completely oblivious to Nolan's movements. Noisy! Nolan didn't expect this black guy to be so tedious. He didn't want to wait any longer. Since the other party was so arrogant, he didn't mind giving him a fresh start. Thunder Flame! The frenzied magical power instantly gathered in Noran's palm, as if it contained the energy to destroy the heavens and the earth. Latches was also affected by the changes around him, his heart tightening involuntarily. Such immense elemental energy. And, how is it still dual element? Impossible. Impossible. Dual element magicians are incredibly rare. How could this kid? But, before he could recover, Noran's magic had already engulfed him completely. In just an instant, Latches vanished without a trace, leaving nothing behind. The others were relatively fine, except for Lyasna, who now had her red lips slightly parted, staring in shock. She never expected Noran's strength to be so formidable. Latches was a level 50 Grand Mage, yet with just one move, Noran had rendered Latches incapable of resistance. This power was simply terrifying. Lyasna knew Latches' strength. Earth attribute magicians inherently had exceptionally tough defenses. Moreover, If everyone was at the same level, it was usually difficult to determine a victor between grand mages. Latches hadn't even had time to use his life-saving items before being directly erased. If she had previously underestimated Norin, Lyasna had now placed him in her previous tier. The two were not on the same level at all. Why did he possess such powerful magic? And a dual-element grand mage at that? Perhaps the annexation of Lanner City was an inevitable occurrence. In that moment, Lyasna understood many things. The young man before her was not as simple as she had thought. She couldn't help but admire Yalin's sharp insight. Now many things made sense. This group was not an equal team. They all obeyed Norin. No wonder they could gather beings of different races together. Miss Lyasna, I hope I haven't caused you any trouble? No, not at all. Lyasna didn't know what to say. Norin had just killed a grand mage and was still so calm, even asking her in a very gentlemanly manner. I'm fine over here, but you all are going to be in big trouble. Latches serves the Blog family. Now that he has died here, I believe the Blog family will know soon enough. You should leave quickly, or else disaster will befall you. Lyasna was now extremely anxious. The originally fine banquet had been ruined like this. Oh, is the Blog family very powerful? Since even Miss Lyasna fears them so much, I would love to hear more. Norin sat there, watching Lyasna with great interest. Lyasna, let's talk about this later. You all should leave quickly. The Blog family is not something you can provoke at will. Upon hearing this, Norin felt even more at ease. If he left just like that, according to what Lyasna said, he would eventually be traced back to. It was better to wait for them to come to him. Miss Lyasna, calm down. First, tell me the scale of the Blog family, so I can prepare. Lyasna found Norin's words utterly incomprehensible. Wasn't the Blog family a well-known entity in Lebaya's state? This was the largest family in Lebaya's state. However, since Norin asked, Lyasna would definitely answer. After all, this also concerned Yalin's fate, and she couldn't be careless. The Blog family controls nearly half of the assets in Lebaya's state. Even the governor of Lebaya's state must show utmost respect to the head of the Blog family. And besides, the business association of the Blog family spans the entire kingdom of Sak, and it is still growing. They have many powerful subordinates under their control. Ratches is nothing among them. He can only do as he pleases in a place like Zyso City. After Lyasna's explanation, Norin roughly understood the scale of the Blog family. It was just a relatively large business association, gathering family members together and keeping some thugs under their command. However, he really was not in a position to provoke them right now. If only 2 or 3 came, or even under 10, he could handle it. After all, the combat power of Hike and the others should not be underestimated. But if too many came, it would become tricky. Thank you, Miss Lyasna, for your explanation. I need you to keep this matter confidential for now. Norin just wanted to attend the auction and see if he could obtain something to enhance his strength. As for Ratches and the Blog family, he didn't want to deal with them right now. He hadn't provoked them. It was all self-defense. He didn't mind teaching a lesson to those who were blind to the situation. Of course, but with the Blog family's capabilities, they will soon trace it back. Ratches is not particularly valued within the Blog family. He only has a bit more status in Zyso City. The Blog family wouldn't waste resources on someone irrelevant. Of course, this is just a possibility. Lyasna didn't want Norin to relax too much. Staying tense would help him go further. Moreover, her close friend Yalin was with him, and she didn't want Yalin to get into trouble. I understand, Miss Lyasna. Thank you. It's nothing. With this incident, you should pack up and leave. If the Blog family comes looking, they won't find you for a while. Lyasna's face was still filled with worry. After all, Ratches was a powerful archmage. Lyasna, why don't you come with us? Yalin extended the invitation, not feeling comfortable leaving Lyasna alone here. It would be terrible if she ended up as a scapegoat. Yalin, you should know my health condition. I can't leave. Lyasna lowered her head in silence. If it weren't for this illness, she wouldn't have to stay cooped up in Zyso City. Lyasna, come with us. Maybe at the La Prea auction, there will be something you need? And Longu has quite a bit of knowledge about potion making. I think he might be able to help you in the future. Longu, what do you think? After Yalin finished speaking, she looked eagerly at Norin, needing to secure his agreement. As long as Miss Lyasna is willing, I would naturally welcome her. Norin already had some fondness for Lyasna, so he wouldn't pass up this opportunity. The more they interacted in the future, the more likely it was that she could stay in Nord City. This way, Nord City would gain another significant ally. Lyasna pondered for a moment, biting her red lips, torn between choices. Should she stay in Zyso City or venture out once? Lyasna wouldn't choose. Lyasna, just come with us. Maybe you'll find a way to cure your illness. You've been in Zyso City for several years. Do you really plan to stay here for a lifetime? At your beautiful age, combined with your graceful figure, you can't just fall into despair here. Yalin had made up her mind. she was determined to take Lyasna away from Zyso City. If soft persuasion didn't work, then she would resort to hard tactics. Alright, Lyasna seemed to have made a significant decision, ultimately resolving to go. Then let's pack up quickly, and we can set off. About an hour later, a group of people left this place aboard the Ghost Dragon. Meanwhile, the Blog family branch in Shisuwa City was currently investigating the whereabouts of Latches. What on earth has Latches been up to? Why has his life pearl gone dark? A middle-aged man above was filled with anger. Although Latches was not significant in the Blog family, here he was his right-hand man. The influence of a great archmage was still immense. Yet, someone reported in the morning that Latches' life pearl had inexplicably dimmed. How could he not be furious? Latches had no idea how many resources he had consumed to reach this point. How could he just vanish? The people below bowed their heads in silence, equally clueless. Find him for me, dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to, but bring Latches back. Yes. Suddenly, a dark-skinned middle-aged man rushed in, kneeling hurriedly in the great hall. What is it? I found out that Latches last entered a hotel run by Lyasna, and then he disappeared. Lyasna? The man above rubbed a piece of jade in his hand, murmuring to himself, is it the Lyasna of the Umbreno family? Yes. This is a bit troublesome. Although the middle-aged man above was somewhat dissatisfied, Lyasna was not someone he could easily provoke. The Blog family was powerful, but only in the Ribayas region, mostly in economic terms. The Umbreno family, however, was different, controlling a third of the military power of the Sac Kingdom. This was too tricky. It seemed he would have to report to the higher-ups of the Blog family for a decision. If it really was Lyasna's doing, then this matter could only be left unresolved. Strength was the hard truth, and the Blog family had always been at a disadvantage in this regard, only able to dominate in places like Ribayas. As night fell, Norin and his group finally arrived in Procis City. They paid a certain fee and entered. Procis City was indeed the largest city in Ribayas, bustling with people coming and going. Various buildings stood tall like celestial palaces, simply magnificent. At night, the streets were brightly lit and lively. Not only that, with the arrival of the La Prea auction, Norin also saw many other races coming. Some forces from other regions would also participate in this grand event, competing for rare treasures. Who among you has been to Procis City before? Norin wanted to call for a guide to learn more about Procis City. Everyone shook their heads, none of them had been there. Norin had hoped for Yalan, but seeing her shake her head, he felt a bit disappointed. Sia could never come to a human city, and Hike and Raoul were stranded outside. The funds required for such a grand event were enormous. I have been here before. Lyasna suddenly spoke up from a corner. But I was still young then, my grandfather brought me here. So, I'm not particularly familiar with the situation in Procis City. Alright, no matter what, let's find a hotel first and settle down for the night. Norin decided not to dwell on it. That wasn't the main point. They would gradually get familiar. If they ran into acquaintances, they might be able to ask. He certainly had no acquaintances left and could only rely on others. They chose a hotel that looked quite luxurious and entered. 2 rooms, the most luxurious configuration you have. 200,000. Damn! Norin was about to curse. The prices here were outrageous. 200,000 gold coins for 1 night in 2 rooms? Wasn't this outright robbery? Longu, this. It's fine, let's stay for a night first, and we'll see tomorrow. Nualan generally understood that this auction had attracted quite a few outsiders to Procis City, so these people were raising prices on the spot. If you don't stay, there are plenty of people who will. He had no choice. He couldn't possibly ask his wives and concubines to stay in ordinary rooms, could he? It seemed he needed to put in more effort. Fortunately, he had plundered quite a bit of treasure from the dragon before, and with Nord City recently thriving, if it were before, he wouldn't have dared to think about it. After Nualan paid the fee, the staff handed him a crystal-like card. Nualan received the specific location and could now go out to explore Procis City. Thank you, Lyasna said sincerely to Nualan. Miss Lyasna, no need to be so polite. The group walked along the streets of Procis City. It was a rare visit, so they naturally wanted to explore. The streets were lined with shops of all kinds, and there was so much to see that it was overwhelming. Even skill books were being sold here. One should know that such things were generally quite precious. In the previous Lan Nua city, they were practically treasures. Here, they were so abundant that shops were selling them, truly incomparable. Why is this auction called La Prea? Nualan was a bit curious. It should be a person's name. You don't know this? Before Nualan could respond, a remarkably handsome young man turned around to enlighten him. La Prea is one of the founders of Procis City, but when the beast tide came, humanity was in grave danger. It was Leprea who went out alone to resist the beast tide, giving everyone a chance to escape. Leprea threw most of the magical beasts he killed into the city, allowing everyone to survive. In the end, Leprea died in battle, wrapped in horsehide, and Proxus City finally received support from the human race, avenging the beast tide. To commemorate this great hero, the Leprea auction was established, and a statue was erected in his honor. After speaking, the young man pointed to the tallest building in Proxus City, where a statue of Leprea stood at the top. Nualan was curious about why Proxus City would erect a statue of a person. From what he understood, the people here were very proud and generally wouldn't easily bow to others. Thank you, brother, for the clarification. May I ask which family you are from? No problem. I am Reina Luo from the Boke family. Just call me Reina Luo. I am Nualan, the Lord of Nord City. Nualan was slightly surprised to hear about the Boke family. He didn't expect to meet someone from the Boke family so soon. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, his status in the family shouldn't be too low. At such a young age, combined with his own cultivation, such a person couldn't have been raised in an ordinary environment. You are also here to participate in the Leprea auction, right? Yes. Do you have a place to stay? Our Boke family is willing to provide you with accommodation free of charge. Reina Luo spoke very politely, mainly because he saw that Nualan and the others were quite powerful. Additionally, since Nualan was the Lord of Nord City, although they primarily focused on business, they would pay attention to significant events. Especially for the Boke family, such matters were of utmost importance. He had heard a bit about Nord City, but since its geographical location was relatively remote, he only had a slight understanding. However, this further fueled Reina Luo's desire to befriend him. A city lord was definitely worth making friends with. Moreover, there are too many candidates from the Blog family, he is just one of them. He can only continuously improve his strength to have a chance to ultimately vie for the position of the family head of the Blog family. Reina Luo, thank you for your kindness, but we have already booked a hotel and will be staying there for now. Alright, then I won't disturb you any longer. Mayor Nualan, could you please infuse this crystal card with your magic power? Nualan naturally understood that this was a request for his contact information. If both crystal cards were infused with each other's magic power, they could communicate across distances in the future. Nualan did not refuse this, although he was unclear about the internal matters of the Blog family. This young man before him was trustworthy. Nualan also handed over his crystal card, and soon the exchange was completed. Mayor Nualan, if you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. I am more than happy to help. No problem, thank you. You're welcome. With that, Reina Luo disappeared into the crowd. You guys think Reina Luo is trustworthy? Nualan turned to look at everyone. There shouldn't be any problem. Don't be fooled by the Blog family's outward unity. Internally, it's very chaotic, with many factions. So, pulling in friends is a common tactic for them. Nualan did not expect Lela Sina to be so knowledgeable. It seemed her background was far more significant than it appeared. But he couldn't ask directly now. They had just met, and it was too early to bring this up. However, he might have the opportunity to ask Yalan if she knew anything. After everyone strolled around for a while, they returned to the hotel. However, they did not expect that the next morning, just as they were about to go out, they were blocked at the door. Miss Lela Sina, please come with us. There are some matters that require your cooperation in the investigation. The person who came was very arrogant, and with so many of them, they showed no respect. Are you from the Blog family? Good that you know. You can come with us now. Don't try to resist. You should know who holds the most power in this Proxus City. Humph. It seems you don't want the Blog family's business to continue. Lela Sina's words startled Nualan. It seemed his guess was indeed correct. Lela Sina's background must be very substantial. Otherwise, she wouldn't say such things, considering the other party was the Blog family. Nualan took out his crystal card and informed Reina Luo about the situation here, also sending him their location. Since it was a family matter, it might have some effect. Reina Luo quickly replied, asking Nualan to stall for a while. Hey, shouldn't you apologize to this young lady? Nualan stepped forward, standing in front of Lela Sina. The trouble was caused by him. He couldn't let such a beautiful woman take the blame for him. Who do you think you are? How dare you come out to obstruct the Blog family's business? The leader of the group was very displeased. He was used to being arrogant and had never encountered anyone who dared to challenge the Blog family so casually. This kid stepping out was simply asking for trouble. I am your grandfather. As soon as Nualan finished speaking, Lei Yin erupted in his palm, directly knocking the leader back outside the hotel. He did not kill him, after all, this was the Blog family's stronghold, and his current strength was insufficient, so he had to be cautious. He was betting. Since Reina Luo did not know about this matter, it definitely wasn't instigated by Reina Luo's side. Coupled with Laya Sina's mention that the blog family was also rife with factions, Reina Luo would definitely come to handle this matter. Sure enough, the moment the man hit the ground, Reina Luo appeared at the hotel entrance. Mayor Nualan, are you all alright? When Reina Luo arrived, she paid no attention to the group from the blogger family outside and walked directly towards Nualan and the others. This surprised the members of the blogger family, but there were still some who were foolish enough to approach Reina Luo. Reina Luo, the young vice president, we are on a mission. This person not only defied the orders of the blogger family but also harmed others. You must stand up for us. Get lost. The members of the blogger family were taken aback. What was wrong with the young vice president? They were members of the blogger family. Young vice president, you? I said to get lost, and don't come to disturb my friends again, do you understand? But, do you dare to defy my words? As Reina Luo spoke, she kicked the person, who landed neatly beside the first one Nualan had sent flying. Now, who else wants to touch my friends? Reina Luo stood in front, her aura fully unleashed, a presence cultivated only by those who have long held power. The remaining people all left in embarrassment, taking the two seriously injured ones with them. Everyone, I apologize for the disturbance. On behalf of the blogger family, I extend my apologies. Reina Luo actually bowed, catching everyone off guard. Reina Luo, what are you doing? This is all because of me, you don't need to do this. Nualan hurriedly helped Reina Luo up. Having just learned that Reina Luo was the young vice president, it seemed his background was indeed significant, and he needed to understand more. Lord Nualan, the blogger family will apologize for the earlier rudeness. Please forgive us. Reina Luo, can you tell us what just happened? And your identity. If they were to be friends, they naturally needed to be honest with each other. Please arrange a private room for us. Reina Luo quickly led everyone into a quiet and elegant private room. Lord Nualan, I didn't mean to conceal anything from you yesterday. I am the young vice president of the blogger family. Don't think this title is very impressive. There are at least 15 others who hold it, and I am just one of them. Reina Luo felt a bit melancholic. This was indeed one of his concerns. Those just now were the minions of the Klein faction, and I don't get along with him. What did you do to provoke him? Reina Luo looked at everyone, and Nualan, feeling a bit embarrassed, spoke up. Previously, a great archmage harassed my wife. I had already warned him, but he was stubborn, and in a fit of rage, I killed him, only to later find out he was from the blogger family. I didn't expect them to come knocking so soon. It was my oversight. Nualan did feel some regret, but not for killing, rather for not handling the situation properly, which led to today's predicament. Strength. Ultimately, it still came down to insufficient strength. Lord Nualan, you did a good thing. Ha ha. Nualan? Everyone present was also bewildered. How could killing a member of the blogger family be considered a good thing? Lord Nualan, to be honest, among so many young vice presidents, only one can ultimately stand up to become the clan leader. This is also the reason for our open and covert struggles, so everyone tries their best to expand their own strength or weaken their opponents. Now that you've killed a great archmage, I am naturally very pleased. Reina Luo laughed widely, while everyone else looked on with dark expressions. This guy. But don't worry, just a great archmage, it's a small matter, the blogger family will not intervene. As for your safety, I can guarantee it. However, I have an unpleasant request. Reina Luo's expression became troubled, hesitating over whether to voice it now. Are you hoping for us to help you secure the position of clan leader? Just as expected from Lord Norin, you hit the nail on the head. That is indeed my intention, but I wonder but what benefits do we get? Norin expressed his thoughts. Just relying on this matter alone, the cost seems too small, doesn't it? It wouldn't be worth the risk for them. After all, this is the blog family, which could be embroiled in bloodshed at any moment. Once drawn into such a conflict, it would be hard to extricate oneself later, so the terms must be clarified now. Lord Norin, you are indeed straightforward. I enjoy dealing with people like you. Reina Luo was not angry. If nothing were discussed, that would be the real problem. Since Norin was talking about interests, it indicated that everything was open to negotiation. Lord Norin, if I successfully become the leader of the blog family, I can allocate 10% of the profits from the Chamber of Commerce to Nord City. Although Leia SNA came from the military, she couldn't help but slightly part her red lips, revealing her surprise. Others might not know how significant that 10% was, but she was well aware. That 10% was at least 100 million gold coins. The blog family's annual trading volume was about 1 billion gold coins. Offering 1/10 was enough to show Reina Luo's sincerity. What do you think, Lord Norin? I can honestly tell you all, in the blog family, 10% means 100 million gold coins. Hiss! Everyone present gasped in shock, this was indeed a substantial temptation. 100 million gold coins could buy a very large city, while Nord City's current annual output was only around 10 million. This risk was worth taking, but Norin did not think so. His strength was already at the level of a Grand Magus, and there were already 5 or 6 Grand Magi in Nord City. His power was absolutely sufficient. The economy just needed development. Therefore, 100 million gold coins were not enough for him. Reina Luo, I understand your sincerity, but clearly, this is not enough. I can also tell you that the strength of Nord City is far beyond what you see, and they are all my wives and concubines. I have recently just opened up the Wilderness Mountains, Norin said, leaning back against the leather chair. Reina Luo naturally understood that Norin's strength allowed him to propose such a high price right from the start. Norin's own level was not particularly high. There were many Grand Magi. What he saw were the Elven Queen, the Shadow Dragon, and several other Grand Magi around Norin. A person who could gather so many Grand Magi and command their respect was enough to demonstrate his strength. Now that Norin was discussing terms, he naturally had to raise all his stakes, though he would not reveal some important details. He only spoke of strength. What about the dragons in the Wilderness Mountains? I killed them. Hiss. Reina Luo couldn't help but widen her eyes. The Blog family had previously paid attention to the dragons but later felt the cost would be too high, so they dropped the matter. Now, Reina Luo had to reassess Norin's strength. This person was far from being as simple as he appeared. Lord Norin, if you help me secure the position of leader of the Blog family, I am willing to offer 20%. Reina Luo seemed to have made up his mind, biting his lip as he spoke. Norin's strength was worth collaborating with, and who knows how many resources he had behind him. Norin, he had to secure him. If his brothers got ahead of him, he might regret it for a lifetime. Brother Reina Luo, you indeed have sincerity, but I need to add one more condition. Feel free to say it. Reina Luo thought that since he had come this far, discussing further was no problem. As long as I can establish an alliance with Nualan, I will suddenly have nearly 10 great magisters as helpers. Moreover, there is also the support of a city behind. As long as I can secure the position of clan leader, then everything will be worth it. I want the Boak family to cooperate with Nord City, and I want to take 50% of the profits from the goods sold by Nord City. Nualan did not say more. He knew that even transporting goods, along with various labor, would incur costs, so he wanted 50%. This was equivalent to having others sell things for him for free, and he could still pocket 50% of the profits without having to do anything himself. Sure, Reina Luo thought about how far a city could go. It was nothing more than the Boak family earning a little less, and 50% profit wouldn't lead to a loss. Since he had already promised 200 million gold coins, what was this little bit worth? He originally thought Nualan would make some excessive demands, but unexpectedly, it was just a cooperative relationship. That couldn't be better. Nualan understood that if he wanted to expand the scale of Nord City, he could only continue to develop the economy, and the Boak family was undoubtedly the best choice. He didn't need anything else. He had resources but lacked sales channels. If he could connect with the Boak family, he wouldn't have to worry in the future. His output would only increase. Lord Nualan, then it's settled. From now on, we are allies. Naturally. I wonder when we can establish a cooperative relationship with Nord City. This was what Nualan was concerned about. The sales over there were still too low, only a few 100,000 a month. If Lord Nualan doesn't mind, after the La Prea auction ends, I can follow you back to Nord City for a visit. At that time, we can discuss the specifics. How about that? No problem. This was also what Nualan wanted, just the right opportunity to showcase Nord City's strength, which would deepen their relationship. What exactly do we need to do? 3 years later, there will be a final selection, and all you need to do is support me. If any unexpected situations arise, then I will need everyone to step in. And if there aren't any, my cooperation with everyone will still count. If there aren't any, wouldn't it be better for everyone to coexist peacefully? This was what Nualan wanted to hear. If there weren't any, wouldn't he have worked in vain? However, Lord Nualan, I need to clarify one point. During these 3 years, I will not pay those costs until I become the clan leader. Of course. And one more thing, the cooperation between the Boak family and Nord City is only with the business association I personally control and does not represent the entire Boak family. I hope you understand. Reina Luo, you are very candid. Ha ha. Cooperating with a smart person like Lord Nualan, I naturally won't hide anything. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Remember to arrive on time on the day of the auction. Okay. After Reina Luo finished speaking, he left. He was in a great mood, having just pulled in such a powerful force. Lan Gu, can he be trusted? She looked at Nualan with some concern, as she knew that humans always liked to backstab each other. Now that Nualan was cooperating with such a dangerous person, they still had to be a bit cautious. Don't worry, he won't be foolish enough to offend a force, and we are now 6 great magisters. Even if he is the young president of the Boke family, he wouldn't make such a stupid move. I understand. Soon, it was the day of the La Prea auction. Nualan brought everyone to the outskirts of the La Prea auction early in the morning, waiting to enter. You can just pick any seat in the ordinary section. After Nualan paid the entrance fee of 100,000 gold coins, the person at the door said somewhat impatiently. Mainly, the attendees here were all high-ranking officials and nobles, while Nualan, a lord from a remote area, was hardly worth their attention. It was only natural to treat him differently, especially since he was just here to buy things. Everything else was irrelevant. Lord Nualan, you're here. Come with me to the private room. As soon as he entered, he saw Reina Luo standing there waiting, and upon spotting Nualan, he immediately approached. Reina Luo, this. It was Nualan's first time attending an auction, and he was still a bit confused. The architecture of this auction house looked somewhat strange, presenting a cylindrical shape overall, with a grand-looking high platform in the center. The surrounding seats tightly enclosed it, a design likely meant to accommodate more people and allow for a clearer view of the displayed items. Lord Nualan, the seats below are all ordinary ones, only the private rooms upstairs are VIP. You can share a room with me. Nualan was worried that the atmosphere below felt a bit oppressive, and he understood the principle of not flaunting wealth. With so many people around, it was inevitable to encounter some trouble. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Reina Luo. Lord Nualan, you're too polite. Given our current relationship, this is what I should do. With that, Reina Luo led Nualan to a lavishly decorated private room, where several staff members stood ready, as if on standby. Lord Nualan, feel free to sit. Here, you can be at ease. We've set up a shielding formation so that only we can see outside, while those outside cannot see in. So convenient? Nualan felt he had been quite ignorant. Indeed, geographical location could determine the limits of one's perspective. Many things here were not available in Lan Nua City. He hadn't even heard of some of them. Reina Luo, just now on the way up, I sensed a few unfriendly gazes. Nualan felt that it shouldn't be directed at him. After all, it was his first time in Proxus City, and he shouldn't have any enemies here. So it must be the hatred that Reina Luo himself brought along. Lord Nualan, those are a few of my brothers. I have 6 of them here, and they naturally look unfriendly when they see me. Reina Luo said somewhat awkwardly. Nualan knew that after forming alliances, there would be some trouble, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Lord Nualan, the auction will start in about an hour. You can watch freely here. Just tell those staff members if you need anything. Everything will be charged to my account. After Reina Luo finished speaking, he looked outside, and Nualan wondered what he was thinking. After looking around, Nualan noticed that there were indeed many people attending the auction. The seats below were almost full. Moreover, a steady stream of newcomers was entering, mostly unfamiliar faces. No wonder. Hans said he had only attended once, and the scale of Lan Nua City was hardly comparable here. The gap in strength was too great. However, one person caught his attention. Duc de Nua. He didn't expect him to come as well. Nualan thought for a moment. After all, he belonged to the noble class, so his status shouldn't be as low as it appeared. Yet, someone like Duc de Nua could only sit in an ordinary position. This was somewhat lamentable. Indeed, the La Prea auction house was full of hidden talents. He couldn't help but look at Reina Luo. This person's strength didn't seem so simple. It couldn't be that he relied solely on the reputation of the Blog family. His own strength should also be formidable. Nolan did not expect that this trip would embroil him in a struggle for power. However, there were indeed sufficient benefits to justify his involvement. After passing some time, he finally saw an elderly man, looking somewhat frail and emaciated, appear on the central platform. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Quinn Lofas, the head of this La Prea auction. It's actually him. Who is he? Lyasna found it hard to believe. Nolan naturally wanted to understand some of the external forces. If Lyasna recognized him, he must be a person of considerable status. Lord Nolan, this man is the former mayor of Proxus City, who has been in seclusion for nearly 200 years. He generally does not make public appearances, and there are even rumors that he has returned to his roots, yet it turns out he is hosting this La Prea auction. It seems he values this quite a bit. Rainet explained from the side, and Nolan nodded thoughtfully, continuing to look at the elderly man in the center. Although his body was somewhat hunched, the magical aura he exuded was certainly not weak. Any issues you encounter during the auction can be brought to me, and I will ensure you have a pleasant shopping experience. Now, the La Prea auction officially begins. With a wave of excitement from below, Quinn Lofas disappeared from the crowd's view. Next came a young and beautiful woman, dressed in transparent light gauze, with exquisite makeup, looking exceptionally capable. Hello everyone, I am the item presenter for this auction. my name is Lanya Lofas. Next, I will explain each item to you. I believe you are all familiar with the rules, so I won't elaborate further. Now, let's welcome our first auction item. Is there any relation between them? Nolan noticed that both had the surname Lofas and turned to Reina. Lanya is the granddaughter of the current mayor of Process City. Generally speaking, the La Prea auction is hosted by the Lofas family. Moreover, the mayoral position is hereditary, so the Lofas family essentially monopolizes the absolute power of speech in Process City. Next, let's welcome our first auction item, Ice Arrow Grass. As we all know, Ice Arrow Grass is a plant-type magical beast that can be planted within the territory and move freely to protect the safety of the land. We currently have 1,000 seeds of Ice Arrow Grass. Starting bid is 100,000 gold coins. Each bid must increase by no less than 1,000 gold coins. As soon as Lanya Lofas finished speaking, Nolan pressed the button in his hand, which Reina had just handed to him. It clearly indicated the bidding increments, but the minimum was always starting at 10,000. VIP treatment was different, and the money spent would be significantly higher than others. VIP Room 9 bids 110,000 gold coins. Is there any further increase? Lanya looked around. At this moment, she stood in the center of the platform, surveying the surroundings. 120,000, 130,000, 140,000. Is there any further increase? 150,000. VIP Room 9 bids 150,000. Is there any further increase? 3, 2, 1. Sold. The first item, Ice Arrow Grass, is won by VIP Room 9. Upon hearing that the Ice Arrow Grass was the first to be sold, Nolan made up his mind to win it. 1,000 Ice Arrow Grass, wasn't that equivalent to having an additional night order? Now that the magical energy in his territory was abundant, he would definitely cultivate a different kind of legion. Lord Nolan, it's not worth it. What do you mean? The Frost Arrow Grass is all seeds. You need to go back and plant them slowly. 150,000 gold coins is a bit too expensive. Reina Luo was unaware of the situation in the Norin territory, and according to normal market prices, it indeed seemed a bit pricey. So when Norin called out 150,000 gold coins, no one else raised the bid. After all, for just some seeds, it really wasn't necessary. It's fine, I think the Frost Arrow Grass suits my taste. Spending a bit more gold coins is no big deal. Norin came this time specifically to purchase what he desired, especially something that could enhance the overall strength of Nord City. Moreover, the Wilderness Mountains had just been developed by him, and he needed to station a lot of troops there. If he could bid on some plant-based magical beasts again, that would be a good choice. It would make things easier for him in the future. He then looked at Lanria Lofas in the center of the high platform. The second item for auction is the Poison Mist Vine. Everyone should know that the Poison Mist Vine can be used to make some high-level potions, but its quantity is quite rare. The starting price is 50,000 gold coins. Norin had no interest in the Poison Mist Vine and just watched the people outside compete for it. He had a system, and this item held no special use for him. Soon, the Poison Mist Vine was traded for 100,000 gold coins. Next is an item that is extremely useful for everyone present, the Concentration Flower. As soon as Lanria finished speaking, chatter erupted from the crowd. I can't believe it's actually the Concentration Flower. I definitely didn't come here for nothing. I've heard that this La Prea auction would have a concentration flower. I didn't expect it to be true. I must get it. I must have the concentration flower. I'm already level 63 and will be able to use it soon. I wonder how high the price of the concentration flower will be. It seems I have no hope. I won't elaborate too much on the effects of the concentration flower. Let's get straight to the price. The starting price for the concentration flower is 1 million gold coins, and each bid must increase by no less than 100,000 gold coins. 110,000 gold coins. 120,000 gold coins. 150,000 gold coins. Norin watched the people below go wild and wondered why it had reached such a level. What effect does the concentration flower have? Why are so many people fighting for it? He looked at Reina Luo. After all, he was the host here, and since they were in a cooperative relationship, it was natural to seek clarification from him. Lord Norin, you don't know about the concentration flower? Norin smiled wryly. Should he know? He had only been here for about a year, and his previous level was so low that it was impossible for him to have heard of such a thing. No, I'm not well informed. Please enlighten me, Brother Reina Luo. The concentration flower actually has no use for ordinary people. Its only effect is to calm the mind. Is that all? Norin was somewhat confused. Was it really worth such a frenzy? There must be some reason behind it. However, it calms the mind when comprehending a domain. When reaching level 70 and comprehending a domain, magical power can go haywire within the body, and one might see different visions. One might even directly see the scenes within the domain, and it's very likely to become distracted and miss the best opportunity for comprehension. The concentration flower can play a certain auxiliary role. A clear mind leads to clarity, a tranquil heart leads to peace. This is the only effect of the concentration flower, but it is indeed substantial. Yes, how many people want to comprehend higher-level domains, yet they collapse due to the invasion of magical power within their bodies? Lyasna also chimed in. After hearing this, Norin felt that the concentration flower would be very beneficial for him. Even if he couldn't use it, Yalin, Sie, Haiklai, and Raul could all benefit from it. Their strength would also rise with the tide, and they would still have to face this difficult challenge. Better safe than sorry. He pressed the button in his hand. The bid for the No. 9 VIP room has reached 3 million gold coins. Is there a higher bid? 4 million gold coins. 5 million gold coins. Any more? Any more? Lanya Lofus's voice echoed throughout the venue. The bid for the No. 9 VIP room has reached 7 million gold coins. 7 million once. 7 million twice. 7 million. Before Lanya could finish, someone interrupted her immediately. 8 million gold coins. Norin didn't want to hesitate and directly raised it to 10 million gold coins. 10 million gold coins once. 10 million gold coins twice. 10 million gold coins 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the guest of the No. 9 VIP room for winning the spirit flower. The auction staff will contact you shortly. As soon as Lanya finished speaking, Norin felt countless eyes turning towards him. Trouble was brewing. Lord Norin, I didn't expect you to bring so much wealth this time, Reyna laughed, though he also wanted it. But seeing Norin make a move, he felt it unnecessary for himself. They were allies, after all, and there was no need to compete here. He preferred to do business. That was where his interest lay. Norin felt bitter. He hadn't expected that a single spirit flower would cost him half of the gold he brought, and he had only brought 20 million gold coins in total. Nord City currently had assets of less than 40 million, much of which was fixed assets. Now it was troublesome. The next items would be harder to compete for. Moreover, there was now a tricky problem. With so many people eyeing this place, would he be robbed? It seemed he needed to prepare in advance. Reyna, if I run out of money later, I might need to borrow some from you. You don't mind, do you? Of course not. Now that Lord Norin and I are allies, even if you didn't ask, I would help. Besides, we are about to establish a business partnership, Reyna said frankly, surprised by Norin's assets. With so many high-level magisters around him and the wealth he displayed, he was not an ordinary lord. Now, he completely believed that Norin had the strength to help him. Perhaps, in 3 years, Norin would have comprehended the rules of the domain. If he could truly achieve that, then the position of clan leader would surely be within reach. However, that was just a thought. Not to mention how difficult the journey from level 50 to level 70 was. Many people couldn't achieve it in 30 or 40 years, and some even spent 100 years. Furthermore, the materials needed to comprehend the rules were countless, plus one had to go to the abyss. That place was not somewhere ordinary people could enter freely. The minimum level requirement was 70, and most people perished inside. Reyna smiled, realizing he was overthinking. Even if Norin had strength, it was impossible for him to reach that level in 3 years. He was being a bit of a dreamer. The next auction item was a piece of equipment that Norin didn't need. He just needed to complete the task of gathering the void set. Everything else was just average for him. The next auction item, the crown of the Elven Queen, starting bid 300,000 gold coins. Each bid must be no less than 100,000 gold coins. Norin noticed a hint of desire in Sie's eyes. This was indeed something rare. He didn't know where this crown came from, but it should be beneficial for Sie. 1 million gold coins. Norin didn't want to compete anymore and directly raised the price, making it easier and more convenient. 1 million gold coins once. 1 million gold coins twice. 1 million gold coins 3 times. Deal. Congratulations to the guest in VIP room No. 9 for winning the bid. Everyone turned to look at VIP room No. 9, unaware of who was sitting inside. The confidentiality measures of the La Prea auction were quite effective, and fortunately, Norin had met Reyna Luo. Otherwise, he would have attracted a lot of attention this time. In the following items, Norin only bought a few things he found useful. As for some magic arrays, he didn't purchase them. The system within his territory would automatically upgrade, and it also had the function of protecting the territory, so there was no need to waste money on that. The last item for auction is also our grand finale, a piece of divine stone. Hiss! Everyone gasped in surprise. This auction was actually going to auction off a divine stone? I didn't expect there to be a damaged divine stone. If one could comprehend the mysteries within, Wouldn't that allow for some advance information? I must have this divine stone. If I get it, perhaps I can comprehend divine skills. This trip was not in vain. To see something like this is truly remarkable. To think that such a grand finale would appear at the La Prea auction, I must obtain it. In this magical world, only those who reached level 100 or above had the qualification to become divine. Now there was actually a piece of divine stone. Below level 100, everyone was but an ant. Although one's lifespan would extend with the increase in magical power, they were still ultimately mortal. In this world, there were far too many races. Demons, elves, orcs, dragons, monsters. All of these had much better physical qualities than humans. The only thing humans could surpass in might be reproduction. This was also an important factor in the longevity of humanity. Now, being able to touch the divine level in advance was incredibly unbelievable for everyone. They were unwilling to give up this opportunity, determined to win. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just a damaged divine stone, but the divine patterns within are still incredibly exquisite. We have already invited a specialized engraver to examine it, but they could not decipher it, which is why we are putting it up for auction. One damaged divine stone, starting at 3 million gold coins, with each bid not less than 500,000 gold coins. 4 million gold coins, 5 million gold coins, 8 million gold coins, 10 million gold coins. The price of the divine stone kept being raised, seemingly about to exceed its expected value. Lord Norin, are you not interested in this damaged divine stone? Reina Luo looked at Norin with great interest. He had bought very little at this auction, mostly it was Norin who was buying. For me right now, it's still a bit early. I don't need it for the time being. Is that so? Since Lord Norin is not interested in competing, then I will. 20 million gold coins. When Lanria announced this figure, everyone was stunned. This is just too extravagant, right? Can't compete. Many began to shake their heads. It was still too early to reach level 100. Who knew if they could get there? Moreover, if specialized engravers couldn't understand it, could they? After considering various factors, they ultimately gave up this option. A few million gold coins could already allow them to forge a set of top-tier equipment, let alone 20 million. This price was not worth it, and more importantly, they couldn't come up with that much money. They all looked towards VIP room No. 9, wondering who was sitting there. How could they be so wealthy? Thinking back on the total expenses of the auction, if you added this divine stone, it would amount to a full 50 million gold coins. The annual net profit of Process City might not even reach this level. Not to mention, there are various expenses and costs to consider. Many people inside have already started to have their own thoughts. If they can manage to secure it, it would definitely be a windfall. Spending their own money while worrying about others' intentions is one thing, but now that others are spending, it naturally avoids that problem. Some people have already taken this opportunity to leave the venue, not knowing what they are discussing. The room was silent, as quiet as a library. Is there anyone else present who wishes to raise the bid? Lanya's sweet voice was captivating, as if she were questioning them. Are you kidding? It's already reached 20 million gold coins. Do we really need to raise the bid further? This amount is something most people cannot bear. It has already exceeded the limits of a normal person. Well then, since no one is willing to raise the bid, I will announce the final winner of the divine stone. Wait, I bid 25 million gold coins. This time it wasn't Lanya announcing it, but came from one of the VIP lounges. Reina's brows furrowed. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, but she still gritted her teeth. She pressed the button. 30 million gold coins. 30 million gold coins once. 30 million gold coins twice. Tie, male, lion, gold coins. 3 times. Lanya called out the last time particularly slowly, and she did it on purpose. After all, this was discovered by their Lofus family. The more they sold, the better it was. Unfortunately, this time no one raised the bid again. In the end, she could only helplessly announce the winner of the divine stone, the guest from the VIP room number 9. Thank you all for your support today. The La Prea auction has come to an end. I hope to see everyone again at the glorious Process City next time. Of course, we will also give back to everyone. Starting today, Process City will be lively for 3 days, with everything at a 40% discount. I hope everyone has a great time. Thank you. After Lanya finished speaking, she began to bow to the surroundings and then disappeared from the high platform. Reina, what do you want the divine stone for? Nolan was somewhat puzzled. How could Reina be so stubborn about a damaged divine stone, ultimately spending 30 million gold coins? That was quite a sum. With 30 million gold coins, one could buy Nord City. Mayor Nolan, you'll know soon. Shortly after, 2 people appeared in the magic circle of the VIP room, one of whom was Quinn Lofas. Standing beside him was a youthful and beautiful girl, her face veiled, yet still unable to hide her enchanting figure. Young Vice President Reina, all the auction items are here, please check them. Quinn Lofas recognized Reina at a glance, and his suspicions were completely dispelled. The young vice president of the Boak family could indeed afford this money. However, the group beside Nolan caught his attention. How could there be so many Grand Magisters here? Moreover, there was an aura of other races. When did Reina's strength become so formidable? But that was no longer his concern. He was only responsible for bringing everything over. Thank you, Old City Lord Quinn. Here is my crystal card. You can use it to deduct all the gold coins. Alright. Quinn quickly disappeared into the magic circle with the young woman beside him. Reina, can we trust him? Aren't we all exposed now? Nolan was a bit worried. If there were issues of collusion, it would become quite tricky. Don't worry, the Lofas family wouldn't be foolish enough to act against their guests if they want to continue staying in Procis City. And besides, even the Lofas family has to give the Blog family some face. Lord Norin, there's no need to worry about this. Since Reina Luo had said so, everything would be fine. Norin just wanted to grab his things and leave quickly, otherwise, he would inevitably attract some trouble. There's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. Lord Norin, this is for you. Reina Luo placed the damaged divine stone he had just auctioned off in front of Norin, leaving him somewhat dazed. Reina Luo, you? Norin found it hard to believe. This was a stone worth 30 million gold coins. Why would he be willing to give it to him? Lord Norin, consider this a small token of my sincerity, a gesture of our cooperation. Just accept it. Norin felt a bit awkward. One shouldn't take rewards without merit. It seemed a bit unreasonable for him to take such a valuable item from someone else. In the future, if I comprehend the rules of the domain, I might need to borrow Lord Norin's concentration flower, so it's better for you to accept it. Reina Luo said playfully. Honestly, he wasn't confident he could reach that level, but this was to make Norin feel more at ease. Since they were cooperating, they needed to show corresponding sincerity. Alright, but from now on, you don't have to keep calling me Lord Norin, just call me Norin. Okay. Soon, Quinn Lofas returned with the crystal card. Young Master Reina Luo, here's your crystal card, please keep it safe. Thank you, old Lord Quinn. Not at all? Who is this? Quinn Lofas looked at Norin with curiosity. Generally, the Blog family rarely befriends others unless they have something extraordinary about them. He sensed the vast and powerful magic emanating from Norin, which was not the kind of magic a typical level 50 archmage should possess. A friend, Reina Luo casually responded, brushing it off. Quinn Lofas understood that Reina Luo was unwilling to elaborate, and there was no need for him to linger. Then I'll take my leave, you two can chat slowly. Goodbye, old Lord Quinn. Reina Luo skillfully dismissed Quinn Lofas with his businesslike demeanor. Norin, the Lofas family doesn't really support me. On the contrary, they are quite close to my brother Klein. There was a hint of disdain in Reina Luo's words. Reina Luo, will he tell Klein about what happened here? Not for now, but it's hard to say in the future. You are my trump card now, and I don't want to reveal you easily. Since he was willing to entrust such a valuable damaged divine stone to him, it indicated that at least, on some level, they recognized each other's cooperation. Norin naturally wouldn't mind. Norin, do you still want to tour Procis City again? No, I think I should head back as soon as possible. There are many things waiting for me to handle in Nord City. Alright then, I'll return with you this time and take a look at the scale of Nord City. No problem. I'll go with you first. After I've seen the goods in Nord City, I'll arrange for someone to come and negotiate. You can rest assured about that. That's good. Norin didn't want to expose Nord City too early. The fewer people who knew, the better. Then let's go take the teleportation array to leave. Okay. Soon, everyone left the venue of the La Prea auction. The magic array randomly teleported them to a location in Procis City. Next, they would leave this place. Since it was close to the West City Gate, they chose that route. After exiting the City Gate, the Shadow Dragon instantly transformed, and everyone rode the Shadow Dragon up into the sky. Newlin, you actually have a true dragon-type magical beast. It's simply unbelievable. Reina Luo was filled with envy, not expecting Newlin to be so low-key. Previously, he thought it was a mixed dragon bloodline, but only upon seeing the true form of the ghost dragon did he realize he was completely mistaken. Now he just wanted to have one for himself, and there was a hint of longing in his gaze as he looked at Newlin. That's good. Could you possibly give me one? Reina Luo shyly voiced his request. In this world, possessing a dragon-type magical beast was an unparalleled honor. Well, I don't have any true dragon bloodlines at the moment, but I do have other magical beasts that have been infected by dragon blood. Would that work for you? Sure, that would be great. Reina Luo hadn't actually planned on getting a true dragon bloodline beast. Even if Newlin offered him one, he would feel embarrassed. The rarity of dragon-type magical beasts was beyond compare. They were priceless and not something ordinary people could hope to possess. Newland recalled how he had directly fed a giant dragon to the magical beasts in his territory last time and wondered what they had become now. With the influence of the ghost dragon, there should be quite a few mutated magical beasts. It wouldn't be a problem to give Reina Luo one later. The group continued to fly above the clouds, and those who had previously harbored thoughts about them could only temporarily give up. No magical beast could compete with dragon-type beasts in aerial supremacy. Newland, I'm becoming more and more curious about you. To be able to gather so many great magisters to serve you is truly remarkable. This was a heartfelt statement from Reina Luo. Newland's own level wasn't very high, only at level 50, and Nord City wasn't famous either. Yet, so many magisters were willing to follow his arrangements, including Leia Sna. With the Elven Queen and a dragon-type magical beast, his strength had already surpassed that of many cities. It's nothing, just that both sides are willing. Reina Luo didn't press further. Newland's remark about both sides being willing was enough to clarify the matter. It was still personal charm. After flying for several hours, a bright magical light beam shot up into the clouds from a forest ahead, catching Newland and the others' attention. What is this? A secret realm. Haiklai was the first to speak. Brother Lan, secret realms are not common. Should we go down and take a look? Newland, I think we should go too. Reina Luo was also eager to try. In this magical world, the probability of a secret realm appearing was very low, but the chances of treasure drops inside were quite high. They were usually something you could encounter but not seek. Unexpectedly, they stumbled upon one here. However, it was a bit conspicuous, so it seemed they needed to hurry. Ghost Dragon, descend! After Newland spoke, the ghost dragon began to dive toward the source of the light beam. Soon, they landed on the ground. Due to the ghost dragon's massive size and the pressure it exuded, many magical beasts fled the area the moment they landed, fearing they would be caught up in it. Newland and the others quickly arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Looking at the magical entrance that was still spinning, Newland fell into deep thought. Everything in this magical world was incredibly unfamiliar to him. He had no idea what the situation inside was like. If they rushed in, he would be fine, but he was mainly worried about Yali and the others. Brother Lan, what should we do? We can't just stand here forever, right? Haiklai was eager to go. She had encountered a secret realm before, so she was quite proactive now. The main issue is that we don't know what the situation inside is like and whether there will be danger. Newland didn't want to lose anyone here. Treasures were great, but you had to have your life to obtain them. Lan Gu, don't worry. There might not be any special situations once we go in. I've been to the secret realm twice before, and I felt it was fine. Haik didn't seem like he wanted to miss this opportunity. The more they needed resources later on, the more they couldn't let this chance slip away easily. Ever since stepping into the ranks of the Grand Sorcerers, the experience points required had become enormous. Without any fortuitous encounters, it would be difficult to improve one's strength just like this. It would be good to cultivate with Nualan, but if it were just him, it would be fine. Now there were so many people, the chances of him getting a turn would be even fewer. So, he had to go into this secret realm. Nualan, I also want to go in and take a look. I haven't encountered a secret realm before, and since I've come across it, I don't want to miss this chance. Reina looked at the entrance of the secret realm, feeling a bit tempted. If he could obtain something inside, it might secure his victory. When the time came to fight for his family's position, he would have a say. Before meeting Nualan, he couldn't even get into the middle ranks, so he was anxious. To forge iron, one must be strong. He understood this principle. Therefore, he absolutely wouldn't let this opportunity to enhance his strength slip away. Moreover, as the young president of the Boku family, even if he couldn't win, he had plenty of survival gear to escape, so that was not a concern. But if he failed in the future power struggles, it would truly be hopeless. If the future clan leader targeted him, he wouldn't have any hope of survival. So, he took this risk. Have you all decided to go in? Nualan asked the people around him again. This was a matter of life and death, and he needed to ask clearly. At this moment, he didn't want to decide others' fates. Letting them choose for themselves was the most prudent. Decided. Everyone answered in unison, straightforward and sharp. Good. Then I won't persuade you further. Once we go in, the first priority is to ensure our safety. If we can't win, we retreat immediately. If we accidentally get separated, prioritize finding others to regroup. One person's strength is ultimately limited. Do you understand what I mean? Got it. Lan Gu. Nualan, don't worry. Maybe it will be surprisingly easy once we go in? Reina just wanted to lighten the mood. If the secret realm were easy, it wouldn't be called a secret realm. Opportunities and risks coexist. That's the nature of the secret realm. Alright, then let's set off. Nualan led by example, stepping into the secret realm first. If there was danger, he could detect it immediately. That way, he could respond accordingly. Not long after Nualan and the others entered, a human night group quickly arrived. At the forefront was an exceptionally flamboyant man, holding a paper fan that covered his face. Following him were several powerful magical beasts that rushed over, instantly creating a tense atmosphere. Everyone, there's no need to fight here. I just saw someone go in. If you want to fight, go inside. I don't want to end up seeing nothing and just fight to the death here. That's unnecessary, a charming fox said, and then she transformed into a seductive woman. Her fragrant shoulders exposed, her slender waist swayed like a willow branch in the air, and her delicate feet floated above the ground, not a speck of dust touching them. With every smile and frown, she exuded allure, making the knights on the human side quite excited. I agree, there's no need for pointless fighting here. Human, you don't intend to bring your knight group inside, do you? A tiger-like magical beast said disdainfully. Secret realms generally have a limit on the number of people. This guy brought so many at once, could he be out of his mind? Of course not, these are just my attendants. Only I and my steward are going in. That's good, then let's go in now. Humph, just because we don't fight you outside doesn't mean we're afraid of you. Come at us once you're inside. With that, the human and the magical beast disappeared from sight, leaving around 200 knights standing in place, waiting for their master to return. However, they somewhat overlooked the magical beasts lurking in the forest. Suddenly, countless snakes surged from all directions, rushing towards the knights. There are magical beasts, everyone be on guard. A knight in the front shouted urgently. He was the captain of one of the branches, and in such a critical moment, he naturally had to step up to command. Just you? Suddenly, a woman dressed in light gauze, adorned with a small indigo snake on her head, appeared before everyone. Xingxi clan, we have no grievances in the past and no enmity recently, why attack us? Humph, why do you think? The woman offered no further explanation, directly activating her skills and commanding the untransformed magical snakes to charge at the knights. Blood and flesh flew, and screams echoed continuously, yet a steady stream of snakes continued to pour in. The casualties among the knights began to rise slowly. Sister, you didn't wait for me before starting to act? Another stunningly beautiful woman appeared. Morris, weren't you just trying to save some energy? Don't think I don't know you've been lurking nearby. Sister Liana, what do you mean by that? We are in this together. Don't you fear hurting their feelings by saying such things? Morris had already been hiding here, but at first she only saw the scene of those magical beasts and humans entering one after another. She was afraid of alarming the snakes, which is why she kept lurking over there. But she didn't expect Liana to be so decisive, coming in with a thunderous approach and taking care of all these humans. Without strong warriors on the human side, they could only be slaughtered continuously. In the end, no corpses were left at the scene. All the severed limbs and remains were completely devoured. Morris, since we are in a cooperative relationship, I advise you to be smart, otherwise, I might not be able to resist killing you in the end. Liana's tone carried a chilling coldness. She was not joking. Sister Liana, I understand. Has Reika already gone in? Do you think everyone is like you? If you were like this, we might not be able to deal with the human forces. Sister, tell me, how many people do you think will take the bait in this secret realm we set up? How many will fall for it in Sanos City? Whoever comes, we will kill them all. I must take revenge. Liana's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Everything was under her control. Norin and the others had no idea that this was not a secret realm but a trap set by others. Xingxi clan, Emo Scorpion clan, Chi Fox clan. This was a joint effort to eliminate the Taikula family within Sanos City. Both sides had reached a point of no return, so they were willing to spend a large sum to create this secret realm, just to bury all the members of the Taikula family here. Liana and Morris also entered, bringing along some magical beasts, and then the entrance closed. If they didn't actively open it, the secret realm would not activate. Inside was filled with various traps, just waiting for them to step on. After Norin entered, she found that the secret realm was indeed just as she had imagined. Everyone had been separated. The primary task now was to gather everyone. Norin didn't want anyone to perish here. Moreover, the secret realm itself was fraught with danger, and only by being together could they reduce the risk. Nolan was walking when he was blocked by a massive blue giant python. However, the python's behavior was somewhat strange. It did not attack him immediately but instead looked at him and sized him up. Human, you are not a member of the Taikula family? No, I don't even know what the Taikula family is. Is there a problem? No. After the giant python finished speaking, it left without giving Nolan another glance, leaving him standing there, somewhat bewildered. What was going on? Could it really be a trap? What exactly was the Taikula family? It seemed he needed to inquire further. Nolan rushed in the direction the python had gone. This was the first time he had seen a magical beast show no aggression towards a human. It was as if they were acting in unison, as if they had a predetermined goal. Something was off. What would happen if Hickley and the others encountered a magical beast? Would the beast also refrain from attacking? No, Nolan couldn't take that risk. Who knew what the rules were here? He had to ask for clarification. Nolan quickly caught up with the giant python and said, "Big brother python, can I ask you a few questions?" "No, Nolan. I insist on asking. Is this a secret realm?" "Yes, and no." As expected, there was something wrong with the secret realm. He had overlooked it, but now, he couldn't find the entrance, so he could only ask someone. The giant python in front of him seemed to have a good temperament, so perhaps he could get some answers. "Big brother python, are you acting with a purpose? If you are looking for members of the Ticula family, I might be able to help you find them." "You?" The python looked at Nolan suspiciously. "If you are looking for someone, I can help you, but you also have to help me with something. I'm looking for someone too, but not from the Ticula family." Nolan could only place his hopes on this giant python. Locals would be more convenient. "Okay, as long as the person you are looking for is not from the Ticula family, they should be safe here." "Thank you, big brother python. My name is Blue Viper. As long as you don't interfere with our search for the Ticula family members, everything else is fine." Alright, Nolan just wanted to find Hickley and the others and then leave this place. As for any rewards, it was clear there were none here. This was just a trap set by others. The goal was aimed at the members of the Ticula family. Fortunately, they had no hostility towards them. Otherwise, it would be terrible. Coming in would definitely lead to a bloody battle. There might even be a risk to life. As Nolan followed the giant python, suddenly two people appeared in front of him. They both bore a uniform insignia. Members of the Ticula family, die. Upon seeing them, Blue Viper immediately charged forward with red eyes, while the leading man simply tucked his paper fan into his waist. Then, a magic wand appeared in his hand out of thin air. Light spell, radiant wave. Nolan felt a blinding light, and then he could see nothing. Immediately after, he heard a heavy crash. Without a doubt, Blue Viper had been knocked down. "Blue Viper, don't overestimate yourself. With your strength, you think you can contend with me? I think it's time to send you to hell to meet your compatriots." The flamboyant man's voice was somewhat sharp, and combined with his physique, Nolan found it quite disgusting. This guy was neither fully male nor female. While speaking, he had one hand on his hip and the other making a delicate gesture. It was utterly ridiculous. "Blue Viper, are you okay?" Nolan quickly jumped to Blue Viper's side and asked. This python had not attacked him immediately and had provided relevant information, so he couldn't die here. "Next, I still need to rely on him. Who knows if I encounter any tricky problems, I might need Lon Viper to negotiate. I have to save." "Hey, who are you? Standing with the magical beast, are you trying to be its accomplice?" Seeing Nualan walk over, the leading man said with a somewhat sinister tone. Nualan's heart sank, and he shot back with a sharp tongue. He had merely inquired about Lon Viper's situation, and they immediately labeled him. "Impressive. However, the truth is indeed as you think. Since you've said so, if I don't act, wouldn't that be letting down your efforts? I'm fine, you can go. I hope when you see the three women, you tell them Romine Takora is here." "Ah, you should say it yourself. I haven't found the person I'm looking for yet." Nualan stood in front of Lon Viper. He was determined to protect this python. "It seems you really have guts, but you're just a little level 50 grand mage. Do you really want to protect that stinky snake? Dream on." Romine mocked Nualan. "Humph, whether I can protect it or not, we'll talk after the fight." Just as Nualan was about to make a move, a shout came from afar. "Lan Gu, Shiyu." It was Shiyu's voice. He didn't expect her to be nearby. "Great, as long as there are no magical beasts around." "Shiyu, what are you doing here? I heard a loud noise and knew a battle must have occurred, so I rushed over here." "I didn't expect you to be right here, Lan Gu. It's so good to have you here." Nualan was originally going to face two opponents alone, but with Shiyu's help, it would be much easier. "The Elf Queen?" Lon Viper immediately noticed. How could the Elf Queen be here? Could it be that many outsiders have entered this secret realm? Not just members of the Takora family. This is a bit troublesome. I need to find Liana and clarify the situation. "Big brother, I want that Elf Queen." "No problem. I'll leave her life for you. You can play with her as you wish." The two had already begun discussing how to deal with Nualan and the others, mainly because the opponents were too low in level. Both were level 50. They were level 55 and 54, completely not on the same level. "You two really have good taste. Have you forgotten about me?" Laika appeared, landing directly beside Lon Viper, then asked with concern. "Lon Viper, how are you?" "Don't worry, I won't die." "How many people did the Takora family send this time?" "Just 2. "What? We prepared so meticulously, and only 2 people came?" Lon Viper clearly couldn't accept such an outcome. Wasn't that a waste of so much effort? It's fine, the two that came are big fish, one is the lord of Sano City, and the other is the deputy lord. That's good. We must keep them here. Then it will be much easier to deal with the Takura family. Lawn Viper also transformed into a human form, appearing as a rather boisterous man. Now it was 4 against 2. You're not being too naive, are you? With just 3 level 50 grand mages and a level 42 weakling, you think you can fight us? That's simply dreaming. The flamboyant man Romine couldn't help but mock. The gap in levels was like a chasm, and it couldn't be compensated for by numbers. Although many ants can kill an elephant, it depends on what kind of ants they are. Moreover, there must be an absolutely sufficient number. Clearly, these people in front of them were not enough. Lawn Viper, who is he? Laika asked with some confusion. How did Lawn Viper suddenly end up with humans? I just met him too, but he's not an enemy, he just saved me. Lakia solemnly assessed Norin and then said, thank you, you're too polite. Lakia then turned her gaze to the elven queen, Siet. She searched her memory for clues. There shouldn't be any elves nearby. Otherwise, with the support of the elven clan, Tychula couldn't be so rampant. Elven queen, you're not from this clan? I come from the distant Nord City. I just passed through here. Lakia suddenly realized that it seemed to be related to the man before her. Esteemed lady, I wonder if you could help me find a few people. They entered here by accident. Norin knew that Lakia held the power of speech, otherwise, Lanwazi wouldn't be so polite to her. Why should I help you? Norin. It seemed that some price had to be paid. I can help you kill the two over there, but my condition is to ensure the safety of my companions. How about that? Deal. I hope you're not just boasting. Lakia thought that even if Norin was boasting, the Elven Queen was still present, and as long as they could delay until Liana and Morris arrived, they could definitely take down the Tychula brothers in the end. Immediately, Lakia transformed into a red fox, let out a long howl towards the sky, and then changed back to her original form. I've already notified my companions from the Red Fox clan. They will go look for your companions and will inform the other beast clans not to harm them. Thank you. You two are chatting so enthusiastically that you've forgotten we're still here? You are ignoring the greatest danger. It's truly laughable. Romine's brother, Barnus, no longer disguised himself. He had originally posed as a guard to see if he could achieve a surprise victory in the secret realm. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a trap set by the beasts, so it was better to show strength and fight directly. This time next year will be your 2 memorial days. I will avenge my fallen comrades. Lakia shouted and charged towards Romine. Seeing this, Norin also took out all his equipment, hoping for a quick resolution. He didn't want any accidents to happen. He didn't care about these two. Based on their initial attitude towards him, they had already sentenced him to death. Now, it was time to execute it. Beasts are indeed extremely foolish. If we can slaughter you once, we can slaughter you twice. Once we kill you all, when we go out, all beasts will meet their end. Ha ha ha. Barnus laughed cruelly, and as Lakia charged over, he met her head-on. Dealing with a woman from the Red Fox clan was more than enough. He could incapacitate her but couldn't kill her. Otherwise, there would be no fun left. Norin and Siya charged towards Romine, who was the most troublesome. Level 55. Not so easy to kill. If you now pledge allegiance to the Tychula family, I can consider sparing your lives and even allow you to be guest scholars in the Tychula family. If you remain stubborn, I won't mind directly executing you here. Romine's words were filled with a chilling coldness. He meant what he said. Although Barnus suggested sparing the Elven Queen, there was no room for such considerations on the battlefield. A moment's hesitation could lead to a complete corpse. You should take that statement to your grave. Norin directly summoned the fire element, enveloping Romine in endless blazing flames. The vine of the Elf Queen transformed into a cage, completely restricting Romine's movements. A mere trick. Infinite chaotic magic began to manifest around Romine, and in an instant, the wooden cage was shattered. Norin swung his blazing flames directly at Romine, but all were blocked by a magical shield. Your strength is impressive. If I were a level 50 archmage, I would definitely be no match for you, but I am not. There is a chasm between us. I will give you one more chance. If you pledge allegiance to me now, my words will still hold. Humph, I don't want to repeat myself. Norin responded to Romine with endless fury. What a pity, even if you are a genius, you will fall here today. Romine said softly, and magical ripples appeared around him, blocking all of Norin's attacks. He then chanted a spell, and more magic gathered towards him, slowly transforming into a spear atop his staff. A straight, sharp spear. Since you are so stubborn, I can only send you to hell. Light spell, Spear of Light. The Spear of Light is the strongest single-target attack I have seen. Once locked on, it is almost a guaranteed death. You have no way out. I want to see which of you will die first, you or you? Romine's words were filled with mockery. These people before him were merely his toys. A group of ants dared to speak boldly here. The gap in levels represented the gap in magic. Norin's hand crackled with electricity, he no longer wished to hide, and the terrifying magic raged on the spear he had conjured. Romine was somewhat surprised, but he still had more faith in his spear of light. Go! Romine's initial target was Norin, the human who dared to defy him, and he would not let him go. Whoosh! The spear of light shot towards Norin with a momentum that tore through the air, and he didn't know how to respond. He could only throw his own spear, seeing whose magic was stronger. Thud! But the scene before Romine left him stunned. Blue Viper had somehow positioned itself between the two, using its body to catch the spear of light. Seeing this, Norin directly threw the spear he had conjured at Romine. In the midst of Romine's terrified expression, Norin's spear pierced through his body. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, leaving no time to react. Moreover, the spear of light had a moment of rigidity after being thrown, during which Romine could not use his magic. Norin seized this opportunity and directly killed Romine. At that moment, Romine's eyes were filled with unwillingness and disbelief. How could a level 50 archmage contain such powerful magic, penetrating the magical shield he had set up around him? As Romine fell to the ground, he still wore a stunned expression, but no one cared about him anymore. Norin ran towards Blue Viper, initially thinking of using his magic to see if he could dispel Romine's spear of light. But Blue Viper's actions were utterly unexpected. This was the one point Norin had not anticipated. How could this be? Blue Viper, what are you doing? Norin didn't know what to say. He had been saved by a beast he had never met before. However, Blue Viper lay on the ground, already devoid of life, a faint smile on its lips. Big brother, Banis, seeing his brother lying on the ground, shouted towards him. He had been dealing with Rikia and would have taken care of it soon, but how could his own elder brother be suddenly killed? Blue Viper, he? Reykjavik also stepped back and saw Blue Viper's body. Just now, she caught a glimpse of the immense power generated by the spear of light out of the corner of her eye. But she never expected that Blue Viper had actually taken the spear of light with his own body. Blue Viper must not have wanted to drag you down. Our main target this time is the Taikula family, and bringing you into this was truly unintentional. Blue Viper made the right choice. I will tell Liana about this, and you don't need to feel too guilty. Moreover, if we hadn't seized the opportunity to kill Romine, even more people might have died. Reykjavik stored Blue Viper's body in her storage ring. Humph, you killed my brother, and Sanos City will not let you go. Barnes was now a bit panicked. With Romine dead, he was left alone to wait for death here. He was level 54, but two fists couldn't fight four hands. Liana and Morris had not yet appeared. This was the enemy's territory, and staying here meant certain death. After saying this, Barnes flew rapidly toward the back, needing to find a safe place first and try to contact someone in Sanos City. Seeing this, Norin followed. How could he let this guy escape so easily? Just a moment ago, he had threatened to claim CA. The moment he spoke, he had sealed his own death sentence. Norin quickly caught up with Barnes, the lightning flame in his hand burning fiercely. Don't kill me. If you come with me to Sanos City, I can make you the deputy city lord. Barnes had witnessed Norin kill his own brother, so he was naturally aware of that terrifying magical power. Now it was a matter of whether he could persuade this guy. He didn't want to die here. Humph, do you think I care? Then go die. Barnes pulled out a scroll, and a powerful beam of light shot toward Norin. However, Norin instantly wrapped himself in magic, but Barnes had already run quite far. Seeing that Norin couldn't catch up, Barnes couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. Deputy City Lord Barnes, truly a refined taste. Just as he was laughing, Barnes suddenly stopped. Liana, Morris. Barnes saw that countless magical beasts were following behind them. How could these guys have arrived so quickly? Barnes, it's time to settle our old scores. Liana, you've been scheming for revenge, right? Now you can come over. I'll take you one-on-one. Do you dare? Barnes provocatively said while standing in place. Put. Barnes looked down at his abdomen in disbelief. His body had been pierced through, and it left a terrifying wound. What was happening? Barnes slowly turned his body and found Norin's figure slowly closing in on him. This guy, he actually launched a sneak attack. Barnes couldn't believe this was his end, but the electric light within his body was continuously draining his vitality, and the magic power inside him was scattering outward. He was doomed. Barnes fell to the ground with a vacant expression, silent. Who are you? Liana looked at Su Feng, surprised to see another human here. Reykjavik also caught up and explained to Norin, Liana, this is Norin. He killed Romine. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Liana performed the highest courtesy of the Qingxi clan to Su Feng. No need to be polite, it was just a small effort on my part. It's just, Norin couldn't help but think of Blue Viper. How should he explain this to her? It's just what? You can make any requests you have, you helped us eliminate our enemies, and we will certainly compensate you accordingly. That's not what I mean. Lela knew what Norin was referring to, so she simply spoke for him. Liana, the Blue Viper is dead. Ah, killed by the Taikila family? Yes, he died under the light spear of Romine. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. We all know the power of the light spear. Once it's unleashed, someone is bound to die. Liana didn't seem overly saddened upon hearing about the light spear. It was as if everything had been resolved for her. No, the Blue Viper died for me. If he hadn't blocked that light spear for me, he wouldn't have. You don't need to blame yourself. The Blue Viper made the decision he thought was right. Just as they were discussing, some magical beasts approaching from a distance caught their attention. Norin, you're here. Hikla was the first to shout, followed closely by the others, all of them present. Who are they? Liana asked curiously, wondering why there were so many unrelated people this time. Liana, these are the ones who came with Norin. They were just scattered to different positions after entering. I promised Norin that if he helped us defeat Romine and Barnus, we would help him find his friends, Lela said calmly, standing in place. Lela, you did the right thing, but unfortunately, only 2 people came in this time. Liana, at least we killed the Lord and Deputy Lord of Sano City. We can consider that a bit of interest recovered. Let's go out now. Since the battle is over, there's no need to stay here. Among the 3, it was clear that Liana was in charge, and they mainly listened to her opinion. Norin and his group followed them outside the secret realm, but everyone who had been there had disappeared. However, when Norin saw Liana and the others, he understood. They had acted separately, and there were still some bloodstains left outside. It's just a pity that this time they gained nothing. Norin, and everyone, if you don't mind, you can come to our tribe and sit for a while. We haven't thanked you all yet. Liana was always clear about her grievances and kindness. Norin thought for a moment and then said, all right, he could take the opportunity to see the orc tribes, and it seemed that these 3 orc tribes were quite powerful. If they could be integrated into Nord City, it would definitely be a significant force in the future. Norin, I didn't expect that this time the secret realm would really turn out as you said. We were a bit too anxious, Hikla said, standing beside Norin, admitting that she had indeed been a bit irrational at the time. It's fine, we didn't lose anyone, right? Next time we need to observe more. Norin didn't mean to blame them. After all, it was a decision made together. They were now standing on the head of a giant green python, entering the orc tribe like this. During the journey, they passed through several magic circles. Norin didn't expect that the orc tribe's research on inscriptions had reached such an extraordinary level. During the communication, Norin mentioned that he was a lord among humans. After about half an hour of travel, Norin and his group finally arrived at the Green Snake Tribe settlement. However, there were not only the Green Snake Tribe but also the Red Fox Tribe and the Scorpion Tribe. It seemed that their living conditions were not very good. In a dark and quiet cave, it was extremely damp and cold, completely unsuitable for habitation in Norin's view. Yet those orcs were resting against the stone walls, and some of them had sustained serious injuries. After passing through the dim cave, they arrived in a valley that was somewhat brighter compared to the interior of the cave. However, sunlight was extremely scarce, and the environment seemed average. Liana, how could the Taikila family go to such lengths to exterminate you? This was the point that intrigued Nolan the most. Although humans and magical beasts often fought each other, it was his first time witnessing such a scene. Numerous magical beasts united to resist humans, even going so far as to set up a secret realm trap at great cost. There must be many hidden motives behind this. Now, he wanted to clarify, as the previous explanation had been too vague. Lord Nolan, this isn't particularly secretive. The patriarch of the Taikila family is about to leave this world. Originally, we had no issues between us. Although there were occasional frictions, those were individual matters. But then, one day, the arrival of a dark sorcerer changed everything. That dark sorcerer claimed to have a way to extend the life of the Taikila family patriarch, but it required a small price. Liana's tone was filled with anger as she spoke. That price wouldn't be the slaughter of your kind, would it? Nolan had already guessed much from what he had heard. There must be some ulterior motive for things to have escalated to this point. Indeed, it requires the blood of our orc race to extend the life of the Taikila family patriarch. So, later on, the Taikila family sent a large number of people to massacre us, and my only sister also perished in the battle. Thus, our 3 races, having no other choice, migrated here and began preparing for revenge against the Taikila family. This is also a fight for our survival. Nolan took a deep breath, not expecting the reality to be like this. Dark magic? Using lives as sacrifices? How utterly cruel. Liana, I sympathize with your plight. If you need my help, I will do my utmost. Thank you, Lord Nolan, but we don't want to drag you into this for no reason. This is a matter where death could come at any moment. You don't need to wade into this murky water. Our homeland has already been destroyed, and we truly have nothing to offer you. Here are some accumulated treasures. Consider it a token of gratitude for your righteous assistance, Lord Nolan." As Liana spoke, she took out a storage ring. However, Nolan did not accept it. He had other thoughts. "Liana, if I help you resolve this matter, can you cooperate with me?" Nolan intended to discuss things with Liana first. He had to make his intentions known. "Lord Nolan, cooperate in what way?" "Before answering that, I want to ask you something. If you defeat the Tychula family, what will you do next?" "I don't know. I haven't thought about it." Liana truly hadn't considered it. Such matters felt too distant for them. Perhaps, in the battle against the Tychula family, they might not even survive? Who could say for sure? "Alright, Liana, I can help you defeat the Tychula family, and I can also provide you with a place to live." Nolan laid out his terms. This was essentially a negotiation process. "Lord Nolan, what do we need to do?" Liana was naturally intrigued. She had seen the magical power Nolan possessed before. He couldn't be measured by ordinary standards. However, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Nolan wouldn't help them for no reason, so it was best to clarify everything now. "I only need your 3 clans stationed within Nord City. If there's a place where you can be of help, just do your part. As for everything else, you don't need to worry about it. Moreover, Nord City will provide cultivation resources for every member of your clans." "Liana, what do you think?" Norin laid out all the best conditions she could offer, confident that they would be tempted. Right now, what they needed most was a stable place, and that was exactly what Norin had. "Liana, I think it's feasible. Even if we defeat the Tychura family, there won't be much left. If we have the help of Lord Norin, along with the promises made to us, why should we worry about making a comeback?" Lela had witnessed Norin's true magic, and he had the Elven Queen by his side. Just that alone was enough to prove that Norin could be trusted. Elven queens generally do not associate with humans. "Lord Norin, how can you guarantee that you will fulfill the promised conditions?" Morris, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Although she was also tempted, the fact remained that the other party was human. What if they had ulterior motives? "I can't prove anything right now, but you can ask them if I can fulfill the conditions I'm stating." Norin pointed to the Elven Queen beside her. "Among them are the Elven Queen, humans, and Dragonkin, all of whom came together gradually. I haven't forced them to do anything. If you don't believe me, feel free to inquire. I'm not in a hurry." Norin spoke very calmly, while Liana had been observing Norin's expression, which had remained too calm from beginning to end. There was no fluctuation at all. "Lord Norin, I trust your character, but if the promised conditions are not met by then, we will leave on our own. Can you accept that?" Liana pondered for a moment before giving her answer. "No problem at all. By then, you will have your own choices, and I won't interfere. It's a deal. It's a deal. Liana, I need to leave for half a day to find a helper. Perhaps it will yield unexpected results." "Helper? Does Lord Norin know anyone here?" "Not here, but not far away." Norin remembered the journey she took to get here. It was only about 200 or 300 kilometers to the Tanchi clan. Riding the Shadow Dragon, she could make a round trip in half a day at most. Moreover, Tanchi Linglan should have been prepared by now. "Lord Norin, at such a critical moment, please forgive my suspicion. It's fine. One of the 3 of you can choose to come with me, and I will only take the Shadow Dragon. The others will stay here. Can you accept that?" Norin naturally understood Liana's meaning. They were indeed in a tense period, and the coincidences between both sides were too great. It was reasonable to be a little cautious. "That's fine, then I'll accompany Lord Norin." "Good. Morris, Lela, I'll leave this to you." Liana turned to the other 2. "No problem. Shadow Dragon, come with me." "Longu, where are we going?" "We're going to find Tianchi Linglan." "Okay. Longu, what about us?" "You stay here for now, I'll be back soon." Everyone responded in unison. Reina looked at how Norin had left so many wives and concubines here, and he felt relieved. Norin was not the kind of person to abandon his companions. The Shadow Dragon's massive wings blocked out the sun as it flew away from there. Liana looked at the figure of the ghost dragon with a hint of envy. This was her first time seeing a real dragon. "Lord Norin, you are very lucky to have obtained a true dragon." "Ha ha. Thank you for the compliment, Miss Liana." Norin felt the cool breeze blowing past him and realized that this outing had indeed broadened his horizons. However, he had also gotten caught up in quite a bit of conflict. It seemed that Nord City would not be so peaceful in the future. But this was a necessary process for the development and growth of Nord City, and Norin could only accept it. After all, his future goal was at least that of an empire, so he needed to continuously absorb external forces. Only in this way could he move step by step towards his goal. The ghost dragon clearly remembered the location of the Tianchi clan, and about an hour later, they appeared above where the Tianchi clan used to be. However, in just a few days, this place had changed. They could clearly see the Tianchi clan members playing joyfully in the forest, as if nothing had happened before. The Tianchi people naturally noticed the huge ghost dragon in the sky, and someone quickly went to inform Tianchi Linglan. Norin instructed the ghost dragon to descend, just in time to see Tianchi Linglan running out with small steps. Lord Norin, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have connections with the Tianchi clan. Liana now felt that her choice was very wise, as the significance of the Tianchi horn was well known. Moreover, humans were mostly greedy, so logically, the Tianchi clan shouldn't have any ties with humans. But with Norin, it seemed a bit different. Lord Norin, you have come. Tianchi Linglan stood in front of Norin, a bit shy. Previously, when Norin left, he had said he would come back to pick her up, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Princess Linglan, I need you to come with me. I have encountered a bit of a tricky situation and need your assistance. Okay. Tianchi Linglan agreed without a second thought. After all, Norin had saved all the Tianchi people before. Should I tell my grandmother? No need, the others from the Tianchi clan can stay here. We will come back in a few days and take them with us. Alright. After Norin finished speaking, he took Tianchi Linglan's hand and walked onto the back of the ghost dragon. Tianchi Xiong, please send my regards to my grandmother. No problem. Tianchi Xiong had already let go of his grievances and felt no hostility towards Norin, even harboring genuine admiration. Linglan, you haven't encountered any dangers during this time, have you? No. Ever since we defeated the human lord last time, they only dare to operate on the outskirts of the forest now. So my people can play freely in the forest, and this is all thanks to you. Liana was a bit surprised. After all, this was the princess of the Tianchi clan, to be so polite to Norin. Moreover, from her tone, it seemed that Norin had once helped the Tianchi clan. Princess Tianchi, may I ask what your relationship with Norin is? Liana was genuinely curious, mainly because their actions seemed quite intimate. Norin is my savior and also my future husband. Liana was taken aback. How did Norin manage that? He actually won the heart of the princess of the Tianchi clan, and it seemed like she had no hint of disdain at all. Could you tell me how Norin helped you? Sure. Our Tianchi clan has always suffered persecution from humans, and that day I happened to be completing the evolution of my bloodline. The human lord's army was pressing in, and in the end, it was Norin and a few others who held the perimeter alone and repelled them, while our Tianchi clan did not intervene at all. In the end, I agreed to Norin's conditions and was willing to marry him. Tianchi Linglan detailed the ins and outs of the situation, and Liana looked at Nolan with eyes full of admiration. Previously, she hadn't believed in Nolan that much. For them, it was just an increase in the combat power of a great mage, but now it was different. After hearing everything Tianchi Linglan had said, Liana's confidence in this battle at least doubled. Moreover, everyone around Nolan was a powerhouse of great mage level. The fact that one person could gather so many great mages for his use meant that this person's charm was unparalleled. In that moment, Nolan's back seemed to grow immensely tall in her heart. Whether it was the Elf clan or the Tianchi clan, they were both of a higher status than them. Now being able to ally with Nolan was indeed a great fortune for them. As for the doubts she had before, they had already been cast aside. Liana personally apologized to Nolan. Nolan did not take this matter to heart. This was the demeanor and grace expected of a noble gentleman. After about an hour, they returned to the territory of the Green Snake clan. Tianchi Linglan silently followed Nolan's side, attracting the attention of everyone around. They felt that Tianchi Linglan at this moment was like a fairy descending to the mortal realm, every frown and smile revealing a natural beauty. Nolan, who is this? Reina rushed over to Nolan, not daring to look at Tianchi Linglan, as she was simply too beautiful, absolutely stunning. My fiancé, Tianchi Linglan. Reina, well, that's that. I should have thought of that. I didn't expect the last shred of fantasy to shatter. Reina walked to the side, feeling a bit dejected, and Tianchi Linglan asked, is your friend alright? He's fine, he's just a bit tired. He just needs to rest. Liana, we start our mission tomorrow. Okay. That night, Nolan and the others set up camp in the valley. Nolan took out the tent he had prepared earlier and set up camp on the spot. However, they did not practice that night. There were simply too many people, and with Tianchi Linglan present, they hadn't even held the wedding yet. The next day, Nolan and the others were ready and arrived at Sano City. This time, they did not bring anyone else. Everyone who came here was of the great mage rank. Liana, Morris, Rakia, along with Nolan and his group. Outside Sano City, they directly took out the bodies of Romine and Barnes and threw them on the ground. People of the Taikula family, come out and take your city lord's corpse. You aren't afraid, are you? The knights on the city wall hurriedly reported this news to the old city lord, who was still in the magic circle. Now that both the city lord and the deputy city lord had died, only the old city lord could come out to take charge of the situation. Old city lord, those orc clans are outside. calling for a challenge with some great mages. Down there is also, what else is there? Speak up. The old city lord was now sitting in the magic circle, while outside, a cloaked mage was maintaining the operation of the magic circle. The cloak completely covered his face, making it impossible to tell whether he was male or female, with no obvious gender characteristics. The corpses of the city lord and deputy city lord are now outside. The knight finally spoke up. The old city lord, who was already advanced in age, should not have been subjected to such a shock, but since he wanted to know, he might as well say it. Put. The old city lord spat out a mouthful of blood, his already somewhat youthful appearance aged once again at that moment. Old city lord, don't be too sad, otherwise, everything you've done will be in vain, the dark mage said calmly, his voice extremely peaceful, making it hard to tell whether it was a male or female voice. Damn it! Romine, Barnus, how am I supposed to explain this to your parents? They were his two most proud grandsons, and he never expected that a trip to explore a secret realm would cost them their lives. Damn it! Cabus's emotions were already making the magic circle a bit unstable. Lord Cabus, if you give up now, all your efforts will be in vain. Don't you want revenge? As long as you regain your normal strength, killing a few grand magisters should be a piece of cake, right? At that time, I will certainly lend you a helping hand. Right now, what you need to do most is to adjust your emotions and get through this final hurdle. The dark mage's words calmed Cabus a little. Revenge! He must take revenge. Lord Cabus, we don't have enough blood. We need to go prepare some more. But now, we can't get any beast blood outside the city gates. What should we do? Cabus could only ask the dark mage. Ever since he arrived here some time ago, the dark mage had demonstrated his abilities. Cabus unconditionally trusted the dark mage, even though he didn't know his name or whether he was male or female. But Cabus only believed one thing, that the dark mage could help him survive. Lord Cabus, there should be many infants in the city. You don't need too many, just 100 will be enough. Once the sacrifice is completed, you can continue to live in this world. The dark mage's tone had not changed from the beginning, as if the lives of those 100 infants were of no importance. But Cabus was still a bit hesitant. There were indeed many infants in Sanos City. After all, it housed hundreds of thousands of people. But how could he ask others for them? Was it for his own selfish desires? Lord Cabus, you are overthinking this. You must understand, these 100 infants are not to save your life, but to protect the lives of hundreds of thousands of humans in Sanos City. Think about it, if those beasts from outside attack, will those humans be able to survive? Don't forget, they are all grand magisters. Consider everything you have done to them before. How do you think they would treat the Tychula family and the people of Sanos City? 100 infants in exchange for the safety of the entire Sanos City, you decide. After the dark mage finished speaking, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. But no one could see his face, as a mass of pure dark elemental energy blocked external prying. Hearing the dark mage say this, Cabus felt no psychological burden. Right, I am doing this for the safety of Sanos City. It's not for myself at all. If the beasts launch a large-scale attack here, it will be too late. For the Tychula family, and even more so for the safety of the people in Sanos City. Send my orders, start searching for infants throughout the city. We must gather 100, and we can buy them with gold. If they refuse, then we will just take them by force, or if it gets too hot, we will use the law to imprison them in the dungeons. Is that clear? The knight who had just spoken felt a wave of shame. Wasn't this clearly cannibalism? Cold sweat had already soaked his back. He never expected that the once revered Lord Cabus had become so deluded. Did you hear me clearly? Clear. My lord, when do you need them? Cabus held great respect for the dark mage, even willing to lower himself. Tonight. Did you hear that? You must prepare 100 infants before tonight, otherwise, you will be the same. You have relatives and children at home, right? If this matter is not handled well, then we can only ask them to sit in prison. Cabus's tone was filled with threat, and now his gaze was solely focused on the desire to survive. Everything else had to take a back seat. He was alive for the safety of the entire city of Sanos. Yes, we will do our utmost, the knight said before running out. Outside, they were blocked by magical beasts, and within the city, they had to face Cabus's threats. They could only brace themselves and proceed. Norin and the others had been standing outside for 2 hours, yet no one had appeared. Even the guards on the city wall had retreated. Now they couldn't break in. The defensive magic array of Sanos City was not something they could breach. What should we do? I have a bad feeling. We should go back and prepare. Something is off about Sanos City, Norin said, mainly because he sensed a strong sense of crisis that he couldn't quite articulate. But it felt uncomfortable. Everything before them was too strange. The bodies of the 2 city lords lay here unclaimed, and all the guards had withdrawn. Plus, there was a living dead and a dark sorcerer in the city. Who knows what they would do? Alright, then let's go back for now. I will arrange for my clan to monitor every move of Sano City. The group quickly left. Inside Sano City, many civilians began to voice their grievances, mainly because the knights who usually guarded the city had directly taken their children. The strangest part was that they only took infants under 12 months. Those knights could only bully those weaker than themselves, and they naturally kept their distance from the powerful and wealthy. With hundreds of thousands of people in Sano City, finding 100 infants was more than enough. But time was limited, and all the knight orders joined in. Although some were unwilling, when they heard Cabus's threatening tone, they could only comply. For the safety of their own families, they had to sacrifice those civilians who had nothing to do with them. Some people had planned to take the opportunity to escape Sano City, but it had already been sealed off. Now, entry and exit from Sano City were not allowed. After several hours of crying and shouting, they finally gathered 100 infants. Cabus was very satisfied. This way, he could survive again. My lord, what should we do? Cabus, don't worry, just leave everything to me. I only need 1 day, and I guarantee your life can be extended by 100 years. The dark sorcerer's voice held a hint of mockery, but Cabus was only concerned about his lifespan and couldn't hear it. What do you mean just 100 years? 100 years is not enough, not nearly enough. I want immortality, immortality. Cabus shouted loudly in the magic array. He no longer wanted to experience the feeling of death creeping closer and closer. Cabus, think about it. Although you are extending your life by 100 years now, what if I continue to help you extend it? Every time it will be 100 years, and your strength will continuously improve. By then, reaching godhood will mean achieving immortality, right? Yes, you're right. I was too impatient. Cabus had completely lost his rationality, sitting in the magic array like a madman. His excited expression made his body tremble uncontrollably. Immortality, immortality. I want to become a god. I want to become a god, the supreme god. Cabus, you will definitely become a god. Now you just need to accept the baptism of the abyss demon god in the magic array. I will definitely help you fulfill your long-cherished wish. The dark sorcerer did not expect Cabus to become so insane. Alright, it facilitates him in executing his plan. The dark sorcerer moved all the infants into the magic circle, preparing to begin the blood sacrifice. He started muttering some incomprehensible incantations. Oh, great demon god, your devout follower Lopez is here, pleading for your arrival. If you can hear me, please respond. I need your guidance. Then, as the blood of the infants flowed in, a terrifying demon head appeared above the magic circle. Who is calling me? Great demon god, it is I, your devout follower. Look, are you satisfied with the body prepared for you? Oh, let me see. The demon god's head was now enveloped in a mass of magical energy, revealing only the thick double horns on its head and blood-red eyes the size of light bulbs. Too old, but it can barely withstand a fragment of my essence. You did well. If the plan succeeds, I will reward you handsomely. Thank you, great demon god. I am willing to offer my humble life for you. After saying this, the dark sorcerer knelt heavily before the demon god's head. As a surge of magical energy flowed into Cabus's body, the demon god vanished from sight. The terrifying pressure gradually dissipated, and Lopez slowly lifted his body. He looked at Cabus's form. My lord demon god, are you ready? Cabus opened his eyes, shooting forth a red light, and expressionlessly said, we can begin. Lopez activated the inscriptions on the magic circle, and all the infants transformed into nourishment for the magic circle. Finally, under the transformation of the magic circle, it turned into pure blood energy, surging into Cabus's body. As the blood energy increased, Cabus's body, with its dry skin, became more plump, and the withered flesh gradually filled out. The sparse, graying hair returned to its usual state, and now he looked like a middle-aged man around 30. Welcome, my lord demon god. Lopez knelt down again before Cabus, whose body released a terrifying demonic power, completely enveloping the area. Ah, a brand new body. I have finally escaped the damned seal. The awakened demon god looked at his human body and nodded in satisfaction. Lopez, you did well. Thank you for the praise, my lord demon god. Although this was a fragment of the demon god, to Lopez, it was still a supreme existence. I smell fresh blood and flesh. It has been so long since I tasted this flavor. Cabus greedily absorbed the last trace of blood energy from the magic circle into his body. Lopez, I need time to merge with this body. For now, I can only exert the power of a level 50 archmage. I need more blood and flesh to accelerate my fusion. My lord demon god, tomorrow a batch of archmages will personally deliver themselves. They are all pure blood and flesh. There are also beauties from the red fox and green python tribes inside. At that time, you can. Lopez's voice revealed a treacherous cunning. Good, but I'm a bit hungry tonight. Capture some people and grab a few dozen infants for me. I want to taste the flavor of fresh blood and flesh. Yes. Lopez respectfully retreated. This night was destined to be another noisy one. All the knights mobilized collectively, starting to raid house by house for newly born infants. They broke down doors without caring who was inside. Only a few high-ranking individuals escaped disaster, while those with even a slight status could not escape calamity. Sano City was in complete chaos. No one knew what was happening. The knights acted on orders, while the residents of Sano City were powerless to resist. Some were even executed on the spot by the knights. This is the fate of rebellion. In the end, the demon god was quite satisfied to taste fresh blood and flesh. 2 days later, Norin and the others were informed by the members of the Qingxi clan that the gates of Sano City had been opened, and standing above were a middle-aged man they had never seen before and a cloaked magician. No need to think. That must be the dark magician. However, they would only know for sure once they got there. Norin and the others did not delay, bringing the supplies they had prepared over the past 2 days, and headed directly to the outskirts of Sano City. Lopez, I didn't expect there to be elves, Tianchi clan, and true dragons among these people. This is quite a harvest. As long as the demon god is pleased. Lopez obediently followed like a lapdog. Whatever the demon god commanded, he would do. These people pose no threat. It's just right to stretch this newly acquired body. Cabus twisted his joints in place, licking his lips as he looked at Norin and the others. You must be the dark magician, right? Norin stood at a distance, watching the androgynous magician in the cloak. Humph, do you dare to be so brazen in front of the Lord of the City? Lord of the City? You mean he is Cabus? Liana looked at the blood-filled man beside her, somewhat incredulous. She had seen Cabus's previous appearance old, frail, and on the brink of death. How could he have transformed into this? Is this the work of the dark magician? Is there a second Lord of the City in Sanos? Lopez stood atop the city wall, looking down at Norin and the others. Yet whenever he spoke to Cabus, he would respectfully bend his back. Humph, the Lord of the City? The Lord of Sanos is just a bloodthirsty monster. What did you say? Do you dare to insult the great Lord of the City? Are you tired of living? Lopez, step back. This Lord of the City will go down and play with them. Cabus stepped forward, directly leaping in front of Norin and the others. Hiss, humans, you carry a scent I like. Cabus's face twisted, displaying an expression that was hard for humans to comprehend. Cabus, it's time to settle the score for the massacre of our 3 clans. Liana was now somewhat agitated. After all, they had waited so long to finally confront the mastermind, Cabus. If it weren't for this old bastard slaughtering the Orc clan to survive, how could they have fallen into such a predicament? Now, the enemy was right before them. They just needed to bring him to justice and then leave this sorrowful place. They would migrate as a clan to Norin's Nord City. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a rare quest, Slay the Demon. Reward, gain a trace of demonic power, master the language of demons. Hiss, no wonder this guy in front of them seemed so off. It wasn't until Norin heard the system's prompt that he realized. This guy was not Cabus at all. How could a human possibly achieve rejuvenation? And to become so powerful, even a dark magician couldn't have the ability to defy fate. Norin was already among the ranks of great magisters, so he had a good grasp of the information in this world. He had never heard of anyone being able to reverse life. During the 2 days of preparation, he had even asked others. Even if one could extend their life, it would only be a matter of prolonging the inevitable. The Cabus before him was completely not in that situation. No wonder. Moreover, humans generally have a strong aversion to blood. This guy actually chose a blood sacrifice to save his life. Moreover, the dark sorcerer's reverence for Cabus might be a bit excessive. The only ones who could inspire such awe are 2 types of beings, demons and the dark goddess they worship. However, the dark goddess could never descend into the world, so it must be a demon. Liana, this guy is not Cabus, be careful. Everyone, double your vigilance now. Keep a close watch on his every move, and if you find yourselves at a disadvantage, retreat immediately. Norin didn't know the exact strength of the demon, so she could only instruct them to protect themselves. These were her people. If they suffered losses here, it would be a tremendous blow. Furthermore, Cabus dared to appear alone before dozens of great sorcerers, which was enough to prove he had absolute power. Therefore, they should be even more cautious now. Norin, what are you saying? How could he not be Cabus? I saw him in Sano City before, and the aura on him is unmistakably the same. It's just that now he has a mixed scent of blood, not just from orcs, but also human blood, very fresh, like that of a newborn baby. Liana said, looking at Norin. Upon hearing Liana's words, Norin's heart sank. Only demons would be so fond of flesh and blood, and the younger they were, the more they would be favored. With Liana's remark, everything before could be explained. Why did Cabus capture so many orcs? Why has Sano City been wailing for the past 2 days, and they haven't been able to breach the city gates, which remain tightly shut? Now, perhaps there is some clarity. This guy is not Cabus, trust me, Cabus may already be dead, and this guy is merely occupying his place. Next, I will take the lead, and you all support me. We must completely eliminate him here. Norin believed that although she was not a great savior, if this guy continued to develop, it might eventually affect Nord City. In the end, perhaps because of his inaction today, it would lead to a lifetime of regret. Demons were sealed in the abyss due to a great war thousands of years ago. They generally couldn't escape. Could it be that the seal of the abyss has weakened? Would other demons also have escaped? Damn it! Norin cursed inwardly. There was no time to think about that. She could only deal with this guy in front of her first and then investigate slowly. Human, how did you see through my identity? Cabus found it hard to believe. Normally, an ordinary human couldn't see through his disguise. Yet this human was adamant that he was not Cabus. He even warned his companions beside him, his tone so certain. He disliked humans being so calculating. It was 1,000 years ago that humans united various races to seal them in the abyss. Although there had been some loosening, only demons below level 30 could pass through. But those were just trash. Even if they came out, what could they do? Moreover, human guards had been stationed at the abyss's periphery for over 1,000 years, and not a single demon had managed to escape alive. 1,000 years. A full 1,000 years. It was time for humans to pay their blood debts. Perhaps they had long forgotten the life dominated by demons. Now, the abyss was about to rise again. At that time, the entire world would be under the control of demons. The suffering of 1,000 years would be transferred to all races in this world. No one would be spared. Cabus licked his bright red lips, stained by the warm, hot blood that had soaked them, presenting such a look. Indeed, he guessed correctly. Nolan's heart skipped a beat. This guy was no longer pretending. Seeing that he had been seen through, he showed no signs of hiding his identity, clearly having extreme confidence in his own strength. A demon. This guy was terrifying. Humph. Don't think that just because you put on a human skin outside, you can deceive the heavens. A beast is still just a beast. No matter how perfectly he disguises himself, he cannot hide the unique scent of a beast. On the surface, Nolan appeared calm, but inside, he was like a raging sea, with waves crashing endlessly. Human, you seek death. I will keep you for last, slowly tormenting you, and as for these women, I will slowly destroy them right in front of you. He. Cabus's face twisted slightly, revealing a lewd and cunning aura. Everyone be careful, this guy is a demon. We must work together to kill him here today. Otherwise, we will never have peaceful days again and will suffer endless harassment. Nolan knew that demons would not allow someone like him to survive in this world. Moreover, demons placed great importance on dignity. The humiliation he faced today would surely lead to a relentless pursuit in the future. Not to mention, he didn't even know how many demons had come out now. If this guy teamed up with other demons to directly attack Nord City, it would be disastrous. The pressure from just one was already so strong. Just 10 would be enough to destroy Nord City. There was no doubt about it. They could escape. But what about the civilians in the city? And Sanaa and the others? His own descendants were still in their cradles. Since Cabus hadn't died, he must be killed here again. This threat could not be left behind. Human, it seems you cannot be spared. The abyss has descended, and someone like you will only hinder our progress. Today, I will kill you here, and then take down all your kin. As Cabus spoke, a terrifying black mist appeared in his palm. That was the energy of a demon. Everyone prepare, it's still the same plan as before. I will take the lead, and you all just need to support me. But, Lan Gu, they were a bit worried. The strength of demons was not something ordinary people could compare to. Moreover, it was clear that this guy had come prepared, using the dark sorcerer's hand to transport him into the human world. Don't worry about that. If we can't kill him, we must at least try. Even if we leave today, this guy will track us down like a hound. The only safe way is to kill him here, and then we can slowly plan our next steps. Nolan's tone left no room for doubt. He now had a compelling reason to kill him. If he could obtain even a trace of demonic power, he might be able to analyze it slowly. Even if that didn't work, mastering another ability would be excellent. That would enhance his strength even further. Alright, Lan Gu, Nolan, we will follow your lead. Everyone echoed in agreement. Everyone with slightly weaker strength, stay a bit farther from Cabus's body. We have the numbers, so let's take our time. Nolan could only probe Cabus's strength for now. He had heard that Cabus was a level 60 powerhouse in life. He wondered how much strength he could exert now that a demon occupied his body, not to mention the demon's own abilities, which should not be underestimated. Humph, you little ants think you can use a wheel battle? I can wait until you are ready. You decide who goes first. Is it you, or should we decide to go together? As Cabus spoke, his fingertips pointed towards Nolan and his group. The royal family of demons is extremely arrogant, and it seems they have come to see it today. This is no ordinary demon. This guy is a bit tricky. You speak so boldly. Norin would not give this guy any face. The most important thing now is to maintain their momentum. With so many of them, could they really be suppressed by a single demon? Cabus originally intended to slowly erode the psychological defenses of these humans step by step, so he could savor the fear that comes from them. 1,000 years have passed. It is time for this world to once again live in the fear of demons. The disdain in Cabus's eyes made Norin seethe with anger. However, the others behind her believed the demon's words without a doubt. They had been influenced by their families since childhood and were certainly aware of some secrets. They never expected the demon to appear so quickly. Then, the world would once again face a catastrophe. Can they fight back? How to fight? Everyone was pondering this question in their hearts. The demon's power seemed to be imprinted in their minds, impossible to shake off. The demon naturally noticed the expressions of the crowd. He took pleasure in this, so it was impossible to escape his eyes. These humans before him were in fear. It was a deep-seated terror, slowly eroding their minds. Good. Very good. This is the expression. This is the fear. Ha ha ha. Humans are indeed just as they were back then. Then, it is time to end this farce. I can give you a chance. If you pledge your loyalty to me now, I will grant you a way to live. Otherwise, you will leave your lives here. Cabus's words were filled with seduction, like a tempting poison. Shut up, Norin shouted, fully donning her gear. The void set, although she had not yet gathered all the pieces. However, facing a powerful opponent, there was no need to hold back. Moreover, if she let the demon continue speaking, problems could arise. Some people's resolve had already begun to waver. Thunder flame. Lightning flickered in Norin's hand, and the scorching flames, accompanied by terrifying lightning, surged toward Cabus's body. Norin wanted to see just how strong this demon really was. Instant cast. Even the demon was taken aback. This human skill doesn't require chanting? The magical power contained within is so astonishing. It's actually an instant cast skill. It seems today he must be kept here. Otherwise, he would definitely become a great threat in the future. Cabus had already made up his mind. However, what he now faced was Norin's fierce assault. Countless black mists surged around Cabus's body, and a pair of wings flickered behind him. The wings were broad like a bat's, capable of covering his entire body. That's right. This guy is a demon. Immediately, those wings acted like a shield, completely enveloping Cabus's body. Boom! The thunder flame instantly struck the wings. A tremendous explosion echoed, and when everyone looked closely, they saw that Cabus had only sustained slight damage. However, the wings had become somewhat disheveled. Human, you seek death. Cabus was now furious, not expecting to encounter such a humiliation upon arriving here. These people must die today. He had previously underestimated their strength, not realizing that the leading human contained such powerful magical energy. What if he could devour him? It might greatly benefit his own body. Norin did not know what Cabus was thinking, but seeing the demon's greedy gaze, she could roughly guess his intentions. The demon itself enjoys devouring flesh and blood, and it seems he has already set his sights on him. Everyone, don't believe this guy's nonsense. Even if you pledge allegiance to him, you still can't escape death. A demon's deal is not something you can accept lightly. Think about the price you have to pay. Nualan's words awakened a few of them, who had indeed been a bit shaken. Nualan, thank you. If it weren't for your decisive action, I might have really considered the demon's suggestion, Reina Luo said somewhat shamefully. As the young vice president of the Boko family, he had been carefully cultivated since childhood. He understood the matter of demons all too well, which is why he had entertained the thought of retreating without a fight. Now, in Reina Luo's heart, Nualan's status had risen another level, not only because of his astonishing strength but also for his fearless demeanor in the face of the demon. He felt fortunate to have found a helper like Nualan. The demon's strength is not invincible. Everyone, let's work together to keep this guy here. Think about your kin. If this guy goes back and comes back stronger, he will definitely come after us. Killing him here is our last choice and a choice we have no alternative to. Nualan's voice was gripping. Everyone standing here was for the sake of their kin, right? Now there was a huge hidden danger left here, and they could not let it develop. Nualan, we will follow your lead. Brother Lan, we will always stand by your side. Good. Nualan whispered a few words to Ziklai and then walked back to the front of the crowd. If we've settled the aftermath, then I should send you on your way. The black mist around Cabus surged continuously, revealing a terrifying might. Nualan was naturally not willing to show weakness, and a long spear appeared beside him. This was learned from Romine. That guy's spear of light was truly terrifying, and Nualan was also slowly practicing, gathering his magic power in one place, breaking through with a point. The others also began to gather their magic power into their staffs, preparing for the upcoming battle. However, what puzzled everyone was that Ziklai had taken the elf queen and Princess Tianqi away. The three of them disappeared from their sight. Kid, do you think they can run away? I remember the scent of all of you. Even if you go to the ends of the earth, I will find you. However, letting your women leave here before the great battle is truly foolish. Cabus's words were full of sarcasm. For demons, nothing is more important than their own interests. They only care about themselves. Enough with the nonsense, talking more is useless. Whoosh! Nualan's spear shot towards Cabus, but this time Cabus was clearly on guard. The surging black mist quickly formed a sturdy shield, intercepting Nualan's spear. Yet despite this, he was still pushed back several meters, and his abdomen was slightly pierced, leaving a wound. The skills of the other few followed closely, but when they struck Cabus's body, they only caused minimal damage. Most of it was blocked by the outer black mist. Human, your strength is indeed strong, but if this is all you can do, then you will all perish here today. Don't forget, I haven't made my move yet. He. Nualan's heart sank. This guy indeed hadn't made his move yet. Until now, he still didn't know what level this guy's strength was at. He saw the enormous wings reappear behind Cabus, and this time Cabus's eyes were blood red, as if filled with slaughter. Then let's just play with you for a while. In the palm of Cabus's hand, a pure and unadulterated magic energy swirled, as if it were alive. Taste the fear from the abyss, Cabus shouted, hurling it towards the group of Norin. Norin, be careful. The aura of the abyss can corrode humans. Try not to touch it. Lyasna hurriedly reminded from the side. Everyone was doing their best, but her contribution was minimal. Her body was not suited for high-intensity combat. She could only provide some fire support from a distance. However, she had just realized that her damage was almost negligible to the demons. Even with Norin's powerful magic, it only caused a fraction of the damage. Facing the impending attack, Norin directly maximized the damage of the thunder flame. No risks. Coordinating with the skills around, he charged towards the black mist. Boom! A loud explosion erupted as the energy ball filled with magic was shattered. The surrounding magic power snapped trees in half, and even the grass around them withered away. Especially in the area where Cabus stood, not a single blade of grass grew. Humans, it seems you are not so impressive after all. I thought I could stretch my muscles a bit, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. Only you have a slight bit of resistance, but how can an ant compare to an elephant? Cabus said nonchalantly, standing still. His previously bleeding abdomen was now completely healed. Can't win? Norin now had a preliminary understanding of the demon's strength. This guy not only had immense power but also astonishing self-healing abilities. Much stronger than Romine. No, at that time, Romine didn't defend against his own attack. If he had reacted, who knows what the outcome would have been. However, the demon not locking onto skills was the best scenario. There was still a chance to block it, as long as no one died. Hey, if you're so powerful, why rely on a body that's about to wither away? Norin needed to buy some time. CA and the others were not here. Their combat power had been reduced by more than half. Raoul was primarily an assassin and couldn't approach now. He didn't even dare to get close, only able to cautiously test the demon's strength step by step. Taking risks could lead to irreparable losses. Lyasna was unwell and couldn't launch large-scale attacks. Reyna was primarily trained as a clan leader, focusing on business, even though she was among the ranks of great magisters. However, her strength was average. As for Liana, Morris, Rakia, and the Ghost Dragon, relying solely on them, they could only protect themselves. For now, they couldn't inflict any damage on the demon. Let's see you win first. Norin's strongest skill was the Thunder Flame, and the result could only inflict slight damage on this guy. Just a scratch. Let's wait for Sheikah and the others to arrive. Then, they could see if they could deal with this guy together. Human, I quite admire your strength. If you choose to submit to me, I am willing to grant you a fief in the future. Moreover, I can guarantee that your kin will not be affected. What do you say? A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Cabus's mouth. This was a common tactic among demons. As long as one let their guard down, they would be directly exterminated. For those who were relatively weaker and seemed easier to control, they might even allow them to live. But now, Norin's potential and strength were simply too formidable. Moreover, Cabus had long been drooling over Norin's flesh. If he could obtain it, it would be a steady enhancement. Perhaps, I can take this opportunity to comprehend the mysteries of the thunder element and the fire element. By then, even the main body might have to crawl at my feet. Since he has already come out, there is no need to heed the words of the main body any longer. His fate is in his own hands. Moreover, who knows when the seal of the abyss will be lifted? During this time, this world is all his food. In just a few years, his strength will definitely surpass that of the main body. Cabus already has a grand blueprint unfolding in his heart, he wants to be his own master, not just a mere avatar of someone else. You should keep such words for your coffin. As for us, it is absolutely impossible for you to deceive us. Nolan was still observing the surroundings. Where were Hickley and the others? Human, do you know you have given up a great opportunity? In the future, demons will surely reign supreme, and by then, your status will naturally rise. Do not act impulsively and ruin your bright future. Moreover, I can also bestow upon you the power of demons. Wouldn't it be good to have an additional ability then? Cabus did not stop trying to tempt Nolan. If he could succeed without bloodshed, that would be the best solution. Right now, he could defeat these humans, but it would come at a certain cost. The blood and flesh power absorbed over the past 2 days would all vanish, and his control over his body would further deteriorate. He could not allow such a situation to occur. The power of demons? Huh? Is what you say true? Nolan did not expect that demons could bestow their power upon others. Wouldn't that mean many strong beings could be created? Seeing that Nolan was beginning to resemble a fish ready to bite the bait, Cabus naturally would not miss this opportunity. Of course, this is a unique ability of our demon clan. If you submit to me, I will be the first to bestow it upon you. You are already a dual-element mage. Don't you want to advance your strength further? No one could refuse such powerful strength, right? Once stepping into the ranks of a great mage, the increase in strength would undoubtedly slow down. Don't believe it? Is it really that miraculous? If you want it now, I can give it to you. You'll know if it's true once you try. Cabus was eager. If Nolan accepted his request, he could directly devour Nolan afterward. Not a bone would be left. Just one step away. Let's hold off for now. I feel my strength is quite good already. I might not be able to control the power of demons. Nolan's reason for refusal was that she caught a glimpse of Hickley and the others returning from the corner of her eye. Since everyone was already here, there was no need to pretend any longer. Human, you mock me. Cabus also saw Hickley and the others returning. Hadn't they just left? Did they go to do something? What if I mock you? I said, today I will definitely kill you here. Nolan said firmly. Good, very good. Then you will all be buried here today. Cabus was now furious, not expecting to be mocked by a mere ant-like human. It seemed he would have to sacrifice something. However, before Cabus could finish speaking, he saw the magic circle forming around them, enveloping all of them within. Moreover, many inscriptions were flickering above, some of which he had actually seen before. 1,000 years ago, this part was fused into the memories of the main body. You didn't expect that you were preparing a magic array, but it's of no great use. You'll know whether it's useful soon. We're just closing the door to catch the dog. What if you run away later? Where will we catch you? Ha! The mockery in Nuwa Lan's eyes was evident. This guy seemed to be a bit slow-witted. Moreover, he was extremely arrogant. Well then, it was time to unleash their full power. Zik Lai, Ling Lan, Shiyu, how are the preparations? Lan Gu, everything is ready. Good. Our only task now is to keep this guy here forever. After Nualan finished speaking, lightning flickered in his hand, and another bolt of thunder shot directly at Cabus's body. Shiyu followed closely behind, using thick vines to completely imprison Cabus in place. Cabus had now become a living target, temporarily unable to move. Ziklai controlled his army of undead to rush towards Cabus, starting to gnaw at him incessantly. However, it was clear that there was no damage. Not even the surface of his skin could be broken. Humph, pitiful humans, do you really think you can kill me like this? I don't know who gave you the illusion, but your formation won't imprison me here. Instead, it will trap you. This saves me the trouble of catching little mice later. As Cabus spoke, a strong aura of blood floated around him, and the magic power around him rampaged. Bang! All the vines and undead were shattered, falling onto the ground beside them. I was hoping to save some energy, but you forced my hand. Soon, I will use your flesh and blood to replenish the magic energy I've lost. Cabus roared, and his entire being became terrifyingly fierce. His hands had completely transformed into those of a demon, and his wings had materialized behind him. His blood-red eyes revealed endless killing intent, and 2 sharp fangs had grown in his mouth, looking incredibly fearsome. Cabus had completely transcended the realm of humanity. Everyone be careful, just stand behind me. Only by working together can we kill this guy. Nualan remained calm. Since he was a demon, he must have some unique abilities. Right now, this guy was merely revealing his true form. Humph, seeking death. The demon charged directly at Nualan. His only target now was Nualan. As long as he dealt with this human in front of him, the others would fall apart. Lan Gu, be careful, don't come over. The terrifying lightning in Nualan's hand flickered continuously, and scorching flames enveloped his entire body. Now, there could be no carelessness. Thunder flame. Nualan shot the thunder flame towards the demon's approach, keeping part of it to protect his own body. The others, seeing this, also aimed at the demon, and those who had some supportive skills began to bolster Nualan's state. Right now, Nualan was their hope. If he fell, then everyone here would die. No one would be spared. It was a fight to the death. The arrow was on the string, and it had to be released. Kid, die for me. The demon completely wrapped his body in black gas, forming a set of armor around him. Then he charged towards Nualan's position, directly ignoring the damage from the thunderflame. He had already experienced it before. The black gas could block most of it. As long as he completely devoured Nualan, a little injury was worth it. The chaotic elements rampaged around the demon, and the black gas armor continuously absorbed the damage. Nualan still stood in place, continuously outputting his magic power. This was the only way. However, the demon's body did not suffer much damage. Instead, Nualan was already under the demon's grasp. Key kick. Humans are nothing like this. The demon, seeing that he was about to succeed, began to celebrate internally. However, at the moment his claws landed on Nualan's body, his expression changed. This guy was a fake, a projection. No, to be precise, it should be an illusion. Where did that person go? Immediately, a sharp lightning spear pierced through the back of the demon, pinning him in place. The demon's body bled a large amount of crimson blood, and the rampant magic power within him diminished. Despicable human. Norin appeared above the magic circle, accompanied by Tanchi Linglan, who radiated endless brilliance from her hands. At that moment, she stood beside Norin like a goddess of light, with a pair of holy wings behind her. Goddess of light? Angel? What exactly are you? The demon roared in place, feeling his vitality beginning to drain. No wonder this human could inflict such great damage on him. The demon saw the spear embedded in his body, which was wrapped in light elements. Damn, I've been tricked. It turns out everything before was just a delay. There is not just one magic circle here. There are also ones that enhance elemental damage. How did that guy get here? Wasn't he always here? How could he slip away right under his nose and into the sky? You don't need to care what she is. You just need to know that you are about to die. Norin conjured another spear, while Tanchi Linglan began to chant, enhancing Norin's skills. Her current magic power was insufficient to deal a heavy blow to the demon, even though she could restrain him. But it was too weak. However, with Norin's frenzied dual-element lightning and fire, it would be different. She just needed to merge her light elements into it, helping Norin break through the layer of dark energy surrounding the demon. Then her task would be complete. Norin could then use that powerful lethality to directly harm the demon's true form. Wait, I can submit to you. Don't you want the power of a demon? If you can dominate the demon god, you will receive more help when you enter the abyss. Oh, is that so? Norin was listening, but the spear in his hand was still charging. He had prepared for a long time to inflict such heavy injuries on this guy. Yes. Seeing his success, the demon exerted all his strength to break free from the spear's restraint. He rushed towards the dark mage Lopez, then opened his mouth wide and bit into Lopez's body. Great demon god, what are you doing? Lopez was also stunned. Why did this guy suddenly attack him? He was enduring excruciating pain, pleading with the demon god, unable to resist at all. Lopez, haven't you dark mages always been loyal to the demon god? Now that this demon god is somewhat exhausted, you should offer your own blood essence to me. In return, I will erect a monument for you according to human understanding. You are the hero of this battle. With that, the demon lunged straight for Lopez's throat. Norin did not strike immediately, mainly because there was no time. The spear was not fully charged yet. If thrown like this, it was very likely the demon would evade it. A single person's blood essence would not have a significant impact on the battle. Now that he knew he could injure the demon, he was not afraid of him leaving. As long as the demon did not attack those below, it would be fine. In fact, Norin was also a bit confused. Why did this guy go to attack the dark mage? Aren't they on the same side? However, the demon did not think so. They would use everything they could. In fact, the demon was afraid that those people opposite were also illusions. If so, he would be thwarted. If he failed, then the spear above his head would definitely pierce his body with precision. But Lopez was different. This guy had been watching the show from the sidelines. Moreover, he was extremely respectful towards him. No one was more suitable to replenish the magic power within. From the very beginning, he had chosen his target, and talking to Nolan was merely a way to buy some time. Now, he had succeeded. In an instant, Lopez was devoured by the demon, leaving not even a bone behind. The demon's body seemed to have calmed down a bit, no longer bleeding uncontrollably as it had just moments ago. The wounds were still there, but they were not as severe as before. Human, I admit you are strong, but I will come back for you. If I want to leave, you can't keep me here. After saying this, the demon quickly dashed towards a corner of the magic circle, concentrating all its demonic power into its right hand. It struck heavily at the magic circle. Bang! A loud noise. The magic circle began to show cracks resembling spider webs. Human, I told you, I want to leave, you can't keep me here. The demon laughed heartily and struck the magic circle again. Crack! The magic circle shattered in response, creating an opening just big enough for a person to pass through. But then, the sight that followed left him dumbfounded. Outside was a tangle of vines that blocked out the sun, inscribed with runes, even merging with the magic circle. He was beginning to understand why no one had stopped him from leaving just moments ago. Moreover, they were looking at him with the same gaze as before. It turned out they were well prepared. He couldn't escape at all. Having just shattered the magic circle had already drained all of Lopez's life force, and the outer magic circle appeared even more solid and massive. And who knew if there was another layer beyond that? Given this guy's personality, there was definitely another layer. He had no intention of running away. Now, even if he exhausted all his demonic power, he could only barely open the magic circle in front of him. But what if there was another layer outside? At that point, he might not even be able to protect himself. Moreover, even if he could get out, he would be at the mercy of others after exhausting his strength. The demon felt a sense of despair, looking at Nolan with a hint of reverence. This human was truly terrifying, cunning and shameless, even more despicable than they were. Not only did he use numbers to overpower him, but he also employed powerful tools, and in the end, even used the magic circle. Damn! So despicable. Too despicable. Run! Why aren't you running? Nolan looked at the demon with a mocking expression, wanting to make this guy feel despair from the bottom of his heart. Didn't you enjoy scheming against others? Enjoy tasting their fear? Who would have thought that one day you would be the lamb waiting to be slaughtered? Humph, I am willing to submit to you, to offer all my demonic power. As long as you spare my life, anything is fine. The demon actually knelt down on the spot, begging Nolan for mercy. All he wanted now was to survive. What dignity of a royal family was there to uphold? He wasn't the main body. As long as he could live, he could definitely take revenge later. He would find an opportunity to escape to a place where this human couldn't find him, and then devour thousands of human flesh and blood. Once his strength was strong enough, everyone here would die. The humiliation and pain he suffered today would be returned 1,000-fold to this despicable human. Let me guess, what are you thinking right now? You must be thinking about surviving for now and then finding an opportunity to take revenge, right? The demon's heart trembled. How could this guy know what he was thinking? You must be wondering why I know your thoughts, right? The demon was horrified. How could this guy? Did he really have the ability to see through his heart? I should have been more cautious for a while, but instead, I listened to that guy Lopez. I didn't even figure out the strength of these humans. How infuriating. They're simply useless teammates. Cabus, no, I should address you as Lord Demon. No, I'm not a demon lord. I'm just an ordinary demon. As long as you are willing to spare my life, I will absolutely follow your lead. The demon now realizes that in front of Nolan, he cannot disguise himself at all. This guy can guess what he is thinking, so it's best to act a bit more sincere. Survival comes first. Oh, great demon lord, I actually preferred your previous rebellious demeanor. Why not revert to that? The demon? Is this guy deliberately messing with me? You are the true god. I am merely a tiny creature. Please, can you just let me go like a fart? I promise, I will never appear before you again. Absolutely, absolutely. Everyone was astonished, not expecting that the demon from Legends was now kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. This was something they never dared to imagine, yet Nolan had achieved it. Moreover, it was basically a crushing victory. Everyone felt fortunate to ally with such a powerful human as Nolan. Furthermore, the demon had already found a way to escape the human's blockade, so there would definitely be another wave of calamity soon. Following Nolan might just save their lives. If they encountered the demon alone, they would surely be torn to shreds and mercilessly devoured in the end. Great demon lord, what are you doing? Just now, you were threatening to kill me. Why the sudden change? The demon's mind was racing with 1,000 curses. How could this guy bring up such a thing? Just as he was preparing to respond, whoosh! His heart was pierced by a lightning spear wrapped in flames, adorned with holy light elements. He looked at his wound in disbelief, never expecting this to be his end. With a look of horror, the demon's body collapsed onto the ground. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards are being distributed. Please check. Nolan felt a different kind of power emerging within him. However, it was still very weak, and he did not display it here. After all, it was still unstable. Generally, only demons could control demonic power. If he revealed it now, it would inevitably bring some trouble. So, it was best to avoid such things whenever possible. Nolan slowly descended to the ground with Tianqi Linglan, then used a searing flame to completely incinerate the demon's body. Nolan didn't want to leave any trouble behind. If the demon could regenerate, that would be disastrous. Brother Lon, you actually killed the demon. Nolan, your strength is truly incredible. Brother Lon, I really want to know how you did it. How could you guess what that demon was thinking just now? Yali asked curiously, her big watery eyes sparkling as she leaned beside Nolan. It was easy to guess. That guy clearly hated me immensely but still pretended to be harmless. The second part is even simpler. If your inner thoughts are guessed, you will definitely wonder how they knew. Plus, this guy was already feeling guilty. It was easy to pin him down, right? This was really too simple. Nolan had studied some psychology before crossing over. Occasionally playing tricks on opponents is also a good choice. Mainly, that guy had never taken them seriously. If he had gone all out from the start, who knows who would have won in the end? What a pity! That guy was just too arrogant. However, this time Noran learned quite a bit. It seems that he still needs to improve his strength. Right now, it is far from enough. The power of demons is beyond doubt. If the abyss were to fall in the future, at the very least, he must create a stable paradise to protect those he wishes to safeguard. For now, this is a very good start. It has completely awakened Noran. Strength is of utmost importance. Liana, let's spare the humans in Sano City. They are also forced into this situation, unaware that their lord has long been possessed by a demon. Moreover, the mastermind behind the scenes has already been brought to justice, and Sano City can no longer stir up any waves. What do you think? Noran merely made a suggestion. The final decision still rests with Liana, Morris, and Reykjavik. He also didn't want them to be blinded by hatred. If ordinary people were caught in the crossfire, they would definitely regret it for the rest of their lives. Noran, we will follow your lead. We owe our ability to take revenge to you, and we will adhere to our previous agreement to station ourselves in Nord City. Great! Noran knew that he had demonstrated extraordinary strength, so naturally, the power of speech was in his hands. Moreover, he had so many powerful archmages by his side. In the future, they would surely advance even further. Now, forming an alliance with him meant having a stable backing. No one would be foolish enough to make choices that would be detrimental to themselves. Alright, you all go back and have your clansmen pack up. We will set off this afternoon. Okay. Noran still needed to pack up the magic array here. This was all money. This battle had cost no less than 500,000 gold coins, and this magic array was not free. Unfortunately, that demon was just too poor. It had nothing on it. This time, he would just consider it a loss. After Noran finished packing everything up, he took them away from there. They returned to the current territory of the Green Serpent clan. How's the packing going? Noran looked at Liana, who, among the three, knew him the best. Moreover, the power of speech among the three clans was now also in her hands. Noran, it's all packed up and ready to go at any time. Great! But then came another difficult problem. How to migrate so many people? Surely, they couldn't have the ghost dragons do the transporting, could they? That was just too much. Even if they made a few trips, it wasn't realistic. Now, Nord City was at least 8,000 kilometers away. Even if the ghost dragons flew, it would take 2 days. If they walked, it would be even slower. It might take a month. They couldn't afford to delay for that long. They needed to think of a solution. Noran, what are you thinking about? Liana saw Noran standing there in a daze, clearly contemplating something. I was wondering if there were any tools that could transport you all to Nord City. It's at least over 8,000 kilometers away. If we just walk, it might take a very long time. I can't just leave you all here. Noran frowned. This matter was indeed a bit tricky. Are you worried about this? It's not a big problem. Our Green Serpent clan can help, and I was thinking the same thing. Liana felt that this was not an issue. She had considered it before. She just didn't expect Noran to start thinking about them, which made her feel a bit touched. So do you have a good solution? I'm actually worried about this right now. You should have seen the body of the Blue Viper before, right? I have. Why? We, the Qingxi clan, will take you with us when the time comes. Although our speed can't match your ghost dragon, it won't be too far off. For a journey of over 10,000 kilometers, we can make it in 5 days. However, we will need to travel day and night, with a maximum of 6 hours of rest each day. At that time, the Qingxi clan can take turns, so it won't affect the schedule. Upon hearing this, Nualan felt that it perfectly solved the problem. She didn't expect Liana to be willing to sacrifice so much, which indeed placed all the burdens on the Qingxi clan. Alright, Liana, when we return to Nord City, I will reward your people. Everyone will work hard for a few days, but once we reach Nord City, there will be nothing to worry about. Okay, Nualan, when shall we set off? The sooner, the better. Let's say in half an hour. If we can set off, let me know. No problem. Half an hour later, the Qingxi clan, the Amosia clan, and the Chihu clan all gathered here. Then, several Qingxi transformed back into their original forms. Nualan took a look. They were all over level 30, which was good. No wonder they could grow so large. It seems the size of the Qingxi clan is linked to their level and the strength of their magic. Nualan informed Liana of the location of the Tianqi clan, as he still needed to go there to bring them back. Now, the strength of Nord City was unprecedentedly powerful. After several hours of long travel, they finally arrived at the residence of the Tianqi clan in the evening. Nualan followed Tianqi Linglan to the cave, where he met the old man from before. Lord Nualan has arrived. We are all ready. Grandma, you don't have to be so polite. Just call me Nualan. Wait, Grandma, you said you are ready? Ready for what? Did Linglan not tell you? She has already informed us to be prepared, saying you would be coming here soon, and we would go to Nord City together. Nualan looked at Tianqi Linglan, surprised that she had thought of everything. Tianqi Linglan smiled playfully, indicating that this was what she was supposed to do. Alright, Grandma, let's get going. You can follow us to the ghost dragon. Okay. Nualan and the others remained on the back of the ghost dragon. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for the Qingxi clan. Moreover, someone needed to lead the way, and having the ghost dragon in the sky was the best guide. The Tianqi clan chose to walk on their own. They were very good at running, and the distance was not a big deal for them. Only a few children would get tired and rest on the back of the Qingxi clan for a while, and the group set off towards Nord City in a grand manner. They encountered no obstacles along the way. Mainly, with such a large group, anyone wanting to cause trouble would have to think twice about their own strength. There were also a few great magic masters present, which was not an easy target to tackle. After 3 days of travel, the group finally returned to Nord City. Sana and the others saw the silhouette of the ghost dragon from afar, but behind it were several incredibly large giant pythons. Did Nualan bring them back? Since Nualan left, they had been managing the affairs in Nord City every day, and the rest of the time was spent waiting for Nualan's return. They didn't expect to finally see him today. Quick, have the kitchen prepare food, the more the better. The scale should be 2 or 3 times larger than the usual grand feast. Yes. After Sana made the arrangements, she stood dazed on the city wall. After such a long wait, Nualan had finally returned. As they approached Nord City, Nualan instructed the ghost dragon to fly low and slowly, then introduced Liana beside him. That is Nord City, and the surrounding wilderness mountains are all under the territory of Nord City. When the time comes, you can live wherever you like. If you prefer the forest or the mountains, I can ask human craftsmen to build you exclusive houses. You will have the freedom to choose. At this moment, Norin was full of vigor. With the addition of the 4 clans, Nord City had transformed dramatically. Among the surrounding cities, its strength was unmatched. Now, in terms of power, Nord City was already comparable to some medium-sized cities. As everyone looked around, they found that Nord City stood before them like a divine palace, majestic and imposing. Moreover, from the outside, it appeared grand and magnificent, and occasionally, they could see some magical beasts soaring within. Norin, I didn't expect Nord City to be so large, the elder exclaimed, surprised that they would one day come to live in a human city. Everyone, we are entering the city now. Under Norin's lead, everyone entered Nord City in a grand procession. Meanwhile, Sana and her group had been waiting at the entrance. Brother Norin, you finally returned. The moment Norin landed, he was surrounded by a group of wives and concubines. Brother Norin, you're finally back. You have no idea how much we missed you. You've been gone for half a month and didn't even ask about the situation in Nord City. Yes, we were so worried about you. Are those who followed you also joining us in Nord City? Brother Norin, you must be tired, right? Let us help you to rest. Everyone was asking questions one after another, and Norin felt that life had returned to its usual rhythm. However, he should first arrange for the 4 clans. His own matters could wait. Sana, please arrange their accommodations first, and I will introduce them to you. This is Liana, the leader of the Green Snake clan. This is Morris, the leader of the Scorpion clan. This is Rikya, the leader of the Red Fox clan. And this is Princess Tianqi Linglan of the Tianqi clan. From now on, they are officially joining us in Nord City. Please arrange temporary housing for them first. Once things stabilize, take them to choose the most suitable accommodations. Okay, Brother Norin. Under Sana and the others' arrangements, everyone who had come to Nord City was soon settled in an orderly manner. Norin, I didn't expect Nord City to be so grand, and now it has everything. Reina was filled with emotion as he spent 2 hours roughly touring Nord City. No wonder Norin needed to collaborate with the blog family. There were simply too many things here. Moreover, there was even a tortoise tree king, and countless magical plants like the kidney power fruit and dragon blood grass that strengthened the body. Reina was immensely grateful that the city Norin built matched his own strength. No wonder it could possess such powerful capabilities. And what surprised him even more were Noren's wives and concubines. With several great magisters present, Reina thought that was already impressive. However, there were even more within Nord City, and although their overall strength was still around level 30, this was already a formidable presence for Nord City. There were many elite soldiers in Nord City, and the eyes of those people sparkled with light, as if filled with hope for the future. Noren, can you tell me your method of training soldiers? I also want to have a brave and skilled army. You see, my own strength is average, and I can only seek external help. Reina sincerely asked, believing that Noren's experience was worth learning. Ha ha. There are no shortcuts, I simply make each of them feel valuable here. Maybe you only care about those sorcerers or even the grand sorcerers, but I am willing to train them from scratch. They were all just low-level mages before. Noren smiled lightly, as if not much time had passed, and Nord City had already developed to such a scale. Noren, what are you saying? Training from scratch? You can't be serious. Reina was greatly surprised. This was completely contrary to the philosophy of their merchants. What would I gain by lying to you? It is precisely because I have trained them that their sense of belonging is so strong. Moreover, as long as they complete the corresponding tasks, I will give them extra rewards as a form of appreciation. With such motivation, do you think they won't work hard? Noren did not continue but looked at Reina with a half-smile. For a merchant, the most important thing is profit. Everything they need can be exchanged for the wealth in their hands. However, they overlook the most crucial essence. Those close to them are also driven by profit, not genuinely serving them. After arriving in this world, combining his experiences as an ordinary person in his past life, Noren naturally implemented the principle of rewarding good and punishing evil. If there are merits, then reward. If there are faults, do not indulge. This is his secret to success. Relying on personal strength can indeed achieve temporary glory. However, for Nord City to develop, it ultimately relies on these ordinary soldiers. Noren cannot always stay in Nord City. If danger arises, he still needs them to defend the honor of Nord City. Noren, I understand now. No wonder you have achieved this level. I think I was a bit misguided before, focusing only on immediate profits, which ultimately won't take me far. Today was a great lesson. I will remember it. Reina was very humble. During these few days with Noren, her mindset had changed significantly. Noren gaining the recognition of those orc tribes was indeed an impressive feat. This also confirmed Noren's strengths. Reina had reached her current position, naturally due to her exceptional qualities. At this moment, Noren was a great teacher to her. Reina, didn't you say you wanted a dragon-blooded magical beast? A single sentence from Noren pulled Reina back from her endless reverie. Ha? What? Don't you want one now? Noren teased. How could I not want one? Alright, follow me. Reina followed Noren with an excited and anxious heart. She was finally going to have a dragon-blooded magical beast. They passed through lush woods and countless magical plants, arriving at the cliff where the dragon griffins were raised. As soon as Reina arrived, she was greeted by the sight of dragon griffins soaring through the sky, their magical aura raging around them. When she visited before, she hadn't come here, having seen it from a distance as a gathering place for magical beasts and left. If magical beasts attacked strangers, she would be in trouble. Reina, the strongest here are the dragon griffins and the dragon rhinos over there. Which one do you want? Reina looked in the direction Noren pointed and indeed saw a large number of dragon rhinos circling in place. They were exceptionally large, giving off a powerful and imposing feeling. Noren, I want a dragon griffin. Reina almost didn't think twice. While dragon rhinos were indeed imposing, dragon griffins could fly. Just this point alone is something that the dragon rhino cannot compare to. Being able to fly can solve many problems. Alright, I'll help you choose the best one. Yulong, have all the dragon griffins come here and line up properly. Nualan shouted towards Yulong, who was currently in the sky. Upon hearing this, a dragon roar echoed through the clouds. In an instant, all the dragon griffins flew in front of Nualan. They lined up in an orderly fashion, looking incredibly well behaved. Reina Luo, you can start selecting now. Choose the one you like the most. At this moment, Reina Luo looked at the thousands of dragon griffins and couldn't help but swallow. Nualan's generosity was truly overwhelming. He had seen quite a few griffins, but it was rare for nobles to choose their mounts from them. However, this was the first time he had seen so many dragon griffins, all exuding a terrifying aura. But there were strong and weak ones. It was completely normal for the assimilation process of Yulong to vary. After watching for a while, Reina Luo found it impossible to decide. He had more than 10 that he liked, but unable to discern their quality, he turned his gaze to Nualan. Nualan, I'm having a hard time distinguishing. Can you choose one for me? Reina Luo said somewhat shyly, but given his limited ability, he could only seek help from Nualan. Alright, Just a moment. Nualan activated his reconnaissance eye and quickly scanned all the dragon griffins. One that appeared somewhat weak caught his attention. Mutated dragon griffin, bloodline mutation degree completed 98%. That one, Nualan said without hesitation. He had Yulong now and wouldn't lack for magical beast mounts. However, Reina Luo's willingness to give up 20% of the blog family's profits was enough to show his sincerity. Now that he was letting him choose a good magical beast, he naturally wouldn't be stingy. Nualan, you're not joking with me, are you? Reina Luo looked at the dragon griffin Nualan pointed out, which was somewhat smaller in size, and its magical power seemed to be fluctuating, looking like it wasn't a very strong magical beast. Reina Luo, that is the dragon griffin with the highest degree of mutation here. After a while, when it stabilizes completely, you'll see its potential. I don't want to trick you in this matter. If you're not satisfied, you can come back to Nord City to exchange at any time. I welcome you at any time. Nualan didn't want to explain too much. He was very curious to see how far this dragon griffin could reach after mutation. As long as Yulong was with him, such mutated magical beasts would definitely not be lacking in the future. Moreover, he had shared the blood and flesh of the giant dragon with all the magical beasts and magical plants here, so some abnormalities would surely appear in the future. It was just a matter of time, and he wasn't in a hurry. Alright, Nualan, I trust you. Reina Luo walked towards the dragon griffin Nualan mentioned and began to stroke its body. Just as he was about to seal it with a scroll, Nualan spoke up to stop him. Reina Luo, I don't recommend you do that. Magical beasts need communication on a spiritual level. Enslaving them like this won't be beneficial in the future. I understand. Reina Luo put away the scroll. What Nualan said made sense. No wonder he could achieve this level now. If he didn't have unique insights, it would be impossible to play around. Reina Luo, let's go attend the gathering first. You can take that dragon griffin with you when you leave. Okay. In the evening, Nord City celebrated, hosting the largest gathering in history. This time, not only were all the nobles invited, but commoners from outside were also included. Now, those former nobles had a status that was no longer comparable to Nualan's. Once, Norin might have needed to pay attention to them, but now it was no longer necessary. Nord City had completely annexed Lanwo City, and now everything was under his control. Hans had become his deputy city lord, and the dean was also on his side. The transformation had come so swiftly. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very grateful for your presence at this grand event. I have a significant announcement to make. Norin raised a crimson goblet in his hand, standing on the high platform in his suit. The seats above were specially prepared for Norin and his wives, while below were the nobles and those who held positions in Nord City. The commoners in Nord City were also provided with corresponding food. However, Norin did not show favoritism in the food supply. It was basically all the same. Everyone stopped their actions, gazing up at Norin's towering figure. At this moment, this man was the ruler here. Like a constellation shining brightly, everyone present was overshadowed by his brilliance. Today, Nord City will join the 4 great clans, the Green Serpent clan, the Red Fox clan, the Scorpion clan, and the Tianchi clan. From now on, they will also be the citizens of Nord City. You must treat them as you would your former compatriots, and any mutual slaughter between you is strictly prohibited. If it occurs, I will show no mercy, especially the Tianchi clan. You should know the preciousness of the Tianchi horn, but I do not want to see any infighting for profit. Moreover, all races in Nord City will be treated equally. Starting today, the other 4 great clans will also enjoy the same treatment as the commoners of Nord City. If you help Nord City achieve great things, you will be rewarded accordingly. In Nord City, I will not show favoritism. Norin's voice echoed throughout the hall, resonating in everyone's ears. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I wanted to say today. There is also another important matter regarding your strength enhancement. Tomorrow, everyone will receive resources linked to your levels, specifically provided for your cultivation. You will not need to pay any price. However, I want to see the results of your strength growth. From now on, for every level you advance, I will provide you with corresponding cultivation resources. All of this is free of charge. I do not want to see you slack off. Nord City may face disasters in the future. If you do not have enough self-defense capability, you will be obliterated by this catastrophe. As long as you keep progressing, equipment, mounts, resources, I can provide all of these for you. Starting tomorrow, the guarding soldiers will shift to 3 shifts, so there won't be so many people needed. The others will have free time during this period. I will not force you to cultivate, but I hope you consider your future carefully. No one will nurture you like Nord City does. I have finished speaking. Who is in favor? Who is against? Norin scanned the crowd, all faces beaming with excitement. The treatment Norin offered this time was simply too good. It was equivalent to free training for them. This was the result of Norin's careful consideration over the past few days. The abyss had already shown signs of mutation, and if no action was taken, they would only be left to suffer. The strength of the demons was beyond doubt. The people present were not even worth being cannon fodder. Including Norin himself, he knew that the last victory was due to the help of Tianqi Linglan. Moreover, it was under the demon's arrogance. If it were a normal battle, he might have had no chance of winning at all. The most important thing now was to enhance the strength of Nord City and himself. Money. They could earn it in the future. Moreover, the demonic plants were still continuously producing, only increasing in number. But if the status quo is maintained, when the demon army presses in, Nord City will only meet with destruction and death. Lord Norin is truly a great leader. He is willing to actively cultivate us. From now on, I will definitely follow Lord Norin's lead. Who can argue with that? Others receive fixed military salaries, while we, with such good resources and systems already in place, have Lord Norin willing to provide us with resources. Such a wise ruler is rare even in the whole world. From now on, those of us who live and die for Nord City will become its ghosts. The people below have already begun to cheer. This is simply monumental news for them. Lord Norin, I now understand why you can elevate Nord City. I am truly convinced and will need to learn from you more in the future. Raina raised her wineglass, standing below, not out of flattery, but from genuine admiration. He is a businessman, and everything he does is based on profit. Yet Norin's emergence has completely shattered this principle, mainly because Norin is simply too stunning. Lord Norin, on behalf of the Green Serpent clan, the Red Fox clan, and the Scorpion clan, I express our highest respect to you. Liana, dressed in a flowing green translucent gown, her delicate waist subtly visible, exuded an enchanting allure. This is the true water snake waist. Liana slightly bowed, expressing her respect for Norin. They never expected to receive such preferential treatment on their first day in Nord City. Norin did not go back on his word, and their strength could advance even further here. Everyone knows how much cultivation resources are needed to enter the ranks of the Grand Sorcerers. Normally, it is simply unaffordable. Now Norin has actively promised them that they will also share in the responsibility for Nord City's safety. This is their home. Behind them, Morris and Reykjavik also stood up, raising their wine glasses, joining Liana in expressing their respect to Norin. Liana, you don't need to be so polite, this is what I should do. Everything was within Norin's expectations. By offering these conditions, these people would naturally be grateful, and from then on, their fates would be tied to Nord City. United in glory, united in loss. No one can stand alone. Moreover, Norin's actions are not a calculation but a mutually beneficial win-win situation. Each takes what they need. What he will bear is an astronomical figure, so now the output and sales of Nord City must increase. Norin saw the elder Tianqi in the front row about to rise and hurriedly stopped him. Grandma, please don't move. I have received your goodwill. Moreover, Linglan is now my wife, and I should take care of the Tianqi clan. Once I stabilize, I will hold a wedding with Linglan. If you need anything, you can directly tell Linglan or me, and we will fulfill your requests immediately. Everyone saw how far Norin has come and did not underestimate those below. It is truly remarkable. They are even more determined to follow Norin, especially Duke Denner and Dean Yanli, who have finally realized how unique Hansa's vision is. Giving Landro City to Norin voluntarily, although it seems like a significant loss, they will no longer be the decision-makers. However, what they gain is countless times more than Landro City, and this asset continues to appreciate. Currently, only Dean Yanli and Norin have no ties. The nobles below have dedicated all their lands, each holding corresponding positions. As for Duke Denner and Hans, there is no need to mention, their ties with Norin are even closer. Moreover, Hans is the deputy lord of Nord City. A bright future ahead. Only his academy belongs to Lanwo City, and has been dedicated to New Alan. As for those orc tribes, there's no need to mention them, they have all pledged their allegiance to New Alan. This has significantly increased the combat power of Nord City, essentially multiplying it several times. Among them are not only Grand Magisters, but also countless individuals ranging from level 20 to 40. He now feels incredibly awkward and will have to discuss with New Alan later to see if he can also be given a position. He had misjudged the situation before. Director Yanli now deeply regrets it. He was previously unhappy because New Alan had poached the mentors from the academy. Yet, in just a few months, they have developed to such an extent. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Everyone, feel free. Everything today is unlimited, eat and drink to your heart's content. New Alan stood on the stage, surrounded by his wives and concubines, all dressed extravagantly, each with their own charm. New Alan was somewhat entranced. Even he couldn't have imagined that his life had undergone such a dramatic change. However, this is not a time for complacency. The arrival of the abyssal demons hangs over them like a sharp sword, and no one knows when it will strike. Therefore, enhancing strength is of utmost importance. Han stood by, somewhat bewildered. New Alan seemed like a different person upon his return, yet also the same. He absolutely supported New Alan's policies, but the development of Nord City would inevitably hit a bottleneck. He needed to find an opportunity to ask why New Alan made such a decision. As the deputy city lord, his role was to help New Alan solve problems. No matter what choice New Alan made, all he needed to do was to support him unwaveringly. Langu, why did you suddenly make such a decision this time? We haven't heard you mention it before. Yeah, you seem to have become much more serious since you came back. Did something happen outside? Are you planning to keep us in the dark too? New Alan looked at their slightly flushed cheeks from the wine and couldn't help but feel a bit distracted. However, he was truly too busy this time to spend quality time with them. Facing the questioning of the women, New Alan revealed the truth. Please calm down, let me explain it to you in detail. On the way back this time, I encountered demons in Sanos City, and they were incredibly powerful. If it weren't for the dozens of us working together, we might not have been able to win. New Alan wrapped his arm around Shiyu's waist and explained to the others nearby. Demons? Aren't they supposed to exist only in the abyss? How could they appear here? Yes, Langu, did you get hurt this time? Langu, you didn't tell us such an important matter. Doesn't that make us worry? New Alan felt helpless. It was precisely because he feared they would worry that he hadn't told them. If he had, it would have been even more serious. However, seeing the concern on the faces of his wives and concubines, New Alan smiled with satisfaction. He now felt like the happiest person in the world, without exception. No one was hurt, don't worry, we're all fine. However, this time we owe it all to Shika, Shiyu, and Ling Lan. They perfectly coordinated with me, which is how we finally defeated the demons. Since the abyss has already shown abnormalities, it's very likely that the demons have found a way to come out. I want to enhance the strength of Nord City to create a safe haven for you amidst the calamity. I don't want to see anything happen to you, you are all my precious gems. Let me tell you, don't neglect your training either, otherwise, if you get caught by the demons, I will be heartbroken. Nolan chatted and laughed as she informed them of all the circumstances. Although everyone felt a bit shocked, seeing their beloved husbands sitting right in front of them eased their worries. Whatever they could think of, Nolan had already considered. Moreover, she was already planning for their future. They just needed to cooperate with Nolan to manage Nord City. They couldn't let her handle everything alone, could they? Langu, don't worry, even if you don't say anything, we will practice. Tonight, we'll practice together. We won't let you down. Yes, we miss you so much. You wouldn't refuse to practice with us, would you? Alright then. Nolan didn't want to dampen their spirits. After all, she had been away for a while. The necessary connections still needed to be maintained. The banquet continued until dawn, and in the end, everyone returned to their rooms, tipsy. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Nolan smiled knowingly. Tomorrow would be another beautiful day. Those who bore the weight of the people returned to convey Nolan's intentions to their subordinates, including the commoners in Nord City. Today was destined to be a sleepless night. The entire Nord City was going wild, praising Nolan's achievements. They would basically be free from worries about food and clothing in the future, and they would also receive corresponding rewards, which undoubtedly brought a glimmer of hope to their lives. Some even began to carve sculptures of Nolan to honor her achievements, ensuring her legacy would last through the ages. Nolan was unaware of all this. She needed to practice. The next day, the sun was shining brightly, and Nolan got out of her soft bed. She had some matters to attend to today and couldn't afford to sleep in. Langu, why are you leaving so early? Yeah, can't you rest a bit longer? You just got back. No, I have things to do, you all rest well. After washing up, Nolan left the resting palace. She had almost gathered all the materials she needed and should be able to complete that task with the Elf Queen. Once she added the wood element, she would have mastered 3 elements completely. And then there was the power of the demon, Nolan thought, as a trace of a terrifying, evil aura appeared around her fingers. It seemed to swirl around her fingers as if it had a life of its own. Hearing someone approaching, Nolan quickly retracted the demon power. Lord Nolan, Brother Hans is looking for you, and Dean Yanli is with him. Do you want to go now? The visitor was Jifun, who had been granted this privilege by Nolan. Others generally couldn't reach her palace, but why was Jifun still calling her Lord Nolan? Hadn't she told him otherwise? Brother Jifun, what do you mean by this? Didn't we agree to interact normally in private? No. Lord Nolan, your status has risen tremendously. I feel so insignificant now. Our statuses are no longer the same. You even brought back the 4 major beast clans. Now is the time to establish authority. How could I ruin the rules just because of one person? From now on, I will call you Lord Nolan. I'm really happy that you can still treat me like before. However, after all, there is a difference between master and servant. You are going to be the one to establish a kingdom. Will you still call me brother then? Nolan felt helpless. It was lonely at the top. Even Ji-Fun had changed like this? Brother Ji-Fun, you. Lord Nolan, you need to get used to it. If you still call me like this when you reign over the world, what will others think of you? Alright then. Nolan sighed inwardly and finally uttered those two words, Chicken Fun. Ah, that's right, Lord Nolan. What do they want from me? They haven't said yet, but it seems Vice Lord Hans has something he wants to ask you. Good, then let's go over now. Nolan led the way, with Chicken Fun closely following. At this moment, Chicken Fun was completely immersed in his role. Perhaps if someone asked him about his past, he wouldn't be able to answer at all. Who could remember that he initially just wanted to gain Nolan's territory? Upon entering the Great Hall, Nolan saw Hans and Yali standing in the center, respectfully waiting. Has Hans also become like this? A bitter feeling surged in Nolan's heart. He had only brought back some influence, yet these guys had all changed completely. Lord Nolan. The two naturally noticed Nolan's arrival and bowed in greeting. What are you doing? Lord Nolan, there are distinctions of rank. Moreover, you are now the lord of a city. This is the etiquette we should observe. Yes, please don't take offense. Hans, old friend, even you are like this? Aren't you making me feel embarrassed? Lord Nolan, times have changed. You now command not just us humans. I cannot set this precedent. Nolan. These guys must have discussed this beforehand. Fine, let's leave it at that for now. Hans, old friend, tell me, what do you want from me? Nolan sat on his throne, while the other three stood respectfully below. Lord Nolan, we are here mainly for two matters. First, what did you mean by the catastrophe you mentioned yesterday? Is this policy change related to it? Second, Dean Yinli wishes to request a position that can serve Nord City diligently. Hans lowered his head respectfully as he spoke, while Yinli remained motionless, keeping his once proud head bowed throughout. So you came for this matter. Let me explain briefly. On the way back, we encountered a very powerful demon. In the end, it took dozens of people working together to slay it. I am worried that there are already some issues on the Abyss side, and in the near future, the demons in the Abyss may be completely exposed to the public. And what they hate the most is humanity, which will inevitably lead to a massacre. I don't want Nord City to be obliterated in this disaster. Therefore, we need to gather the strength of the city to enhance our power, so we can barely protect ourselves. Although Nolan spoke lightly, the three below were already shocked. Nolan actually encountered a demon. It seemed there really were problems on the Abyss side. Lord Nolan, are you injured? Not at all. However, this matter should not be publicized for now. I don't want to cause widespread panic. You should understand the seriousness of this situation. Understood, the three answered in unison. With Nolan being so clear, they were not fools. It was impossible to leak such an important secret. Now let's talk about the second matter, Dean Yinli. Yes, Yinli bent his body even lower, as Nolan had become an existence he could no longer reach. Dean Yinli, what position do you want? Any position will do, as long as I can serve Nord City diligently. Yinli's voice was filled with excitement. He was now conversing with the Lord of Nord City and could not afford any mistakes. Dean Yinli, are you not satisfied with your current position? Very satisfied, but the contribution to Nord City is really too little. As a Grand Mage, how can I keep hiding in the back enjoying those precious resources? Ha ha ha. Director Yanli, you are mistaken. What you are in charge of now is the only academy in Nord City. The growth of all newborns depends on your cultivation. I even plan to send my own child to the academy to study in a while. This is of utmost importance. The future lifeline of Nord City is in your hands. Do you not think this responsibility is heavy? After saying this, Norin looked down at the three people below. What Lord Norin said is like a sudden enlightenment. My thoughts were indeed narrow. I will not disappoint Lord Norin's expectations and will cultivate our next generation better. Good. I believe in Director Yanli's abilities. Is there anything else? Reporting to Lord Norin, there is nothing else. Alright, then I will go busy myself. We bid farewell to Lord Norin. Norin, now haven't they already treated themselves like kings? These guys have gone a bit overboard. Really, they don't listen when I speak. Forget it. I'll go find Reina to discuss how to sell the magical plants in Nord City. Norin remembered the room where Reina lived, and just as he arrived at the palace, he saw Reina walking out. Lord Norin, I was just about to look for you. Why are you using that title with me? Don't call me Lord. We are in a cooperative relationship now and should treat each other equally, understand? Ha ha ha. Lord Norin is truly a person of character, but I can't just call you by your name in front of so many people. It's not appropriate. Reina, you shouldn't say that. Norin teased Reina on purpose. If you call me Lord, then I can only call you Vice President. Alright. Norin, after hearing your systems yesterday, I was inspired. I decided that in our cooperation with Nord City, I won't take any profit, just the principle. I will sell magical plants for Nord City for free. It's my way of contributing. Reina, what are you doing? Norin was a bit puzzled. How did everyone become a bit strange after just one night? Norin, with the crisis at hand, I should prepare early. I hope there will be a place for the Boke family in Nord City. Reina was now completely in awe of Norin, especially with Norin's current strength. In the future, he would definitely be a dominant presence. And the Boke family was just a merchant group after all. When disaster strikes, who would take them in? Having money? At that time, life would be more important. Even if they had money, others would charge exorbitant prices. What would the Boke family do with so many people? But Norin's situation was different. Now was the best choice to pledge allegiance. Reina, of course, there is no problem. Your people are always welcome in Nord City, but they must also abide by the rules of Nord City. Of course. Reina was overjoyed, not expecting Norin to agree to his request so easily. Norin, this crystal card has 50 million gold coins. Consider it my personal support for Nord City. Please be sure to accept it. Reina said, handing over a shimmering golden card, which was engraved with the Boke family's emblem. Reina, Norin, this is a token of my goodwill on behalf of the Boke family. You are in urgent need of money right now. Take this to support yourself for a while. Norin looked at Reina, speechless. This was a lifesaver. 50 million gold coins. Reina Luo has basically entrusted his worth to him. This is enough to show Reina Luo's sincerity. Alright. Norin no longer refused this time. What he needed most now was this money. There are more than a dozen great magisters in Nord City, and the resources needed are about to run out. Norin, if I can successfully take over the Boke family, I will definitely move to Nord City, and at that time, I will raise the previous profits to 50%. Hiss. Reina Luo must be crazy. 50% of a trading company, at least starting from 500 million, and it could be even more in the future. Reina Luo, Norin didn't know what to say. Reina Luo had already done everything he could, and he was considering everything for Nord City. Norin, don't refuse. This is what you deserve. During our time together, I have gained a lot. If it weren't for you, I might still be a profit-driven businessman, and I could have been completely obliterated at the moment of the demon invasion. You have given me hope to survive, and I am willing to contribute my share for you. It's also a way to find a way out for the Boke family. Reina Luo said with some emotion. This was the result of his contemplation for a whole night. Norin would definitely establish a kingdom, an empire, or even a divine nation in the future, and it was already taking shape. What Norin lacked the most now was startup capital, and he was essentially providing timely assistance. Moreover, this was equivalent to providing protection for the Boke family, a protection concerning their lives and fortunes. Reina Luo, do you want to be the city lord? Norin said lightly. What ha? I'm asking if you want to be the city lord? Norin, this joke can't be made. What I mean is, do you want to be a vice city lord or something? After all, your 50 million gold coins can almost buy 2 Nord cities. Norin was talking about scale, not strength. If strength were included, 50 million gold coins would be a bit too little. There are so many great magisters here, and with various races merging, 50 million is simply not enough. Can I? Why not? This is a promise from Nord City to you. We can't pay so much and let you leave empty-handed, can we? Thank you, City Lord Norin. I will definitely do my duty and double the economy of Nord City. Reina Luo said excitedly, the City Lord of Nord City. This is a position that many people can't even beg for, and unexpectedly, he got it by chance. See, you're at it again. Find a time to announce your Vice City Lord position, so they can come to you directly if they have any issues. Alright, then there's no need to discuss the handling of those magical plants with you, right? This place is considered your home now. After you understand it for a few days, you can make decisions freely. I believe in your ability. You can definitely make Nord City better. No problem, Norin. I will manage it well. Okay, then this is your business now. I'm leaving. You get busy. Reina Luo, what is going on? Isn't Norin just becoming a hands-off manager? Handing all the matters over to him? Ah, damn. He just didn't react in time. But Norin has now entrusted the power to him, and he certainly won't let Norin down. He can't betray Norin's trust in him. Suddenly, Reina Luo had some ideas pop into his mind. It was time to renovate Nord City. With this thought, he took out his crystal card to contact his trading company. Nolan leisurely arrived at the Tortoise and Turtle Tree King. Last time, he had given most of the dragon blood for the Tortoise and Turtle Tree King to absorb. He wondered if there had been any changes since then. Greetings, Master. The Tortoise and Turtle Tree King hurriedly said respectfully upon seeing Nolan. Tortoise and Turtle Tree King, what level are you now? Reporting to Master, I am now level 45 and will soon break through to level 46. Good. How is everything in the wild forest? Any unusual activity? Nolan had entrusted the management of the wild forest to the Tortoise and Turtle Tree King but hadn't inquired about it since. Reporting to Master, everything is normal. Tortoise and Turtle Tree King, you are doing very well. For now, I will leave the wild forest in your care. Notify me immediately if there is any unusual activity. Yes, Master. However, if the 4 major races are to settle in the wild forest, instruct your kin to avoid conflicts. Harmony is paramount. No problem, Master. Why did Nolan feel that the Tortoise and Turtle Tree King was so simple-minded? Why did he have to add Master to every sentence? The Tortoise and Turtle Tree King had already branched out, and many little tortoise and turtle trees were growing in the forest, and there were quite a few of them. Su Feng was worried that conflicts might arise between different races. As for the magical beasts, they could just settle the shadow dragons. After all, the pressure of a true dragon is not something others can compare to. Plant-based magical beasts could only rely on the Tortoise and Turtle Tree King. Tortoise and Turtle Tree King, after absorbing a large amount of dragon blood, has your body undergone any changes? Nolan was quite curious about this. Other magical beasts had begun their journey of transformation under the influence of the shadow dragons, and the Tortoise and Turtle Tree King must have been affected too. Reporting to Master, yes. Nolan felt a headache coming on. Talking to a wooden being was indeed exhausting. One question, one answer. It seemed that its intelligence was still not very high, unable to communicate like a normal person. Tortoise and Turtle Tree King, tell me about your changes? Okay, Master. After absorbing the dragon blood, the patterns on my body have begun to change. I can feel the scorching fire elements resonating within me. I believe that after reaching level 50, I will be able to master the fire attribute elements. Hiss. Would attribute magical plant mastering fire attribute elements? This was the first time Su Feng had heard of it. Just imagining a Tortoise and Turtle Tree King that could breathe fire was extraordinarily imposing. Is there anything else? Master, the magical power nourishing my body is now more concentrated than before, and the magical power is also more turbulent, greatly enhancing my control over wood elements. The Elf Queen. Nolan immediately thought of Sia. The Tortoise and Turtle Tree King's enhancement would also have a certain impact on Sia. Master, I also have 9 crystals formed from the magical power within me. I will give them to you now. The Tortoise and Turtle Tree King said, using its roots to drag 9 brightly colored crystals to Nolan. The crystals were entirely crimson, with a hint of green patterns at both ends. Tortoise and Turtle Tree King, what is this? Master, these are formed from the magical energy within me, combined with the mutated dragon blood. Previously, my level was too low, and my innate quality was average, so I couldn't produce these crystals. What are they useful for? These crystals can be refined to enhance one's control over wood elements. I am not sure if they can allow the user to master fire elements. I understand. Tortoise and Turtle Tree King, you did very well this time. Nolan did not expect the Tortoise and Turtle Tree King to have such extraordinary items. This was purely an additional gain. Thank you for the praise, Master. Tortoise and Turtle Tree King, if you need anything, feel free to ask. Okay, Master. You can move freely now, right? Yes, Master. Alright, then I can rest assured. I'll trouble you to take good care of the wild mountain range. No problem, Master. By the way, Tortoise Tree King, I want to know what connection the Elf Queen has with you? Why do you help her? This was a question that had always intrigued Nualan. Initially, it was the sight of the Tortoise Tree King that made the Elf Queen agree to be with him. Reporting to Master, it is because our Tortoise Tree King contains rich wood elements that can be absorbed by the surrounding magical beasts. Cultivating wood elements around us can yield twice the result with half the effort, and the Elf Queen is also a spirit of nature. So are we. The two complement each other. The magical power absorbed by the Elf Queen will also help me enhance my strength. I see. Nualan suddenly understood. No wonder the Tortoise Tree King had never shown any reluctance. When Nualan examined the Tortoise Tree King, he noticed 3 unusually strange scales appearing at the heart of the tree. They looked like dragon scales. Moreover, they were imbued with a strong life force. Tortoise Tree King, how did you get these scales? Reporting to Master, these are the heart-protecting scales unique to the dragon race. I didn't expect that after absorbing dragon blood, they would grow on me as well. What use do these heart-protecting scales have? Each heart-protecting scale contains a large amount of magical power, capable of healing life, aging, illness, and death, and can also be used to create some extremely rare items. Nualan had no idea before. These heart-protecting scales could be considered treasures. Tortoise Tree King, if you lose a heart-protecting scale, will your strength decrease? Reporting to Master, yes. Each heart-protecting scale contains a significant amount of magical power from the dragon race. If one is removed, it would take decades or even hundreds of years of cultivation to regrow. However, since I am a plant-type magical beast and this is a mutation, my heart-protecting scales are indeed precious, but not as much as those of the dragon race. It would take about a year for the heart-protecting scales to regrow. After hearing this, Nualan understood that the value of the heart-protecting scales varies among different races. It seemed that this investment in the Tortoise Tree King had completely paid off. Everything that had appeared now exceeded the value of the dragon blood from before. Moreover, the fact that these heart-protecting scales could save lives was something Nualan had not anticipated. This value was the greatest. Once he helped Shiyu fully awaken, he could also come here to try cultivating wood elements. At that time, he would see if he could gain something. Tortoise Tree King, you stay here, I won't disturb you. I bid you farewell, Master. Nualan weighed the 9 crystals in his hand. He shouldn't have to worry about Shiyu's awakening now. The Tortoise Tree King had also undergone a mutation, becoming even stronger. Plus, with these items, if necessary, he could have the Tortoise Tree King produce a heart-protecting scale, and Nualan would provide compensation. Everything was developing in a positive direction. Nualan walked towards the palace, letting Shiyu absorb all of these first. Then he would come to the Tortoise Tree King for awakening. Nualan found Shiyu and let her fully absorb the crystals in his hand. Langu, where did you get these? The Tortoise Tree King gave them. Have they crystallized already? Yes, is there a problem? The ancestral teachings have stated that if the Tortoise Tree King starts to crystallize, it means his wood elements have reached a certain level of saturation. Within the next 3 years, the Tortoise Tree King will be able to transform and will awaken new abilities. Shiyu explained to Nualan while standing still. If it weren't for Shiyu's explanation, Nualan wouldn't have known about this. It seemed that the Tortoise Tree King also didn't know. That guy had grown up here since childhood, and if he had any inherited memories, they should awaken gradually. See, yeah, you will completely absorb these crystals. Once you finish absorbing them, come find me, and I will help you awaken. Langu, you say you can help me awaken? This seems impossible, right? Mainly, Siye herself didn't know how to proceed with the awakening. Some information had been lost among the elf clan, and it was not complete. As a result, Nualan told her he could help her awaken, which was truly unbelievable. Generally, the awakening of elves involves related inheritances within their own clan, but how did Nualan know about it? What's wrong, Siye? Is there a problem? To be honest, Langu, my inheritance memories are incomplete, which is why I haven't been able to awaken. Usually, no one knows about this. I see. I obtained a book that just happened to record the awakening information of your elf clan. Later, I wrote it down and burned it. I was planning to take a look at it, but now I can't. Siye said somewhat dejectedly. Nualan actually didn't want to lie to Siye. Mainly, everything he had came from the system. He couldn't just tell Siye that he relied on the system, could he? No one would believe it. Moreover, when the system issued tasks, it detailed the required items and the subsequent steps. Nualan was just following the instructions. Siye, you absorb these crystals here first. Once you're fully prepared, I'll take you to awaken. Okay, then I'm leaving. Be careful, Nualan said before leaving. Siye looked at the crystals in her hand, feeling a bit moved. These crystals were quite valuable, and Nualan had brought them to her right away, 9 in total. This should be all produced by the Tortoise Tree King. Siye controlled all the crystals with her magic power, making them float in the air. Soon, the crystals began to shatter inch by inch. Under Siye's manipulation, they quickly transformed into pure magic power, slowly flowing into her body. Then, Siye looked at the other crystals. Nualan returned to the training room. Since reaching level 50, the experience required had increased exponentially. Now he was only at 99%, just a little bit more. There were people outside managing things, so he didn't need to worry too much. Once Siye finished absorbing and awakened, he would be able to possess the wood attribute element. However, the damage of Lei Yen had not improved for a long time. Nualan released a trace of demonic power from his body and summoned Lei Yen in his right hand. What would happen if he fused demonic power with the elements of thunder and fire? Nualan decided to give it a try. His left hand contained the eerie and sinister demonic power, while his right hand held the fearsome Lei Yen. Nualan didn't dare to merge them too drastically, he carefully let them blend together. Boom! But it seemed that these energies repelled each other. The elements couldn't merge with the demonic power. At the moment of contact, they exploded apart. Fortunately, Nualan had used elemental protection in advance, or he might have been injured by the backlash. Again, Nualan wouldn't give up. Since they could coexist within his body, it meant they could be fused. Otherwise, he would have definitely been blown apart by these two completely different energies. Nualan began to repeat the previous operation, but this time he was even more cautious and had made protective measures on his body in advance. He controlled the thread-like elemental power and demonic power to merge. Even though he had controlled it to such a small degree, at the moment of contact, it still exploded. Damn it! I refuse to believe this. Nualan once again contained the two energies in his hand, but this time even more minutely. However, the result was still the same. Nualan tried continuously for more than a dozen times before stopping. He realized it didn't seem to be a matter of energy size. Where exactly was the problem? Coexisting within his own body? Could it be related to himself? Nualan immediately made a small cut on his hand, and a drop of crimson blood floated out from the wound. He fixed it in the air with his magic. Then he repeated the previous operation, presenting the two streams of energy in his hands. Nualan was now meticulous, slowly controlling the two energies to gradually enter his bloodstream. At first, the blood droplet was somewhat unstable, but as the energy increased, it stabilized instead. Indeed, the key was his body. It worked. Nualan cut off the energy supply, and the blood droplet floated in the air. But now it shimmered with three colors: fiery red flames, ghostly blue lightning, and deep black demonic power. The three coexisted within, without affecting each other in the slightest. So that's how it is. I wonder if it's because my current magic power is insufficient that I can't control so much energy. For now, I can only store it through my blood. Time to test the power of this thing. Nualan called for Yulong, who carried him out of the outskirts of Nord City. He didn't know how much damage this thing could cause, he had only just touched a bit of it. Now the energy had completely filled the blood droplet, who knew what would happen. It was better to stay away from Nord City to avoid unnecessary trouble. Longu, where are we going? Looking for a relatively quiet place. Okay. Yulong flew directly towards the wild mountain range, where generally no creatures roamed the cliffs. The cliffs of the wild mountain range were too steep for ordinary magical beasts to climb. Moreover, this area was under the jurisdiction of Nord City, and many magical beasts had now quieted down, especially peaceful. They feared provoking these humans and being slaughtered. They knew the fate of the giant dragon. It was said to have been almost instantly killed by a human. It was a disgrace to the dragon clan. Nualan stood on the cliff, looking at the distant Nord City, feeling the cool breeze blowing from the clouds. However, this time he didn't admire the view but quickly took out the blood droplet. He only wanted to know its power. He didn't care about anything else. Longu, what is that in your hand? Just a little gadget. Yulong, step back a bit. I want to test its power. Okay. Yulong wisely stood at the edge of the cliff, having transformed into human form. Nualan aimed at a large rock ahead, then wrapped the blood droplet in magic and threw it directly at the rock. Just as it was about to make contact, Nualan tore the blood droplet apart. Boom! A huge explosion echoed from the top of the wild mountain range. Some magical beasts were frightened and scattered in all directions. They were already like startled birds. Nualan looked at the large rock that had turned to dust ahead and took a deep breath. This power is so strong. This was just a tiny bit of magic power. If I fused more, wouldn't the power be even greater? Longu, what is this? How can it be so strong? I can feel the shockwave coming towards me. Yulong was also startled. How could such a small thing unleash such powerful energy? It was truly unfathomable. I fused blood with magic power just to test its strength. I didn't expect it to be this strong. It completely exceeded Nualan's expectations. This thing could become a significant trump card for him. Yulong, don't tell anyone about this. Just the two of us should know. Alright, Longu. Yulong didn't understand, but whatever Nualan asked her to do, she would do it. Following orders was enough. Nualan couldn't fully control this power yet, so she could only try to merge a little bit of it, and wait until her magic improved to discuss it further. However, right now, she could make a few more blood beads, just in case they were needed later. They could be used directly. She couldn't start merging in the middle of a battle, could she? Some people are exceptionally sensitive to demonic power, and the fewer people who know about this, the better. Yulong, let's go back. Okay, Longu. Nualan had now proven her conclusion, and next, she would take control of this power. It was even more terrifying than Lei Yin. In the future, she could catch her enemies off guard. When Nualan returned to Nord City, she saw Yalan searching for something. She let Yulong land and walked over to Yalan's side. Yalan, what are you looking for? Longu, how did you end up on Yulong? I was just looking for you in Nord City, Yalan said anxiously. Laya Sina, her illness has relapsed. I want to ask you to take a look and see if there's any way to help her. Alright, Then take me there now. Nualan followed closely behind Yalan and soon arrived at Laya Sina's residence. Laya Sina, I'm Yalan. I've brought Longu to help you with your treatment. Come in. After receiving Laya Sina's permission, Yalan pushed the door open. The moment Nualan entered, she saw Laya Sina lying on the bed. The sight was incredibly alluring. This was a state Nualan had never seen Laya Sina in before, and she could faintly see the skin underneath her clothing. What was going on? Laya Sina's illness couldn't be that she was barely clothed, could it? Nualan stepped closer and saw Laya Sina's chest rising and falling, her complexion flushed, and she was gasping for breath. Yalan, what exactly is Laya Sina suffering from? Why are the symptoms so strange? Nualan was also curious. The symptoms were just too similar. Too similar. It was hard to say. Longu, when Laya Sina was an adventurer, she was infected by the blood of the demon queen, and that's how she ended up like this. What the hell? Could this be a simulation? Would Laya Sina turn into a succubus? No wonder she felt an unusual attraction the first time they met, like a blooming rose. Succubi and the demon queen were completely different. The demon queen possessed countless skills and was incredibly powerful. It was rumored that when the abyss was sealed, she seized the opportunity to escape at the last moment. Although she was severely injured at the time, the demon queen still managed to flee despite her wounds. Many forces had gathered to search for the demon queen's whereabouts, but they had never found her. In the end, the matter was left unresolved. Who would have thought that Laya Sina was infected with the blood of the demon queen? This was troublesome. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a hidden mission. Heal the human infected by the demon queen. Reward, a clue to the current whereabouts of the demon queen, +1 to the level of magical plants in your territory. Nualan was overjoyed. She almost shouted out loud, a clue to the demon queen. Great! She wondered what she would gain from the demon queen herself. Moreover, it was said that the demon queen was extremely delicate and beautiful, and anyone who saw her would be captivated by her beauty. Nualan now wanted to challenge her own weakness. That could work. The system also provided the materials needed for the treatment. Nualan just needed to gather them all to completely heal Laya Sina. Then she could use the clues provided by the system to find the demon queen, and if she could bring her to Nord City. Isn't that a leap in strength? If others knew of Nualan's thoughts, they would definitely curse him as a madman, a complete lunatic. The demon queen is the ruler of the 9th layer of the abyss. Her power is unfathomable. But that's not the most terrifying part. It's her soul-stealing body, which is simply the deadliest for humans. Longu, how is it? Do you have a way? Yalan saw Nualan just staring at Laya Sina, having looked for a long time without any movement. This made her feel a bit helpless. Could it be that Nualan has taken a liking to Laya Sina? Although she had previously wanted Nualan to recruit her, Laya Sina was plagued by illness, and later Yalan didn't say much. They would just make contact first, and when Laya Sina was willing, everything would fall into place naturally. I do, but I need to prepare some things first. You take care of Laya Sina here for now. Ask her how she usually suppresses the blood of the demon queen within her. Then find her some potions to drink temporarily. As long as we suppress it for a maximum of 1 day, I can solve it. Nualan said confidently. Nualan, I've completely run out of those special potions. There's no time to make more now. Then just hold on for now. I have a way to cure your pain. Whatever needs to be said can wait until you're healed. After saying this, Nualan left, knowing that the situation was urgent. It seemed Laya Sina had been suffering from her illness for several years. The system had just clearly indicated to Nualan. Creatures infected by the demon queen would gradually evolve into succubi over the years, retaining their original strength while only obeying the commands of the demon queen. It wasn't detailed whether they retained their previous memories. However, the demon queen's ability still made Nualan gasp. She could forcibly change the chasms that exist between species. This was undoubtedly very perverse. Now, Laya Sina didn't know how much longer she could endure. Fortunately, Nualan had most of the materials needed. As for dragon blood, he could ask Yulong for some later. Now he was just short of 2 types of materials. One was the ice spirit lotus, and the other was the geothermal sunflower. Nualan had never heard of these 2 magical plants before. What to do? Could he gather them within a day? Forget it. It seemed he would have to make a trip to the coastal area. Coincidentally, he had a wife there. However, this time, Nualan didn't plan to go in and catch up. He would compensate later. Saving Laya Sina's life was the priority. Yulong! Nualan called out, and Yulong spiraled down from the sky. Yulong, go to a place with water, preferably where there are more water sources. Okay, Longu. After saying this, he disappeared into the city of Nord. Laya Sina watched Nualan's departing figure, feeling somewhat moved. But she knew that the blood of the demon queen was basically incurable. Her grandfather had already taken her to visit various famous doctors, but there were no results. That's why she ultimately chose to settle in Shisua City, where she had some beautiful memories. Although those doctors said they couldn't completely cure her, there were ways to delay it, and Lela Sina had been holding on ever since. However, the longer she used the special potions, the higher her body's resistance became. Recently, she often had to take a whole bottle just to barely suppress it. This led to Lela Sina only being out for half a month, yet all the dozen or so bottles of special potions she brought with her had completely disappeared. She knew her time in this world might be running out, but as Yalan was her only close friend, she chose to spend her final moments with her. Family? Those were somewhat unfamiliar to her. She came from a military family in the kingdom of Seiko, and in her situation, she had long been abandoned by her family. Once, she was also one of the geniuses. People had high hopes for her. However, during a later adventure mission, she accidentally stumbled upon the lair of the succubus queen, and in the end, 3 members of the adventurer team died and 1 was injured, leaving only her unharmed. Later, she learned that it was not that she was unharmed at all. Instead, the succubus queen had taken a liking to her potential and wanted to completely assimilate her. In the year she had been away, the succubus queen had not sought her out, nor had she discovered any abnormalities, but the strange sensations within her body gradually intensified, forcing her to suppress the rising desire deep within her only in the cool cave. After her family learned of her condition, they sought countless famous doctors, but in the end, there was no solution. They had done everything they could. Although her grandfather wanted to keep her in the family, Lyasna refused. She did not want to remain in the family in such a disgraceful state, and later her training continued. Relying on her powerful talent, Lyasna eventually stepped into the ranks of the Grand Sorcerers. However, she knew she could only go this far. As long as she kept training, the blood of the succubus queen would begin to spread within her body. Lyasna had to stop her reckless behavior and later simply opened a hotel, thinking to experience a life she had never had before. Unexpectedly, this day came so quickly. Lyasna smiled, feeling somewhat relieved. Perhaps she could finally be liberated in this lifetime? But becoming a succubus was still hard to accept. Becoming a puppet that only knew how to work didn't seem so painful. Lyasna lay on the bed, watching Norin's figure fade away. She had never been in love. Unexpectedly, during the most difficult time in her life, it was a man she had never known who was working hard for her. She knew she was beyond saving, but she wouldn't discourage Norin. He was Yalan's husband. She had learned that Norin was a rising star, who had no medical knowledge before, let alone being a healer or an apothecary. Now he actually said he wanted to cure her. Lyasna knew Norin wanted to give her a hope to live. But it was really difficult. How could the succubus queen be so easily defeated? In Lyasna's mind, memories flashed by like a revolving lantern, and perhaps at the last moment of her life, she would still feel a lingering attachment to this world. Yalan, I want to see you again, Lyasna said weakly. Lyasna, I'm here, I will always be by your side. Longu has already gone to find a way to save you, you must wait for him to come back. Hold on, Longu is capable of anything, there's nothing she can't solve. Lyasna, don't you want to live on with me? You still have so many things to do, you must hold on. Yalan's voice was choked with emotion. Lyasna's face had turned extremely pale, and her delicate cheeks and body were covered in beads of sweat. Lyasna shook her head and said, Yalan, this time I might really not be able to hold on. The last battle with the demon allowed the succubus queen's blood to seep in. Maybe I can live a little longer, but that's fine, I can be liberated soon. If I become a succubus, you must kill me here. I don't want to be used by the succubus queen to end up slaughtering the innocent. Yalan, everything depends on you. Lyasna, what nonsense are you talking about? You're fine right now. As long as you wait for Longo to come back, she will definitely be able to save you. Don't you want to see my child anymore? Do you know that I am pregnant? Yalan held Lyasna's body, feeling a heart-wrenching pain. To avoid Lacha's harassment, she hadn't seen Lyasna for many years. Now Yalan deeply regretted it. If only she could have spent more time with Lyasna. Norin arrived at the coastal area, facing the vast and boundless sea, unsure of where to find the ice spirit lotus. The system only mentioned a place with a water source. Damn it! Brother Lon, what are we doing here? Yulong, do you know about the ice spirit lotus? I've heard of it before, but I don't know what it looks like. Are you looking for the ice spirit lotus, Brother Lon? Yes, Lyasna's antidote requires an ice spirit lotus. Norin stood on Yulong's back, gazing at the expansive sea, momentarily unsure of what to do. System, can you give me a hint? In the sea area. Damn, that's too concise, isn't it? System, can you give just a little more hint? No, damn it. Right now, saving someone is like putting out a fire. This guy isn't willing to reveal more at this time. Norin had no choice but to fly towards the sea to take a look. Yulong, fly deeper into the sea. Okay, The salty sea breeze constantly blew against Norin's face. Although it was a bit pungent, he chose to endure it. However, the deeper they went into the sea, the stronger the salty smell became. After flying for about half an hour, Norin saw that the other side of the sea was shrouded in dark clouds, with continuous flashes of lightning and thunder. Occasionally, there were roars echoing. Yulong, go there. Norin had never been to the sea area before and was seeing such a scene for the first time. Perhaps it would help with the task? Anyway, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. When Yulong got closer, he saw an extremely gigantic octopus towering like a small island above the sea. Its 8 legs whipped through the air like giant whips, occasionally stirring up massive waves, sweeping away nearby small magical beasts. Hand over your clan's treasure, or I will slaughter your merfolk tribe. The voice from the octopus was deafening, echoing through the clouds. Norin was quite displeased. What on earth is this guy doing? Hey, does anyone know where the ice spirit lotus is? Norin didn't care anymore. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Right now, this guy was the only one here. Although he knew there might be other races around, Norin couldn't see them. They were completely submerged by the octopus and its waves. Human? True dragon? Interesting. Human, there is nothing you seek here. Leave now, and I will let you go. After the octopus spoke, it stirred up another massive wave, and its magical power continued to surge. Wait, if you help us get rid of this predicament, we can offer you the ice spirit lotus for free. A melodious voice came from the sea, making Norin's heart skip a beat. Since there was a chance, he had to give it a try. Are you serious? Of course, we merfolk are water spirits. Why would we lie to you? The voice carried a hint of anger, as if annoyed by Norin's doubt. Alright, what do I need to do? Just drive this big guy away. Where are you now? I can't see you. Norin stared at the direction from which the voice came for a long time but still couldn't find any trace of the merfolk. I am currently in this octopus's water area. You can't see me for now unless you can defeat him. If that's the case, I can break through his skills. What if I kill him? At that time, not only can I provide you with the ice spirit lotus, but I can also fulfill one of your requests. Good. Human, I just spared your life. Do you really think I can't kill you? I just don't want to deal with the young before the old. Do you really think I, Junbana Mokas, am easy to bully? The octopus, furious, raised a giant whip and charged at the Yulong. Yulong shrank his form slightly and circled above the octopus with Nualan. Then let's see your strength. Nualan's hands swirled with thunderfire, the chaotic magic raging in his hands, resonating with the lightning in the sky. Hey, if I attack him with lightning, will it hurt you? Water conducts electricity. Nualan knew this was his home advantage. As long as he infused the thunderfire into the water, this guy would self-destruct. No problem. I'm currently in his water domain, which counts as an independent space. That's good. With the answer, Nualan wouldn't hold back anymore. Liasna was still waiting for him to return and heal her. Now he had no reservations, launching his most powerful killing move right away. Thunderfire! Nualan shouted, and the chaotic magic instantly surged toward the giant octopus. The scorching pillar of fire mixed with azure lightning charged at the octopus. You think you're the only one who can do that? The octopus turned, its mouth gathering the surging seawater, and then a thick water column clashed with Nualan's fire pillar. Humph! Nualan chuckled lightly. Sure enough, he had fallen for it. Boom! During the clash, Nualan controlled his azure lightning, heading straight for the cumbersome octopus. Let's see if you can survive this. However, the next scene was indeed beyond Nualan's expectations. The bluish lightning did not cause much damage to the octopus. Instead, it flowed into the water and disappeared without a trace. Humph! Human, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? I have to say, even in the ocean, you can be considered a genius, being able to master 2 elements at the same time. But you're still too inexperienced. Everyone knows that water-type magical beasts fear lightning elements. Do you think we wouldn't prepare for that? Jia. I already warned you, but you still insisted on going your own way. Today, you and that dragon will become my meal. As the octopus spoke, it continued to swing its giant whips, trying to knock the Yulong into the water. But the Yulong was incredibly agile. The octopus's dozens of attacks received no response, making it increasingly frustrated. Come again! Su Feng summoned a spear in his hand. Romine and the demon had both perished under this spear. This was a weapon that concentrated all magical power into one point, unafraid of breaking through this guy's defenses. Go! Nualan hurled his thunderfire spear fiercely at the octopus's form. A flicker of fear flashed in the octopus's eyes, but it quickly found a solution. The next scene left Nualan dumbfounded. Puff! The thunderfire spear pierced directly into the octopus's body, but not in a vital area. Instead, it struck one of its giant whips. The creature folded one of its legs and completely blocked the thunderfire spear's attack. After breaking through several layers of defense, the thunderfire spear remained lodged in the octopus's giant whip. Oomph, just that much. Your attack power is indeed strong, but let me ask you, if I defend like this, how will you respond? Let me tell you another secret. Our octopus clan can regenerate. With this little injury, I can recover completely in no time. Your attack is nothing more than a mere prick to me. Ha ha ha. Human, is this really your strongest attack? If you have no backup, then I can only bury you here in this sea. As the octopus spoke, it twisted its body, and several massive tentacles swung toward the position where Nualan was. How is this guy so difficult to deal with? And he's extremely clever. No, Lei Yen can't inflict any damage on him. I need to think of another way. Mermaids, you still want to use this ignorant human to deal with me? Your plans have now fallen through. If you don't hand over your clan's treasure, I won't hesitate to wipe you out. The octopus's tone was furious, and it was continuously stirring up the waves, creating a massive whirlpool centered around it. It seemed as if it wanted to swallow everything whole. Human, your resistance is futile. This sea has already been sealed by my barrier. You can't escape. Struggle all you want. When you tire, I will slowly torture you to death. This is the price for provoking me, Zhang Banamokas. Today, you will undoubtedly die. Nualan was also somewhat shocked. This octopus is not playing by the rules. This guy is cheating. Lei Yin didn't even work. Even his strongest attack, the Lei Yin spear, couldn't inflict substantial damage. That guy was already close to completely dissolving the Lei Yin spear. The magic power on it was continuously diminishing. What to do? What to do? Yulong couldn't intervene now. She had to focus on dodging the threats from the octopus's massive tentacles. Damn it. Even if the two of them worked together, they couldn't defeat this guy. Their strongest attack didn't work, and Yulong probably had no way either. This guy isn't afraid of electricity or fire. The fire element skills can't get through. He's currently in the sea, and there's nothing they can do to him. Human, stop struggling. If you come over now to meet your death, I might consider giving you a quick end. If you keep buzzing around like an annoying fly in front of me, I'll tear you apart limb by limb. The octopus was clearly getting angry now. Yulong's speed was just too fast. Its massive tentacles were always a step too slow. No, that shouldn't be said. Rather, Yulong was doing it on purpose. Every time it was about to touch her, Yulong would dodge with a strange speed. It had already evaded hundreds of times. Although it knew this human couldn't escape its barrier, it still couldn't catch her. If this drags on, it might take several days. By then, its patience would be exhausted. It came for the merfolk's treasure, not to play games with annoying flies. The octopus simply ignored Nualan, wanting to focus on dealing with the merfolk. However, just as it turned around, a scorching and fierce magical power surged toward it. Human, you are truly seeking death. The octopus used its massive tentacles to block all the attacks, and Nualan focused her gaze. This guy was now wrapped in a layer of water membrane. Is this layer what blocked my attack? Meanwhile, the octopus's mouth spewed countless bubbles, which were scattering throughout the enclosed space. Could this be this guy's skill? This is bad. I know nothing about the enemy. Hey, what's up with this guy's bubbles? Do they have any damage? Now, Nualan could only ask the merfolk trapped in the waters. They must know the specifics of this guy's abilities. Don't touch those bubbles. That's the octopus's control skill. The moment you make contact, it will instantly swallow you whole. Damn, this guy is really tough to deal with. Nualan could only use the thunder flame to interrupt the octopus's spellcasting. Otherwise, in a few minutes, the bubbles would fill the entire space, and he and Yulong would be unable to escape its clutches. Thunder flame spear. A hint of mockery flashed in the octopus's eyes. How could it not be prepared for the same trick? The two massive tentacles in front of it completely folded up, shielding it securely from behind. Nualan initially intended to interrupt, but now this guy was hiding and blowing bubbles. Despicable. Nualan also had Yulong adjust his position to find an angle, but the octopus was constantly monitoring their movements. It gave them no chance at all. Damn it! This guy is so despicable. Nualan felt that this octopus was even harder to fight than a demon, mainly because this guy was incredibly cautious, leaving not a single flaw. Moreover, the previously injured leg had already healed. Nualan was at a loss. He could only throw the thunderflame spear in his hand, and the octopus, following the same method, indeed caught it. However, the brief pain made it temporarily abandon blowing bubbles. It looked up, and that was about enough. Next, he just had to wait for this guy to be slowly captured. Nualan saw those bubbles continuously growing larger. Although it was very slow, in a few hours, this place would inevitably be filled with bubbles. This guy, is one ice spirit lotus too much to ask for? This was directly hellish difficulty. Moreover, this guy wouldn't give any opportunities, and its intelligence was extremely high. Wait, Nualan thought of a move he hadn't used yet. He looked at the octopus, which was continuously spewing salty seawater from its mouth, and suddenly had an idea. Since he couldn't break through from the outside, why not try from the inside? Nualan took out a dagger, then infused it with his thunder flame power, and stabbed it into his palm. Bright red droplets of blood began to fall into the sea. Nualan, fearing waste, wrapped it with his magic power and slowly sent it near the octopus. The smell of blood quickly caught the octopus's attention. It looked at Su Feng with eyes full of mockery. Facing death, now you know fear? Too late. Don't think that just because you gave me your blood, or even if I were to eat you directly, it would quell my anger. Not enough. Far from enough. Still not enough. Nualan directly maximized the thunder flame power in his hand and stabbed his palm again. As the blood flowed out, he infused all his elemental power and demonic power into the blood. Ha ha, kid, I see you've gone mad with fear, even starting to self-harm. I must say, your blood tastes incredibly delicious. I don't even need to do anything. If I had known today, why bother in the first place? Now you know fear? But it's a bit late. In this state, I might let you live a little longer. He. The octopus excitedly trembled its limbs, not expecting that the human boy who had just been fighting it was now actively harming himself. Such a scene was quite rare. Humph, this is the fate of opposing me, Zhang Bana. No one can escape my punishment. Whether you fly in the sky, walk on the ground, or swim in the sea. Here, I am the king. The octopus absorbed all of Nualan's blood in place. Usually, this sea area rarely had humans around, mainly because they wouldn't come this far. Now there's a rich second-generation heir riding a dragon-type beast, and after just a short while, he can't take it anymore. Nualan watched as his blood continuously floated towards the octopus's body, unable to help but reveal a knowing smile. However, this is still not enough. To kill, it must be a one-hit kill. This guy's body is as big as a small mountain. No wonder his defense was so astonishing before. Now I want to see if the internal defense of your body is just as strong. Nualan directly slashed his arm, thinking this should be about enough. Brother Lan, what are you doing? Yulong asked with some concern. Why was Nualan starting to self-harm? Wasn't he fine just a moment ago? Yulong, you don't need to worry about me right now. Just know that I'm fine. Keep an eye on that octopus's movements. Don't let it catch us. Trust me, I will get you out of here. Nualan said firmly. The octopus was angry? It was even angrier now. This guy completely disregarded him. Moreover, he kept insulting him. But he wasn't in a hurry. Soon this guy would suffer. Just wait. Brother Lan, I believe in you. Yulong fell silent. Nualan must have his reasons for doing this. She just needed to ensure Nualan's safety for now. Almost there. Nualan began to squeeze his blood out of the wound with his other hand, the crimson blood spilling down from the heights into the salty sea below. Almost. Excitement flickered in Nualan's eyes, looking somewhat mad. Now, if he wanted to slay this octopus here, this was the only way. If he delayed too long, who knew what would happen on Lela Sna's side? So, Nualan needed to be steady. He didn't know the exact power of his blood, he could only estimate as best as he could. The piercing pain from his palm and arm kept stimulating Nualan's sympathetic nerves. Hiss! Self-harm was truly painful. Soon he would retrieve everything from this guy. Damn it! Nualan watched as his blood was completely consumed by the octopus, feeling that it was about time. This guy was good at everything, just a bit greedy. Doesn't he know this could cost him his life? Kid, why did you suddenly stop? If you don't continue, I, Lord Zhangbana, will have to take action myself. You choose, die by my hand, or wait there in despair for death? Jia. The octopus was now incredibly excited. It hadn't tasted human blood in a long time. I choose to directly slay you here. Nualan's tone carried a chilling coldness, his eyes shooting out terrifying brilliance. He would absolutely not hold back against such a guy. Ha. Kid, are you already scared silly here? Seeing your performance just now, I was going to give you a quick end, so now just die for me. The octopus said, and a giant whip lashed out towards Yulong. Yulong hurriedly dodged and then looked down. The last few drops of blood had already been completely absorbed by the octopus. Wait, this thing seemed familiar. Right, she had just seen it this morning. At that time, Nualan seemed to be holding this thing on that cliff. But, how could there be so much? No wonder she smelled fresh blood back then. Could it be that all this was Nualan's blood? Yulong suddenly realized. No wonder Nualan would make such strange moves and even told her not to be afraid. Brother Lan, why are you so foolish? There's no need to go this far. Right now, Yulong is filled with an inexplicable anger, all because of this ugly giant in front of him. If it weren't for him, Longo would never have harmed himself. Damn it! Yulong, calm down. Now is not the right time to attack. Just wait a bit longer. Noticing Yulong's emotional fluctuations, Nualan hurriedly tried to soothe him. if this continued, something might go wrong. We need to wait a little longer, until the blood spreads throughout this guy's body. Nualan activated his eye technique, constantly observing the flow of blood. Just one more minute. At that time, let this guy taste the power of the blood beads. Nualan casually took out a bottle of recovery potion and drank it, but the blood on his hands only stopped temporarily. There might be scars later. Damn it! This time, he really suffered a huge loss, hurting himself, mainly because Nualan's skill was particularly powerful, and now there was even a smell of roasted meat wafting from the outer part of his arm. Nualan steadied his mind and refocused his attention on the octopus. Faster, faster. Kid, the consequence of offending me is that you'll be cut into 1,000 pieces. Now I'm giving you a chance. Come down yourself, so I won't have to make a move. Shut up. Soon, I'll scatter your ashes. Oh right, you're an octopus, you don't have bones at all. My bad, my bad. Nualan's tone was filled with sarcasm. Isn't this just a roundabout way of insulting himself for having no backbone? Damn it! The octopus's anger was skyrocketing. Good. Almost there. This guy's anger was causing the blood in his body to spread faster. Finally, he could deal with this giant. Zhang Bana, right? Next year on this day will be your death anniversary. Seeking death. The octopus was furious, but he still couldn't reach Nualan's body. He could only shout helplessly in place. Explode! With Nualan's loud shout, the magic power wrapped around the blood instantly tore apart all the blood beads. At the moment when elemental power collided with demonic power. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions was incessant. Su Feng watched as the octopus's hill-like body was blown around, and some of its organs even started to fall into the sea. Kid, what have you done? The octopus finally realized something was wrong. Why was his body exploding for no reason, and the explosions were still ongoing? His 2 legs had already been blown off. Now they were floating on the sea. This was the first time he had suffered such serious injuries. Damn it! Despicable humans. But he hadn't even made a move. He had just been standing on that Yolong's body. Could it be? The octopus finally became alert. Blood. There's something wrong with the blood. Only realizing it now? It's too late. Greedy and arrogant guys will be punished. Explode. This time, Nualan detonated all the blood beads, and the octopus's screams mixed with the sound of blood bursting echoed in his ears. It was like a high-spirited war song playing continuously. Bang! Bang bang bang. Kid, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. I'll be waiting for you. With the octopus's furious roar, he completely disappeared from the sea, leaving behind his severed limbs scattered all over the place. Yulong, get closer. I want to collect that guy's body. Nualan wouldn't miss such exquisite materials. The giant dragon had already evolved the magical beasts to a certain extent. What if he added this octopus now? This was a level 55 grade magic master octopus. It surpasses the previous giant dragon without a doubt. Congratulations, host, for defeating the deep-sea tyrant octopus monster, earning 100,000 experience points. Congratulations, host, for leveling up to level 51. Finally leveled up. Nualan felt that this time at level 50 had taken a long time. However, it can be said that he has gained a deeper understanding of his skills. This time, he had to use this power out of necessity, and now he has managed to control a part of it. But the cost is indeed quite high. He can't always harm himself with a dagger before fighting. Ultimately, others will be able to defend against that. He needs to improve in the future. After packing everything away, Nualan began to search for traces of the merfolk. Now that the octopus monster is dead, the restrictions on the merfolk should be lifted, right? Nualan did not blindly linger on the surface of the sea but stayed at least 200 meters high in the air. Who knows if something terrifying might emerge from the sea again? Safety comes first. After about 10 minutes, a creature finally appeared above the sea. A mermaid. He saw that the mermaid wore an exquisite crown adorned with a deep blue gemstone, and her thick golden hair swirled atop her head. Her ears were pointed like an elf's, and her smooth, fair cheeks looked as if they could be easily broken. With a high nose bridge and cherry-like lips, her big, watery eyes adorned her face. From a distance, she looked like a lovely doll. Her upper body was similar to that of a human, but her proud peaks were wrapped in a blue sash, yet her alluring curves still stood out. Below, she had a fish-like tail, entirely indigo, with scales shimmering with brilliant light. In her delicate jade hands, she held a trident that looked somewhat cold, and at that moment, the mermaid stood on the surface of the sea, looking at Nualan. Are you the human who helped us defeat the octopus monster? That would be me. Nualan let the shadow dragon come a bit closer and slightly bowed to show his courtesy. Mainly because his ice spirit lotus was still in the hands of these merfolk, it was better to be a bit polite for now. Hello, thank you for helping us defeat the octopus monster. I am Morian Jones, the princess of the merfolk, and it is a great honor to meet you. Just now, the octopus monster's magic dissipated in an instant. I want to know, is he alive or dead? I have killed him, and he will no longer disturb you. Can you give me the ice spirit lotus now? Nualan asked eagerly. Saving people is like putting out a fire. Delays can lead to changes. Even a second could cause some deviation. Alright, please wait a moment. As the mermaid princess chanted in place, a pure, snow-white magical plant resembling a snow lotus appeared in her palm. It was radiating light, as if it had a human-like quality. This is the ice spirit lotus. I don't know if you plan to use it to save someone or to make a potion. Why do you ask that? No, you misunderstood. The medicinal properties of the ice spirit lotus are extremely powerful. If you are saving someone, 3 petals are enough. If you are using it for medicine, grind half a petal into powder and add a small amount each time. I got it, thank you. The mermaid princess placed the ice spirit lotus in a container filled with seawater, which Nualan did not recognize. The ice spirit lotus has very high environmental requirements. It must live in extremely cold seas. However, if the temperature is low enough, it can survive. This container is a gift for you. As long as the ice spirit lotus is kept inside, there will be no problems, but this environment can only last for 30 days. If, by then, you haven't found a suitable cultivation environment, you can come here to find me. The mermaid princess spoke very politely, and after hearing this, Nualan felt as if he were bathed in a spring breeze, quite comfortable. So how should I find you? This is a conch shell that our merfolk use to send messages. I'm giving it to you now. You can come directly to the merfolk if you need anything. We will do our best to help you. Alright, thank you. Remember, we still owe you a request that hasn't been fulfilled. If you think of something, you can notify us anytime. As long as it's not too excessive, we generally will fulfill it. What if I want to marry you? Nualan joked, actually just asking casually, if there was a chance to develop further, that would be fine. But the primary task now is to save Lyesna. You want to marry me? Is that not allowed? Of course it is, but you first need to gain the sea god's approval. Yay! There's hope. However, this wasn't the time to discuss such matters. Nualan should be leaving soon. Then when I come to take the sea god's test, can you tell me where the geothermal flower is? Nualan was more concerned about this now. As long as he could get the geothermal flower, that would be good. Wait, you won't take this as my request, will you? Of course not. And the information about the geothermal flower isn't considered precious. I'm just telling you, you'll have to go get it yourself. The mermaid princess smiled, finding the human before her quite adorable. Alright, you tell me where the geothermal flower is, and as for later, I will come find you. The geothermal flower is located in the extreme flame land, 3,000 kilometers east of here. It's not a rare magical plant there, you can find it on the outskirts. But be careful of the lava giants, they will drive all foreign races out of their territory, and sometimes they might even kill directly. The mermaid princess informed Nualan of this as well, mainly because Nualan was considered a very important benefactor to their merfolk. Remember, if you want to dig up the geothermal flower, you must also take the land beneath it, only then can you preserve the geothermal flower completely. Thank you. After the mermaid princess finished speaking, her graceful figure disappeared above the sea. Yulong, accelerate. We need to race against time, fly as fast as you can. After Nualan said this, he examined the ice spirit lotus in his hand. As a result, a mist emerged from around the ice spirit lotus and flew towards the wounds on his arm and palm. Nualan felt a cool sensation, and when he looked at the wounds again, they had already healed completely. It was as if he had never been harmed at all. Amazing! Nualan felt a bit grateful towards the mermaid princess. Even without him explaining, she had still healed him. He hadn't expected the merfolk's medical skills to be so miraculous, healing him in an instant. He would have to thank her in person next time. The extreme flame land is 4,000 kilometers away? He didn't know how long it would take to get there. Nualan stored the 2 items given by the mermaid princess in his storage space. He would need them when he returned. The ice spirit lotus seemed quite precious. After spending about 3 hours, he had obtained the first important item. 2 hours later, Nualan appeared above the extreme flame land, mainly because below him was all boiling lava, and indeed, there were some magical plants growing there. Yulong, you don't need to go down, I can go down alone. Nualan was afraid of any danger, in which case Yulong might not be able to evade in a short time. Going down alone would reduce the risk a bit. Longu, you just got injured. Let me accompany you down. What if we encounter another battle? I can help a little. No way. Down there is too dangerous, and look, my wound is already perfectly healed. You just wait for me up here, and if anything unusual happens, notify me immediately. Okay, Longu. Nualan had long mastered the ability to fly, but later felt that the speed was too slow, so he chose to ride the ghost dragon. Now it was finally coming in handy. Nualan stood in midair and then dove directly towards the ground of the extreme flame land. He followed the location mentioned by the mermaid princess and didn't go inside. The less trouble, the better. Time. Nualan's feet quickly touched the ground of the extreme flame land, and he instantly felt a wave of scorching heat rush towards him. It was as if the temperature of the flames was about to engulf his entire body, and even though he was wearing shoes, he could still feel the extremely intense burning sensation from the ground. Nualan could only hover in the air, about 10 centimeters above the ground. It was slightly better now. Geothermal sunflower. Nualan scanned the surroundings, and soon, a geothermal sunflower appeared before him, but it was about 100 meters away. Nualan flew towards the geothermal sunflower. He took out a shovel from his storage space and prepared to start digging it out. However, the moment the shovel touched the ground, it was actually melted halfway. It turned into iron juice and fell to the ground. Is it that exaggerated? Nualan had no choice but to give up. It seemed that ordinary shovels couldn't be used here. It had to be some special equipment. But it seemed that apart from the staff, he didn't have any other equipment at the moment. Forget it. It's you. Void staff. Nualan took it out directly, looking at his longtime equipment. Although he was reluctant, there was no other way now. Sorry for the trouble. Nualan aimed the lower end of the void staff at the root of the geothermal sunflower and began to dig. This was much more effective. Just a bit slow. Nualan was digging happily. In just over 10 minutes, he would be able to take this geothermal sunflower away. But just as he was getting into it, a rough voice came from behind. Human, you really know how to play. If you dare to touch my brother's hair, you're dead. Nualan turned to look, and a massive lava boulder beside him actually stood up, about 4 to 5 meters tall, with scorching lava flowing down its body. Wasn't it immobile before? He saw nothing when he came down. Moreover, what was this guy talking about hair? Nualan looked at the piece of land beneath his feet, and it actually moved. Nualan instantly began to dodge backward and got into a fighting stance. As a result, a lava giant really stood up there, and it was even taller than the previous one. Human, why do you disturb my sleep here? Brother, I saw this guy trying to take your hair. You, hair? Could it be referring to the geothermal sunflower? Did these lava giants actually consider the geothermal sunflower as hair? Sorry, gentlemen, I didn't mean to. I'll go dig somewhere else. Hey, you guy, not only did you dig my brother's hair, but now you also want to dig the hair of my other kin. You really are impatient to live. Are all geothermal sunflowers hair? Why is it so bizarre? The mermaid princess didn't mention this before. Why is the situation different now? I heard you want our hair. Nualan turned around and saw hundreds of lava giants standing around him, all glaring at him. This is bad. At this moment, in their eyes, Nualan looked like a baby. Everyone, there's a misunderstanding. I think I can explain. Enough with the nonsense. Let's get started. Nualan, what's going on? These stone giants are so strange, and now they're talking about starting directly? Is there some pre-established rule here? Human, you can't be here for the first time, right? Big brother, I think he's a newcomer. He should be here for the first time. I've never seen him before. Human, didn't your kind tell you the rules here? Brothers of the lava giants, I really don't know any rules? Can someone give me a brief explanation? Alright, since it's your first time, go ahead. Kegnuo, it's up to you. Another lava giant stepped forward and said in a deep voice, the rules here are quite simple. As long as you pass the test, you can take the geothermal sunflower. Otherwise, you'll have to stay here and play with us for a year. Hand over all your fun games to us humans. Is that it? Just that? Damn. I thought I was going to have to battle hundreds of lava giants at once. Playing games is easy. Longu, are you okay? Yulong shouted from above, wanting to inquire about the situation. She had just seen many stone people stand up, but they didn't attack Nualan, which was a bit baffling. That's why Yulong chose to ask. I'm fine, just stay up there. I'll come up in a bit. Why did you bring a companion when you came out, human? You really overestimate yourself, don't you? If you lose this game, you'll have to stay here and play with us. Brothers, what kind of game are we playing? Can you at least give me a hint? Nualan was helpless. It seemed these lava giants weren't very bright, only knowing how to play games. Yeah, it seems we haven't even said what game we're playing. Where did we leave off last time? I forgot. How about we start from the beginning? Sure, let's start from the beginning. Damn, you guys are too casual about this. You have no initiative at all. Hey, human, now you will compete with one of us in the power of fire elements. If you win, his hair will belong to you. So simple? Just that simple. Then I definitely got this. Su Feng confidently declared that his fire element had reached a masterful level. Could it be that he couldn't compete with these big brains? Impossible. So who will go first? Nualan looked at the lava giants, and now he could only look up at them. These guys were just too tall. This time it's my turn. It's not every day we get a human here. You guys always play by yourselves, and I haven't had my fill yet. Then you go this time. Alright. Boom, boom, boom. Nualan felt the ground start to shake. The stone giant was actually jumping up and down happily. Dude, maybe you should consider your own weight before doing such moves. This is crazy. Nualan was helpless. These lava giants seem to have good natures, just a bit silly. If they could be integrated into Nord City in the future, it would be a good choice. Human, are you ready? Ready. Then we'll start with 3 rounds, 2 wins. For the first round, you will compete with me in sculpting. Ha? What? You're telling me you can sculpt? That's just ridiculous. Nualan stood there, dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Could it be that these lava giants actually have an artistic side? Are you scared? It's not that I'm scared. I'm just worried you'll lose too badly. The first round, each of us has a giant stone, and using only fire elements, we must carve it into the shape in our hearts, without the aid of tools. If you cheat, you will be disqualified immediately. Okay, carving. This was exactly what Norin wanted. In his previous life, he was a noble, and his hobby was carving. Although he wasn't a master, handling such a small scene should be more than enough. Bang! Immediately, a giant stone appeared before Norin. He didn't even need to prepare for it. Humans, you may begin. In the end, all the giants present will judge. Alright. Flames flickered in Norin's hands. He stood in mid-air, controlling the fire elements to carve the stone. If he wanted to win, it was up to him. He had seen many masterpieces in his past life, so borrowing from one of them shouldn't be a problem. Norin got to work, controlling the fire elements to take the shape of a hammer at times, and a chisel at others. Half an hour later, I'm done. The stone man beside him spoke first, then walked over to see what Norin had carved. He was instantly dumbfounded. What on earth is this? Can this even be called a sculpture? I'm done too. Norin was full of confidence. He glanced at the clumsy giant's work and was almost speechless. Wasn't that just some random doodles on a stone? A few limbs added, and it looked like those lava giants here. Ugly. Truly hideous. The original giant stone had hardly changed at all. If one had to say, it was just less rounded than before. Please admire my work, the goddess of love, Venus. Norin proudly proclaimed his sculpture behind him. This was an extraordinary display of skill. If it were in his previous world, it would have caused quite a stir. My work, the lava giant. The difference is clear. I didn't expect your carving skills to be so poor. Yeah, what is that? You've lost this round. Really? I thought you were strong. I didn't expect you to lose so completely in the first round. Norin nodded as he listened. This was the result he had been waiting for. He never expected that his carving skills could reach such a peak. It was simply extraordinary. This statue is exquisite. I can't find any flaws. One day, if I can see such a beautiful sculpture, I will be so happy. I want to keep it, just like this beside me. Norin listened to the praises around him, feeling a bit lightheaded. He retracted his earlier comment about the lava giant being clever. Their appreciation for art had reached an impressive level. Hey, human, what are you grinning about? You lost and are still so happy? What's wrong with this guy? Humans are such strange creatures. Norin's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Were these guys not praising him? What do you mean lost? This would also be a shocking work in my previous world. Even Michelangelo would come to bow to me. Human, you lost the first round. Can't you see what I carved? Not at all. Look at this thing. What do those 2 stones on the chest mean? And why is this arm missing? It's clearly a mistake on your part. Don't quibble. You can only speak after the judges have finished their evaluation. Nolan was somewhat dumbfounded. These guys had learned it so well. But how could their appreciation of art be so contrary? Your arm mistake is really too serious. Look at yourself, perfectly fine. But this guy's arm is actually broken by you. And why is his hair still curly? It looks disgusting. Can't you make it as simple as ours? The lava giant said this while shaking the geothermal sunflower on his head, as if showing off. Look, you're wearing clothes, but this guy has half of his body exposed. It's simply lacking in aesthetics. Nolan wanted to say, aren't you also not wearing clothes? But this big smart guy had already anticipated that. Don't compare us. We lava giants are born this way, but you humans are different. Look at yourself, then look at this guy. He is simply shameless. Nolan was stunned. What these guys said seemed to make some sense. So, could it really be that his sculpting skills were lacking? What the hell? These guys were full of nonsense, simply incomprehensible. No wonder they spoke so foolishly. It seemed their aesthetic sense was 2 extremes from that of humans. The goddess of love, Venus, had been sculpted, so could he not win this competition? Damn it! Human, you really disappoint us. We thought you could show your skills, but you lost in the first round. Alright, the judges can now score the contestants. First up is our lava giant contestant. Nolan looked and saw all perfect scores of 10. But where did these guys get their scores from? Where did they escape from? Nolan was dumbfounded. Who taught these clever stone people? It was simply outrageous. Next is our human contestant. Then Nolan saw the judges actually bowing their heads, making a look of disappointment. They all raised up scorecards with 0 points. What the hell? I'm the goddess of love, Venus. 0 points? This was simply absurd. No way. He couldn't treat these big smart guys with common sense anymore. He could only go against the grain. Nolan seemed to have found the secret to victory. He could only wait for the next round. In the second round, I want to compare our mastery of fire attributes. Okay, I admit defeat. What the hell? What are you doing? Nolan was completely stunned. This stone man said he wanted to compare something, then he directly admitted defeat at lightning speed. Admitted defeat. Is this how you play? It's simply outrageous. Nolan now felt a bit dizzy. This was bad. He needed to think. No, buddy, we haven't even compared yet? Why did you admit defeat directly? Nolan found that this group of stone people had really good tempers, so he was now unrestrained. Is there even a need to compare? I already noticed your fire element in the first round. It's much more exquisite than mine, so there's no need to compare. Admitting defeat directly saves time, right? If I get knocked down by you later, wouldn't you be happy? Nolan? What is this guy talking about? Since you know you can't win, why would you choose this project? Humans are indeed scheming. They often think about torturing their opponents. It's too scary. We need to be more careful in the future. Yeah, look at his unwilling expression. It must be because he has no place to vent his grievances, which is why he looks so pained. Hey, luckily I'm clever. Otherwise, if I get knocked down later, I'd have to take a bath in the magma. It's getting late today. I still want to keep my body clean. Nualan was completely dizzy now. A stone man taking a bath. The stone man could actually guess human thoughts. The stone man could even whisper. But could you please keep your volume down when you whisper? My ears feel like they're about to explode. No, you misunderstood. I just want to ask this big stone brother. Why do you still want to compete with me when you know you're going to lose? No way, Nualan had to figure this out today. His worldview had been completely overturned. If he didn't clarify this, he might go crazy. I'm just following the process. And no one said I couldn't admit defeat. What the hell? Can you be a little more willful? Humans are so strange. They aren't happy when they win. Look at that gloomy face. He must be holding something bad inside. This move is really clever. It avoids this human's revenge. His heart must be extremely unbalanced right now. Yeah, the first round was 0 points. If this gets out, it would be laughable. Ha ha ha. Nualan only felt a ringing in his ears. These guys couldn't control their voices at all. Alright, next is the third round, a quiz with prizes, with our big brother asking the questions. There are a total of 5 questions, and those who answer correctly will achieve final victory. Nualan, the stone man can play a quiz with prizes? Their IQ is an unknown factor. This is too abstract, right? Are both contestants ready? Ready. What about the human contestant? Ready. Nualan roared hoarsely. He had clearly just spoken with that big fool, but that guy's voice was so loud. It completely overshadowed his. Okay, now both contestants listen to the first question. You can buzz in. Question: if 2 giant stones appear on the road, what would you use them for? A. Take a bath in the lava. B. Take them home as pillows. C. Prepare for reproduction. D. Throw them away. What is this nonsense? Is this some kind of abstract game? I choose C. Nualan answered decisively, going for the abstract. Anyway, there was room for error, so why not give it a try? Congratulations, you answered correctly. The human contestant is currently leading by 1 point. What the hell? This is possible? Nualan felt like he really needed to get smarter. If he stayed with these guys for too long, he would definitely be assimilated. Lava giant contestant, please keep it up. Rewarding the human contestant with a giant stone to use for reproduction tonight. Bang! A huge stone was really placed in front of Nualan. No way? Are you serious? Nualan just thought to choose whatever was abstract, but he didn't expect this to be a prize directly related to the answer. He saw the big fool next to him looking dejected, his head down, with a hint of longing in his eyes. What the hell? This stone man is definitely not normal. Could it be? Contestants, please listen to the second question. Question: when you are taking a bath in lava, and suddenly you hear a cry for help from afar, what will you choose? A. Continue bathing. B. Hug the newly acquired stone while bathing. C. Start swimming naked in the lava. D. Start crying for help with him. Nualan felt completely dumbfounded. This choice wouldn't make him swim in the lava, would it? Maybe he shouldn't choose for now. Let's wait for that guy to choose first. C. Incorrect answer. Please, human contestant, answer the question. Hiss. Nualan took a deep breath. Should he choose? B. In the end, he still gave his answer. This was probably the least reliable one, right? Who could so easily get a new stone? And to hold on to it while bathing, is it for the sake of passing on the lineage? Congratulations, human contestant, you answered correctly. Nualan felt a darkness before her eyes. She couldn't take it anymore. Next, please have the human contestant swim naked in our magma while holding this large stone. Thank you all for your kindness, but I think I'd prefer to wait until after answering the questions to enjoy it, if that's okay? Nualan was already preparing to run away, trying to keep these stone people calm for now. If she were in the magma, wouldn't she be directly cremated? No need for anyone else to lift a finger. Alright, we respect every contestant's thoughts. Now, let's proceed to the third question. Please don't let it be about stones again. I'm about to go crazy. Nualan silently prayed in her heart. Question: when you are bathing and cannot reach your back, how do you solve this problem? A. Ask another lava giant for help. B. Figure it out yourself. C. Rub it with the large stone you just received. D. Choose to ignore it. After hearing the options, Nualan felt she already knew the answer. Was this question a bug? Only the person who got the first large stone could answer correctly? Or was it that those without a large stone couldn't choose the correct answer? A. You are an unqualified lava giant, unable to take care of your own life. I despise you. Now, please have the human contestant answer. C. Congratulations, human contestant, you answered correctly. Reward: a large stone for back rubbing. Wait, I choose the last one to claim. We respect every contestant's wishes. Nualan felt that just now, the stone people were about to help her rub her back. With such a large boulder, wasn't that going to kill her? No, this place is a bit twisted. Please both contestants listen to the fourth question. Question: if someone confesses their love to you and is interested in your large stone, what will you do next? A. Give her the large stone you received. B. Ignore her words. C. Secretly rejoice but do nothing. D. Tell her to get as far away as possible. Nualan initially wanted to choose A, but felt something was off. This question was a death sentence. The large stone had always been with her, and for the stone people, this was something for passing on the lineage. Why would she need someone else to confess their love? There was a big problem here. So Nualan chose. I choose A. Congratulations, you are a qualified sycophant, but the answer is clearly wrong. Just as Nualan had guessed, he slowly said, I choose D. Congratulations, human contestant, you answered correctly. Reward: a stone baby. Stone baby? Suddenly, a stone person of the same size as her appeared beside Nualan, but he looked no different from those lava giants. He just needed to be proportionally enlarged a bit. Dad, I warn you, don't shout randomly. Nualan was now feeling a bit delirious. There really was a small stone baby. Could it be that stone people are truly birthed from large stones? Then the large stone behind her wouldn't have already. Human contestant, rest assured, your large stone is definitely a pure version, brand new and intact, no need to worry. Phew! Nualan let out a deep breath of turbid air. Wait, who asked you to explain that to me? Oh no, how could I have thought of such a question? Last question, please both contestants prepare. Question: if your stone baby is constantly distressed, what will you do next? Take him to swim in the magma, slap him to make him shut up, throw him into a desolate valley, calm his emotions. Isn't this answer too inhumane? Only the last option is the most suitable for a normal person. But if I choose that, doesn't it mean I've lost a point? Forget it, losing once is fine. After all, I've already won. Let this big fool win once too. I choose D. Congratulations, your answer is correct. Nualan, randomly choosing counts as winning for me? The human contestant has won decisively in the third round, and the previous wager will be given to the human contestant. A stone man directly pulled the geothermal flower off the head of the big fool next to him and handed it to Nualan. My hair, I have no hair left. The big fool actually fled with a cry, and Nualan looked a bit helpless. What on earth is going on? Nualan didn't hold back and took the geothermal flower in her hand. If the geothermal flower is the hair of the magma giant, then this piece of soil is his scalp? Nualan felt increasingly creeped out. Congratulations, you have maintained the human heart. If you had chosen another answer, you would have been judged as losing. Then what about all this? It's all a test for you, but these rewards are real. And this little stone guy in front of me? He is the newest born here, the one with the highest talent. He needs someone to take him out to see the world. Don't worry, he's very well behaved. And his combat power is also quite strong. He can help you. Thank you. You guys? Nualan was a bit puzzled. How do they judge humans? We are the spirits of fire. We naturally sensed the disturbances from the demon abyss. Deep in the land of extreme flames is a seal, and we are the guardians here. The abyss has indeed encountered some problems, it won't hold for long. 1,000 years of peace is about to be broken, the magma giants said with some emotion, and they were also worried about the emergence of demons. Is there a way to remedy this? Nualan asked tentatively. If there really is a way to remedy it, that would be great, perhaps they could prepare for it in advance. No, once the seal is opened, it cannot be reversed. We can only try to delay the time before the seal breaks. I don't know when the demons will break through the blockade. I understand. So, do you test every human like this, or is it just targeted at me? This was a question Nualan was curious about, mainly because this group of magma giants was too strange. I sensed the aura of the Elven Queen and a faint trace of the Mermaid Princess on you. Since both the Wood Spirit and the Water Spirit chose you, I naturally had to test you. For ordinary humans, we are really just playing games with them, like in your first round, because we are really bored. The magma giant said to Nualan, his heavy voice echoing around. Is this land of extreme flames only for you? Of course not. There is another group of fire spirits inside. Their work is even more burdensome. They can't come out now. The seal needs someone to maintain it. Got it. Nualan didn't know how humans communicated with the fire spirits to have them guard the seal. By the way, how were you born? Nualan was very concerned about this question now. The previous test from the magma giant was indeed a bit abstract. We are born from the rocks, after being scorched by flames for a long time. One day we might gain intelligence, just like we are now. Then what about your big stone? Nolan hesitated for a moment before finally asking, that was just a joke, right? We are all spirits from nature, not needing a maternal womb for gestation. If we really had to say, then this land is our mother. Ha! Nolan finally set down the heart that had been hanging in her chest. Thankfully, it wasn't that. Otherwise, it would have been too abstract. What's the deal with the geothermal sunflower here? Why do you say it's your hair? The geothermal sunflower is a magical plant that grows on our lava giants, but since it happens to grow on our heads, and you humans call this thing hair, we just say it that way. Hiss. So it's a comparison to humans. But you all have your own beliefs and culture. Thank you for the explanation. I will take good care of the little stone, and I hope you all can join Nord City to resist the demons together? Nolan tentatively asked. If there was a chance, then the strength of Nord City would reach a whole new level. The strength of the lava giants is beyond doubt. This guy's massive size, combined with high defense and mastery of fire elements, is definitely an extremely powerful ally. Then it will depend on your performance. What performance? If you defeat us in the test, we can consider your proposal. Ah, another test? Nolan felt numb. She absolutely did not want to play that abstract game a second time. Why not? In our territory, you must follow our rules. Alright, then I will come back when I'm ready. For now, I'll leave this to you. I will quickly improve my strength. Nolan patted her chest and promised. She was now a great demon master, but her strength was still far from enough. When she becomes a holy level demon master, perhaps the situation will improve. Don't worry, it's our responsibility as lava giants. We are born to guard the abyss's breach. Nolan felt it was about time. She could leave now. Little stone, we should go. Nolan looked at the small lava giant beside her, about the same size as her, but the fiery elements emanating from it were incredibly intense. It was even comparable to some of the lava giants present. No wonder it was a genius. Talent is still extremely important. Dad, the little stone said in a tender voice, which made Nolan a bit unable to accept. Don't call me that. I'm not your dad. Hey, don't you educate the little stone? Educate? What is education? We all grew up like this. The little stone will go through this process too. Nolan, forget it. Let's leave it at that for now. Little stone, come here. I'll take you up. Nolan wrapped the little stone in magic and used her flying ability to head towards the ghost dragon. Just halfway there, she heard the shouts of the lava giants below. Go back and practice your carving skills. I have to say, it's really terrible. Nolan, this might not be a simple test after all. The aesthetic of the lava giants is just like this. There's no other reason to whitewash it. Nolan's forehead twitched. She was already a carving master. Who would have thought she would be humiliated here among the lava giants? But that's not the point now. As long as she can safely return to Nord City, that's all that matters. Ghost Dragon, full speed ahead, Nord City. Nolan saw that night had fallen, and enough time had already been wasted. It should be just in time to hurry back. Little Stone, do you have a name? No, I don't. Then I'll call you Little Stone. When you grow up a bit, I'll give you a proper name. Thank you, Dad. Damn, they all say you're not your dad. Nualan was speechless. This little guy looks a bit silly too. If someone else heard this, they'd think he had some special preference, and now he even has a son. It's truly impossible to explain. At that point, his lifelong reputation would be ruined in an instant. No way. This problem absolutely cannot arise. He needs to have a good talk with Little Stone when he gets back, and besides, he looks handsome, wealthy, and accomplished. Calling him brother actually fits quite well. After a 2-hour journey, Nualan and the others reappeared above Nord City. Soon, a guard spotted Nualan and relaxed his vigilance after recognizing his figure. Nualan was quite satisfied with the current defenses of Nord City. The magical beasts and humans had united to protect the safety of Nord City. With that, he could focus on improving his strength. During the journey, Nualan had prepared all the materials and familiarized himself with the healing process. Now he just needed one last ingredient, the vine of the Elven Queen. He still had to find Shiyu. The dark dragon landed on the ground, and Nualan asked the dark dragon to take care of Little Stone for a while he ran to Shiyu's room. Without having time to knock, Nualan burst through the door. He happened to see Shiyu changing clothes. Ah, this. Langu, why? Why didn't you knock when you came in? Shiyu looked at Nualan with some confusion, but her flushed cheeks had already betrayed her. Shiyu, you change first, and then come with me. Okay. Although Nualan wanted to appreciate the moment, time was tight, and he was afraid there wouldn't be enough of it. Shiyu also noticed the urgency in Nualan's expression. It seemed he was indeed facing some tricky problems. Langu, where are we going now? To find Laya Sina. Nualan took Shiyu's hand and rushed towards Laya Sina's room, wondering how she was doing after all these hours. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Nualan recognized it was Yalan's voice, a bit choked and somewhat lost. Could it be Laya Sina? Without thinking much, Nualan pushed the door open. He saw Yalan holding the unconscious Laya Sina in her arms, and a part of Laya Sina's body had already begun to mutate. The originally fair skin had developed purple angles. Moreover, sharp nails were starting to appear on her slender fingers, looking quite eerie, especially those once graceful jade feet, which had now become unrecognizable. This speed was too fast. No wonder Laya Sina's previous special medicine could suppress it. Once she stopped taking it for a while, the rebound was completely uncontrollable. Seeing Nualan return, a glimmer of light appeared in Yalan's eyes. Lan Gu, you finally came back. Laya Sina. She can't hold on much longer. Lan Gu, did you find a way to save Laya Sina? I don't want to watch her disappear right in front of me. Laya Sina told me during the day that if she turned into a succubus, I should end her myself. How could I do that? Yalan looked at Nualan with pleading eyes, and her tear-stained face showed she had been crying for a long time. Nualan knew about the relationship between Laya Sina and Yalan. If one of his good brothers were in such a situation, he definitely wouldn't be feeling good either. He understood Yalan's emotions. Don't worry, Yalan, I won't let Lyasna leave your side. Everything is ready now. Lan Gu. Yalan was momentarily so excited that she couldn't speak. With her understanding of Nualan, if he said it was possible, then it must be possible. There was no way he would go back on his word. Nualan had always been a man of his word. Yalan, you carry Lyasna outside for a moment. I need to set up a magic circle to completely heal her. Okay. Nualan took Siye and left the place. Siye, summon your vines now and cover this area completely. Okay. Siye knew the situation was urgent. Lyasna had fought alongside them, and now that such a situation had arisen, she felt uneasy too. So whatever Nualan asked her to do now, she wouldn't question it. There wasn't enough time for explanations. The green vines instantly filled the space, neatly arranged on the ground. Siye, next you need to cooperate with me. I need to inscribe some magical runes onto your vines, using them as a medium for the magic circle. No problem, Lan Gu. Nualan was very familiar with the runes depicted by the system and slowly began to draw them in the air. Soon, the runes began to drift onto the vines. During the process of inscribing the runes, Nualan felt as if he suddenly understood a lot. Although the runes were somewhat obscure and difficult to comprehend, this process was beneficial for his understanding and control of magic. Nualan didn't have time to check. He could only focus on drawing the runes. About an hour later, all the runes were inscribed on the vines. Nualan was now drenched in sweat. He had never dealt with runes before, and to draw so many for the first time was physically taxing. Lan Gu, are you okay? I'm fine, let's continue. Nualan took out all the other materials he had and began to grind them into powder with magic, slowly incorporating them into the magic circle. The previously dim runes seemed to fill with energy, flashing with their unique brilliance. For the final two magical plants, Nualan took out the geothermal sunflower and the ice spirit lotus. The ice spirit lotus had 3 petals, and he wasn't sure how many geothermal sunflowers were needed. Forget it, just put the whole thing in. Nualan placed the two magical plants on either side of the magic circle, and in an instant, red and blue colors appeared within the magic circle. It began to affect the surrounding environment. One side was unbearably hot, while the other was exceptionally cool. Yalan, bring Lyasna out. Upon hearing Nualan's call, Yalan quickly carried the transformed Lyasna outside. Nualan used magic to lift Lyasna into the air above the magic circle, and in an instant, a subtle balance appeared within the magic circle. From here on, it was all up to Nualan. Sia, control your vines and ensure that no energy leaks out. Don't worry, Lan Gu. Sia didn't dare to be careless, it was a matter of life and death, and she was finally able to help. Nualan's hands flickered with lightning flames as he slowly infused his magic into the magic circle. Soon, a complex pattern appeared beneath the magic circle, continuously rotating. Lyasna's body was also spinning, caught in the duality of ice and fire. Nualan, having just inscribed the runes and now needing to carefully control the magic circle, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He couldn't afford to think about anything else now. Using magic to control the geothermal sunflower and the ice spirit lotus, the energy within both of their bodies was continuously stimulated. In the magic circle, one could see a scorching heat being injected into Lyasna's body from above the geothermal sunflower. Meanwhile, a chilling cold air appeared beside Lyasna's body from the ice spirit lotus. Gradually, both streams of energy entered Lyasna's body. Yalan watched in suspense. After the magic entered Lyasna's body, it was evident that Lyasna had reacted. It worked! Yalan felt a surge of joy. If that's the case, they could definitely save Lyasna. As time passed, the sweat on Norin's body increased, but during this process, his control over the magic became even stronger. Slowly, some black blood began to seep from the surface of Lyasna's body, though this process was quite lengthy. The blood dripped onto the vines below, instantly causing them to emit a hissing, scorching sound. Moreover, they turned pitch black. It was toxic. Norin couldn't afford to be careless. He increased the magic output from the ice spirit lotus and the geothermal sunflower. Now, it all depended on these two magical plants to force the demon queen's blood out. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. Norin saw that some of the extremities of Lyasna's body had begun to return to their original state. Good. Increase the intensity. Lyasna's body was continuously rotating within the magic circle, and due to excessive blood loss, she appeared somewhat pale. Yalan was worried just how much of this toxic blood was left. However, seeing Lyasna slowly regain some of her form filled Yalan's heart with hope. She looked gratefully at Norin, who was working hard at that moment, noticing the sweat beading on his forehead and the dampness of his clothes. Yalan was deeply moved. Perhaps the best choice she had made in this life was Norin. The man before her seemed capable of anything, and he was constantly helping her solve various problems. Now even Lyasna needed Norin to save her. She wanted to go up and wipe the sweat from Norin's forehead, but at this critical moment, she couldn't do that. The higher the level, the more one understood the difficulties of operating the magic circle. If she were to lose focus now, it could very well harm him. Yalan could only stand quietly and watch. Norin increased the magic in his hands, and now one of the ice spirit lotus's leaves had lost its luster, drooping in midair. The geothermal sunflower had also dimmed somewhat, but overall it was still manageable. Hopefully, it would be enough. Norin hadn't expected the demon queen's blood to be so troublesome. Moreover, most of Lyasna's blood had already been assimilated. No wonder the symptoms were so severe now. Norin controlled the magic to continuously circulate within Lyasna's body, cleansing each of her cells. He couldn't afford to be careless for even a moment. If he made a mistake now, Lyasna could very well be eroded again by the demon queen's blood, and it would definitely be worse than it was now. He couldn't be negligent. 3 hours passed. Lyasna still exhibited some characteristics of the demon, but compared to before, most of them had already disappeared. Norin's clothes were now completely soaked with sweat, clinging to his body and outlining his figure. The sky was beginning to lighten, and the dawn's light slowly began to fall upon the earth. Unknowingly, an entire night had passed. Norin looked at the ice spirit lotus, which had already lost 3 leaves, and couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the demon queen. The 3 lotus leaves predicted by the mermaid princess have now been used up. Fortunately, there are still 6 left. Really, Norin's magical power is now basically under his complete control. He can now manage his magic without wasting a single bit, achieving perfect control. Norin is also amazed by his own transformation, not expecting that this opportunity to save someone would significantly enhance his strength. Although there is no direct improvement in combat power, the mastery of magic allows Norin to become more enduring, thus reducing the consumption of magic. In battles of the same level, his chances of winning are relatively higher. Sia's expression seems fine. Norin knows that Sia has now refined all those crystals, and her control over the wood element has reached an extraordinary level. Being a wood spirit, she is certainly much stronger in this regard than others. Cough, cough, cough. A slight coughing sound attracted everyone's attention. Lyesna has awakened. However, she is still a bit dazed and unaware of what is happening outside. Yalan, upon hearing this, is almost jumping for joy. Lyesna is finally going to return to her original state. Norin keeps his promise. Where am I? Lyesna feels a bone-chilling cold, coupled with endless heat, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. But she is now too weak to resist, feeling no strength in her body, and her voice is exceptionally faint. Lyesna, hold on a little longer, you'll be fine soon. Norin does not want Lyesna to make any other moves at this critical moment. He absolutely cannot let it all go to waste. Norin, don't move. Just stay there, don't make any movements. In at most an hour, I can resolve this. Norin controls the geothermal sunflower and the ice spirit lotus, pushing the magic contained within them back into Lyesna's body. Ah! Lyesna lets out a delicate complaint, almost causing Norin to lose control. Don't make such noises. Norin is now mentally tortured doubly, having to control the operation of the magic circle while also resisting the assault from Lyesna. Damn it! However, Norin ultimately decides to stay true to his heart. He can bring Lyesna into his harem in the future. For now, he needs to hold on a little longer. About an hour later, the sky has completely brightened, and Norin has thoroughly cleansed Lyesna's body with magic. It can now be confirmed that there is no blood of the succubus queen flowing in her body. Norin uses those inscriptions to transfer all the vitality of the vine to Lyesna, and with the green life energy, those vines have now become extremely withered, lying on the stone slab ground. Norin looks at the somewhat dim fourth petal of the ice spirit lotus. It seems the mermaid princess's guess was not bad. If she knew it was the toxin from the succubus queen's blood that was being resolved, she might have estimated it even more accurately. The effect of the ice spirit lotus is indeed powerful. After a night of consumption, it still retains nearly 2/3 of its magic. No wonder it is so rare. However, the geothermal sunflower is not so lucky. It now has almost no magic left. Moreover, the flames on it have begun to extinguish, leaving behind only a bare, somewhat reddish plant. Lyesna, how are you feeling now? Norin looks at Lyesna's delicate body and asks, now able to appreciate it properly. After doing good deeds for so many years, this is the ending he deserves. I feel much better, thank you, Norin. Lyesna lay there and said, mainly not knowing whether Norin had finished now. Earlier, Norin had told her not to move around at the end. So when Norin didn't say anything, she absolutely wouldn't move casually. Lyesna, you finally recovered, you scared me to death. Yalan shouted excitedly from the side. Yalan, Norin, can I move now? After about 20 minutes, Lyesna realized that the magical energy that had been flowing through her body was gone. She just didn't understand why Norin still wasn't speaking. Then she could only ask herself. It's fine, everything has ended. Lyesna stood up in the air and looked at her body, which had returned to its previous fair complexion. Wait, fair body. Lyesna looked and saw that her clothes were in tatters, as if they had been torn apart when she had the episode yesterday. Now large patches of her snow-white skin were exposed, and one side of her peak was visible. Ah! Lyesna screamed and hurried back into the room. Oh, what a pity! She hadn't had enough time to appreciate it. Norin put away the ice spirit lotus below. It seemed that the geothermal sunflower had no effect anymore. For now, she would transplant it into her own field, not knowing if it would return to its former appearance. Langu, thank you so much. After hearing Norin say it was over, Yalan came over with a handkerchief and pressed it against Norin's side, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Sia, thank you. Yalan naturally knew Sia's efforts. She had worked hard all night to maintain the magic array here. Yalan, what are you saying? We are sisters, helping each other is nothing. Yalan's eyes were filled with tears, but it was because she was moved. Norin was truly too good. Yalan, I need to take a shower now, I'm all sweaty and sticky. Langu, I'll help you. You? Yes, you've worked so hard and haven't rested all night. I definitely have to serve you. This was exactly what Norin wanted, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. With Yalan's support, he left with Sia. Taking a shower was truly a wonderful thing. After practicing for a while, Norin fell asleep. Mainly, the labor of the whole night was just too exhausting. Norin slept directly until the afternoon before waking up, then got dressed and walked out. He saw that there seemed to be many strangers in Nord City. Just in time to see Reina busy, Norin walked towards her. Reina, who are these people? Norin, you're awake. These are part of my business association staff. They are currently organizing the magical plants here and will start transporting them out for sale. As for those people, they are the array masters we invited to build a teleportation array in Nord City, which will directly connect to Procis City. allowing goods to be transported there directly. Reina was a bit excited, this directly connected to her business association, so she wouldn't have to worry about sales in the future. Moreover, Process City was originally the most prosperous city here, and the prices there were higher than in some other places. Reina, building the teleportation array must cost quite a bit, right? This is the 50 million gold coins you gave me last time. You take it first. If it's not enough, you can directly ask Sana and the others later. Norin returned the ring that Reina had given him before. It was time to use money, and how could he keep holding on to someone else's money? Norin, I won't accept it. Building the teleportation array will probably require 20 million gold coins, because we are really too far from Process City, so the cost is a bit higher. I still have some on me, and I've diverted a portion from the Merchant Guild, so it's basically already resolved. When we sell it later, the gold coins will fill in the current deficit. Reina Luo didn't mind at all. After all, the Merchant Guild was also his, and that money was just to be handed over to the family the following year. It could be considered an achievement for their young leader, and of course, the more, the better. Reina Luo, you. Norin didn't know what to say. Reina Luo was treating Nord City as if it were his hometown. With the teleportation array, Nord City would surely become even larger in the future. Moreover, some matters could be better managed with the right information. Reina Luo's plan this time was truly perfect. Norin couldn't help but praise him. Indeed, it required specialized talent to accomplish such things. If it were left to him, he might not have thought it through so thoroughly. Norin, now I am in this together with Nord City. This is all I should do. Moreover, as the vice mayor of Nord City, I naturally have to consider the future development of Nord City. No problem there. Norin could now completely relax. The economic side could be entrusted to Reina Luo, the city defense to Hans, and his wives were managing the magical beasts and countless magical plants. He really only needed to focus on his cultivation now. Only by becoming stronger could he lead Nord City to greater glory. Reina Luo, then I'll trouble you with this. Norin, what are you saying? If you are dissatisfied with anything later, you can come directly to me. Norin had nothing to be dissatisfied with now. Nord City was already developing towards the position of Process City. It wouldn't be long before it could stand shoulder to shoulder with Process City. At that time, he would make Nord City the largest city here. Norin, have you heard about the situation in Sanos City? Reina Luo asked. What happened? Norin was curious. Wasn't Sanos City the place just occupied by demons? The city lord there had already been killed. He didn't know what had happened since he returned. Norin, all the members of the Taikula family in Sanos City have been executed, and now the city is in a state of panic. Many people have already left, fleeing to other places. What's going on? It is said that during the 2 days we were preparing, there was a massive hunt for infants in Sanos City, some even being forcibly taken, and many people were killed for it. Many nobles were not spared, their children were also taken away, but later it was discovered that all the infants had completely disappeared. In the end, only some severed limbs and stark white bones were found, presumed to have been used for blood sacrifices or even eaten directly. Reina Luo recounted everything he had heard, and he still felt a bit scared inside. No wonder I felt something was off about that old guy Cabas. It seems he absorbed a lot of infant life force. Norin hadn't expected such cruelty. Were they really swallowing infants alive? This was truly perverse. Now the status of Sanos City has plummeted. Many people leaving has caused the scale of Sanos City to diminish, and if this continues, it might not even be a city anymore. Those commoners are heartbroken. After learning of the Taikula family's atrocities, the Kingdom of Sak ordered the execution of all of them. No one was spared. This part was done quite well. At first, we could only hear the cries coming from Sanos City, but we had no idea such cruel things were happening. Reina Luo said with lingering fear. He is a merchant, although well-traveled and knowledgeable. This kind of cruelty was something he had never heard of before. No wonder it was so strange back then, and there was a smell of fresh blood on Cabas. That guy truly deserved to die. Norin was now cursing Cabas, but also the demon. If it weren't for that old fellow's insatiable greed, how could the demon have taken advantage of the situation? This led to the tragic events that followed. The Taikula family deserved their fate. First, they slaughtered the orc race, and then they turned on their own kin. Such scum, just killing them would be too merciful. Reina Luo, is there any other news? Not for now. Just heard rumors that some reinforcements outside the city gate killed Cabas, ending his wicked life. Norin sighed. It seemed these commoners had deified him. He couldn't stand Cabas's actions, and more importantly, it was to bring the Green Serpent, Red Fox, and Scorpion tribes to Nord City. Reina Luo, I understand now. In the future, you must inform me of such matters. Okay. After Norin finished speaking, he left. It was time to expand the scale of Nord City. But where should it expand to? The sea area? There was indeed tryst there, but there were many lords in between. Those people needed to find a way to resolve this. Only then could the territory be connected. Norin thought to himself as he walked towards the Tortoise Tree King. He saw Sia quietly cultivating there, and Norin was somewhat entranced watching her. Tomorrow it was time to help Sia complete her awakening and obtain her third attribute. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task. Rewards are being distributed. Please check, host. All magical plants in the territory have been upgraded by 1 level. Clues to the Demon Queen have been placed in the host's storage space. Norin suddenly remembered that he had completed the task. He had been quite tired yesterday, and now his head felt a bit foggy. He wasn't very clear-headed. Norin took out the so-called clues from the storage space, and the result was a mirror showing a valley, with a cave in it. And then it was gone. Gone. Norin shook the mirror, but it showed no reaction at all. Damn, this is too much of a scam, right? Just a glance? Fortunately, he could remember it. But nothing appeared around, and with so many valleys, where exactly should he search for the Demon Queen's trace? Forget it. It seemed impossible to search for now. All magical plants in the territory being upgraded by 1 level was a good effect. The Tortoise Tree King's strength had also increased a bit, and Norin was very pleased to see this. As long as the strength in his territory continued to rise, he could also fend off the demons when they came. It would be great if such tasks appeared more often in the future. Norin walked towards the kitchen. He was so hungry. In a dark cave, a stunningly beautiful woman leaned against the damp stone wall, gazing quietly at the valley outside. Interesting. Someone actually lifted my blood curse. It seems I will meet this person in the future, the Demon Queen said, looking outside. At this moment, her body was still recovering. Although she had escaped the abyss's seal, she had been severely injured while fleeing. Demons could only recover more quickly by absorbing magical energy within the abyss. However, with such a fatal injury, and not daring to expose her whereabouts casually, her recovery was particularly slow. The strength of the Demon Queen had once fallen to the ranks of the Great Mage, but now, thankfully, a Sate-level mage. If she were to go out, she could establish her own territory. However, her identity was special. Until she had sufficient self-protection ability, she would not take risks. Previously, she had been lying in a cave, and who would have thought a human would intrude? Just when she needed someone to protect her, she noticed that the potential of that human woman was quite good, so she directly assimilated her. However, later, due to some potion's obstruction, her blood could not penetrate the woman's body at all. But, after a long accumulation, there was finally a turning point. She was already looking forward to her arrival. However, just this morning, all contact was cut off. Damn it! Is the abyss about to open again? The Demon Queen sensed a trace of magical energy in the air, though it was not very pure, but it was good news for her. If the abyss opened, she could return to rest and then lead her army in. After thousands of years, she had almost forgotten that she was also a lord of the abyss. Nolan felt that she had made some progress after a night of cultivation. She then brought Sia to the front of the Tortoise Tree King. Today, they could not delay any longer. After obtaining this would attribute elemental energy, she needed to go to the sea to see what the Mermaid Princess's trial was. If there was a chance to bring the Mermaid Princess to Nord City, it would increase their odds. Nolan first took out the octopus corpse she had collected. Although a day and night had passed, the magical power in the octopus monster's body was still very abundant. Tortoise Tree King, absorb this and see if it can change you. The Tortoise Tree King looked at the white fragments of meat on the ground, which emitted a unique fragrance, mainly due to the particularly violent magical power contained within. The Tortoise Tree King glanced at Nolan and said solemnly, "Thank you, Master." The roots of the Tortoise Tree King quickly penetrated the octopus monster's corpse, and Nolan saw some pure white energy flowing into its body through the roots. In a short while, the Tortoise Tree King absorbed all the energy. Nolan asked, "How do you feel? Can you absorb more?" "Yes." This time, Nolan directly brought out one of the octopus monster's giant legs. That was just a small part of its body. The octopus monster was as big as a small mountain, and they could distribute it to all the magical beasts. Who knows what kind of mutations might occur? Nolan was not in a hurry. If the Elf Queen Ca awakened, she would still need the Tortoise Tree King's help. So now, raising the Tortoise Tree King's strength as much as possible would benefit all three. How about it? Tortoise Tree King, can you absorb more now? I can take another round. Good. Nolan generously placed another giant leg of the octopus monster in front of the Tortoise Tree King. The Tortoise Tree King was not polite at all and directly inserted its roots completely into the white flesh. A few minutes later, the Tortoise Tree King had absorbed all the energy contained in the two legs of the octopus monster. Moreover, a faint white light appeared on its body. Under Nolan's gaze, the Tortoise Tree King directly leveled up to level 47. This should be enough. Xie, I will help you complete your awakening today. Langu, but didn't you just help Leia Sna heal her body yesterday? You haven't recovered yet, right? I'm almost fine now. Your awakening time cannot be delayed any longer. The earlier you awaken, the better it is for you. Alright. Although Xie also yearned for awakening, she still prioritized Nualan's well-being. Now that Nualan was insistent, she couldn't say much. Xie, just sit here. I will carve a magic circle around you. It might attract a thunder tribulation, so you need to hold on. Okay, Langu, I've noted it down. Nualan took out all the materials she had prepared earlier and, following the system's instructions, inscribed the runes around the king of tortoise and turtle trees. After about an hour of busy work, Nualan finally completed the magic circle for Xie's awakening. Nualan infused her magical power into the magic circle, and Xie's body was immediately lifted into the air by the magic, spinning continuously in place. Nualan withdrew her magical power, and from then on, it all depended on Xie herself. As a terrifying aura surged forth, a beam of light suddenly appeared around Xie, shooting straight into the sky. Soon, dark clouds gathered above, accompanied by thunder and lightning, but this phenomenon only occurred within the area of Nord City. Other places remained clear and sunny. What's going on? Is something about to happen in Nord City? Is this the anomaly brought by awakening? Who in Nord City is preparing for awakening? It looks quite powerful. To be able to attract a thunder tribulation, that's truly remarkable. Everyone was watching the changes in the sky, but no one dared to look directly, as it was the very center of Nord City. Everyone knew who lived there, so they wouldn't covet it. More and more people appeared on the streets, stopping to watch, including many nobles. Nualan stood not far from Xie, watching as Xie's body gradually became enveloped in magical power, emitting a greenish glow. This light continued to intensify, and beneath Xie, some vines began to grow, wrapping around her body. Xie had now completely disappeared from Nualan's view. From a distance, what floated in the air was a large sphere made of green vines, spinning slowly. Above, lightning continued to streak across the sky, swaying gently in the air, getting closer to Xie's position. Nualan recalled how Tianqi Linglan faced tribulation back then. It seemed similar. However, he wasn't present at the time to witness it up close, and now, seeing it like this, he felt the awe was quite terrifying. Moreover, the magical power from the king of tortoise and turtle trees resonated as well. Much of its magical power began to gather towards Xie, slowly merging into her body. Xie, you must hold on. Nualan knew that the pain brought by awakening was immense, and there was always the risk of failure. Back then, Tianqi Linglan had someone protecting her, along with a dedicated protective array. Although Xie had set up the array herself, it mainly relied on her own strength. The only one who could help her was the king of tortoise and turtle trees. Crash! Lightning roared in the sky, as if it were about to swallow Xie whole. Is this the anomaly brought by awakening? Who in Nord City is preparing for awakening? It looks quite powerful. To be able to attract a thunder tribulation, that's truly remarkable. Everyone was watching the changes in the sky, but no one dared to look directly, as it was the very center of Nord City. Everyone knew who lived there, so they wouldn't covet it. More and more people appeared on the streets, stopping to watch, including many nobles. Nolan stood not far from Xie, watching as her body gradually became enveloped in magical energy, emitting a greenish-blue glow. This light continued to intensify, and beneath Xie, some vines began to grow, wrapping around her form. Xie had now completely vanished from Nolan's sight. From a distance, what floated in the air was a large sphere made of green vines, spinning slowly. Above, lightning flashed continuously, swaying gently in the sky, getting closer and closer to Xie's position. Nolan recalled how, during Tianqi Linglan's tribulation, it seemed to be similar. However, he hadn't been present at the time, unable to observe it up close. Now, seeing it like this, he felt the power was quite terrifying. Moreover, the magical energy from the Tortoise Tree King resonated as well. Much of its magic was gathering towards Xie, slowly merging into her body. Xie, you must hold on. Nolan knew that the pain brought by awakening was immense, and there was always the risk of failure. Back then, during Tianqi Linglan's trial, there had been someone nearby to protect her, along with a dedicated protective formation. Although Xie had set up a formation herself, it mainly relied on her personal strength. The only one who could truly help her was the Tortoise Tree King. Crash! Lightning roared in the sky, as if it wanted to swallow Xie whole. Slowly, a lightning serpent formed above, spitting out its core from a distance, glaring hungrily at Xie. The lightning continued to gather, and the dark clouds above began to illuminate slowly. Nolan stared intently at the lightning, as if he himself were awakening. Whoosh! The lightning struck towards Xie's position with a speed that was almost deafening, as if it aimed to completely devour her. Crack! The lightning struck the vines, instantly charring them black. some began to fall away. Nolan saw another bolt of lightning descending rapidly from the sky. It wasn't over. This time, it struck directly at the vines, but the outer protection had already suffered some damage. He could vaguely see Sia's face now, and the lightning above continued. It wasn't over. Most importantly, the power of the heavens was continuously descending. Nolan's heart sank in fear. Through his perception, he could clearly judge that even if Sia broke through again, crossing into a stronger stage, there was no way she could overcome this thunder tribulation. Besides the onlookers, Nolan was also prepared to take action. A mere thunder tribulation, how dare it harm my wife? Nolan roared. The energy within him gathered continuously, even pulling in all the magical energy around him. At that moment, Nolan floated in the air like a deity, his hands clasped, producing crackling sounds of thunder. Even his hair and eyebrows were infused with elemental energy. With a sharp crack, a heavy sound like a meteorite crashing down echoed. "Block it for me!" Nolan shouted in anger. How could he not know that someone was causing trouble from within? But what he feared most was a sneak attack. Nolan's right hand continuously gathered power, forming a dark attribute light sphere in his palm. Then, with a wave of his hand, he threw the light sphere into the air. In an instant, a fierce wind arose, patterns surged, the space shattered, and the ground collapsed. Even a deity would frown and sigh at this scene. It was like the end of the world. With a crisp crack, a silver-white fissure appeared in the sky. In a daze, the fissure actually split open, turning the blue sky into a pitch-black void. The silver-white fissure gradually widened. It was more than just a crack. The sky seemed to transform into a massive fog. In the gaps, there unexpectedly appeared pairs of yellow-brown phantoms. The phantoms blotted out the sky and the sun, emerging from the crevices. Nualan's expression changed dramatically. He had never imagined that his furious strike could shatter the heavens. Compared to the heavens being shattered, he was even more convinced that someone was playing tricks. Who dares to come to my Nualan's territory and cause trouble? But the only response to Nualan was the rumbling thunder in the sky and the gradually enlarging phantoms. At that moment, everyone realized that the heavens had indeed collapsed. The heavens had been trampled by Nualan. What? Lord Nualan actually shattered the heavens. This is impossible, right? Lord Nualan has actually risen to such a level. By the way, shouldn't we consider how to survive instead of worrying about the heavens collapsing? It was then that everyone suddenly woke up. The heavens had collapsed, the earth had shattered, and everyone was doomed. At that time, who would benefit? The world was about to fall apart. If you want to collapse, then I will make you collapse. Nualan would never be controlled by others, let alone the heavens collapsing. Even the destruction of the world had nothing to do with him. Thunder! Nualan gathered all his magical power and surged it towards the sky. With a loud bang, the heavens shattered. The entire world underwent an irreversible change. Not good. Nualan was greatly alarmed. At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed. The entire world returned to nothingness.